Chapter 1. Oliver died at the age of 47. Dying in his 40s can be considered an early death in this era, but the phrase dying young is always mentioned after someone has passed away. When a person in their 40s is alive, others do not think he is young. Only after his death will people say that he was not that old, so young, why did he die? Oliver did not really want to die. He mistook his blood pressure medicine for his usual vitamin supplements and accidentally took a large amount. By the time others found him, he had already passed away. The first person to discover his death was the travel companion he had hired. The travel companion was a young boy in his early 20s with mixed race genes and very deep eye sockets. Oliver felt a bit guilty about someone stumbling upon his body. He wanted to tell the travel companion that there was still money in his wallet and ask him to put it in a red envelope to calm his nerves. But he could not speak. Fortunately, the travel companion was quick-witted. He emptied the money from Oliver's wallet and stuffed it into his pocket before calling the emergency services. Floating in mid-air, watching this scene, Oliver did not know whether to be happy or helpless. He died, but his consciousness did not disappear. Instead, he became a ghost. He had been alone in the room for several hours before the travel companion arrived. He tried to leave in the middle, but he could not. It was as if he was sealed in this room. Soon, the ambulance arrived. Oliver watched as the medical staff tried to resuscitate him. They were chattering away in words that Oliver could not understand. The travel companion frowned and replied with some chattering words. This time when Oliver went abroad, he went to a small country that was not a tourist destination. The official language of this country was difficult to learn, and most of the local residents did not speak English or Spanish, so he specifically hired a local Chinese travel companion. The body was carried onto the stretcher. Oliver wanted to follow, but he was blocked inside the door. There was a loud bang. The whole room fell silent again, and everyone had left. Oliver looked at the empty room. When he was young, he loved excitement. The livelier, the better. He liked to live a life of pleasure in a world of luxury, surrounded by friends. At that time, he always liked to sit among his friends with a glass in his hand. When someone said something he did not like, he would glare at them and say, "Are you crazy?" The person being glared at would not get angry, but would instead smile and reach out to touch his chin. "Why are you like a cat?" Oliver turned his head away to avoid being touched. At that time, he had the pride and charm. Whether he was angry with a sulky face or pouting cutely, his face was always beautiful. His body emitted a delicate fragrance just like a charming peony. Now, everything was quiet. Often the only sound in the room was his own breathing, and even that had faded away at this moment. His life had come to an end like this. Oliver showed a smile to the void, a carefree smile. It had been a long time since he last smiled like this. He had smiled like this in the first few years of his marriage, but not in the later years. He just could not smile anymore. His marriage was like an old air conditioner full of filth. It looked brand new and worked fine on the surface, but in fact the inside was a complete mess. If one tried to clean it up, they would only be covered in mold and dust. So his ex-husband did not want to deal with it anymore. He simply proposed a divorce and posted a photo with his new boyfriend on WeChat Moments last night. Looking closely at the features, there was a faint resemblance to a younger Oliver. At this stage of life, people often care about appearances and maintaining dignity. Divorce should be handled with grace and respect. Oliver and his former partner met one last time at a restaurant. Oliver was particular about food and only frequented a few places, but this time he deliberately let the other choose, picking a place they would enjoy. As he sat down, Oliver gave a subtle glance around the area before finally settling his gaze across the table. He had made an effort to dress up for the occasion, but the other man was dressed casually in contrast. His shirt was slightly unbuttoned at the top, revealing a hint of his collarbone, and on his handsome young face there was no visible expression. Henry was nearly years younger than Oliver. Oliver pressed his lips together lightly, then broke the silence. "Old? No, that would not do, they were divorced now." He adjusted, saying, "Henry, when did you find this place? It is actually quite tasty." Henry spoke with a calm tone. "I came here once with a business partner and thought the food was decent enough." The silence settled again. Oliver's eyelashes fluttered. It had been years since Henry acted like a devoted follower, talking non-stop. It was hard to remember when exactly that was. Life has its regrets, one of them being the fading of beauty. From childhood on, no one could deny Oliver's looks. Starting in high school, countless people would quietly gather at the back door of his classroom just to glance at him. He never took them seriously, just a bunch of ordinary people. Henry had once been among them. When they officially met, Oliver was already but still very much admired in social circles. He carried a certain mature charm that younger versions of himself lacked, like a fruit fully ripened. Its scent more alluring than flowers. But he had not meant to draw anyone in. After all, he had been through something significant lately, leaving him withdrawn and burdened, his expression quiet with sorrow. That is when Henry appeared after accidentally colliding with Oliver's car. Using the accident as an excuse, he got Oliver's phone number. When Oliver said there was no need for a meal to make up for it, Henry showed up at Oliver's studio anyway. Countless gifts, fresh flowers every day, Oliver's studio turned into a sea of blossoms. He called angrily, "Take your flowers back, I cannot even move around here." Henry would not let go. He boldly started calling him Oliver. "I will take them back, but could you have dinner with me, just one meal?" He bit his finger, the old habit he would never quite shaken, even now, really. Really, the voice on the other end assured firmly. That night, Oliver was kissed without consent. Henry was a fraud. Oliver was so angry he slapped him. The boy gasped sharply, then pretended to be hurt, leaning in close. "I thought your slap would barely sting like brushing oil off skin, but now I see it is actually painful." Oliver gave a huff. "You should think about my job." He worked in sculpture design, and back when he was younger, he often carried his pieces around. "Well, if hitting someone hurts this much, I am relieved. If anyone ever does it again, just hit them hard," Henry said, still wearing the mark of the slap, as though he was not bothered at all, his eyes burning with intensity. Oliver had met plenty of admirers over the years, but never someone like this. Others were respectful and cautious not to make him uncomfortable, unlike Henry, bold, unapologetic. Then he remembered the kiss just moments ago, and a faint blush crept across his face. That flush only made him angrier. Who else would dare something like this? "You, get away." Furious, he shoved Henry aside and walked off in a huff. So upset he forgot his car and wandered aimlessly until he realized something was wrong when he reached a dark alley. A city had decent safety, but risk still existed. Seeing the knives in their hands, Oliver quickly handed over all his cash without hesitation and tossed it toward them. But these people had been watching him since leaving the restaurant. Someone saw him kissing Henry and wanted to test their luck. The man in front of him was far from impressive, nothing compared to Henry. Oliver could give up money, but never his dignity. At the height of tension, Henry burst forward. The outcome was that all the troublemakers were taken into custody, but Henry ended up in hospital after being injured in his lower abdomen. Oliver did not visit him, he only sent an assistant. He thought his coldness would push Henry away, but the moment he was released from the hospital, the boy returned persistent as ever. "Why are you like a dog that will not stay gone no matter how many times you are chased?" Hearing those words, Henry's expression changed slightly, but the shift was too subtle for Oliver to notice. All he heard was what came next. "I am your dog." The meal passed in silence, and as it was nearing its end, the restaurant manager approached to ask if they were satisfied with the dishes. Henry said a few words, the manager nodded and made notes, then handed over 2 small gifts. "These are for you and your..." The manager's gaze lingered briefly on Oliver. "Is this your father? He looks so young, really well preserved." Oliver clenched his jaw tightly. "Not at all, we just got divorced today," Henry said, unusually talkative despite usually keeping to himself and staying quiet until now. "Do you really think he looks old?" The restaurant manager realized the mistake, his face turning bright red. "And no, It is fine, just be honest," Henry said with a calm smile. Oliver suddenly stood up, noticing both people glance at him quickly. He forced his voice to stay steady as he said, "I am going to the restroom," and hurried off. Henry had done it on purpose, intentionally making things awkward for him. Why? Oliver seemed to understand. It was because he feared being pursued relentlessly. Would he really cling on like that? He would already tried countless ways to save the marriage. He stared at his own reddened eyes in the mirror, silently thinking to himself. The Oliver who had become a spirit was recalling past memories when the door opened once again. The escort entered swiftly, hurried to the nightstand, grabbed Oliver's phone, and quickly left. Oliver had not intended to follow, but this time he had no choice. He was pulled along regardless. As soon as the escort stepped out the door, Oliver felt as if strings were pulling him, and he floated after him against his will. The escort headed straight for the hospital. Oliver saw his own body again, but turned away quickly, unwilling to look longer, so he missed watching the escort use the body to unlock the phone. After successfully unlocking the phone, the attendant opened the contact list and saw the number at the top. There was no name attached, just a placeholder labeled A. He dialed the number. The first call went unanswered, and then he tried again. The second one was hung up. The attendant was speechless. He was already overwhelmed by the sudden passing of his client, and now this person had just hung up on him. He glanced briefly at the body beside him. 1 minute later, a message was sent. Are you the family member of this number? He has passed away. Please come and handle the arrangements. It included a photo of the body. Chapter. The attendant had no idea who it was, but Oliver did. It turned out the name was a husband. Later, he removed the words husband, added nothing new, like Henry had become nothing more than a single letter in his world. Watching what the attendant was doing, even Oliver felt it was not quite right, just saying someone's dead and then taking photos of them. It was unsettling. Besides, Henry had nothing to do with him anymore. Contacting Henry would probably be a waste of time. Just as he thought that, Oliver's phone in the attendant's hand rang again. Hello, the attendant started, but was immediately cut off by rapid-fire words from the other end. How much did he pay you? The photo looks surprisingly realistic, must have cost a fortune in makeup. Where is Oliver? Get him on the phone. The attendant sighed, Sir, I understand it is hard to accept the truth right now, but Mr. Oliver has passed away. I have already told you this and even took a photo as proof. At that, his eyes flickered slightly. Are you a relative or friend of his, Mr. Oliver passed away in Q country, and there are quite a few formalities to handle. Besides, I am only hired as his companion, Mr. Oliver hasn't paid me yet, and now I have even covered some medical expenses out of my own pocket. The line fell into a long silence, as if no one was on the other end anymore. The attendant called out a few times, muttering, Is it the international call connection? Send me your address, Henry said, then hung up the phone. Oliver, standing nearby, caught only fragments of the conversation. He figured Henry would not come himself, he would probably send an assistant instead. All of Oliver's family had passed away. After turning 40, his social circle gradually shrank. After the divorce, he became truly alone. But he never expected Henry to come in person, especially by himself. There are no direct flights from the home country to Q country. The connecting flight takes over 10 hours. When Henry arrived, it looked like he had not slept at all. His eyes were filled with red veins, almost like in those zombie movies Oliver had seen before. He guessed it must have been the perfectionist Henry struggling to rest on the plane. Who are you? The attendant stood up. Henry stopped in front of him, not introducing himself first. Instead, he asked Oliver directly, Where is Oliver? The attendant frowned slightly. Well, sir, do not panic or get upset. I have been trying to reach you for a while, but your phone was off. I am not sure how the hospital handled things, but Mr. Oliver. He studied the man before him, carefully assessing his connection to Oliver, and said cautiously, He has already been cremated. He reached behind the chair and retrieved an urn. Death, Oliver had thought about it long before. He once asked Henry, What would you do if I died? The other man stuffed a washed strawberry into his mouth, then leaned in for a sweet, tangy kiss. Then I would go with you. What else could I do? That is just how lovers talk, so affectionate. This time, Oliver spoke seriously. No, I want you to keep living. You are much younger than me. You can find someone else. Stop it, Henry said, his expression darkening, brows drawn tight. On his handsome face was a look of absolute sincerity. I only want you, just you, for my whole life. Before the divorce, Oliver asked Henry if those words he had said were ever false. Henry replied no, but time changes everything, people's feelings too. Oliver looked to Henry before him, wondering what he might be thinking in that moment. If Henry had not chosen to end their marriage, all of Oliver's assets would have gone to him after death. Would he regret it now? After all, who would not want more wealth in this world? Henry kept staring at the urn as if deep in meditation. The attendant blinked and began speaking. Sir, I covered the cremation costs too, otherwise they would not hand over the urn to me. I know, mister. Oliver was particular about appearances, always dressing well, so I chose the finest urn available, even though it was not inexpensive. Henry remained silent. The attendant immediately noticed the man's expensive watch, worth millions, and could not resist pressing further, boasting about how much effort and money he would invested in Mr. Oliver, claiming there was no more devoted companion in the world. To prove his point, he pulled out his phone. Mr. Oliver seemed truly happy during those days before. There are lots of photos I took. I was planning to share them with him, but if you would like, I can send them over. The first photo in the album was glaringly obvious. In the image, Oliver's cheeks were flushed red, with a light sheen of sweat visible along his collarbones. The attendant took in a sharp breath and started to quickly swipe past the photo, when he heard a raspy voice like sand on stone ask, "What is this?" Questions followed one after another. "You took it. You touched him. You scoundrel." Oliver saw the photo too, the one taken without his consent. He felt both embarrassed and angry, caught in a wave of helplessness. He had not intended for this image to be captured at all. Arriving in a foreign country, he thought if he was here to relax, he should really make the most of it. At first, he found it hard to get along with his hired companion, Antona, who had the lively energy of a young boy and was highly experienced, plus, he loved being affectionate. Oliver himself was also someone who enjoyed being pampered. He would always been indulgent in his life. Now, facing a young man showing him affection, it felt unfamiliar. He even wanted to ask Antona to keep some distance several times and considered switching companions altogether, but trustworthy helpers were hard to find. That evening's plan was to dine at a ferry restaurant by the harbor. To board the ferry, they first had to take a small boat. It was hot in Q country, and Oliver kept both arms exposed. His gaze drifted across shimmering lights, reflections from the shore dancing on the water like scattered golden sparks. Music, laughter, and perfume floated in from afar, blending into an extravagant world full of dazzling charm. He was unusually touched by the atmosphere, as if transported back to his youth when he would have been surrounded by admiration, celebrating his 19th birthday aboard his family's private boat. That same year, someone he had always looked up to confessed their feelings to him. Back then, he was utterly flustered. The pale skin of his face flushed a delicate rose hue, and stammered, I am so sorry. Before he could finish speaking, he ran off, fleeing from the young man, as if another second would bring danger like a snake striking his leg. Oliver squinted slightly and began humming a verse from Kunqua opera. My fate is fragile, drifting like tumbleweed, the orchid burns its own fragrance in silence. The splendid screen wastes youth carelessly, centuries fly by like arrows loosed from a bow. Singing brought tears to his eyes, and he bit his lip with a quiet smile. Suddenly, a figure leaned in beside him, the young companion. The boy's usually playful eyes now sparkled with admiration. He nearly pressed against Oliver, speaking softly, Mr. Oliver, what was that song? It sounds really beautiful. Sayu arak ejai, said Oliver in a better mood. He gently tapped the boy's nose with his fingertip. Never heard it. Antona shook his head. You know me, Mr. Oliver, I have studied Chinese, but only enough to get by in daily life. I do not understand the deeper things or anything truly valuable. Oliver repeated, valuable things. He sighed softly, that is so ordinary. A soft sigh, a few gentle words, just that was enough to leave the boy completely captivated. That night, Oliver drank quite a bit, wine and champagne mixed together. He felt it was finally time to truly let go, to lose himself in a moment of carefree oblivion. Why live so clearly when life is meant to be lived with some blur? So he did not refuse the drinks Antona offered. On their way back to the hotel, he was nearly too unsteady to walk. Once placed on the bed, he still remembered to get up and take a shower, but as soon as he sat up, he was gently pushed back down. The boy transformed quietly into a man in the dark, pressing him down, holding him close. Mr. Oliver, are not you happy? Oliver gazed at the rose-colored ceiling of the hotel. Happiness, does it really matter whether I am happy or not at my age? Mr. Oliver looks so young. Antona interrupted, pausing briefly before his voice grew softer. Did you know how many people were looking at you on the boat today? They all thought you were handsome. That is when I finally understood what modern elegance really means, something like you. Mr. Oliver, why are you so fair-skinned? Do you use a lot of sunscreen every day? Antonio leaned down slightly and took in a slow breath. You smell nice. If it had been before, Oliver would not have allowed this companion to get so close. Antonio was shallow and materialistic, someone he never cared for in the past. If he were younger, he would likely have dismissed the man's scent as too commercial, gently telling him to step back. But now he was not young anymore, and there was a young boy who admired him deeply. Oliver quietly composed himself, then wrapped his arms around the boy's neck. I do not use any. Antonio understood instantly and leaned in even closer. Mr. Oliver, do not lie to me, I will believe you. The words faded away. Oliver regretted it halfway through and tried to pull back, but the person on top was fierce, like a wild animal. He trembled between discomfort and intense sensation. He had not forgotten Henry during all of this. The memory brought a fleeting sense of revenge, which quickly gave way to endless sorrow. Oliver finally managed to fall asleep just past 5 of the clock. He was getting old after all, and when he woke up, it was already evening. He sat frozen in the white sheets, as a pair of hands gently wrapped around him to massage his lower back. Did you rest well, Mr. Oliver? Antonio smiled warmly. Oliver's pupils widened sharply, and he pulled away quickly. The alcohol had made him act recklessly, and once its numbness faded like a retreating tide, only regret and disgust remained. Antonio seemed unaware of Oliver's expression, his face unchanged as he held up his phone screen. Mr. Oliver, look at this, do you think it is nice? I have wanted it for so long. He leaned in slightly, voice carrying a hint of complaint and playful whining. But my monthly earnings are just too small to afford it. Could you buy it for me? Chapter 3. He should have realized sooner, someone his age having a romantic moment by chance was nothing short of a miracle. Reality was harsh, just like how he could not hide the signs of aging. The first time Henry brought up divorce, he was repotting his plants. During the trip, a city had a typhoon, and although he called Henry to mention the flowers specifically, when he returned, all of them were safely in the sunroom. He grew many kinds of flowers, oil painting spider plants, lotus bowls, rosemary, peonies, blue snowflakes, and petunias. All of them were his favorites. Even when traveling, he never stopped thinking about them. Back then, he would have certainly blown up at Henry, asking why the other person did not care about his own things. But somehow that changed. Now, even if Henry forgot, he would just quietly take care of it himself. Oliver. Since he was working with plants, Oliver wore gardening gloves and turned around while holding a weeping willow peach tree. Its many layers of petals had been washed away by rain, showing signs of decay. Henry stood at a distance. In that instant, Oliver felt as though a fog had settled over his face, thick and heavy, enveloping the intimate partner in its haze, leaving only a faint, shapeless outline. Let's divorce. At that moment, he felt a pause, perhaps not really a pause at all. He heard himself ask Henry why. He asked the question many times throughout the divorce process. Oliver did not want to end their marriage. He even refused to meet with Henry's lawyer. Yes, when Henry realized Oliver was not willing to go through with it, he simply had his lawyer step in. But the lawyer could not manage on Oliver either. He kept refusing to cooperate. Eventually, Henry came in person and found Oliver hiding inside a closet at home. Oliver was wearing pajamas. The feet visible outside were as soft and pale as when he was young. It is said the feet reveal age most clearly, but Oliver had lived a life of comfort for most of his years, never truly burdened by hardship. Henry stared at Oliver in the closet and let out a bitter laugh. In their first year of marriage, he first noticed this habit. It started after an argument. After that, Henry could not find him anywhere. He thought Oliver might have run away and drove around to all the places Oliver might go, nearly calling the police. Finally, he found Oliver asleep inside a closet at home. At that moment, he felt no anger, almost as if it had not been him who had spent hours searching frantically. Seeing Oliver peacefully sleeping, he only felt deeply moved. What kind of family, what kind of life experiences could produce someone so innocent and trusting? But now that same quality seemed utterly childish. A man in his 40s hiding in a closet at the first sign of trouble, how absurd. Anyone would think it was laughable, especially since Oliver was already well over 40, not 4 years old. Henry reached out and grabbed the closing closet door, then crouched down. Why will not you agree to divorce? Oliver did not look at him, his back pressed against the cabinet door, hands hanging weakly over his bent knees as he whispered, Why do we need to divorce? Because Henry's handsome face hardened with sharpness, his brows like blades, eyes stormy. Because there is no spark anymore. Do not you know we haven't been intimate in 3 years? What kind of normal couple goes that long without being close? Oliver's face turned pale, but he did not lower his head, seeming to hold on to what little dignity remained. I have looked into it. Many couples go through this phase. He turned toward the window, curtains were drawn, and no light was on. In the soft glow, he seemed to be the only color, like a pearl beneath dark waves, or sugar trapped in a jar, as he slowly unbuttoned his pajamas in front of Henry, revealing smooth pale skin. Seeking connection. In other words, he was reaching out to Henry in a way that had never crossed his mind before. Something he would never have imagined back when the Chin family was at its peak. Back then, he was the shining jewel of the entire clan. His name alone told the story. Oliver, the crown prince of the Chin family, no one ever made the young master bow down, especially not for something that felt so disgraceful even to him. Yet he would done just that with Henry more than once before. By the fourth button, his hand was seized. Enough, do not make this so awkward. Oliver's fingers trembled slightly. What even counts as not being awkward? You used to chase after me. His words were cut off. Always going back to the past. Always asking about how you used to be or how I am now. Do not you get it? If you insist on me spelling it out for you before agreeing to divorce, then let me make this perfectly clear. Do not you realize your body already carries a certain scent like older people? The words came out sharp and precise. There was no lying to himself anymore. He would never forget those words. That is when Oliver finally agreed to the divorce. Long silence filled the hotel room. Oliver had booked a 5-star place with ocean views. Just faintly, you could hear waves rolling in. Antonis' usually charming face grew dark. He was half foreign. His smile went sweet and warm, but when he turned cold, he looked like a doll from a horror film. Mr. Oliver is so wealthy, surely this is not enough for you. You know I am just an ordinary person with nothing much to offer. Except one thing, I will go all out for anyone who brings me joy. And if someone makes me unhappy, well, I will not stop until I have taken something from them. He leaned toward Oliver, his hand moving as if to touch Oliver's face. We are both adults after all, but I am so much younger than you, Mr. Oliver, do not tell me you think. Oliver cut Antona off right away. I will pay. He knew exactly what Antona was about to say. He was in his 40s, and who would truly be with him just for his looks or body? Enough, do not humiliate yourself anymore. Antona instantly switched from anger to a smile, pulling his hand back. He tapped on his phone twice. This one's out of stock, mister. Oliver can just send me the money, I will buy it myself, no trouble at all. Oliver said nothing more. He silently accepted everything, and when Antona tried to give him a farewell kiss, he got up first and walked toward the bathroom. Antona followed right behind, hurrying over to Oliver's side. Within minutes, his tone changed completely. Oliver, let me call room service, I will get you something to eat. How about we finish dinner and keep going? I have been waiting for you to wake up for so long. Then he added, as if just remembering, no need for gifts this time. Oliver stepped back from Antona's outstretched hand. His face was still pale from what had happened, but his expression was calm now. Thank you, no, please leave, I need some space to be alone. Antona seemed startled, freezing in place and staring at Oliver for a long moment, until Oliver frowned under the gaze, then he casually said, Is this always how you are, Mr. Oliver? Well, what? Antona flashed a rare, slightly cruel smile for the first time in front of Oliver. Less than a minute later, you are back to being cold and distant again. But that is too bad, I actually like the version of you from last night better. With that, he stepped back, returning to his role as the cheerful young companion, no longer a threatening adult man. Then I will go now. At that moment, Oliver realized this person was far from harmless. The photo on Antona's phone, one he had never seen before, was likely just one of Antona's backup plans. So seeing Henry sitting in a cute country police station with bruises all over his face did not surprise him at all. Antona was also brought in after all. It was a fight, but he had much better treatment than Henry, the foreigner. He charmed his way into getting water and even a seat to sit on. He touched the corner of his mouth, wiped off some blood, muttered something unpleasant under his breath, then looked sharply toward Henry in the far corner. Hey, over there, he called out casually to Henry. What is your connection to Mr. Oliver? A single photo, do you really have to look like you want to kill me? Since being locked in, Henry had stayed silent, clutching only Oliver's ashes tightly in his hands. Antona's eyes darted around for a moment before adding, Wait, no way are you Mr. Oliver's spouse, but he said he was single. He emphasized the word single. Or maybe you are the one who broke his heart. Henry suddenly looked up, his expression hard to describe, almost like a strikingly handsome frog. Antona paid no mind to the cold glare he was given and continued. I guessed it, did not I really now, Mr. Oliver never mentioned you at all. I just noticed how heartbroken he was. It was obvious enough. But what is with this act now, after someone passes away? Are you finally feeling guilty, regretful, cannot stand the pain? Are you trying to put on a show? He snickered. Do not get too worked up or regretful, Mr. Oliver was actually happy when he was with me, really. I may not be good at much else, but I am pretty good at comforting people. He stressed the word comforting even more. Antona's eyes sparkled with clear malice. You do not need to thank me because honestly I had a blast too. In less than a second, maybe even shorter, the tall man in the corner set down the urn and charged forward. Antona crashed hard to the ground. He raised his arms to shield his head, desperately trying to protect himself as the other man pounded him relentlessly, breathing heavily with each blow, gasping like he might cry. Chapter. Oliver's first thought was relief that he was already dead, thankfully. No one would see him there listening in on what felt like his own dramatic story. His second reaction was confusion. He could not understand why Henry was angry, or what he was so upset about. Henry had asked for the divorce himself. He had been unwilling to share a bed with Oliver for 3 years. Oliver had agreed and let him go, giving him freedom to find happiness elsewhere. Yet now Henry seemed to care deeply about Oliver being close to someone else. Well, if he could not figure it out, he would just leave it for now. He stepped around the struggling men and glanced beyond the iron bars. The noise soon brought country police who rushed in, trying to separate Henry and Antona. But Henry was out of his mind, unresponsive to their increasingly sharp warnings, his eyes locked only on Antona. Like a crocodile gripping his prey, he would not let go until he was stunned unconscious by a stun baton. Antona, barely recognizable with blood all over him, was rushed to the hospital. The police had no choice but to take Oliver along too, though still in spirit form. He ended up riding in the squad car and arriving at the hospital like a kite on a string. He could not move freely now, he did not know why. Antona's injuries were not serious, just surface wounds, Oliver could tell. Even though he could not understand what the country medical staff were saying, the fact that Antona was up and walking the next day meant they were not too bad. Still, he ended up staying in the hospital for a full month. Every day, Oliver heard Antona on the phone with others, and all kinds of people came to visit him. His room had turned into something like an ongoing party. Oliver liked parties, but not this kind, not in this way. But things were much better at night. Antona always watched something before bed. Even though he wore headphones, his mouth never stayed shut, which drove Oliver to hide behind the curtains, covering his ears. Covering his ears did not help. Being a ghost made him more sensitive than ever, and Antona's voice always found its way into his ears. After listening for several days, Oliver could no longer stand it. He tried to scare Antona by floating to the bedside, about to blow air from above, when he accidentally glanced at Antona's phone screen. Tonight was not anything like that. Instead, it was a photo of him. Antona had no idea the ghost of the person in the picture was watching right beside him. After a while, he lazily flopped onto his back, took a long time to reach for a piece of paper, left a small mark on the screen, then wiped it clean before slowly turning over and drifting off to sleep. Oliver stood frozen by the bed, caught between being offended and having to admire Antona's nerve. This guy really had no fear at all. 3 days after his month-long stay in the hospital, Oliver saw Henry again. Compared to before, Henry looked utterly worn out. His hair hung low, nearly covering his eyes, and he was still wearing the same coat from a month ago. He would come alone to country. His phone had been taken when he entered police custody, so he could not reach anyone, not even his lawyer. Trapped in a cramped, private free room at the station for an entire month. He knew exactly who was behind this, a crafty troublemaker. The moment Antona saw Henry, he scrambled under the covers, yelling in mock fear. But just seconds later, he peeked out from under the blanket with a wink. I am so scared. Are you afraid too, sir? Even if Henry was powerful back home, being caught by local strongmen in a remote and unfamiliar country left him powerless. He held back his anger. What would it take for you to agree to settle this? Settle easy, just kneel down and ask me. Antona spoke entirely in Chinese while making exaggerated expressions, making it nearly impossible for the nearby country police officers to grasp his taunt. Henry clenched his teeth. Never. then do not expect any settlement. Depending on our country's laws, the punishment for assault can be mild or severe, so you will have to bear it if you end up staying here for a year or two. Antonio made a dramatic gasp. Besides, since you care so much about Mr. Oliver so deeply that you would even want to harm me, I suppose kneeling before me for him would not hurt. I heard your people value being laid to rest in your homeland. Can you really stand the thought of Mr. Those words struck a deep nerve with Henry. This time he had brought along Oliver's urn. In truth, Oliver did not mind whether he was buried or not. After all, he was already dead, but what bothered him was that Henry was holding his remains. He quietly drifted over, hoping to see if he could touch the urn. Before his fingers even reached it, he heard Henry's hoarse voice say, $1 million. Antonio immediately sat upright. $1 million for settlement, and you hand over every photo of him and all his personal belongings in your possession. Deal. Antonio quickly got out of bed and spoke to the 2Q country police officers who had come with Henry. After hearing him, the officers temporarily left the room. Then he rushed to the bedside table, opened a drawer and took out a bank card. Transfer the money to this account. Henry said, I will only give you today as a deposit. I will not transfer the rest until you publicly agree to settle privately in front of the police and hand over everything related to Oliver. Antonio hesitated, his brow furrowed. After a long pause, he held up both hands, no less or there is no deal. Agreed. With Antonio agreeing to the settlement, things became much simpler. That same day, Henry regained his freedom, and by evening his assistant and lawyer had arrived. But Antonio himself had already left the hospital, leaving only a note on the bedside table. If Henry wants those photos and Oliver's belongings, he will have to pay the remaining amount. Mr. Henry, we should. Before the assistant could finish speaking, Henry had already torn up the note and said coldly, find him. I want him put in jail on charges of extortion. But things were not as easy as Henry imagined. Antonio's identity information was entirely fake. He was not actually from Q country, and his real name was not Antonio either. Like a muddy eel in the river or a sly fox on the mountain, once he vanished, there was no trace left. Oliver did know where Antonio was, since he could not leave his side. To avoid suspicion, Antonio had worked hard to disguise himself as a pale-faced pregnant woman who could not be exposed to wind, and boarded an ocean-going ferry. Just when Oliver thought he would have no choice but to follow Antonio to a foreign country, Antonio sent out a package before boarding. Its destination was the hotel where Oliver had stayed before his death, with the room number being the one where he died. And Oliver's spirit followed the package straight to the hotel. It finally clicked for him. What was inside the package was key to trapping his freedom. After a moment, he realized what it must be, his phone. Oliver was surprised Antonio would send his phone to Henry. He had expected him to sell it instead. But he quickly understood Antonio's plan. Antonio was clever and had a strong sense of revenge. He knew Henry would not let things go easily, so he fled and cancelled all accounts. The package contained only 2 items, Oliver's phone. Henry knew the unlock code for Oliver's phone. As soon as he turned it on, a message popped up, an anonymous text containing that same bed image. The second item was the hotel bedsheet. The bedsheet was from that night of heavy drinking, and Oliver had no idea why it had not been removed by the hotel. It ended up in Antonio's hands, with visible marks on it. Moreover, Antonio had written several large letters on the bedsheet, using a green marker. Oliver said I am better. That is not true, he never said that. Chapter. The assistant and lawyer had assumed the bedsheet might contain something dangerous, so they stayed close by. Once they saw what was actually on it, they quickly looked embarrassed and turned away. Oliver could not leave. He could only watch as Henry folded the bedsheet back up. The veins on Henry's hands stood out sharply beneath his skin, twisting like roots trying to break through. And he kept his head down as if something wet had fallen from his darkened face, but upon closer look there was nothing. Oliver looked away, scanning the room. This was the hotel room where he died, with several bottles of medicine still on the nightstand. When young, he would imagine death would be dramatic and beautiful. Friends and family gathered by his bedside, all truly heartbroken, eyes full of tears. But real death was silent. He had taken too many pills, barely felt any pain, and quietly passed away in the deep night of a foreign country. If it were not for his hired companion and the hotel's wake-up service, no one might have found him until his body had started to decay. Oliver had attended others' funerals, heard about other people's deaths. Thinking carefully, he realized the most unexpected death was that person's, and so was the one that made the biggest impact. That year, on that day, every social media platform kept replaying news about a plane crash. Countless people around the world were praying for a miracle. But no miracle came. That person never showed up again. A sudden movement broke through Oliver's thoughts. He saw Henry pick up the medicine bottle from the nightstand, then turn his head slightly away in discomfort. The bottle was not the original packaging. It was one he would bought later and filled with individual blood pressure pills, so it would be harder for others to know he had high blood pressure. High blood pressure was diagnosed after his divorce. That day at the hospital, Oliver asked the doctor with visible anxiety, "Doctor, could there be a mistake in this report? How could I possibly have high blood pressure? Should we check again?" The doctor, likely having seen many patients like him before, said calmly, "There is no error in the results. High blood pressure is quite common these days. Do not stress too much, just follow your treatment plan, maintain a regular routine, and keep your diet healthy. There is nothing serious." Oliver did not understand medicine. In his mind, high blood pressure was something only older people got. He had just about to ask another question when the doctor casually mentioned, "Many young people now have it." Glancing at the computer screen, they added, "Your age is not unusual." The words stuck in his throat when unasked. His age became a painful trigger after the divorce, and whenever someone brought it up, he remembered what Henry had said. He was no longer young, he felt old, but his heart could not accept that truth. That same day, Oliver removed his clothes and stood in front of the full-length mirror. Soft light from the elaborate ceiling chandelier bathed the room. The fixture had been custom-made in white country and shipped directly to him. Any single part replacement would take at least a year. He was naturally drawn to luxury, especially when it came to his home. Every piece of furniture had been carefully chosen with no room for compromise. Oliver turned silently in front of the mirror, once around. The body that used to make him blush and feel uneasy when he saw it as a young man had quietly changed over time. Even wearing less clothes now, just walking past the mirror made him feel shame. He thought he looked too inviting even to himself. How much more so for others? Now it was unbearable. Seeing his former husband examine his blood pressure medication still left Oliver unsettled. He tried to quietly leave the room, but nearly collided with an assistant who had just entered. "Book the next available flight back home," Henry told the assistant, his fingers tightening around the medicine bottle before slipping it into his pocket. The hotel did not dare touch Oliver's belongings and ended up having Henry take everything with him. They did not return home that day. The arrangements for Oliver's remains were more complicated than expected. Henry handled every step of the process himself, signing form after form. As he stood beside him, Oliver glanced over and noticed Henry had listed their relationship as husband. His expression immediately tightened in quiet concern. The man did not hesitate at all when signing his name at the bottom of each page. Yet, for some reason, he paused before finishing the last stroke, still not lifting his head up. "Mr. Henry," the assistant asked cautiously. Henry finally seemed to snap back to attention, put down his pen, and stood up again, but his usually tall frame now appeared slightly hunched. The assistant glanced at the wrapped urn and said nothing more, though Mr. Henry's divorce was not widely publicized. Many people still knew about it. Most importantly, William had called several times and sent numerous messages saying he could not reach Mr. Henry and asking what was going on. The assistant felt a pang of worry. Now was not the right time to ask about Mr. Henry's relationship with William. And things got worse. At the domestic airport, he spotted William. William might not be as striking as the other man, but he was still quite impressive, tall and lean, trained in dance, standing there with an unmistakable presence. He did not wave or speak. He just waited quietly for Henry to walk toward him. Oliver was seeing Mr. Henry's new partner face to face for the first time, and now that he could see a certain resemblance in their features. "What are you doing here?" Henry asked coldly. William let out a soft scoff. "You do not get to ask how I found out. Do you know how long I have been waiting for you? Henry, you're back now. Why did not you message me right away?" Usually someone would soothe him with gentle words, but William silently counted to 3 in his head. What he got instead was, "Matteo, take him back." After saying that, Henry walked past William and kept going. William looked stunned for a moment, then tried to follow, but the assistant quickly stepped in. William, Mr. Henry needs to return to the office to handle urgent matters. He does not have time to stay with you right now. I will take you home. Oliver blinked in surprise. The reason was that William's tone reminded him a little of his own youthful way of speaking. Before he could think further, the distance between Henry and himself pulled him forward. Once inside the car, he saw Henry pull out his phone and add someone to his blocked list. If he was not mistaken, it was William from earlier. Was he being abandoned so quickly? After all, they had been together for years. He could still read Mr. Henry's expressions well. When Henry first asked why William was there, irritation was already clear. By the time he heard his answer, that tension had doubled. But Oliver could not understand it. Had someone else been angry, he might have accepted it. Most people do not like their private plans being questioned, even by a partner they are close to. But Henry was not like that. During their relationship, even after getting married, Henry often complained that Oliver did not care enough to check where he went. At the time, Oliver could not make sense of it at all. Why should I check where you go? We have trust between us, it is enough. Later, he found out Henry was always secretly checking his own movements and wanted the same in return. At first, Oliver got upset and angry, but eventually gave in because Henry said he lacked confidence. Honey, I'm the one at fault. I worry too much and overthink everything. Every day, I still feel like it is a dream that you are with me. How could someone like me deserve to be married to you? That is why I keep needing to confirm whether you truly love me, afraid you might suddenly leave without warning. If this really bothers you, I will try my best to change, but please do not be mad at me. I know I was wrong. He gave in out of sympathy and accepted Henry's behavior, from then on treating his own schedule as completely open to Henry. And Henry grew increasingly fond of asking him to check his whereabouts. It felt like only through this could they truly prove their love and care for each other. Given Henry's personality, William's actions should have been welcome, but why did it suddenly upset him so much that he blocked him? Could it be sheer resentment by association? Because he had been with someone else, now even seeing a face that reminded him of William feels unpleasant. If that is true, poor William does seem quite pitiful. Oliver turned to look out the window. Cars flowed like silver fish along the asphalt road, and tall buildings kept sliding past in the distance. Only when he realized they were heading toward his own home did he suddenly feel uneasy. When they divorced, their assets were divided very carefully. Henry did not make things hard on him financially and even gave him a few extra gifts, like keeping this apartment for Oliver. Oliver had lived here so long that he would grown attached, so he never bothered to move. He had not even changed the password or fingerprint settings. Watching Henry walk into the house like a homeowner, taking off his shoes, then heading straight to the master bathroom for a shower, Oliver felt anger rise inside him again after such a long time. If he were not a spirit, he would have wanted to give that man a beating. Well then, he might as well go check on his favorite flowers. He floated over to the sunroom. The plants he would ask someone to care for had unsurprisingly withered in 2 pots. Oliver felt a pang of sorrow, crouched down on the floor, and tried gently touching the dried out stems, though in truth, his fingers passed straight through them without contact. After a few attempts, Oliver stopped touching the flowers. He just stared, fixedly staring. Though he was still here, there was no doubt that he had passed away. Even in death, he found no peace, became a wandering spirit, bound to his phone beside his ex-husband Henry, forced to stay close to him. Staring at the flowers, tears fell without control. Within just 2 seconds, Oliver quickly lifted his head. He gently wiped his face with a finger, then drifted toward his study. He remembered having bought several books on folklore before, maybe one of them described what he was going through. As Oliver just floated into the study, the door suddenly opened and there stood Henry. Henry's clothes had all been removed and packed away, every single item gone. Oliver had done it himself, even sending off the towel Henry used to dry his hair with no exception. Now without any clothing, Henry could not wear Oliver's specially designed robe. His body did not fit, so he wrapped a towel around his lower half instead. He walked into the study and began searching through the upper shelves. Oliver could not stop him, so he simply watched. He stayed put. He also wanted to see what Henry was looking for. After nearly half an hour of searching, Henry finally seemed to find what he was after. It was a business card. Henry stared at the card for well over 10 minutes before slowly typing each number into his phone. Hello, this is Master Feng's hotline. The master Feng family has been practicing fortune-telling and divination for 5 generations, specializing in the I Ching, Feng Yishui, spiritual guidance, relationship readings, and assessing children's fortunes. How may we assist you today? Chapter. Oliver recognized that business card. A few years earlier, he had found this card stuck to his car in the basement parking lot of his studio. He should have thrown it away, but somehow ended up bringing it home instead. At that time, tensions in his marriage with Henry had already begun to grow. While sitting alone in the study staring at the words, "Read relationships" on the card, he was caught off guard by Henry walking in to grab a book. The closer two people are, the harder it becomes to say honest things, and he did not want Henry to know that he would sunk so low as to believe in such superstitions. He quickly flipped the card face down and then casually covered it with a design sketch, pretending nothing had happened. Henry's gaze lingered briefly on the desk before shifting to Oliver. "I am here for a book." "What book?" Oliver stood up. He and Henry each had their own study, though Oliver's collection was larger. Upon hearing the title Henry mentioned, he began searching. By the time he returned with the book, Henry was standing by the desk, holding the business card Oliver had hidden. Why did you take my stuff?" Feeling flustered, Oliver reached out to grab it back, but he did not succeed. Henry raised his hand to dodge the motion. "What is this?" Oliver felt annoyed and embarrassed. "Just a flyer someone slipped into my car." "If it is just a flyer, why did not you throw it away?" "I forgot to toss it. Cannot I have that excuse?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Oliver regretted them. He was about to apologize when he heard Henry's next line. "Was it forgotten or just not wanted? Psychic readings. Who exactly are you hoping to meet?" The conversation took a sudden turn. Oliver furrowed his brow, confused. "What are you talking about? What ghost?" The tall man before him suddenly wore a sharp expression, his eyes cold and edged with sarcasm. He let out a short scoff, then handed the card back. "The one you remember every year." Oliver remembered that moment clearly, and so did Henry. He recalled handing the card back and seeing Oliver's face shift from shock to sorrow, then to anger. So angry he snapped, "Yes, I did not want to throw it away. It is too late tonight. I will call tomorrow." Hello, speak up, hello." Hearing the silence on the other end, Henry exhaled deeply and hung up. That kind of thing was clearly a scam. Only someone driven to irrational frustration would ever dial such a number. Henry set the card down and turned toward the wine cabinet. Most of the wines in there were ones he would traveled around the world with Oliver to pick up, or purchased separately at auctions, always meant as a surprise for him. Inside the cabinet sat a small sofa and a side table. Oliver had arranged everything. When he was idle, he would curl up on the sofa with a drink, sometimes lighting a cigar. His presence was still and elegant, pale skin tinged with soft pink like fine porcelain, delicate enough that you might fear breaking it if you touched. Henry first saw Oliver while he was smoking a cigar. He remembered that moment vividly, so much so it felt unforgettable. That year he was still young, taken by his father to a formal gathering. He did not like such settings and felt the butterfly tie around his neck was tightening too much. He disliked how everyone talking with his father would always focus on him, offering praise in passing. His mother said this was just social etiquette, but he hated such fake interactions. So he slipped away from the heavily scented hall filled with masked guests, climbed over a railing, and jumped into the small garden beyond. He noticed a fountain in the garden, with swans swimming peacefully nearby. Henry was drawn to the swans and walked toward the fountain, but suddenly his attention was caught by a figure. It was odd, this person was not wearing formal attire, nor even regular clothes. The man sat on a flower-covered railing, surrounded by lush greenery. His dark robe made his bare legs look pale and smooth, almost glowing under the light like soft cream that seemed delicate enough to break with a touch. One hand held a cigar, white smoke curling from his lips. The other was adjusting something on his leg, a radio device. The radio seemed faulty, producing only static and fuzzed-out sounds. "You need help?" Henry's sudden voice made the man look up. From that moment, he clearly saw the other person's face. Before Henry could think of how to describe those features, the man waved at him. "Come here." He walked forward like a willing sailor, stepping into deep water. When he stopped beside the man, he caught several scents first, a fragrance different from the one in the main hall. It was not perfume, it was something natural like skin warmed by sun and life. Many people carried that kind of scent. But only this man's was pleasant, sweet and rich, like honeyed warmth. Beyond the sweet scent came the aroma of beard balm, perfume, floral notes, and finally, the faint trace of cigar smoke. The young man casually handed the radio into his arms. Could you help me tune it to radio FM? Just a simple request, yet Henry obediently got to work. The summer night was heavy with heat, creeping up his skin inch by inch, but the young man sitting on the railing seemed unaffected. He put out his cigar and fixed his gaze intently on Henry's movements, making Henry break into a light sweat. When it finally worked, he exhaled with relief, followed by cheers. The young man shouted as if 3 people were cheering at once, "Great, you are amazing. You are the smartest little one I have ever met." He had been praised before, but this time felt different. He was almost dazed, watching as the other took back the radio. The radio played a gentle male voice speaking in what seemed like Spanish. Henry did not understand it, but for some reason, he tried hard to remember how it sounded. He remembered nothing clearly. One phrase slipped away as soon as he caught the next. He finally mustered the courage to ask, "What is being said in there?" The young man lowered his eyes, a faint glimmer of amusement visible beneath his long lashes. "They are wishing me happy birthday." "Who is wishing you?" "Someone you have never met." "Is the whole thing just about birthday wishes?" "No, he also read me a poem." The young man's soft voice carried the words, "You are the music, sky, palace, river, angel, and deep rose that God revealed before my blind eyes, hidden yet endless." A very famous poem. Henry knew he should leave, but he did not want to. He stayed close by the young man, watching him listen. Perhaps he had been there too long. The young man lifted his eyelids slightly and looked at him. His smooth face glowed under moonlight, eyes shimmering like water, brows shaped like delicate hills, almost as if he were not truly real. Henry sniffed the scent drifting from the young man and spoke up first. "You are sitting on a flower. Our teacher said we should not damage plants." Instead of moving, the young man reached down and plucked a bloom, tossing it into Henry's hands. "Sweetheart, this is from someone I dislike, so it is okay to disturb." "Do you have people you do not like?" The young man chuckled lightly. Why would not anyone? Everyone has someone they dislike. Henry felt he was trying to buy time. "Then who do you dislike?" "Someone you have never met." The same answer as before. But for some reason he suddenly asked, "Is this person the same one?" He pointed toward the radio. The young man did not deny it or confirm it, but stepped down from the railing. He reached out to Henry, gave a light wave, then disappeared with the radio and fragrance in his sight. Later, Henry learned that the person he had seen that night was the guest of honor. Young Master Oliver from the Chin family. The birthday party was held in Oliver's name, yet he did not attend. The guest showed no complaints at all. Later, Henry found out why Oliver stayed away. Because Benjamin was not there that night. At first, he thought he was a sailor tempted by the lure. Later, he realized he was more like a greedy monkey, a foolish fox drooling over something it could not have. But unlike those creatures, Henry had been luckier. He waited until Benjamin passed away, and finally held Oliver close in his arms. Henry followed Oliver's example and lit a cigar for himself. The first time he tried smoking a cigar, he felt dizzy and nauseous for hours. He seemed to struggle with it again this time, tiredly lying on the sofa as images of one face kept appearing in his mind. He knew exactly who it was. Oliver. Now Oliver is gone. Well, dead is dead. He took a deep breath, watching the smoke drift away lightly before him. The Oliver who had passed on could now reunite with Benjamin below. Perhaps that was a kind of closure. He even entertained a dark thought about what they might say to each other. At this stage in life, would Benjamin still hold Oliver as dear as before? As he kept thinking, the image in his mind shifted, turning into a photo of Oliver Spied. But the person on top of Oliver was no longer that shady figure from before. Henry suddenly sat upright, nearly startling Oliver, who was crouching nearby. He had been eyeing the other's cigar when he saw him turn pale and rush out. The next day, Oliver met Master Ifeng. Chapter. Master Ifeng was a lean middle-aged man with dark sunglasses and a yellow robe, holding a compass in one hand and turning prayer beads with the other, accompanied by a small-built young apprentice. As soon as he entered, he carried the compass around the room, finally stopping before Oliver's urn. Henry had returned 2 days ago and still had not arranged for burial. The urn remained on the dining table. This morning, Henry had even eaten breakfast right in front of the urn. "Master, about him." "Isha," Master Feng said with serious intent, halting Henry's words and then rapidly moving his fingers over the urn. Oliver stood beside Master Feng and waved his hand in front of him at one point. Seeing no reaction from Master Feng, he let out a quiet chuckle. "Vague." After about 10 minutes, Master Feng finally lowered his hands and turned to face Henry. "Henry, the situation is not good." "What do you mean?" "The spirit you're trying to summon is not in the country." Henry's expression shifted slightly. "He did not come back with us." Master Feng shook his head. If the body had not been cremated and was brought back intact, the spirit would have returned with it, anchored to its earthly roots. But now, this is quite difficult. Difficult, that means there is still a way, right? Henry stepped closer, the light on his face dimming with each step. "Whatever the master needs, I will do it, just tell me what you require." Master Feng furrowed his brow and paused before speaking. "There is a way, but it would require me to open my third eye." Oliver lost interest. 2 charlatans, 1 gullible fool, no point in listening further. For the next few days, Master Feng and his apprentice came every day, setting up a ritual circle in Oliver's living room. When they were pasting talismans or lighting candles, as the homeowner, Oliver would sometimes glance over. He even stood in the center of the circle for a while. On the 7th day, it finally arrived, the day Master Feng had promised for spirit summoning. That day, Master Feng brought animal blood, whether from a pig or a dog, no one could tell. He drew a red circle around the outer edge of the ritual space, then had his apprentice stand in the center while he settled cross-legged on the ground and began chanting rapidly. Henry was there too, seated on the floor before the apprentice. As the chanting grew faster, white mist began to rise around the ritual circle. Oliver blinked in surprise before he could react. He saw Master Feng's apprentice start trembling violently, face contorted in distress. The moment lasted about 2 or 3 minutes. Master Feng pressed his index and middle fingers together, dipped them into the blood, then traced an invisible symbol in the air before shouting sharply, "Stabilize the spirit, bind it." The apprentice instantly calmed down, but his eyes filled with tears, staring at Henry with a look of mixed reproach and sorrow. Henry stared intensely at the apprentice, slowly rising to his feet. "Oliver." The apprentice nodded. He tried to step toward Henry but seemed trapped, only able to whisper with a pained tone, "Honey." Oliver watched as someone pretending to be him drifted slowly forward, stopping in front of the apprentice. He stared at those teary eyes and thought, if it were him seeing Henry now, he would not cry. He would already cried enough for their time together. Now no more tears would fall toward Henry. Footsteps echoed in the silence. It was Henry approaching. "Henry, spirits should not linger too close to living people." Before the words even faded, Henry swiftly kicked out with his leg, sending Master Feng's apprentice crashing to his knees. The impact thudded hard against the floor, so sharp it sounded like something had broken, and before the young man could cry out in pain, a firm hand seized his collar. "Sweetheart, you are calling me sweetheart." The tall man's expression darkened completely. In his eyes, anger boiled beneath the surface, deep disappointment turning into something sharp and bitter. The apprentice paled instantly. His eyes widened with shock, but before he could speak in defense, the man spoke first. "You took 100,000 from me just to pull off this kind of trick. Do you really think I am that easy to fool?" The grip on his collar tightened steadily, so much so that the apprentice felt like he was being choked. Panic surged through him. He called out desperately for help. "Master, please." Upon hearing this, Henry slowly turned his gaze toward Master Feng on the side. The elder's face had grown tense. "Henry, do not rush. There must have been a mistake in the process. Let me try again." "Try it in prison instead," Henry said coldly, tossing the apprentice to the ground like trash. Even after that, his fury was not spent. He kicked over every candle nearby. The burning wax dripped down like tears stained with sorrow. Master Feng knew from Henry's bold move that this was a dangerous path, but he could not resist the temptation. Now, seeing Henry's reaction, he swallowed hard several times and suddenly shouted out, "Wait, I swear my family has been involved in this for 5 generations, not lying. It is just that I was lazy before and did not train properly. But my cousin, he truly knows his craft. He lost one eye doing this work." Oliver met the man said to be Master Effing, cousin, about half a month later. His hair was completely white, and one eye, just as Master Effing described, was grayish in color. Judging by his age, he might be nearing 80. He wore no yellow robe, carried no compass, he simply stood quietly at the door for a moment. Yet Oliver could not help but feel that the old man had seen him. It felt like they would locked eyes for just a second. The elder placed his hands behind his back, coughed twice, then said, "This cannot be done." "Cannot be done." Henry's voice turned icy instantly. "Yes, cannot be done. He does not want to see you." The old man remained calm despite Henry's intensity, spoke plainly, then turned and walked away. The words shocked Henry, and even more so Oliver. Seeing someone leave, he instinctively stepped forward. If the man could really see him, did he know how Oliver might finally escape this situation? Whether it is disappearing completely or being reborn, he did not want to stay trapped in the living world anymore. As a spirit, he could not touch anything, did not need sleep or food, no one could see him. Only he could hear his own voice, and each day felt as long as a whole year. He was stuck in this apartment, unable to escape even from Henry. Click. The door shut again. It locked Oliver inside the apartment. 2 hours later, Henry came back alone. After returning, he sat silently in front of the urn on the dining table. Henry had noticeably lost weight, more than when he returned from Q Country, and even Oliver as a ghost could see it. After sitting motionless for half an hour, Henry suddenly spoke. "Oliver, why will not you see me? Is it because you are too ashamed?" His eyes stayed fixed on the urn. He laughed first, his shoulders shaking, but there was no warmth in his gaze. Then he said through clenched teeth, "I never said I would not see you. Why did you shut me out? You betrayed me again. If you want to be with that person for good, forget it. I will not let you." Oliver knew who Henry meant, a person he dared not even think about too much. Henry could scold him all he wanted, but it was not right to speak ill of that other person. That person did not know anything and had not done anything wrong. When Oliver was alive, he used to visit the cemetery several times a year. On one particular day, he never let anyone accompany him, just brought flowers he would grown himself. Sometimes it was irises, sometimes climbing roses or wind chimes. He always chose the best blooms from that year. Oliver felt he could mourn that person in silence without needing anyone else to know. The person had also liked peace and quiet, did not enjoy gatherings or noise. Of course, he believed in being honest with his partner, so when they married, he told Henry about it. Henry said he understood, and even said it was fine to visit often. But Oliver never dared go too often. Every time he did, he would be reminded that the person had passed away, leaving behind nothing but dust. He had been touched by Henry's understanding at the time, but years later, Henry suddenly changed his stance on the matter, prohibiting him from visiting the cemetery. At first, he gently urged Oliver not to go, and then pressured him in bed. When Oliver would not give in no matter what, Henry backed off for a while until his own birthday, when he proposed playing a truth game. The married couple's truth game required complete honesty. Hearing the rules, Oliver felt a quiet unease and did not want to play, but he was already slightly drunk. He remembered Henry holding him tightly, not letting go, and pouring more drink into his hands. The alcohol dulled his senses, and he slowly relaxed in Henry's arms like a fruit soaking in wine, gradually losing its original self, slowly unraveling. He heard Henry say it would be one person sharing a secret, the other would not know what it was. At first, they were just harmless little things, trivial matters. For instance, he admitted to sneaking out by climbing a wall as a child and being caught by his grandfather. The old man was furious, forbidding him dinner that night, so he cried until the whole family came to comfort him. He also shared about his first time drinking alcohol. He was stolen from his father's bottle and ended up in the hospital. His father was scolded harshly by his grandparents, and his mother even argued with her husband for a while, leading to them sleeping apart. Gradually, the conversation turned toward relationships. This was not a secret Oliver volunteered. It was Henry who asked. "Honey, my first love was you. Who was yours?" The man had unconsciously trapped the one in his arms. He ran his fingers gently across Oliver's face, pausing at the corner of his eye where a few fine lines appeared. Perhaps beauty always comes with favor. Oliver never turned red-faced from drinking like others did. His cheeks only showed a soft blush, and his eyes were clouded in haze. "First love," Oliver repeated, still clear-headed enough to realize this topic should not be brought up. After all, people are human, most find it hard to let go of past relationships when in a current one. The best way is simply not to talk about it. Yes, first love, honey, do you remember? I do not really remember. Maybe a senior from high school, I wrote about it in my diary. Let me rephrase, honey, what was the name of the first man you were intimate with? It was Benjamin. Chapter. The lingering haze from the alcohol seemed to clear completely at this question. Oliver turned his face slightly away, hesitant to answer. Can we not talk about this, please? But Henry was determined to get an answer. He held him firmly in place, pressing down on his hand with a tone that had never been so firm before. I said this is a truth-sharing session, no avoiding questions. If you need to think, I will go first. Honey, I have only ever shared a bed with you, kissed you, and held you. The way he spoke, as if boasting his innocence, only made Oliver feel even worse, like he should feel guilty just to match Henry's purity. Honey, he murmured, calling out softly, I truly do not want to talk about this, let's ask something else. Henry paused for a moment. I just really need to know. How many men were there before me? What were their names? I want to hear every detail. Why will not you talk about it? We have been married for years, cannot we even share something like this? I do not think discussing this is meaningful, honey. Let's talk about. His words were cut off. It matters, Henry said. Only by knowing your past can I truly understand you. Otherwise, it would not be fair. My life has nothing hidden, yet you will not even give me the truth. Oliver pressed his lips together. He tried to pull away from the sofa like he was escaping, but the man before him seemed to have shed his human mask in the quiet of night, pressing question after question, then asking about when his first time happened, whether he had been an adult. Finally, near tears, Oliver shook his head. Please stop. His face, now clear from the alcohol, still looked pale under the warm yellow light. There was only one person before you. He was an adult when I was. The answer stunned Henry beyond belief. He stared at Oliver, disbelief in his eyes, then a flicker of doubt. Really? Really, Oliver said, utterly worn out, lowering his head. I would like to go to sleep now. Tomorrow we will go out for dinner and celebrate your birthday properly. Was it Benjamin? Henry suddenly asked. Benjamin, the name that had long been forbidden to mention in Oliver's presence. When Oliver was 9, he lived at his grandfather's estate, the Suzhou Garden, where he studied Ikonkwa opera with his grandmother. Not seriously, just a way to pass time and cultivate patience. At that time, Oliver still had long hair. He would see an animated movie when he was 6, and the main character had curly hair. He liked the show so much that he decided he wanted to grow his hair like that too, and kept it that way until he was 9. The day Benjamin appeared was a bright, sunny day. Oliver was wearing a custom-made costume, his hair flowing freely as he sat on the railing, using a Mia Ludju fan to shield his face while silently reciting lines. He could not get the words right after trying for a long time. He reached out one pale arm from the costume, crossed it over his chest, and rested his chin on top of it, feeling as stifled as a tree by the lake or a stone in the water. Oliver, a voice called out, catching his attention. He turned around and saw the housekeeper's sister, who usually looked after him. He straightened up in his seat before he could speak, but she quickly walked over, wiping his face with a damp cloth. Why are you sitting outside? The air conditioning is on inside. I cannot memorize the lines, Oliver said, tilting his head up. I thought being out here in the heat might help me remember faster. He paused. Why are you here, sister? I am here to find you, she said. There is a guest visiting. The family is from the north and has a close connection with your grandparents, so they are staying at Yuan for a while. Hearing it was a visitor made Oliver perk up. He loved excitement. But now during summer break, he was stuck learning opera under his grandmother and doing homework in front of his grandfather, with no freedom to wander around. Last winter holiday was not nearly as strict. He asked again, what kind of guest? If the guests were much older, he might not have anything in common with them. The housekeeper's sister immediately sensed Oliver's thought and smiled. Do not worry, someone about your age, maybe a few years older. Hearing that, Oliver could not stay still. Without even changing out of his costume, he asked where the guest was and dashed off right away. Hey, Oliver. A 9-year-old boy ran fast. His housekeeper's sister could not catch up. By the time Oliver reached the reception hall of King's Yui Hall, he passed by a window and first saw his grandparents sitting across from each other. Then there was a tall figure standing nearby, with a shorter silhouette beside them. partially hidden behind a tall flower vase. "The sister said he would be a few years older than me, but he does not look like it at all." Oliver reached the doorway, pushed aside the bamboo curtain with a quick motion, and called out at the same time, "Grandfather, grandmother." His grandfather remained expressionless, while his grandmother gave a faint smile and waved Oliver over. "Come here," she said. Once he was in her arms, she added, "This is our Oliver. Oliver, say hello to Uncle Levi and Benjamin." Oliver turned to look at the guests, and only then did he realize that the shorter figure was not actually small. It was because they were sitting in a wheelchair. He was a slender young man. The branches of the peace tree in the floor-standing blue and white porcelain vase were lush and full, and warm daylight from the south-facing window bathed half of them. The rest traced delicate contours across a face as pale and clear as frost. His eyes were like dark pearls hidden within oyster shells, briefly revealed, then quickly withdrawn. Intrigued by that fleeting glimpse, Oliver glanced at the boy a few times before stepping forward on his own. For him, this was an exciting new face. He would finally got to see one truly handsome older brother. Besides looking in the mirror and seeing his mother, Oliver had never met anyone more striking than this boy. "I am Oliver," he introduced himself to the young man, holding out a folding fan decorated with interlocked branches. "This is for you, it is my favorite one." To make sure it was believed, he emphasized the word favorite clearly. The boy's hands rested on his lap, pale and slender, with noticeable blue veins visible on the back of one hand. When he lifted it slightly, a faint red spot could be seen at the fingertip. Oliver kept holding out the fan until the boy reached forward with both hands to take it, then spoke softly to him. "Oh, thank you." After that day, the young man moved into Xuyuan and stayed in Ainju Hall, the courtyard originally prepared for Oliver. Oliver soon learned his name. Benjamin. Oliver never liked staying in Ainju Hall. He preferred sharing a space with his grandparents instead. In the mornings, he could first dawdle by his grandmother's side before walking with grandfather. At night, if he did not want to sleep alone, he would carry a pillow and curl up on the window bench in their room. The translucent curtain hung down, and he often watched the stars through the gap while listening to snippets of his grandparents' quiet conversation. Since Ainju Hall had originally been built for Oliver, everything inside was exactly what he liked. He would develop his own personal taste from a very young age: Dodger green dye bamboo curtains, lilac-colored porcelain vases, saffron-hued cushions, and hollyhock red carpets. With the new guest now living there, Oliver became a frequent visitor to Ainju Hall. He often lay on the carpet, his pale arms and legs standing out vividly against the deep red background. He had so many games to play with the new guest. After more than a month of vacation, his way of addressing Benjamin changed from Benjamin to Brother Benjamin, and sometimes he would call him by name without any formality. Although Benjamin was only 3 years older, he had already grown taller than 170. For a long time, Oliver believed that Benjamin could not stand on his own. He learned from his grandmother about the terrible incident Benjamin had gone through, a shocking kidnapping that shook the entire city. It was this very event that brought Benjamin to Issue Garden, where he stopped attending school and began receiving private tutoring from hired teachers at home. At first, Oliver would go straight to the sunny morning pavilion whenever he had free time just to find Benjamin. He thought the place felt too quiet. Benjamin spoke a little more freely only when talking to him. Otherwise, he answered questions briefly and kept his responses minimal. He felt it was his responsibility to spend more time with Benjamin. After all, he had promised Uncle Levi, who brought Benjamin to Issue Garden, that they would be lifelong friends. But later, when Oliver started international high school, he quickly realized there were many more exciting things waiting for him outside. Back then, he received love letters from all over every day, and a number of people tried creative ways to get him to go out with them. To win his attention, these people came up with many fun and unusual ideas. Since Oliver loved being around people and having fun, he gradually got caught up in those activities, and visits to the sunny morning pavilion became less frequent. It was not until his grandfather fell seriously ill that he moved back to Issue Garden, returning home immediately after school each day to visit him. The sunny morning pavilion had an old camphor tree said to be 100 years old. After reading in a book that camphor trees were believed to bring blessings, Oliver made a blessing lantern on his own without telling anyone and climbed the tree when no one was around. He struggled to climb up the branches and hang the lantern, swaying like a kite in the wind, shifting left and right. Suddenly, he heard an urgent call. Oliver. Oliver turned around just as his foot slipped at that moment. He was about to fall when he reacted quickly, grabbing the nearby branch to steady himself, and only then did he see someone stumbling toward him. Several years later, Oliver found a poem on Benjamin's desk. What can I give you to keep you? I give you the quiet streets, the fading sunsets, and the moon over distant fields. I give you the sorrow of someone who has long stared at a solitary moon. I give you loyalty from one who has never known belief. At that moment, as he just stepped down from the tree, he was suddenly pulled into a tight embrace. 19-year-old Benjamin stood half a head taller than him, holding him so tightly it felt like they were merging together. He caught a faint scent from the other person and heard their heartbeat pounding like a drum. He sensed Benjamin's unease, tilted his head slightly upward to look at this young man who was already becoming a man. 16-year-old Oliver still had a softness about him, but beneath it lay an unmistakable beauty that was beginning to shine through. He stood on the edge of innocence and growing awareness, murmuring, "Brother Benjamin." The reply was a itty-bitty hug, as if he wanted to become part of his bones. After pulling himself free from the memories, Oliver closed his eyes briefly. He no longer looked at the man frantically mourning over his ashes and retreated to a quiet place. But he had completely underestimated Henry's intensity when he found himself in his own home, seeing William, Henry's partner. "Is this your place too? Why did you suddenly decide to bring me here?" William stepped inside and glanced around, his eyes filled with surprise and wonder. Henry stayed silent at first, then placed a hand on William's shoulder. "I already know about your father's company. I can help you." "Really, Henry, I do not even know what to say. I am so touched by how kind you are being." Henry pressed William's shoulder gently, holding him back. "Do not rush to thank me, there is a condition." "What?" "I want to use your body for a while." Henry, thin and hollow-cheeked, stared at William with an unsettling gaze. "You are somewhat like him," he continued. "The spiritual guide said it is possible through you." Chapter. William abruptly pulled his hand away, his voice filled with disbelief. "What do you mean by spiritual connection? Are you talking about that person?" His eyes were now edged with fear as he looked at Henry. "Henry, there are so many frauds these days. Do not believe in such things. They are just outdated superstitions." "Whether it is superstition or not, you will know once you try," Henry said calmly, as if he would expected William's reaction. William was about to speak again, but Henry cut him off mid-sentence. "It is not a big deal just borrowing your body for a short time. I am not keeping it forever. And if you think this is just superstition, then it is harmless anyway. If it is fake, trying it will not hurt you. On the other hand, I will help with your father's business." William remained stiff-faced. "What do you need spiritual connection for? You are already divorced from him, are you still?" "No, I do not love him anymore. I just have some things I need to figure out," Henry said again, interrupting William, not so much answering him as speaking to himself, trying to make sense of all the irrational actions he had taken lately. But his words did not convince William. He stared at Henry like he was a madman and then quickly turned and walked away. Henry did not follow. He walked to the dining table, glanced briefly at the urn, and spoke in a soft tone. "You are treated pretty poorly now, cannot even borrow a body, but it is fine, he will agree." "Madman," Oliver thought to himself. In the following days, Oliver was allowed to leave the house because Henry began carrying his phone with him constantly. He took it with him to work and even when eating at his parents' place. Henry often opened Oliver's phone, going through every message and checking the photos. Even when his parents spoke to him, he kept staring at Oliver's phone. "Mom and Dad are talking to you. Why do you keep looking at your phone? You were not like this before," Daniel said, clearly annoyed. Sophia did not speak up for her son as she usually did. Though she felt sorry seeing him like that, she was distracted by something more pressing at the moment. "Henry, when are you planning to get back together with Oliver?" Henry lifted his gaze from the phone screen and looked at his parents. "Getting back together." "Yes, getting back together," Sophia sighed. "Look at how much worse you have become since the divorce. I never approved of your marriage to Oliver in the first place, but after all these years you are healthy and well again, yet you still split up. From what I can see, Oliver has done nothing wrong. When you could not be there before, he was the one who stayed with us taking care of both old folks at the hospital, running back and forth without complaining." "Two old people, maybe there are three now," Henry said with a sarcastic chuckle. Daniel immediately turned furious. How dare you speak like that? Henry straightened his expression. Did I say anything wrong? Oliver is this year, is not he? Mom, you are only 8 years younger than him. Calling him your daughter-in-law does not feel odd to you. Your own son is just. If you do not get a divorce now, in a few more years, you will be taking care of 3 elderly people. Ridiculous, ridiculous, Daniel shouted, nearly grabbing something to throw at him. Sophia was deeply upset too, but she felt more concern for her son and pushed him out with a harsh warning. Next time Oliver is not here, do not come back. You are clearly getting worse the longer you lie like this. If you really believe what you said, why are you so thin? What exactly is that supposed to prove? Henry said nothing. He turned and walked away with a cold face. Once in the car, he did not start driving right away. He slammed his hand against the steering wheel. Oliver watched silently. After hearing so many painful words, it no longer hurt as much. But he felt regret for not seeing Henry sooner, and regret for his own earlier naivety. In the heat of passion, love seemed capable of overcoming anything, but in truth, love can fade away. Over time, it becomes scattered like old feathers, a forgotten part of marriage. If lucky, it turns into family. If not, it turns into enemies. When two people are both close and deeply hurt by each other, the words they say cut deep. Thinking of this, Oliver's hands instinctively curled into fists. When he was 16, no matter how much he prayed, his grandfather still passed away. At that time, he could not accept the truth and was too heartbroken to return to school. He often woke up crying in the middle of the night from missing his grandfather. And he knew there were others in the family who were even more devastated, his grandmother and his mother. If he had shown too much of his sorrow to them, it would only make their pain worse. That is when Oliver thought of Benjamin. Benjamin accepted him without hesitation. He started sleeping with Benjamin. Whenever he woke up crying in the night, someone would gently pat his back and wipe away his tears. When Oliver was half asleep, he always instinctively moved towards someone's arms, something that started as a childhood habit. Later on, when they were supposed to sleep separately, he would often protest. Now, it felt like returning to his carefree childhood again. He could openly show his emotions, and all the people who cared about him were right there beside him. He curled up in Benjamin's arms, sometimes even complaining that he was not holding him tightly enough. Get even closer, as close as possible. A sudden thought flashed through his mind at that moment. Later, their sleeping arrangement was accidentally seen by their mother. He had no idea just how easily that scene could be misunderstood. The custom-made bed with a canopy, one side of the curtain drawn down, the other fully exposed. Oliver's head rested on Benjamin's chest, his cheeks slightly flushed from sleep. His legs brushed against Benjamin's, and as he slept, the tips of his feet would occasionally curl gently. Compared to Oliver, Benjamin's posture was much more proper: long sleeves, long pants, but his arms remained wrapped around Oliver's waist. Their mother happened to see the scene from the window and returned in shock, immediately telling her husband. This is something Oliver learned only later. At that time, their father paused thoughtfully and said, "Leave it be. Oliver still has a childlike mindset. Bringing it up would just make him overthink. Benjamin's been raised with us, we know he is respectful. But I really worry about them sleeping together like this." What is there to worry about? If Oliver ends up marrying Benjamin, I would actually feel more at ease. You know how he seems obedient but has been spoiled by us. Benjamin is calm and patient enough to handle him. The Eun family has grown steadily in the north lately. I heard Benjamin has already started managing family affairs. Even after we are gone, he will be able to protect Oliver. My only concern now is that they might grow distant as they get older. His father's words turned out to be true. Oliver never imagined Benjamin could feel romantic feelings for him. He had always seen him as an older brother. That is why he was completely thrown off when Benjamin confessed. He still remembered the night of his 19th birthday, the first time Benjamin appeared in front of everyone without a wheelchair. Before that, Benjamin only ever removed his wheelchair when he was alone with Oliver. Because of this, Oliver was thrilled. He pushed past everyone and ran straight to Benjamin's side. "Brother Benjamin, you look amazing tonight." The light shimmered on the rippling sea like a trail of mermaid tails. Waves rose in gentle layers, lapping against the boat's side. A young man in a white suit stood at the quiet bow. Under the summer night's lone moon and distant lighthouse, his pale face carried a soft blush that lingered around his eyes. He leaned on a silver-gray cane in his right hand. This cane was designed by Oliver. The handle featured pearls, the one element he loved most. That meant every time Benjamin held it, his palm brushed gently against the pearl. In the fairy tale of the mermaid, she transformed her tail into legs to be with her beloved prince, walking onto land for a grand banquet. Each step felt like treading on sharp blades. Benjamin lowered his gaze and then lifted it again, those soft, ink-like eyes with pearl depth fixed steadily on Oliver. Do you like it? Was Benjamin talking about the gift he had given? Oliver remembered he had not even opened it yet, but his mouth already answered, I like it. Benjamin's expression instantly softened into something warm and heartfelt. The air seemed to fill with the sweetness of candy. He opened his heart, revealed a quiet longing, and handed Oliver the key to his own fate. Oliver, there is something I think I should tell you. I love you. Not a fleeting fondness, not a passing fancy. This was something carried day after day while trapped in his wheelchair, a secret hidden in every quiet glance. I am sorry, I am so sorry. He watched Oliver turn away, fleeing back into the glittering world of distraction and illusion. Henry, driving the car, received a phone call. The voice on the other end was William's. I promised you. Chapter. During the time Oliver studied abroad, he struggled with sleeplessness for a long while. He could not adjust to the extremes of daylight and darkness. During periods of endless day, he often stayed awake all night. The deep discomfort from such insomnia led him to pick up the phone. The person on the other end answered instantly. Oliver, the gentle voice came through the connection to Oliver across the ocean, and for a moment he felt weak enough to cry, though he managed to hold it back. His hand still gripping the mouse unconsciously opened a website, then closed it. This is Polar Day. That one sentence explained why he had called, otherwise he would not have reached out at all. You cannot sleep. Oliver murmured a quiet yes. Then let's talk. Oliver heard something being set down on the other end like a pen. He quickly asked, Are you working? If so, I will hang up. Benjamin's usual calm voice now carried an unusual urgency, like a sealed soda can shaken too long and finally fizzing open. No, Oliver, I'm not working. Oliver felt unexpectedly nervous. He licked his lips, unsure what to say, then simply said, Oh. When he sensed Benjamin about to speak again, he cut in. A classmate recently recommended a movie to me, but I am too afraid to watch it alone. Will you stay with me? Whenever Oliver became curious about scary movies, but did not dare face them on his own, he always asked Benjamin to join him. As soon as the scene turned unsettling, he would cover his eyes and ask whether it was frightening. If it was not scary, he would rewind and watch again. If it was, he would have Benjamin describe what happened in that part. Later, Oliver did not even need to cover his eyes. Benjamin's hand would reach out first. Just like Benjamin himself, the hand felt clean and warm. With it covering his eyes, Oliver relaxed completely, feeling utterly drowsy, as if a cat curled up on a soft cloud. The movie was an obscure but highly praised film about a couple, one of whom passed away unexpectedly. The other could not accept the loss and used chemical preservation to keep their partner's body from decaying. He even removed internal organs, treated them for preservation, then sewed everything back together. Everyone, neighbors included, believed the person was still alive. Each night he would push his partner in a wheelchair for walks. He dressed her warmly and heavily, layering on strong perfumes to mask the scent of chemicals and decay. Even with Benjamin there across the ocean, watching alongside him, Oliver could not continue. He quickly closed the video, crawled into bed, and listened just the quiet rhythm of Benjamin's breathing. Was it a good ending? He asked. Benjamin seemed to pause, then replied. The neighbors reported him. In the end, the man was sentenced for desecrating a body. Oliver had not expected such an ending. He thought the main character was twisted, but it was out of love for the female lead. How could the outcome be so bad? Thinking about it, he suddenly asked Benjamin, if your future partner passed away, would you do what the main character did in this movie? Would you cling to them with such intense devotion, holding on to their presence in life? Yeah, I would not. That answer left Oliver feeling a bit disappointed, though he was not sure exactly why. Was it because Benjamin's love did not seem grand enough, or because his own love was not extreme enough? Art often loves to portray extremes of love and hatred, loving someone like a part of your body, hating someone like an old illness. It feels like only such intensity makes things truly powerful. If it were me, Benjamin's words cut through Oliver's scattered thoughts. I would not treat my loved one so selfishly. Oliver froze. Selfish. He replayed the movie in his mind. The female lead died at the very beginning with not a single line of dialogue. The entire film never revealed even a hint of her thoughts. Now that he thought about it more carefully, she seemed less like a real person and more like an object for the male lead's devotion. No one ever asked if she truly wanted to stay by his side. Oliver shook his head gently. Maybe she did want it after all, they were so deeply in love. What if your loved one also wanted to stay with you like that? The question seemed difficult. Benjamin was silent for a long while before speaking softly. I would feel both happy and sad. Back then, he had almost pressed for an answer, and yet had not. Now the same question stood right in front of him. But it was different this time. Henry no longer loved him, and he no longer loved Henry either. The spirit summoning ritual is set for this weekend. Oliver's mood has become far less calm than before. That first Master Ifing was clearly a fraud, but this time Henry invited Master Ifing's elder cousin. The old man likely had real skill. He did not want to face Henry again, nor did he wish to come back through someone else's body, even if just for a second. Above all, he feared being trapped in that body forever. A few days before the weekend, Henry pulled up the video of his and Oliver's wedding. He turned off the lights and sat on the sofa in total darkness, watching it over and over again, seeing Oliver lower his eyes slightly, then lift them back up, those eyes shining like bright gems as he said "I do" in front of all their guests. Back then, he was certain everyone envied him. For several years after the wedding, life truly felt happy, but one day, he suddenly snapped out of that blissful state. Oliver never forgot Benjamin, the man who passed away. How could he possibly compete with someone like that? What right did he have to fight for Oliver? After all, Oliver was already his. Henry grew restless with the status quo and began trying every way possible to prove that Oliver loved him more. When Oliver came by his office to deliver a care package lunch, Henry deliberately kept him there, trapping him between a large table and a high back chair. Oliver realized what he was up to and quickly glanced toward the door. Henry's office had 2 glass walls, one facing the team's work area. No, Oliver said, flustered as he gripped his arm. Not here. It is fine, those are one-way glass windows. They cannot see in. He leaned down to soothe his older partner, secretly thinking how timid Oliver was. Over the years, he would heard and seen plenty of such scenes at parties. Some people even acted freely in busy public restrooms. But Oliver only dared to be intimate at home, and even then, he never raised his voice too much, as if their single-floor apartment might have neighbors with sharp ears eavesdropping. Even though it was one-way glass, Oliver still refused. He pushed against him firmly, but in the end Henry managed to get him to comply, half persuasion, half insistence. Still, Henry did not feel satisfied. The office setting had stirred him more than usual, yet Oliver soon showed signs of exhaustion and even fell asleep shortly after. After carrying him into the lounge and starting to clean him, Henry suddenly felt utterly drained. He dropped the towel and stared at his older partner lying in the bathtub. No matter how much beauty nature had gifted him with, physical ability could not be fooled. Now Oliver was not satisfying him. What kind of life would he have in a few years? Would he end up living alone? Henry's expression darkened. Within seconds, he stepped into the bathtub too. Oliver stirred awake in the ripples. He would stayed up all night finishing a design project and had just woken when Henry sent a message saying he was craving his cooking, so he rushed to prepare lunch and brought it over. He did not understand why Henry was so eager today. Having been married for years, he was not willing to keep pushing himself just to please him, so he tried to speak calmly. "Honey, I am really tired right now." But Henry did not listen. He kicked him hard in the cramped bathtub. He had done it before back then. Henry always treated it as playful teasing, would catch his foot and press light kisses along his ankle. But this time Henry shot him a sharp, angry glare. The water temperature seemed to chill along with that look. Oliver felt uncertain, as if he might have misread it. By the time he tried to look again, Henry had already stood up and stepped out of the bathtub. Henry. Before Henry left the bathroom, Oliver still had a faint flush on his face, and one leg was resting on the edge of the tub, pale enough to nearly blend in with the porcelain, but his expression had turned stiff. "What do you mean?" The person facing away paused for a moment, then answered after a few seconds. "You said you were tired, did not you? Then we will not go on. I am your Oliver's dog, I cannot disobey." Oliver shut his eyes and managed to force out a single sentence. "Fine, then you can leave." Henry left without protest, leaving him alone in the bathroom. Oliver curled up tightly, letting the water, no longer very warm, wrap around him as if to gather even a little warmth. He was not sad, just slightly disappointed, not with Henry but with himself. He was not a child, he could not cry, and he had to take responsibility for his own choices. Still, sometimes he truly wished he could go back to the past. Chapter. Even though Oliver resisted the arrival of weekends, they came anyway. These past few days he would kept trying to leave, but failed each time, forced to watch silently as the old man and William arrived. William arrived before the older man, and compared to last time, his condition looked much worse. "Would you like something to drink?" In stark contrast to William's state was Henry, who had been caught in a strange excitement since morning. This unease made him silent, and even when not speaking, his lips remained slightly upturned. William was about to say no thanks when he suddenly noticed Henry's expression. His own face immediately darkened. "Henry." Henry did not react much at being called by name, and before William could respond he said, "Coffee. I remember you like coffee. There is a decent one at home. I will make it for you." William's face was not just unpleasant, it was nearly pale white. "I do not like coffee, just drinking it makes me lose sleep. Who do you think I am?" Henry paused for a moment, his expression calm. "Sorry, how about tea instead?" "No thanks, I cannot afford your tea." William's face stayed cold as he turned away. After a few minutes of silence, he spoke again. "Do not you think this behavior is really disgusting?" Henry's expression instantly vanished, his features growing dark. William gave a self-deprecating laugh. "I always thought you were different from other men. You were not the type to rush into things after dating, and you treated me with respect. Now I see that you never respected me at all. I was foolish. I thought someone who would not even kiss my face could ever care about me. Every time you look at me, you are really seeing your ex-wife through me. If that is true, why did you leave her? You are still so obsessed. Why come mess up my life in the first place? What did I do wrong? What have I done to deserve this?" After being confronted, Henry fell silent. After a long pause, he said, "I am sorry. Once this is over, I will give you extra compensation." William was about to say more when the doorbell rang. Master Ifing's uncle had arrived. The elderly man carried a takeout bag from a restaurant, containing a small peach wood sword, yellow talismans, red ink brush, and other items. Compared to Master Ifing's earlier show of force, the old man looked more like he would just taken a casual stroll and decided to drop by a friend's place. Oliver had no doubt that the elder could see him the moment he stepped in. His eyes swept toward Oliver's direction. He could not stay, he had to get away. Oliver retreated into the corner. He was trapped by his phone's hold. Just if he could reach it, he would be able to leave. The spiritual ritual began. The elder instructed William to sit cross-legged, then pulled out a small bottle from the bag. Inside was a liquid resembling rinsed rice water, but when opened, it released an extremely pungent smell. To Oliver, it was not just strong, it made his head spin. But aside from him, the other living people in the room only briefly wrinkled their noses. Henry stared intently at the elder's movements. As the elder began pouring the liquid over William, he interrupted with a question. "Theodai, is this method really capable of letting me see him again?" Theodai kept working, noticing William's face growing paler. He pressed a hand unsoaked in the liquid onto the young man's shoulder. "Stay calm, my friend," he said gently, then answered Henry's question. "I cannot promise anything, but I will give it a try." Seeing Henry about to speak again, Theodai sighed softly. "I never wanted to help with this. It is not something that brings good fortune. I told you before, I cannot guarantee results. If you would rather stop now, it is still possible." Look at the young man, he is clearly shaken. "Mr. Theodai, please do not be upset," I spoke out of turn. "I will not ask any more." Henry stepped back and added in a warning tone to William, "I have already asked my assistant to contact your father's company." The interrupted ritual resumed. Oliver felt his head growing heavier, dizziness creeping in, until he began to lose focus. He knew this had to be part of the spirit communication process. He did not want, absolutely not, to let Henry see him like this. His emotions turned into thick waves of resentment, dark mist spreading beneath his feet. A guttural roar burst from Oliver's throat as he lunged toward the elder. The old man seemed to sense the movement and swiftly dodged sideways, grabbing William off the ground in one swift motion. William had been eyes closed when suddenly yanked up. His instinct made him open his eyes wide, only to face a pale, ghostly visage. He let out a sharp scream in terror. But before he could shout more than a few times, another voice cut through the air. "Oliver, my love." The words came from Henry, whose eyes widened in shock as he stared at Oliver's sudden appearance. In less than 2 seconds, he reached out with his hand, only for a wooden sword to slam down and strike it hard. "Are you trying to end your life? Do not touch him." The elder stepped in front of Henry, eyes sharp with scrutiny. Young man, becoming a spirit of rage is not something worth choosing. Oliver reacted the slowest of all. He looked down at himself. Pale hands, unnaturally long nails, unmistakably ghostly features. He realized with a jolt that this was truly how he now appeared. He suddenly felt grateful that the people who mattered to him had passed on before him. Thankfully, they would not have to witness his current form. It was not anything close to pleasant. In an instant, he shot toward the door, but a yellow talisman blocked his way. As soon as he neared it, fire seemed to burn across his entire body. The pain was unbearable, tears welled up instantly, and he could not move forward. "Henry," Oliver forced the words out from deep in his throat. He turned toward his former lover, those eyes that once shone like precious gems now glistened with red tears. "Do you truly hate me this much?" Henry had recovered from his shock, pressing his lips tightly together. He ignored the unconscious William and did not answer Oliver's words, only turned to Theodai and said, "Theodai, I want him by my side even if he becomes a spirit. You must have a way, right?" Chapter. As soon as the words left his lips, Henry repeated them. "Theodai, you must have a way to keep him here, right? I will pay whatever it takes, just make sure he stays." The elder's beard trembled slightly as he said in surprise, "You want to keep even a spirit like this nearby? Are not you afraid of shortening your life?" After a brief silence, Henry let out a quiet laugh. "Not at all. Besides, you are here to watch over me. What is one spirit? How powerful could it possibly be?" The old man nodded repeatedly. "I have rarely met someone brave enough to face even a vengeful spirit. Well then, if you're not afraid, I will help you out." How could Henry do this to him? A wave of deep disbelief washed over Oliver. They would live side by side for years, yet now he felt like he would never truly known the man before him. He could not understand how Henry could treat him as if he were nothing more than an object. He had once been a living person. Now that he was gone, he still had thoughts and feelings. He was not just lifeless matter. It was Henry who asked for the divorce in the first place. So why? Henry had the right to ask for a divorce. He could freely bring up Oliver's age in front of others, privately belittle him. And now, even as he suffered, Henry still refused to see his pain. While Oliver was nearly unable to stand from the agony, all Henry cared about was holding on to keep him by his side, even if that meant turning him into a spirit. Suddenly, Oliver realized Henry had never truly loved him. What he would loved was only himself. After all these years of searching, he would ended up in a marriage with someone like this. He let out a broken laugh through tears, each drop of blood trickling down his cheeks. When he was young, he could cry or laugh freely, but over time, that simple freedom became restricted by age. Friends and family passed away or drifted apart, and in the process of enduring years of hardship, he would slowly shape himself into a strong, unshakable adult. Now he was simply tired. He did not want to care about age, reputation, or status anymore. He wanted nothing. He was truly exhausted, if only he could sleep. It had been so long since he last slept peacefully. That night of death might have been the best rest he would had in a while. Oliver stared at the yellow charm, his gaze growing distant. Those who cared for him had all left. He was dead too, yet still trapped as a spirit, unable to find peace. Whether shattered into nothing or enduring endless torment, anything would be better than this. Oliver was not sure where he found the strength and resolve. Suddenly he lunged at the charm, grabbed it in his hand, stuffed it into his mouth without chewing, then rushed toward the sunroom. He wished there could be flowers at the end of his journey. Too bad he would miss that chance in Q country. Now, since he had a choice, he just wanted to see blossoms once more before fading away. This year, he would plan to give Benjamin's brother some astilbe, but the flowers did not survive, and neither did he. As his body broke through the window, Oliver felt a sense of release unlike anything before. He felt his body growing lighter and lighter, lighter than when he first became a spirit, floaty, so light it seemed even feathers were heavier. At the moment he closed his eyes, he thought he saw something fall down too. Oliver. The last time he felt this kind of weightlessness was during college. He would go on bungee jumping with a group of friends, leaping from a high tower, the wind rushing past his face and ears. For a moment, he imagined himself not as Oliver, but as a free-spirited bird. With the sensation of falling, it felt like he was truly back in that long-buried memory from 20 years ago. The bungee jump happened 1 month after his 19th birthday, when he was struggling with Benjamin's confession. To 19-year-old Oliver, Benjamin felt like a real older brother. Though he did not have an actual elder brother, he did have cousins, yet he believed his bond with Benjamin was even stronger than with them. That is why he could not understand why Benjamin would confess to him. Just thinking about that night made Oliver feel like he was losing his mind. Even though he apologized and turned him down right away, he still did not know how to face Benjamin afterward, so he simply withdrew. He told his parents he would be swamped with college work and would not be back for weekends. He planned to wait until he figured out how to handle it, then return, or just keep things distant. Benjamin was far smarter, he would understand eventually. The plan had lasted for 1.5 months when Oliver received a call from his grandmother. She missed him, a reason he could not possibly refuse. Oliver had no choice but to take a taxi back to Xiuyuan. As soon as he stepped out, he saw the young man standing under an umbrella at the alley entrance. Benjamin wore a light gray linen shirt, and his usually slender frame looked even thinner now. Rain mist swirled with the wind, and the dark-colored buildings on either side of the alley had deepened in hue from days of rain. Under the black umbrella, his face was faintly blurred by the haze, pale and soft-looking. He offered a very gentle smile when he saw Oliver. Oliver knew that this was as bright a smile as Benjamin ever gave. He rarely laughed openly. Only for Oliver did he allow such warmth. With others, he would only offer the faintest polite curve of his lips. Oliver let out a quiet breath, watching as the young man walked steadily across the wet ground toward him. "Brother Benjamin," he said, calling to him. Benjamin gave a soft hum in reply. He took Oliver's backpack and slung it across his own shoulder, holding the cane with one hand while using the other to keep the umbrella steady. The umbrella leaned mostly toward Oliver's side. He did not ask why Oliver had been gone so long, nor did he mention the moment on the yacht. Instead, he asked, "Did you get carsick? Did you take motion sickness medicine beforehand?" "Not tired at all, I took it already." Seeing that Benjamin acted just like usual, Oliver felt his heart settle back into place. His whole body relaxed, and he quickly grabbed the umbrella from Benjamin's hand. "Brother Benjamin, guess what I have been up to lately?" He leaned in close under the umbrella, needing to tilt his chin slightly since Benjamin was taller. "I went bungee jumping. Do not tell Grandma or she will definitely scold me." When sharing secrets, Oliver always lowered his voice and leaned in close to the listener's ear. His lips looked rosy, and his eyes sparkled with quiet excitement. Benjamin's gaze brushed across Oliver's face like a thin veil of mist, and he nodded slightly. Oliver felt even more reassured by that. Brother Benjamin must have just been confused between family affection and something deeper. Otherwise, he would not be treating him this normally. Just a moment ago, Oliver had nearly panicked and wanted to run away, but Brother Benjamin was still his usual self. Even when Oliver deliberately leaned closer than usual as a test, there was no unusual reaction. He watched a movie that said if someone you care about suddenly gets close, it is hard to keep your feelings under control. Even if you do not act on them, affection tends to show in your eyes. But at that moment, Oliver did not realize he would already grown used to the way Benjamin looked at him, and to how he treated him differently, so much so that it had become second nature. And Benjamin was really good at hiding things, his emotions, his pain, anything too hard to put into words. After a small test, Oliver felt the danger had passed completely. His relationship with Benjamin returned to normal, and he no longer avoided going home just to stay away from him. But college life was much more colorful than high school. He had endless events and gatherings to attend, and every one of them brought a crowd eager to get his contact info. After a wild second year, Oliver suddenly felt bored with that kind of lifestyle. Remembering his pristine textbooks, he took a sharp breath and quickly cleared out all the friends he could not recall, then sat down seriously in the library. To make his commitment clear, he even snapped a photo and posted it online. "Starting today, I am going to focus on my studies." But he did not expect this post would attract a group of fellow students who all wanted to study at the library with him. They claimed they would study separately, but once there, they kept checking in every few minutes, hungry, thirsty, tired from studying so long. Oliver was driven to frustration. especially when he saw genuine students struggling to concentrate because of them. With a cold expression, he kicked everyone out and decided not to stay in the library anymore like some rare exhibit. People kept sneaking photos of him, forgetting to turn off their flash. Oliver moved into the house his father had bought for him. The place was just a short walk from campus, only minutes away. After hiding out for 2 weeks, Benjamin noticed in a video that he had lost a lot of weight. Looking back on life later, those days were probably the most joyful and painful time Oliver had ever experienced. Back then, Benjamin could not stop worrying about him. He came by every day to check in and bring food. When he saw Benjamin reaching for his cane again as he prepared to leave, Oliver finally could not hold back. "Why do not you stay?" Benjamin paused mid-step and turned to look at Oliver. Even though Benjamin's expression was exactly the same as usual, Oliver suddenly felt uneasy and looked away. "You run back and forth every day, troublesome and time-consuming. Why do not we live together? That way, you will not have to worry about me not eating properly." Then he turned his face back toward him. "Unless you find me annoying and do not want to live with me." "I will never find you annoying." Benjamin stayed. When Oliver's father found out about this, he sent Isabella, who had been eager to come over to cook meals for the two of them each day. Isabella knew Oliver was busy with studying and Benjamin had a demanding job, so she would prepare their meals and quietly leave each time. The house only had one study room, but Oliver did not feel bothered by Benjamin at all. In fact, whenever he glanced up and saw Benjamin working on tasks, it helped him focus even more on his studies. And when he had questions he could not figure out, he could always ask Benjamin. Even though Benjamin had not returned to school after the kidnapping incident, he knew far more and deeper subjects than Oliver did. Days passed by and before they knew it, winter had arrived. That year, winter in Southern City was especially harsh. After finishing class, Oliver felt like he would freeze solid just walking the few minutes home, and one day, the power went out suddenly. All heating appliances stopped working, and a small hot water bottle was not enough to keep the bed warm. Maybe it was because of his birth season. Oliver was born in summer, and he hated the cold deeply. That night, shivering in bed, he heard Benjamin's voice at the door. "Oliver, I borrowed some hot water from a neighbor downstairs, and refilled your hot water bottle. Here you go." Before he could finish speaking, the door opened. Oliver glanced at Benjamin's outfit, sleepwear layered over a down jacket, and wondered how many floors he had gone down and how long he had been out in the wind. His already pale face looked like it had frozen into thin layers of frost. "And Benjamin's legs." Looking again at the hot water bottle he was handed, Oliver did not hesitate. He reached out and gripped the hand holding the walking cane. Sure enough, it felt icy cold. "Let's sleep together tonight." Without waiting for a reply, he gently guided Benjamin toward his bed. Benjamin hesitated slightly. "Maybe we should still sleep separately. I have been feeling under the weather lately." "Then we definitely should sleep together, otherwise you will only get sicker. And I am cold even with the hot water bottle." Oliver tilted his head slightly, looking directly at Benjamin. A few seconds passed. "Brother Benjamin," someone pouted. "All right," someone sighed reluctantly. After years apart, they were sleeping together again, and Oliver was surprised to find he was not at all uncomfortable. With a touch of nostalgia for their younger days, he asked Benjamin if he remembered those times when they used to sleep side by side. Benjamin's shadow was cast on the wall. In the darkness he spoke, as if remembering the past. "I remember." Oliver lay on his side and stretched out one hand toward the shadow, making a peacock gesture. From age 9 to now, memories were like buildings along a passing road. No matter how vividly they flash by, they keep drifting further away. That night, they talked about many things from their childhood. When the conversation got lively, Oliver twisted his body and sat up, gesturing to show how long his hair had been at 9, then sang a short part of an old tune. "I wish you would rise in fame soon. I wish you would return in splendid robes to honor your parents. If you will not heed good advice, I will leave the world behind and seek peace in temple halls. May you quickly let go of foolish devotion, study wisdom deeply, and become a true scholar." Even without makeup, he seemed to be dressed for it, a pale face with rosy cheeks, eyes sparkling with life, as if truly wearing that bold red opera costume. To avoid disturbing neighbors, he kept his voice low. In the chill of the room, Oliver softly sang for his only audience. When he reached "Let go of foolish devotion," He even extended a finger, lightly touching Benjamin's forehead as if dipping it in water. After finishing the full line, Oliver finally could not stand the cold anymore. He shivered and pulled himself back under the covers. Without realizing it, he had slowly moved closer to Benjamin until at last, he fit perfectly against his side. The long winter was finally over. With the new term starting, Oliver took a rare break from his usual grind. He was not pushing himself so hard anymore, but he did not want to leave Benjamin alone at home all the time either. He felt Benjamin should be out connecting with people. So he introduced Benjamin to his friends. Some of them had met Benjamin on the cruise before, but back then, he was so distant toward anyone who tried to talk to him, almost completely silent. This time was different. Oliver could sense that Benjamin was making an effort to fit in with the group. He felt happy, but that joy vanished suddenly after one friend shared a heartfelt confession. "Oliver, could you ask your Benjamin brother what kind of person he likes?" One friend tossed out the question, and another immediately chimed in, "Yeah, a lot of us are really curious." Oliver froze for a moment, slowly setting down his blue drink, his fingers unconsciously stirring the straw. "Why would you want to know something like that?" "We cannot keep up with you, so we are thinking of going after your brother instead." The first part sounded like a joke, but the next one was much more serious. "Honestly, I really like that kind of guy. We have become pretty close already. If I ever end up dating your brother, it would be like family connecting with family." His mind seemed completely blank. Oliver felt he should say something. Yes, he needed to say something to refuse. But what reason could he possibly give? "Oliver, say something. Oliver, help me out here. Hurry up and tell us, what kind of person does your brother like?" "Oliver." Under constant pressure, Oliver said the one thing he would regret for the rest of his life. "He is someone who walks with a limp. Would you still be interested?" The words sank like ice cubes in blue soda. Through the crowd, he saw Benjamin leaning on the pearl-handled cane he had designed. Chapter. A wave of heat surged through his body. Oliver felt like a tree that could not move, or a stone frozen in place. He watched Benjamin turn and leave, following the figure until it disappeared behind the glass door, before finally snapping back to reality. There was a loud thud as the blue drink on the table spilled over. The liquid poured down along the edge of the table. Oliver could not focus on anything else, rushing out after him without hesitation. How could he be so cruel? How could he be so harsh? He knew perfectly well what Benjamin cared about most, and had noticed how carefully Benjamin always straightened his back while walking, doing everything to hide his weakness. The injured leg was not just a sign of limitation, it was also a reminder of the trauma from the kidnapping incident. Though family elders never spoke about it, Oliver knew it must have been an incredibly painful and distressing experience. Benjamin's leg had been fine before that ordeal. He actually said something like that. Even a stranger should not have spoken so harshly, especially not someone like Benjamin. Gah! Oliver caught up to the departing young man, standing directly in front of him with his whole body trembling from shame, struggling to speak a single word. Benjamin lowered his gaze slightly, his clear eyes calmly meeting Oliver's. "It is okay, I understand." Hearing those 6 words made Oliver feel even more ashamed. His nose stung with emotion as he shook his head frantically. No, I did not really mean it. I swear, Benjamin, I am sorry. Believe me, I truly am. I am so sorry. They asked me, I am sorry." He was speaking incoherently by the end, barely knowing what he was saying anymore. More onlookers gathered around. Benjamin glanced sideways, a faint frown crossing his brow as he gently placed a hand on Oliver's shoulder. "Oliver, let's go back." Oliver knew he was making a scene and hung his head low, quietly following Benjamin into the car. He kept thinking all the way about how to properly express himself, to apologize and explain clearly, but when they got out, only Oliver was left behind. "I just got a message. I need to head back to work for a bit. You can go home on your own, okay?" Benjamin showed Oliver his phone, and it really did display a work-related notice. Oliver stood frozen by the car door, staring blankly for a long moment before finally asking, "So when will you be back?" "Once I am done," Benjamin said, handing Oliver a small gift bag. Inside was a treat from the bakery Oliver loved most. This bakery was extremely popular, and anyone who wanted to buy something had to wait in line patiently. Oliver's father once tried to purchase it at a high price as a gift for his son, but the attempt did not succeed. The one who said they would come back after finishing work never returned. Oliver dared not call or send a message, afraid that Benjamin might ignore his phone or reply, even more afraid of being told to stop contacting him. A group established a fairly large branch in South City years ago, and 2 years prior fully entrusted Benjamin with its management. Though Benjamin has his own residence, he still lives at Xiuyuan because Oliver's grandmother was unwilling to let him leave. What if Benjamin is truly angry and never comes back to Xiuyuan again? Feeling lost, Oliver turned to his grandmother. He did not dare ask her directly to call Benjamin back. Instead, he hovered around her like a puppy. Having raised him from childhood, the elder easily sensed something was wrong. In just a few words, she uncovered Oliver's true feelings and learned everything that had happened. Upon learning that Oliver had said such hurtful things, his grandmother looked at him coldly for the first time. You little rascal, if Benjamin chooses not to respond, I suppose that is best." Those words instantly brought tears to Oliver's eyes, and he hung his head in shame. "Even when you were mischievous as a child, I could never bring myself to punish you. But today, I simply cannot let it go. You have been spoiled rotten, no idea what should be said and what should not. Go outside and stand there until you truly understand your mistake." South City's spring brought endless rain, tapping softly on new leaves. Oliver stood under the tiled eaves, biting his fingertip, refusing to go back inside even as his legs grew numb. For the first time, he wished his grandmother would scold him harshly, just hard enough to feel some of Benjamin's pain. Lost in thought, Oliver heard the sound of a walking stick tapping against the ground. Oliver instantly looked up toward the sound. There was Benjamin. His first instinct was to hide. He felt too ashamed to face him. In his confusion, Benjamin walked closer. "How long have you been standing?" All Oliver could see was Benjamin's walking stick and his legs. The legs beneath the trousers looked straight and slender. If they had not suffered such serious injuries, Benjamin might have been even more outstanding than he already is now, though he is already truly impressive. After a long pause, Oliver slowly shook his head, whispering so softly it was barely audible, "I do not know." Above him, a soft sigh seemed to drift down from Benjamin. Then he felt a gentle hand brush his head. "I will go tell grandmother, wait for me." A pause. "Stop biting your hand now." Later, Oliver realized grandmother had likely staged this whole thing, pretending to be angry at him and making him stand in the corner, then having a kind-hearted servant pass the message on to Benjamin. That night back home, Oliver apologized again to Benjamin, though he instinctively did not mention anything about his friend. Besides that, he stubbornly insisted on sharing a billette with Benjamin despite his puffy, red eyes. Only when lying in Benjamin's arms did he feel safe. Only then did it seem like he had truly made things right, and that Benjamin had truly forgiven him. But when he woke up in the middle of the night, overwhelming guilt still crashed over him, and he slipped into the closet to hide. Oliver's habit of hiding in the closet had started when he was a child. He once witnessed his parents arguing. He was too young to believe that his gentle father and always calm mother could ever fight so fiercely. They did not know he was awake. The things in the room were thrown around, making loud noises. At that time, Oliver was clutching his little pillow. He was terrified and turned to find grandfather, but grandfather had trouble sleeping and took medicine every night. He would not wake up no matter how hard he called. So he ran back to his room, slipped into the closet, buried his face in a feather pillow, pressed both hands tightly over his ears, and blocked out all outside noise. From then on, this habit stuck with him. Whenever he faced something he did not want to deal with, he would hide in the closet. The adults who noticed this habit would always tease or playfully mock him. But there was one person who never did. When Benjamin found him inside the closet, he did not laugh or show surprise. Instead, he closed the door again and stayed put. He sat down right outside the closet, guarding Oliver through the wooden panel. Over time, this understanding grew without words. Whenever Oliver hid in the closet, Benjamin would always stay outside watching over him. That night, he heard 5 gentle knocks on the closet door. This was their secret signal. Oliver lifted his face from the crook of his arms, tears streaking down his cheeks as he looked toward the closet door. At that moment, the closet door creaked open, and warm golden light poured in from outside. The person who should have been asleep stood just beyond the doorway. It was Benjamin's only time ever carrying him out of the closet. Throughout that moment, Oliver heard Benjamin's gentle voice soothing him. "It is all right, Oliver. Do not cry, I am truly fine. I know you did not mean it, now stop crying." Even though he was the one who caused harm, it was the injured one who came to comfort him. Oliver's arms instinctively tightened around Benjamin's neck, tears falling freely as he kept murmuring sorry again and again. His apologies were suddenly interrupted by a kiss. Benjamin kissed him. The crying turned into a sudden hiccup. Ugh. Oliver quickly covered his lips. His lashes were damp, and having stayed in the closet for so long, he was drenched in light sweat, tiny droplets glistening on his pale skin like a freshly steamed bao bun, delicate, warm, softly yielding. "Now I have done something I think was really wrong. It is my turn to say sorry." Benjamin's eyes met Oliver's gently. "Sorry, Oliver." Oliver felt shock mixed with a vague, fluttering shyness. In that blank moment, he instinctively ran again, just like when he was 19 and first told someone he did not want to hear. And as he fled, he did not look back at Benjamin's expression. Oliver retreated to his room and could not sleep for nearly the whole night. That kiss kept replaying over and over in his mind. He did not like people touching him without permission, and if someone did it without asking, he would definitely get upset. If anyone tried to take his first kiss like that, he would have been furious. But why did not he get angry at Benjamin? Why was that? It was not until the next day that Oliver still could not figure it out, so he decided to act like nothing had happened. But he realized Ben was not pretending either. Benjamin did not mention the kiss at all. And Benjamin had changed. Oliver noticed that Benjamin was doing fewer little affectionate things. He no longer ruffled his hair, wiped his mouth, or slept together with him anymore. Benjamin seemed to be busier than before. If Oliver went to bed with a pillow at night, he would end up alone, sleeping by himself until he woke up, already back in his own bed. Oliver had lost many of the small privileges he once had around Benjamin, though Ben was still kind to him. For example, he still stood in line just to buy sweets for Oliver. There would have been someone chasing after Oliver for dozens of days, even hundreds of them, bringing gifts and checking in on him. Then one day, that person suddenly disappeared. A few days later, Oliver saw the person talking closely with someone else. He kept his gaze straight ahead, walking past them surrounded by friends. A couple of weeks after that, the person showed up again and said Oliver did not have a heart at all. Oliver did have a heart, he just had not understood it before. There were so many people who cared about him that one leaving always meant another would come. He would never lacked affection, nor had he ever tried to hold on to anyone. It was like flowers in a greenhouse. When one faded, another would bloom right away. But Benjamin had never been a flower. When Oliver realized how much it hurt him to see the change in Benjamin's behavior, he suddenly understood something important. He cared deeply about Benjamin, not in the way one cares for family. He kept quiet about his friend because he feared Benjamin might grow close to someone else. He liked Benjamin. When Benjamin kissed him, he did not react angrily because that is also why he liked Benjamin. In the moment he realized this, Oliver felt ashamed of his selfishness and his long delay in understanding. Perhaps he could change being slow to notice, but selfishness. Oliver thought he probably could not bear the idea of Benjamin being with someone else. Just imagining that scene made him feel intense pain. After figuring things out, Oliver went to find his friend from that day. He apologized first, then shared that he had feelings for Benjamin. "So I cannot help you confess to him. If you are going to do it yourself, go ahead, but just so you know, I will be competing too." His friend laughed bitterly. "Who would even dare compete with you? Plus, I could not bear it myself. And I am worried if I ended up with your brother, you might drown me in tears." It was a joke wrapped in truth. Normally, Oliver would have gotten annoyed and shot back a sharp look, but this time he said thank you sincerely. The other person shook his head with deeper bitterness, then laughed after a pause. "Well, good thing your brother is with you now you are taken care of, and fewer people will bother you. Those admirers I have seen lately just annoy me. Did you check out the new posts about you on school forum?" Oliver's mind was no longer in the conversation. He gave half-hearted replies, his thoughts fully consumed by how to confess to Benjamin. He would never confessed his feelings to anyone before. After doing a lot of research, the basic idea for his confession began taking shape in Oliver's mind. He decided to make a sculpture of Benjamin. Oliver worked alone on the design, asked fellow students in the art department for help, and locked himself away in the studio day and night. He was afraid Benjamin might notice something odd, so he claimed he had to prepare for a competition, hence being busy, and also did not want him to see him looking worn out. So every day, he showered at a hotel near school before coming back. After several months of hard work, Oliver finally completed his piece. Golden sunlight streamed through the 3-meter-tall transparent floor to ceiling windows, falling onto a life-sized white marble sculpture. The young man had downcast eyes and a calm expression, elegant in features with powerful shoulders and back. From his spine rose a pair of massive wings, each feather perfectly detailed. A fabric like crimson silk flowed gently over the legs, and the staff transformed into a ceremonial wand, blending wildness with divine beauty. Oliver felt this might be the most meaningful creation of his life. But his confession did not work out. Benjamin accepted his feelings in front of everyone, but once they were alone, he said, "I cannot say yes to you, Oliver." Chapter. Oliver moved back into his family home. His grandfather had recently visited the city where his politically active elder brother lives, to reconnect with old friends. His father and several cousins were caught up in a major acquisition deal, while his mother was busy organizing a women's mutual support charity event. No one from the Chin family had noticed Oliver's unusual behavior yet. He locked himself in his studio, telling others he was preparing for final exams. In reality, Oliver just sat staring at tools and materials. This state had been going on for several days. Suddenly, his phone, somewhere he would misplaced it, rang. He blinked slowly, then after a long moment found the persistent ringing phone behind the curtains. The person on the other end had been something like childhood friends with Oliver. He would known him since kindergarten. "Oliver, I heard you have finally found someone." The words made Oliver's breath catch for a split second, his hand not holding the phone curled up. Elijah went on, "Since you are officially paired up now, why do not you come out and celebrate? I have arranged a big gathering, invite your Benjamin brother too." Oliver gripped his clothes tightly with his fingers, then released. His teeth pressed hard against his lip, leaving a mark. "You know he does not like that kind of scene, it is too loud and chaotic." Elijah chuckled softly. "Benjamin brother is just different from people like me. So tell me, Oliver, do you mind the noise? I have brought in an overseas performance group especially to celebrate your new relationship. After this, spending time at events like these might not be easy with Benjamin around, so will you come tonight, just one last night of fun?" Last night celebration. Oliver silently repeated the words in his mind. Was it really a celebration? 1 minute later. "All right," Oliver heard himself say. The mansion, spanning over 1,000 square meters, was brilliantly lit, and from the floor to ceiling windows several meters high, one could glimpse inside the grand interior. A vintage chandelier adorned with copper-gilded roses and delicate vines cast a warm orange glow. Marble columns rose straight up to a ceiling pattern like a starry sky. Oliver held a cocktail in one hand and a feathered golden chain masked lightly over his face. Fresh flowers and heavy perfume filled the air, creating an overheated, intoxicating atmosphere. Gold foil sheets drifted down from massive floral arrangements. On the central stage, performers in colorful, revealing outfits danced energetically to music. Champagne flowed like a stream, bubbles bursting into the air. Voices, laughter, and music filled the room, but Oliver felt distant, his mind elsewhere as he kept taking sip after sip of his drink. "I cannot agree to this, Oliver." "Why, you just accepted it, why are you pulling back like this? And do not forget you kissed me before." I am sorry." "Why say sorry, you like me, so you kissed me, was not that right?" "In the past while I have thought things through. I believe you should make choices and decisions at a more mature stage of life, not now. I will always be your brother and will not leave unless you no longer need me." Always being his older brother. Oliver raised the glass and drained it in one go, coughing slightly from drinking too fast. The pale pink liquid ran down his slender jawline and disappeared into the fabric of his shirt, carrying a rich, warm scent. After finishing the drink, Oliver's gaze had grown distant. He frowned, set the glass aside, then stood up. As soon as he rose, most of those nearby turned to look. Elijah, reclining on another person's lap, was playfully tossing grapes into their mouth when he heard the movement and glanced over. "What is wrong?" Oliver slightly lifted his chin. scanning the room around him before fixing his gaze on the group of performers. He thought it might be entertaining, but this is just boring. Elijah, I remember you used to ask me for something all the time, he said slowly. Elijah immediately sat up straight. Oliver, you are not really going to. I am in a good mood today. You have watched the performers for so long, how about seeing me put on a show instead? Oliver's eyes did not settle on anyone, yet everyone felt as if he were staring right at them. He gently brushed his neck with the back of his hand. His tone remained calm and relaxed, his movements lazy. But no singing here, I will do something different for you. About 20 minutes later, everyone turned their attention to the spiral staircase. They first saw Elijah. After he appeared, he bent down and reached into the shadows. A second or two passed before a hand wearing silk-white gloves lightly tapped him with an incense-wood fan. Elijah chuckled softly as he pulled his hand back, watching Oliver step out from the shadows. A black gold-high split thin-strapped dress revealed smooth legs wrapped tightly in lace. His jet black wig flowed like clouds, combined with Oliver's strikingly vivid face, so lifelike that no one could easily tell he was a man. Oliver opened his sandalwood fan and gently held it to cover the lower half of his face, leaving only his eyes visible. Without glancing at Elijah, he began descending the spiral staircase. But he was not used to high heels. After just a few steps, he nearly stumbled, only saved by Elijah's quick catch. Oliver frowned slightly and kicked off both heels. His feet, clad in pure white lace stockings, now stepped directly onto the carpet as he continued walking down. The stage had been cleared. The hired performers stood huddled in a corner, watching curiously as Oliver approached. He stopped in front of the golden upright microphone, took the offered lute, removed his gloves, plucked a few notes casually, then began singing in soft Wu dialect. Clouds drift away, moonlight returns to greet us. Today we celebrate reunion and joy. In the shallow pond, mandarin ducks play by the water. Red robes and green leaves, lotuses bloom in pairs. Oliver was drunk, the shimmer of tears in his eyes, cheeks flushed with a pale rose hue. He did not look at anyone, his thoughts were fixed on someone who was not there. Always playing the role of his brother. Did he even miss having a brother? He did not need one at all. Benjamin said he would never leave him, but when Oliver was hurting and hiding away, Benjamin did not come looking. Not a single call or message, not even asking where he was. A sting of pain shot through his fingertips, yet Oliver let out a soft laugh. Lovebirds in harmony, the warm breeze blowing toward blooming flowers, tenderness filling every corner of the world. When the song ended, Oliver sank into the soft sofa, pretending he was lifeless, a decoration rotting in this dazzling, opulent world. One leg rested on the brown copper coin pattern carpet. The feathered golden mask was once again placed over his face, revealing lips painted a vivid red, almost like bleeding. He applied a coat of lipstick. Someone close enough might catch its sweet, heavy scent. But he did not like the lipstick. He gently stuck out his tongue and licked it off, swallowing the traces. A glass of French Jura white wine suddenly appeared before Oliver. Oliver, you must have gotten thirsty singing just now. Have a sip. Oliver lifted his eyelids slightly, staring at the drink in front of him with a dazed expression. Chapter. The liquid shimmered under the light, appearing slightly cloudy. Oliver slowly sat up and took the glass from the man's hand under his gaze. Then in one swift motion, splashed it across the man's face, where excitement had been barely hidden. What is going on? Elijah pushed in quickly, first checking on Oliver to make sure he was all right, before turning his attention to the young man now thoroughly soaked and disheveled. Oliver still fumed, his hand trembling as he held the glass. He gave me a drink with something in it. Elijah exploded into action, kicking the man hard to the ground. What kind of trashy stunt is this? Daring to drug someone on my turf? You got a death wish or what? Do you even know who Oliver is? The young master of the Chin family, the boyfriend of the Eun group's heir, and my oldest friend. How dare you touch him? Did you think you had nothing to lose? Security arrived immediately. Without giving the man a chance to struggle, they bound him tightly. Elijah kicked the man a few more times with sharp fury. Take him to the police station, he definitely has drugs on him. He turned around, picked up Oliver's wine glass that still had some liquid left. Bring this as evidence too. And I did not invite this guy, find out who brought him here tonight and kick them all out. After handling the situation, Elijah looked back at Oliver with concern. Oliver, are you okay? Should we go to the hospital? Oliver shook his head. I did not drink from the wine he gave me. If it were not for that man's strange expression when handing over the drink, if Oliver had not noticed the unmelted powder at the bottom of the glass. It was his first time encountering something so disturbing. He was not sure whether it was from all the drinks he would had earlier, but now his stomach felt queasy. Oliver pressed his lips tightly together, about to tell Elijah he wanted to leave early, when he caught sight of the person he had been thinking about all night. Mr. Benjamin, Elijah turned at a nudge from someone nearby. Seeing Benjamin, he instinctively stood astraight, and his expression grew uneasy. You are here to pick up Oliver. Perfect. He is tired too, so you two should head home together. He did not dare bring up the incident with the drug, and secretly prayed that Benjamin had not noticed his guards dragging the man out. Otherwise, he feared his carefree days were numbered. Benjamin arrived like a breeze breaking through a lavish party, subtly snapping the crowd back to awareness. He must have just come from work. His suit was crisp and perfectly tailored, his Windsor knot still neat. He gave only a slight nod in response to Elijah's words. People instinctively parted, making space for him to pass through. Benjamin stepped toward Oliver, his gaze briefly lingering on the person's exposed shoulder. It is getting late. I have come to take you home. Oliver glanced at Benjamin when he arrived and immediately turned away. I am not going back. I haven't had enough fun yet. He even sat back down in his previous spot, then grabbed the dice from the table with a pout. Were we playing 21 earlier? Let me join in. Someone was about to speak up, but after being glared at by Elijah, they fell silent instantly. Anyone with eyes could tell something was off. No one wanted to be the target of trouble, but this only made Oliver more upset. He tossed the dice back on the table. So no one wants to play with me, then do not expect me to play with you later. Elijah glanced nervously at Benjamin. Mr. Benjamin. Just call me Benjamin, Benjamin said calmly, correcting Elijah's formality. If Oliver wants to play, have a few others join him. Oh yes, Mr. Benjamin. Elijah would never address Benjamin by his first name directly. He quickly gathered a new group of people and squeezed in beside Oliver. He wanted to ask something, but seeing Oliver's mood, he held back. He did not dare provoke Benjamin, and he certainly could not risk upsetting Oliver. Better to stay out of it. Oliver was not very skilled at this game, but everyone else knew their role was to be guests, especially after the recent incident involving someone being drugged, and no one dared pour a single drop of alcohol for Oliver. After playing a few rounds, Oliver noticed something off and scowled in frustration. Are you all making fun of a kid? The next round has to be serious, otherwise no one leaves tonight. Once he said that, the others straightened up and played more seriously. As a result, Oliver, who was not great at games but had a big appetite for them, ended up drinking 3 penalty rounds in a row. By the third round, he could not hold it anymore and rushed to the restroom. Leaning over the sink, he tried to vomit but could only dry heave. As Oliver trembled all over from discomfort, a tailored coat suddenly fell onto his shoulders. He froze for a split second before turning around to return the coat, but then his wrist was gently held. Oliver, came the young man's calm voice, reaching his ear. It was just his name being said, so why did it make him feel so deeply wounded? Oliver looked up briefly, glancing at the man's face before quickly lowering his gaze. What are you even doing here? I do not need your help right now. You ignored me for days, now suddenly showing up to interfere. What kind of game is this? Isabella said you had not come home yet. That single sentence carried more meaning than it first seemed. Benjamin knew Oliver had been staying at home recently and had even asked Isabella about him. He had told his family he was going out tonight and mentioned that if it got too late, he might stay with Elijah, but Benjamin still tracked him down. Oliver wrinkled his nose slightly, trying hard to keep himself together, but in the end could not hold back his emotions. He pulled hard to free his hand. If you care about me at all, do not pretend like this, no contact for days, acting like I do not matter. Then when I am out late playing, you come running after me. Benjamin, is that really worth it? If you are going to reject me, be honest and clear, otherwise, if you do want me, then stop. His eyes grew red, hurting me. Benjamin loosened his grip on Oliver's wrist. His usual calm expression faded, and his gaze dimmed like an old clay lamp left too long in the dark. After a few seconds, he let go entirely. Oliver, you deserve nothing less than the best in life. The one who comes after me will be thousands of times better. He paused. They will carry you effortlessly, walk beside you at your pace, no need for you to compromise, no need to see tears well up just from a single word. They will not have to make quiet apologies out of guilt. You are not meant to adjust yourself for anyone, even for me. The one who comes after me will be able to carry you effortlessly, keep pace with you without strain, and will not need you to adjust yourself, nor will they have to see your eyes fill up with guilt over a single word, always trying to make amends. Oliver, my cherished one, should not have to bend for anyone, even if it means bending for yourself. I do not deserve this. Benjamin gently touched Oliver's face before pulling his hand away. I misled you in the past. Now we should correct our course and return to how things were meant to be. Before he could finish speaking, Oliver suddenly wrapped his arms tightly around him. Oliver buried his face into Benjamin's chest, voice thick with tears. I do not want to. Why cannot we be together? You do like me, I like you too. Benjamin reached out as if to hold Oliver's shoulders, but let his hands fall back. I will treat you the same way I always have, whether we are together or not. It will not change anything. Yes, there is a difference. Oliver lifted his head, eyes glistening with tears but full of stubborn fire, the kind that could burn through the darkest night. Do you really think I am just acting on impulse, that I will blame you later? But I am telling you now, I am completely clear about what I am doing and exactly what I want. I want you, Benjamin. Since that day of confession, Oliver had locked the sculpture room away, but now he pushed its door open once more. The statue he named True Heart was still here. He took Benjamin's hand and led him toward it. Such works usually require real-life models, but I do not need one. I have already memorized your face, the shape of your skull, the space between your eyes, the fullness of your lips. I remember every detail. How can you still doubt my feelings? Oliver stood in dim light, asking the question with quiet intensity. His makeup was smudged, his red lip color faded, cheeks flushed from drink, long hair clinging to his damp neck like morning dew. He looked like a ripe peach, rich and fragrant. He lifted himself slightly onto the workbench, shrugged off his suit jacket, then rolled up his skirt with one hand. Benjamin, are you still going to run? Chapter. In truth, Oliver was not nearly as calm as he appeared. This might have been the boldest thing he would ever done. Just holding this pose sent tiny tremors through his fingers and down his spine. Yet, he still stared firmly at Benjamin from a distance. In the quiet of the late-night sculpture room, Benjamin's side remained nearly shadowed. All Oliver knew was that someone stood there, just a shape outlined in darkness. The silhouette stepped forward from the shadows and slowly moved toward him. When Oliver saw Benjamin reach for his suit jacket, he felt his composure shatter. He had not expected this. After everything he had done, Benjamin still tried to push him away. Before he could even put on the suit jacket, Oliver jumped off the table and wanted to leave. He needed to get away from here. As far as possible, Benjamin was someone he did not want to see anymore. But as soon as he landed, a hand suddenly wrapped around his waist. In just an instant, he was pulled back onto the work table, and this time there was a jacket under him. Oliver looked up in surprise at Benjamin, but then the kiss began. The unexpected kiss left him stunned at first, then he gradually felt weak all over, as if he were being swallowed by Benjamin's embrace. In Oliver's memory, Benjamin had always been gentle and calm, with little emotional reaction to the world around him. But this was the first time Oliver felt such strength in Benjamin. The kiss forced his lips apart, and he could only accept it. He felt like a small bird trapped by Benjamin's hold. His soft wings were gently touched. Oliver tilted his head back, breath ragged as if barely holding on. The thigh-high socks had come off somehow, and he faintly heard Benjamin say they were dirty. He seemed to have answered something, but maybe not at all. Perhaps his ability to act had already vanished. The intense closeness of the kiss had left him dazed. As he cried out Benjamin's name, tears slipped from his eyes without warning. Benjamin lifted his head and used a handkerchief to gently wipe away the tears on Oliver's face. The lipstick on Oliver's lips was completely gone, revealing its natural pale pink shade underneath. Benjamin stared for a few seconds, then softly kissed him again. Oliver moved unconsciously in response. After the kiss ended, he lightly pressed against Benjamin's chest to catch his breath. "Brother Benjamin," Oliver said, and was shocked by how his voice sounded now. His face, already flushed, burned even more, but he still asked, "Will not you continue?" "It is not safe here. There is nothing we need, and you might get hurt," Benjamin said, adjusting Oliver's skirt. "Let's go home first." This time, Oliver did not argue. He sat quietly while Benjamin fixed his clothes and hair. But when he realized Benjamin was about to lift him down, he jumped off the table on his own. "I can do it myself," Oliver said, shyly avoiding eye contact with Benjamin. Benjamin gently pulled his hands back, letting out a quiet laugh. "All right." For the rest of the ride, Oliver was unusually well behaved. He did not say anything timid or hesitant anymore, dared not look at the driver ahead, and as soon as they reached the university dormitory, he rushed straight into the bathroom. "Oliver," Benjamin called from outside, "do you need me to help?" Oliver quickly replied, "No thanks." In the bathroom, there was a full-length mirror. As Oliver walked barefoot toward it, he could hardly believe the flushed expression on his face in the reflection was really him. He stood frozen for several minutes before snapping back to reality and quickly turning on the shower. He did not even take time to undress. He stepped straight under the water. He gently touched his lips with a finger, then pulled away quickly. A moment later, he looked down at his wrist. There was a mark where he had been kissed. Oliver took an unusually long time in the shower. When he finally came out, the living room lights were off, but Benjamin's bedroom light was still on, and the door stood open as if waiting for him. He unconsciously bit his little finger, a habit he fell into when anxious or stressed. After leaving several faint tooth marks on his finger, Oliver finally stepped into Benjamin's room. Benjamin was sitting up in bed wearing pajamas, a book in hand. Hearing the noise, he looked up, his pale face breaking into a soft smile, before setting the book aside and opening his arms toward Oliver at the doorway. Oliver's nerves instantly vanished. He scrambled onto the bed and settled into a cozy spot in Benjamin's arms. The scent of Benjamin's shower gel was the same as his own. Oliver nuzzled against his neck, feeling reassured, sensing that Benjamin felt safe and non-threatening. Though he liked Benjamin's confident side too, he still preferred this gentler version of him. Oliver glanced at the finance book Benjamin was reading, then shifted his gaze to his face. He whispered, "Are we together now?" Benjamin replied. Oliver seemed a little happier, but soon he looked up again. "But you haven't, is that okay?" He had not even noticed the tension in his own voice. But Benjamin noticed clearly. He gently brushed Oliver's cheek with his fingers, then turned off the light. "It is fine, there is nothing here to worry about." Oliver finally relaxed completely and nestled deeply into Benjamin's arms. Memories of the art studio flashed through his mind. His emotions were tangled, caught between sweetness and sudden anxiety about stepping into something new. Before this, Oliver had never realized how powerful a kiss could be. He would truly felt like he was dying, as if the kiss would end him. It turned out his childhood brother had become a man long ago, and so had he. He could not believe how bold they both were. Though the studio was quiet, it was not guaranteed no one would come by at night. He was lost in a jumble of thoughts, yet he moved even closer to Benjamin. A strange sense of sadness welled up inside him, though he could not quite explain what it was about. Oliver did not notice his breath lingering near Benjamin's throat. He was so caught up in his own thoughts that he missed the subtle change in Benjamin's expression. Only when suddenly pressed down did he gasp out loud, just once. The rest of the sound was swallowed completely. In that moment, Oliver finally understood what appetites and desires are part of human nature truly meant. Even if Benjamin always seemed so composed, he was not immune to inner impulses. The days that followed were among the happiest Oliver had ever known. He and Benjamin officially became a couple, falling asleep together each night and waking up in each other's arms every morning. Whether eating, doing chores, or simply spending time, they stayed close to one another. Even during Benjamin's video meetings, their hands remained linked. They went to movies and concerts, visited amusement parks, and did everything that couples usually do. Benjamin respected him deeply. Whenever Oliver was not comfortable, Benjamin would always stop without hesitation. Oliver was completely wrapped in the sweetness of his first love, growing more affectionate and open with everyone around. He could not wait to share his joy with the world. When he called Elijah, the other man spoke before he could. "Oliver, I am really stuck. I have got this tough time at home. My dad says I have been lazy and wants me to join the military, serve my country. The application's already submitted." Oliver paused. "Why so sudden?" "Would not be happening if not for your family." "What about my family?" Elijah suddenly stammered. Nothing, I guess joining the military is not so bad. I am up every night now training hard, maybe it will make me stronger in time, but Oliver, after this I will not get to see you anymore. How can I sleep without seeing you? Can you send me a few more pictures? That way, when I cannot fall asleep, I can just look at your face." Oliver gave him a playful scold. "Stop being so silly, and besides, I have got someone now." Congrats, hope you two have kids soon." The more he said, the sillier it got. Oliver grew annoyed and hung up, then headed home to talk to his parents, but was shocked by their response. Going abroad? Why would I need to go abroad? Oliver's mother glanced at her husband beside her. This is something your father and I have discussed, and we have also consulted with your grandfather. He agrees it is time for you to study overseas in your field. We kept you here domestically before because you were too young. Our family did not want to let you go so soon, but now that you are nearing graduation, this is the right moment. We have already reviewed several schools on your behalf. You can choose which one suits you best. Oliver stammered, but I have only just started seeing Benjamin, so. Benjamin knows about this too, he has agreed. Oliver, with how advanced communication is these days. The rest of what was said faded into silence for Oliver. He felt as though his partner had abandoned him. While Oliver was lost in the warmth of their relationship, his partner secretly discussed his future with his parents behind his back. Chapter. The evening sky glowed with orange-red clouds drifting like brushstrokes on a painting, and the air carried the gentle scent of coffee rising from the cafe downstairs. Oliver sat cross-legged on the windowsill in his white robe, replaying his mother's words over and over in his mind. Benjamin knows about this too, he has agreed. Was he the only one who truly cared about this relationship? Benjamin had learned of Oliver's plans to go abroad from his parents, not only agreed, but said nothing about it at all, especially when they had been together so closely these past days. Oliver. A voice came from behind, accompanied by the soft tap of a walking cane on the floor. Oliver did not turn around. Between his slender fingers rested a double-petaled hibiscus, its pink hue making his hands appear pale and delicate like jade. Why are you sitting here? A gentle hand touched his shoulder. He caught the faint scent of shaving balm and a subtle men's cologne from Benjamin. Oliver looked down at the flower in his hands, the most vibrant one, though he had plucked it unconsciously. After a brief pause, he turned to face the young man beside him. The golden light of dusk painted Benjamin's face with a warm glow like toasted bread. Benjamin, Oliver said softly, using his name. My parents told me today that I should go abroad. Benjamin's eyelashes lowered slightly. Which country? Oliver shook his head. I do not know yet. They let me pick from the school list myself, but I am not ready to go abroad. I want to stay with you. Oliver, your parents actually mentioned this to me before. I agree with them. Your field of study would benefit from going overseas. You should go for a year first. Benjamin's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained composure. Once I have settled things here, I will come find you. Oliver caught the words, if and a year. So we will not see each other at all during that first year, he asked. Benjamin's hand, resting on Oliver's shoulder, began to slide downward. Oliver realized what he was trying to do, pull him down, and pulled back. He was not just upset, he also did not want to risk hurting Benjamin's leg. I can get down myself. He lowered his leg and stepped off the tile floor with a soft touch of his pale foot. Once he steadied himself, he adjusted his robe quietly. Then he heard Benjamin speak. We can stay in touch through video calls. Oliver, as soon as I finish up here, I will come to you. Promise I will do it as quickly as possible. Your first year will be busy with studies anyway. Can a video call really replace being together? What couple starts something new and then stays apart this long? Oliver had thought Benjamin's hardest move was only meeting once every few months. But now, the idea seemed to be that they might not see each other for an entire year, just relying on calls and screens to keep in touch. If Oliver had not brought up the topic today, Benjamin probably would not have said a word. He would have kept it hidden, treating him like he did not see what was going on. Looking back now, Oliver thought about how he once believed Benjamin respected and cared for him, but could someone really be that calm in every situation, that able to walk away so easily? Maybe this whole thing was just his own imagination. Benjamin might care, but not deeply. Or perhaps from the start, Benjamin always kept an exit path, giving himself a way out and leaving one for Oliver too. Once they truly crossed that line, their relationship could never go back to how it was before. Oliver squeezed his fingers tightly without realizing, until he noticed the petals crushed in his hand. He looked up at Benjamin with a sharp glare and tossed the flower right into his chest. If Benjamin wants an escape route, Oliver will not give him one. Benjamin is not the type to keep secrets from me, so it should not matter if I kept something from him. Oliver's wrist was caught, and then his whole hand was gently held in another's palm. Give me a year, I will be with you every chance I get after that. Do not be upset. I just got 2 tickets to a traditional opera show. Can we go together tomorrow night? He stood facing away from Benjamin, listening to the soft words, and finally let out a quiet okay. When Benjamin woke up, Oliver was already studying something in his hands. The moment he saw him stir awake, Oliver's hand trembled slightly, watching those eyes, still foggy with sleep, slowly clear. Benjamin quickly realized something was wrong. He glanced at his wrist, then looked directly at Oliver. "Let go of me, Oliver." "No," Oliver tensed up and bit down hard on his little finger. "This was bought abroad. It will not come loose until the time is right. Even if you ask, I cannot let go." Benjamin's brow twitched slightly, then smoothed out. "Is this about going overseas?" Oliver said nothing. He felt Benjamin had not shown him any respect when it came to the trip. After all, they were partners. He bit down hard on his little finger again, grabbed what was nearby, and shoved it into Benjamin's mouth with rough care. He did not want to hear any more excuses from Benjamin. He knew if he listened just a few more words, he would believe him again. He would not believe it. With his mouth sealed, Benjamin's expression grew visibly more anxious. Oliver, in turn, gently grabbed the waistband of his robe and tugged hard after a few moments of struggling, then ripped it open. Oliver was already crying when he got up from the bed. He sobbed uncontrollably, staggering with every step as if about to fall. Hearing a noise behind him, he turned around for a glance. Benjamin remained in the same position on the bed, beads of sweat streaked from his temples down to his neck, dampening his open collar. Red marks circled his wrists where they had been bound. The pale face, once composed, now bore a flush of longing. The calm expression had shifted into something dangerously alluring. His fingers clenched tightly as he looked at Oliver, eyes full of mixed emotions, still carrying traces of overwhelming desire. Oliver took one step back, as if fearful yet also deeply hurt. He stared at Benjamin for a final moment before turning and walking away. As he left, he thought he heard a loud noise behind him. Knowing it was Benjamin struggling, he did not look back. That same day, Oliver boarded the international flight. He turned off his phone and lay down in the first-class seat, wrapped tightly in a wool blanket as if to hide from the world. He never thought it would hurt so much. When he was washing up that morning, he even saw blood, but he did not regret it. What is done is done. And not only did he do it, he left a mark on Benjamin. At the most painful moment, he leaned down and bit hard into Benjamin's shoulder. There was no way Benjamin could take it back now. Oliver's study destination was a country with extreme day and night cycles, far from home, with no direct flights and journeys lasting over 10 hours. He secretly changed his flight ticket without telling his family and left early. When he turned his phone on after landing, it was flooded with messages, so many that the inbox felt overwhelmed. Among them was a message from Benjamin. "Oliver, you really need to see a doctor right now. If you do not want to go, just pick up these medicines at the pharmacy. I have already booked a flight to get there as soon as possible. I will be with you soon." Monsieur Benjamin. This was probably the most reckless thing Oliver had ever done. He even felt lucky later that he was young and strong enough to fly again the next day. But when he finally met Benjamin at a hotel near the airport, after all his travel fatigue, he still thought it was worth every bit of it. When Benjamin saw Oliver, he did not say anything. He pulled him into a tight embrace. After holding him for several minutes, he took a deep breath and gently brushed his fingers across his young lover's cheek, saying with a soft sigh, "You really are. If you ever do something like this again, I will make sure you are punished." Oliver responded by rising slightly on his toes and playfully rubbing his face against Benjamin's. What Oliver never expected, though, was that Benjamin stayed with him for only 1 month. After returning home, Benjamin became increasingly busy. Promised daily video calls fell through. From once a day to every few days, then just once every 2 weeks, and eventually the calls were short and rare. When Oliver asked what he was busy with, Benjamin always said there was too much work. After this went on for over half a year, Oliver could no longer bear it. Oliver took a sudden leave and flew back home without telling anyone, heading straight to the UN Group's branch office. But from employees there, he learned that their Mr. Benjamin had not shown up for work in over half a year, and now company matters were being handled by another vice president. Chapter. Many years later, Oliver really enjoyed listening to an old song. He often sat on the sofa during sunset, watching rosy light spill into the room like scattered pearls. As time passed, those glowing beads rolled across the floor, slowly fading until they turned into unnoticed ashes. A gentle monologue drifted through the air in the room. Goodbye. Do not blame me for saying goodbye right at the start. Because I truly came here just to say farewell. Oliver kept wondering if he had been more alert back then, would Benjamin have avoided trouble? If he had not let him go abroad at all, would Benjamin be safe and well today? Or if he had not confessed his feelings to Benjamin, or if he had never said that hurtful thing that year, maybe things would have been different. He really wished so much for Benjamin to still be alive. But at 21, Oliver had no ability to see the future, nor any power to change what was already done. At that moment, upon learning Benjamin had not been at work for over half a year, his first thought was not just that something might have happened. How else could he have missed work so long and still lied about it? Oliver found a quiet cafe, then called Benjamin. His nerves stayed tight throughout the call. He was afraid of hearing something bad. The phone rang for quite a while before it was answered. Hey, Oliver. He was not sure if he was imagining it, but Benjamin's voice seemed different from before, almost weaker. As Oliver was still comparing the change in tone, Benjamin spoke again. Are you having trouble sleeping again? Benjamin, where are you now? Oliver tightened his grip on the phone. There was a brief silence on the other end. Oliver, are you back in China? You are coming to find me. Oliver softly nodded, knowing he could not hide anything from Benjamin. He was far too sharp. I am downstairs at your office building, but they said you haven't shown up in over half a year. Do not keep me in the dark, Ben. Has something happened? He remembered what Benjamin had once mentioned about 1 year, and his heart sank. We are partners. You do not have to treat me like a kid. What is really going on? Benjamin called Oliver's name twice from the other line, and even used an affectionate nickname they only shared in private moments. Stay calm, listen to me carefully, sweetheart. Nothing serious is going on. I am fine, really. I just cannot tell you what I am doing right now. I want to wait until everything's settled before meeting you. Oliver, I miss you so much. Let's meet on your birthday. Oliver felt his ears grow warm hearing those words, but he was still deeply worried. Are you really sure there's nothing wrong? Could not you tell me even a little? Nothing at all, yes, not even the smallest hint right now. I want to save something special for when we meet. A soft chuckle came through the line. What kind of surprise could possibly take so long to reveal? Oliver frowned, wondering. He wanted to press further, but this was the first time he realized just how skilled Benjamin was at changing the subject, and how impossible it was to argue with him. Since he could not get any answers, all he could say was, "Promise me you will take care of yourself. Do not ever hide something serious from me again." Okay, Benjamin replied. From then on, Oliver stayed in contact with Benjamin regularly, back to once a day, and that gave him much more peace of mind. He circled the date in pink on his calendar, the day of his birthday, and when Benjamin had promised to meet him. In past years, Oliver's birthday had always been a major event across town. This year, he would turn down his classmates' kind offers to throw him a party early on, and told his family ahead of time that it was too cold where he was and far from home. He would not be celebrating this birthday. Instead, they could plan something big when he returned. So he spent each day counting down to the moment Benjamin had promised. On his birthday morning, he reached for his phone right away. There were countless messages sent precisely at midnight, birthday wishes from everyone back home. He replied to his family first, then focused on finding Benjamin's message. No. How could that be? Benjamin always sent him a birthday greeting on time every year. Oliver tossed his phone aside, then picked it up again less than a minute later to check carefully. There was indeed no message from Benjamin. His mood worsened immediately, and by the time he reached 6 of the clock in the afternoon, it had hit rock bottom. Even in summer, the weather in this country remained quite cool. Oliver sat by the door, putting on his waterproof boots before stepping outside. It was already 6 in the evening, but due to the midnight sun, it never got dark. He had hoped he might see Benjamin today. He would even booked a table at a restaurant, but now he was completely alone. He did not want to go to a romantic dinner by himself, so he punished himself by deciding not to eat at all. That is how it is when you are young. When something goes wrong, you secretly wish for things to get even worse, as if being the most miserable person in the world would somehow justify your pain and make your sadness feel more real. Oliver walked through the district without noticing the colorful shops lining the street. even though he was starving. After wandering for a while, he realized everyone else was with friends or family. Only he was alone, and that made him feel worse, so he turned around and headed back. He would never felt this kind of emptiness before, disappointment, loneliness, the sense that the whole world had left him behind. At the time, Oliver was young and handsome, full of potential. In his eyes, there was no moment more painful than this one. But later, he would learn that life held countless moments far harder than this one. For instance, the time he huddled in a closet, silently asking for Benjamin's safety. Or when he stood on a lonely hill, surrounded by mourners weeping for their lost loved ones. There were also moments that did not hurt right away. Like the time he leaned in, only to be gently but clearly pushed away by Henry. Or when he sat on the edge of his bed late at night, waiting for Henry, who had not returned and would not come back tonight. Oliver walked back toward the bottom of the house, moodily silent, when he heard someone call his name before even reaching the steps. Oliver. Oliver froze for a moment, then turned around quickly. Many years later, he would still remember the scene of meeting Benjamin that day. Across from the house with its red roof and white walls like something out of a fairy tale, glowing decorative lights still hung there from the last festival, not yet taken down. The lights painted the corner's golden yellow tree in soft hues, and Benjamin stood beneath it dressed in an almond-colored sweater and jeans, no cane in hand, walking steadily toward him. When he was pulled into a hug, Oliver still could not believe what he saw. He lowered his head to look closely at Benjamin's legs, but then felt a gentle kiss on his forehead instead. "Happy birthday, my Oliver," Benjamin whispered softly as he placed a tender kiss on Oliver's forehead, a quiet smile appearing in his eyes like ink pearls. "We still have 40 minutes until the exact moment you were born 22 years ago. Why do not you think of a wish first? Let's eat." This was Oliver's first time receiving the words "Happy birthday" exactly at the hour of his birth. From then on, every year, Benjamin would say "Happy birthday" to him at that same time, until the day Benjamin passed away. Chapter. In the dim room, Oliver lazily rolled over on the lilac-colored sheets, his thick eyelashes slowly fluttering open. He stared at the pillow pressed against his wrist for a long time before remembering he had slept with Benjamin last night. "Benjamin!" He sat up instantly, forgetting even to put on his shoes as he jumped off the bed and ran outside. After studying abroad, he would develop a habit of wearing soft cotton socks to sleep. This place was so cold, and he was always the one who felt it most. In the endless daylight, Oliver had installed blackout curtains on every window to create a sense of night. Normally, he did not bother opening them when waking up, but now, all except his bedroom were drawn open. He wandered through every corner of the house before finally finding Benjamin in the kitchen. Benjamin was cooking, wearing a newly bought apron. His clothes were the same ones he would bought during his stay here last year. He glanced up slightly as he worked on the ingredients and turned to smile gently at Oliver standing in the doorway. "Sleep well." Oliver nodded slowly, then walked over with a quiet step, wrapping his arms around Benjamin's waist from the side. "When I first woke up, I thought I was dreaming." Benjamin was about to speak when he noticed Oliver, still half awake, gently nuzzling his shoulder with his cheek, rosy-faced and soft, with fine down visible if you look closely. After brushing against him, Oliver suddenly stepped away from the kitchen and returned a few minutes later, wrapping his arms around Benjamin's slender waist again. "I still feel like I am dreaming, it feels so unreal." It was not just because of Benjamin's return, it was also about the way Benjamin's legs looked now. Last night before bed, he had touched Benjamin's legs for a long time. Benjamin told him that during the past year, he had gone through surgery and recovery, and now his legs could move just like anyone else, no limping, no need for a cane anymore. Though Benjamin had spoken about it in just a few words, Oliver knew how tough it must have been. Otherwise, he would not have waited an entire year to reunite with him, and that is why he could not hold back tears last night while holding on to him. As Oliver spoke, he reached for a small cucumber on the counter and popped it into his mouth. "Did you brush your teeth and wash your face?" Benjamin asked, glancing down at him. Oliver nodded with his cheeks puffed out, finishing the cucumber. "Did not wash my face, but I did brush my teeth." He had been eyeing that fresh green cucumber since he came in, so he went to brush his teeth before coming back just to make sure. To prove it, he opened his mouth wide for Benjamin's inspection. "Look, I brushed." Then a kiss landed on him unexpectedly. It happened so suddenly that Oliver instinctively flinched, as if facing something far stronger than himself, but the touch was gentle. So he slowly relaxed and even leaned in to gently meet Benjamin's kiss. He brushed lightly against him once, and then shyly pulled back. He actually really enjoyed kissing, but he was too shy to tell Benjamin so. Every time Benjamin kissed him, Oliver always ended up feeling weak in the limbs, and this time was no different. After the kiss, Benjamin grabbed a napkin and gently wiped around Oliver's lips. "You mentioned wanting to visit Micronesia Islands for ages. My ticket is booked for p.m. today. If we eat breakfast first, it will be midday by the time we reach the airport. We can grab something there and you will still have enough time to take a relaxing morning bath. If you would rather skip airport food, I have packed a lunchbox. You can warm it up at the airport." Micronesia Islands. Oliver's face, still flushed, lit up with instant excitement. The islands were known as an avian paradise, home to rare birds only seen in books. Due to environmental protection rules, the local government allows just visitors each year. The time zone difference made it hard. He once stayed up all night trying to book a spot and failed completely. He just could not win that kind of race. Oliver suddenly turned into an excited little bird. "We are actually going to Micronesia Islands. I need to bring my camera. What kind should I get, and clothes? I need to pick what to wear. I saw online tips saying those birds move fast and go frequently, so if you're not careful, your hair might end up covered in them." He meant bird droppings. "I have already packed your clothes. The suitcase is in the living room. You can open it up and see if you want to add anything. The special camera for wildlife photography and my gift for you are both in the back trunk. You can unwrap them slowly on the way to the airport." Oliver blinked at Benjamin's words. "So what should I do now?" "Clean your face, take a bath, and pick out what to wear today. Oh, and kiss me." Oliver did not hesitate. He pressed his lips firmly against both sides of Benjamin's cheeks in quick succession, then grinned and dashed away. Oliver had taken a 7-day leave from school, including the weekend, giving him a full 9 days off. They first visited Micronesia Islands, then went to Benjamin's private island. Actually, it is now Oliver's private island. This is truly his real and a birthday gift. Benjamin gave him an island. Not only that, but the island was nearly identical to the one described in the fairy tale Oliver read when he was 9. Back then, he promised Uncle Levi he would be good friends with Benjamin, so every day without fail, he went over to Benjamin's place just to play together. Benjamin was not much of a talker, so Oliver took on the role of being more chatty. But when words ran out, he started reading fairy tales aloud to him, treating Benjamin like a child who needed bedtime stories. Still, often while reading, Oliver would sigh toward the book. "I wish I could live on such an island. If I had one of these islands, I would be the happiest person in the world." Those childish dreams from when he was 9 finally came true at 22. Sitting in the helicopter, they looked down upon the entire island. Endless stretches of green grass stretched out into 2 directions. One ended at a sheer cliff dozens of meters high, its base crashing with turquoise waves under sunlight. The other side held a rosy red dome house, low stone cottages, and blue-gray windmills. After circling the island once, they arrived at a tower. The outer walls were lined with blooming flowers, and grayish-white bricks were covered in lush green vines. Oliver ran his fingers over the wooden sign at the entrance. "Oliver's Ivory Tower," he read aloud, then could not help but chuckle. "Benjamin, how come you still remember this, and the name is just so awkward?" When he was younger, Oliver had said he wanted his own ivory tower, somewhere he would not have to go anywhere else, where he would live as his very own prince. Back then, he called himself the Little Prince. Now that he is grown up, of course he does not want to bring that childish idea back into the open. "Let's go take a look." Benjamin took Oliver's hand and pushed open the tower door. If outside was like a children's fairy tale, inside felt more like an adult one. Countless roses stretched from the entrance all the way to the endless spiral staircase. Oliver stepped on the thick carpet of flowers, each step making him feel as if he were walking on clouds. When they reached the second floor, a holographic display appeared before them. On it was a dance performance created by the world's finest mermaid performers to celebrate Oliver's birthday. Beams of light pierced into the ocean depths as countless fish swam through the water, their movements graceful. Golden and blue mermaids glided slowly through the dark sea, their tails shimmering like the finest gold and most precious gems. From beneath the waves, a mermaid rose up holding a seawater pearl, smiling as she brought it forward toward the screen. Oliver reached out instinctively, only to realize he had actually touched something solid. He quickly pulled his hand back, glancing over at Benjamin in surprise. Benjamin was not watching the mermaid show. He kept his eyes fixed on Oliver's face from start to finish. Seeing Oliver's startled, sweetly shy expression made Benjamin smile. Just a little tech trick, Oliver, go ahead and take your gift. The mermaids remained in their original poses, gazing at them gently. Hearing Benjamin's words, Oliver slowly reached out again and took the pearl into his hand. As soon as he did, the mermaids faded away, returning to their underwater world like a memory slipping beneath the waves. The seawater pearl was about as big as Oliver's palm and gleamed with soft, dewy light. He would never seen anything like it, spinning it in his hand for quite a while before putting it down. The third floor was filled entirely with Oliver's photos, from infancy up to the present day. On the fourth floor were all of Oliver's favorite things, foods he loved, games he enjoyed, clothes from brands he liked. Everything was exactly what made him happy. The fifth floor had a medium-sized window where daylight poured in. Oliver leaned over the sill, playing with a copper-colored wind chime that swung gently like a little dancer in the breeze. Oliver had never liked any house this much before. Just playing with the wind chime took nearly 10 minutes. He gazed down at his island, then rushed back downstairs to place the pearl back where it belonged and watch the mermaid performance replay. When he got hungry, he headed straight to the fourth floor for a snack. After going up and down countless times, he finally collapsed onto the snow-white bed. I will check it all tomorrow, he said between breaths. Today's enough. Oliver was still catching his breath as he spoke, the skin just below his collar like cool cream spilling into view. He did not notice at all, his fingers tugging the fabric a little further open. Oliver, the quiet young man beside him, suddenly said. Oliver looked over, puzzled, letting out a soft hum. What is it, Benjamin? Then he was kissed by the Benjamin he would just called. The difference between a kiss full of feeling and one without seemed clear enough. Oliver felt like a bird, his wings drenched, struggling to fly. He reached out weakly, clutching Benjamin's clothes as panic threatened to rise. A year ago, something impulsive he would done had left a lasting mark on him. During the month they lived together afterward, Benjamin only helped with his medicine, nothing more. Oliver had thought he would forgotten it all, but now that this moment was coming, he remembered the pain from that day and how much he would suffered. Benjamin, he said in a trembling voice, both pulling back and reaching out at once. He did not know who else to turn to. He instinctively turned toward Benjamin, but the pain had come from him too. Oliver's voice shook as he whispered, I am a little scared. A few seconds later, a crimson scarf wrapped gently around his eyes. Oliver, do you remember that surgery you had as a child? You were too shy to let anyone else check your wounds. I was the one who helped. When you first grew into adulthood in a real way at high school, you told me only back then I took care of your sheets and clothes. You have always trusted me. Can you try trusting me now? The scarf nearly covered half his face. Oliver tilted up his face, his soft pink lips gently moving. Chapter. Besides family, the only person Oliver trusted completely was Benjamin. Sometimes things he could not even say to his own family, he would tell Benjamin. The cloth over his eyes did not block everything, yet he chose to close them anyway. His fingers clenched and then slowly relaxed around Benjamin's clothes. He heard a quiet muhum, barely audible and shyly spoken. Then kiss me, and I will not be so afraid. Who was that person? Oliver was not about to admit it was him. His lower lip was gently held and brushed against. He seemed to hear the sound of waves, white swells rolling in one after another. His tongue slipped in. The sweet taste from the afternoon dessert still lingered on his lips and teeth. Oliver lay in someone's arms, eyes closed tight. The light pink veil that had covered his face was already loose, now wrapped around his pale wrist by himself. He was not asleep, he was pretending to be, or perhaps preparing to drift off. But in truth, he was caught in a mix of feelings. Physically tired, but with his heart racing as if it did not want him to sleep just yet. Suddenly, he felt a soft kiss on his forehead. Does it hurt? Oliver did not answer. Instead, he pressed his face deeper into Benjamin's chest, clearly trying to avoid facing reality. Seeing that, Benjamin let out a quiet chuckle and adjusted his position slightly so Oliver could lie more comfortably in his arms. Oliver, I am really happy today. Oliver's thick eyelashes were still damp. He shivered slightly, thinking how bold Benjamin was when he heard the next words. Benjamin's voice sounded strangely distant and dreamy in the quiet night. It felt unreal. I haven't felt this free in a long time, able to go wherever I want, run whenever I feel like it. Oliver, do you know, because of that kidnapping incident years ago, my parents still cannot face me alone. They are filled with guilt, convinced they are to blame. If they had not built such a big business, maybe I would not have been taken. Now, whenever we talk, they are always careful and cautious. We have grown so distant, almost like strangers. A few years ago, my mom unexpectedly got pregnant again. Honestly, I was really happy. I would have been away for so long, but when I shared how I felt, they did not believe me. Not long after, she chose to end the pregnancy. Benjamin paused briefly. Today, standing on the grass, holding your hand and walking forward, I kept thinking, maybe I can finally go back to a normal life just like any other ordinary person. Back then, after the kidnapping, all I ever asked myself was why me. I do not hate my parents. I am angry at those who did it and at how unlucky I have been. He gently brushed his hand over the back of Oliver's head. But now I do not feel anger anymore or that I am cursed. I can let go of the past because I have you and I have regained my strength in both legs. I might be the luckiest person alive. No, there is no might about it. I am the luckiest person on earth. The universe has been so kind to me. Oliver did not want to cry, but he still felt his eyes grow wet. He looked up, gently cupping Benjamin's face with both hands, and said with a sincere, tearful expression, "You are going to be incredibly lucky. I want to share half of my luck with you. You know, I have always had good fortune since childhood. Back then, whenever I failed an exam, the teacher never called for a parent-teacher meeting." Benjamin could not help but smile. That is because Uncle Chin asked your teacher personally. In truth, everyone in the family knew you did not pass. There was a parent meeting, just not one that you were told about. Otherwise, if you had found out, you would have cried for ages and hidden away, refusing to eat. Wait, Oliver suddenly realized his past luck was all a lie, letting out a shocked cry. He remembered those red-marked test papers from back then, how he would even ask Benjamin to forge his father's signature. Turns out, his dad had known all along. Oliver felt completely embarrassed and buried his face again in Benjamin's embrace. After a moment, he reached for Benjamin's hand and said, "But I am still lucky, right? So I really want to share my luck with you. Let's be lucky together, the happiest couple in the world." The last few words stuck in his throat. Because he was too shy. After a long pause, Oliver finally managed to say the three words, lovers. They had deep feelings for each other, grew up together, and both families approved of their relationship. What could possibly ever separate them? Oliver could not imagine anything else. At that very moment, he truly believed he and Benjamin would be the happiest lovers in the world. And over the following years, they truly were. After 2 years of studying abroad, Oliver returned home and opened his first studio. At the same time, Benjamin officially took over the Iron Group. Even though they both became busier, the time they spent together did not decrease. Whenever they had free moments, they would stay close. One of the most amusing times was when they accidentally met at the airport, both hoping to surprise the other. After that, Benjamin made a bold move. He relocated the Iron Group's headquarters to Southern City. He knew Oliver could not leave Southern City. It had his family and friends. The Chin family had 2 elderly members who were no longer young, and now Oliver was already shuttling between both places. Oliver was happy about it, but also worried for Benjamin. Would this cause a big impact on your company? No worries, it is just a name change. The main office is moved here, but the northern branch remains. The original workplace stays unchanged, and employees can choose freely whether to stay or not. Benjamin took Oliver's hand. Money is not something that runs out. Oliver, what matters most is having more time together from now on. Oliver responded by hugging Benjamin. After a few moments of closeness, Oliver gently brushed his lips. My parents asked if we have settled the wedding preparations. They said they will not help me anymore. I am grown up and should handle things myself. But just sorting out the guest list is already overwhelming. I do not want to invite anyone else. I only wish for you, me, my family, and your family to have a meal together. Benjamin instantly saw through Oliver's words. Really? Then I would just leave out all your friends and classmates from the list. Oliver paused for 3 seconds, then quickly turned to pout at Benjamin. No way, let's make it lively, really lively. I want everyone to see my happiness. Benjamin, you handle the guest list. I will just take care of the outfits. My old classmate from abroad is now a rising star in fashion, and I really like his designs. He even said he would design unique wedding suits for both of us. But Oliver never got to wear that legendary pair of custom wedding suits. The first sign something was wrong came when he woke up in the middle of the night and found Benjamin standing in front of the mirror. Benjamin was staring at his legs, completely unaware of Oliver's presence until called out. "Benjamin," Oliver mumbled sleepily, woken by a sudden need. He shuffled over and wrapped his arms around Benjamin's waist. "You here for the bathroom too? Why are not you leaving? Need to go myself." He did not notice the faint, strained smile on Benjamin's lips. "I am just leaving, go ahead." The second time something felt off was during a playful moment between Oliver and Benjamin. He pushed Benjamin lightly, someone who usually pinned him down instantly, but this time, Benjamin tumbled off the bed and struggled to get up. "Did you hurt yourself? Are you okay?" Oliver, already halfway to the door, turned back and rushed over to help, only to be pulled into a sudden embrace. Benjamin's laughter reached his ear. "Gotcha, now where do you think you're running?" Oliver felt a light bite on his ear and instantly forgot his worry. He snapped at Benjamin for tricking him, calling him a mischievous person. As a result, he once again failed to notice Benjamin's strange behavior. Later, when he thought about it, Oliver curled up tightly inside the closet, tears streaming down his face, striking his legs repeatedly. He hated his own slow awareness and wished he could feel Benjamin's pain instead. Chapter: You Sing in Juliet's Night. In the intricate Latin passages, among the Jews and the Germans, in the pine forest where another nightingale sings, in memories, excitement, and fairy tales, burned in love, died in song. Oliver leaned down to read the lines aloud. As he reached the end, his brows faintly furrowed, and he turned to look at Benjamin beside him. Benjamin sat by the window, daylight gathered in his eyes, making them seem almost translucent. Oliver felt an unexplained unease. He covered the page with a sheet of paper he had brought. "My dearest boyfriend, please do not read poetry right now. Help me check if my engagement vows are written well." The paper held vows in 3 different languages. As Benjamin read, a soft smile formed on his lips, then he gently kissed Oliver's cheek. "They are truly wonderful." Oliver lit up at the praise, his eyes shining even brighter than before. It had taken him nearly 2 weeks to write, every single word carefully chosen. He did not want it to feel ordinary, striving instead for perfection. But that joyful feeling did not last long. "Are you going abroad? But my birthday is coming up soon." Benjamin reached for Oliver's hand and pulled him close. "I know it is sudden, but this matter is urgent, and the team down below cannot handle it. I have to go myself. I will do my best to come back quickly if I cannot make it in time." His words stopped abruptly, and with his other hand he instinctively brushed against his knee. Just a light touch then, as if noticing something, he pulled his hand back quickly. "I have already prepared your gift." Oliver did not notice Benjamin's small gesture. He lowered his head with a quiet frown, voice muffled. "I do not really want a gift, I just wish you were here with me." But he understood Benjamin's situation, so he said no more. "When you are done, come back soon. Be careful on the way." The disappointment stayed with him and did not fade at all until he got home. Sitting on the sofa, Oliver unconsciously tugged at the pillow in his hands. He thought maybe he was becoming too dependent on Benjamin. He had made it through 2 years abroad during his studies. After coming back home and living apart for a while, he had managed fine before. Now he was not sure whether it was easier to go from simple to luxurious life, or harder to adjust once you have grown used to comfort, but whatever the reason, he felt more and more unable to be without Benjamin. "Oliver, come here, help Mom pick out some desserts for your birthday party." Hearing the call, Oliver let go of the pillow and walked toward the dining room. A table stretching over 10 meters long was piled with more than 100 different pastries. His mother held a small spoon and gently tapped one with her little finger. "Try this one, I think it tastes really good." Oliver was not in the mood for dessert at all. He picked up a few pieces out of politeness, then said he would had enough, adding that they were all delicious, and returned to his seat on the sofa. He also picked up the dog, who wanted to play with him. Charlotte stepped out of the dining room and saw her son curled up on the sofa, hugging a pure white Shih Tzu. He was idly stroking the dog's chin, looking downcast and listless. Her son had always been strikingly handsome, so much so that words like strikingly beautiful would still be accurate. Charlotte sometimes worried that a boy being this attractive might bring trouble, but Oliver carried the best qualities of both her and her husband. They would always treated him like a delicate flower. Any tiny bit of dampness on its petals made them worry endlessly as parents. Later, they thought about changing their way of raising him, but before they could even say anything, just the idea alone sent waves of emotional pain through them. Sending him away for 2 years of study abroad had been hard. She and her husband often sat in silence late at night, both thinking so much about their son that they would almost call him back, even if it meant stopping his studies. Not just them, the whole family felt the same way. Their elders blamed them for being too strict. Her mother had been upset with her for a long time over Oliver's decision to study abroad. Still, their son turned out fine, just a little pampered, but otherwise always obedient and respectful. In families like theirs, they often heard stories about kids causing trouble. Running away to race cars was bad enough. Not long ago, they even heard of another family whose child ended up with lifelong damage. What is wrong today? Charlotte sat down beside Oliver and noticed her son's bare feet, the toes pale like shells. Though it was warm outside, the house had strong air conditioning, so she worried he might catch a chill and quickly grabbed the nearby wool blanket to cover him. Oliver shook his head. I am not unhappy. Charlotte smiled gently. Is it about your studio? Did another client with strange taste give you trouble again? Or are you having a disagreement with Benjamin? Oliver glanced at his mother, surprised. Charlotte noticed and her smile widened. You are my son, I know your little thoughts and moods better than anyone. Come on, what happened with Benjamin? Before Oliver could answer, the ordered jewelry arrived. Charlotte set aside the young couple's matters for now and focused on trying out the jewelry for Oliver's birthday party. Oliver, help me put this on. Oliver took the diamond necklace from the box and placed it around his mother's neck. He did not want to bring it up at first, but since Charlotte had already asked right on the edge of her question, Mom, Benjamin might not be able to stay with me for my birthday this year. Charlotte glanced back at her son in the full-length mirror. Is it because of work? Yeah, but he has never acted like this before, Mom. Am I being too much? It is just a birthday after all. Charlotte said, it is completely normal. Your dad and I, when we were young, forget about birthdays. We would get upset if he did not come pick me up or came home straight after work. What did Dad do then? Did he think you were too clingy, too much? Oliver, if someone truly loves and cares about you, they would want you close all the time. But when they have real responsibilities, we should also let go of small frustrations. After all, relationships and marriage are like business, both need care and attention. Charlotte turned around. But as your mom, my advice is do what you want. My son should not have to suffer quietly. If it is not working out with Benjamin, we can always find someone with a lighter workload who is free every day, ideally, one who works right in your studio. Oliver knew Charlotte was joking and just sighed quietly. He picked up the bracelet and gently placed it on her wrist. Charlotte had not only ordered a full set of jewelry for herself, but also bought 2 watches together. Both arrived today. These 2 watches are yours and Benjamin's, one each. Once he returns from overseas, let's all meet up for dinner. That dinner never happened. Benjamin was supposed to return home right after the birthday celebration, but he never showed up. After waiting for a while in China, Oliver could not wait any longer. He flew to the country where Benjamin was staying. When Benjamin's assistant came down to greet him, he could not help but be taken aback by Oliver standing by the glass window. The reflection in the glass outlined Oliver's silhouette, slender and tall. Having just turned 26, he seemed to have completely shed his youthful innocence, radiating a quiet confidence. His pale complexion was lean but not frail, and every visible inch of skin carried an almost magnetic allure. Yet he remained entirely unaware of it, a gentle kind of oblivious charm. Oliver heard the sound and turned halfway, spotting Benjamin's assistant. He picked up the suitcase beside him and walked over. Where is Mr. Benjamin? Mr. Benjamin is in his room. Let me help you with that, said the assistant, reaching out. Oliver handed over the suitcase and then pulled out his phone, changing Benjamin's contact label from annoying person to especially annoying person. While waiting for the elevator, he noticed a group of people coming down. They were carrying what looked like medical supplies, and he could not help but glance at them more closely. You have been so busy this time, so busy you did not even make it back home, Oliver asked casually in the elevator. The assistant showed no change in expression. There has been some complicated matters. Oliver gave a slight nod with his pale, fine chin and added, Was Mr. Benjamin just in a meeting or was he busy with something else? Mr. Benjamin is attending an international video conference, so I am the one who came down to meet you. but he specifically told me to take good care of you. All were polite formalities, no real truth in any of it. Oliver was not interested in continuing the conversation. He shut his lips tight, ready to confront Benjamin directly, but when he finally saw him, not a single harsh word came out. You have lost so much weight." Oliver stepped quickly toward Benjamin. It had only been a little over a month since they last met. He was not sure if it was his imagination, but Benjamin seemed not just thinner, but much more worn down as well. Benjamin gently took hold of Oliver's hand before it could touch his face, speaking in a calm tone. "I had a cold recently, and I have been having some trouble adjusting to the new environment, so I have lost a bit of weight. It is nothing serious." Oliver stared intently at Benjamin, his eyes filled with concern. "Why did not you tell me? If you had said something sooner, I would have stopped work and come over right away to be with you. What if your coming here made you unwell too, and I do not even know when my own work will wrap up? If I asked you to come, how long would you stay with me?" Benjamin paused and changed the subject gently. "Were you tired from the trip? Would you like to rest for a bit first?" "I already slept on the plane, so I am not sleepy now," Oliver said, glancing at the suite where Benjamin was staying. "I did not book a room. Can I share yours?" A brief hesitation flickered in Benjamin's eyes, but he still agreed. After such a long time apart, that night brought Oliver plenty to say to Benjamin. He curled up in Benjamin's arms and mentioned his birthday party lightly, then went on to speak about a young boy he would met. "I ran into this pretty bright kid the other day. I could not seem to tune into your channel no matter what I tried, until he helped me get it right." As he spoke, Oliver played with Benjamin's fingers. His hands were long and pale, with faintly visible blue veins beneath the skin. His own hands were also long, but softer and plump on the palms, though that was not obvious at first glance. "Did you thank him?" Benjamin's voice came softly through the dark, still warm and familiar as always. Oliver turned his head. "Of course I did. Do you really think I would be that rude?" He naturally let down his guard around people he trusted, revealing a playful and slightly spoiled side. "Yes, my Oliver's such a good boy." The man who was now fully grown leaned down and gently touched his lips. A warm breath brushed across. In recent years, Oliver had changed too. Benjamin had matured just as much. His appearance and his approach to business were both far more refined now, no longer the same person he once was, but shaped into something polished and valuable. When Benjamin finally let go, he noticed how flushed Oliver's face had become. Even after being together for years, his partner still blushed easily, something that did not quite match his confident look. Benjamin gently traced a finger along Oliver's cheek, moving slowly toward the collarbone. At that moment, his face turned pale, and his other hand tightened in quiet restraint. Oliver had no idea of Benjamin's change in the dark, his breath coming a little faster as he waited for what would come next, only to hear, "Time to sleep, it is getting late." Benjamin let go of Oliver and lay down first. The back of his face, turned away from Oliver, was covered in sweat, his teeth clenched tightly. Oliver froze for a moment, then reluctantly lay down too, annoyed with Benjamin and deliberately turning his back to him. The exhaustion from the journey did not keep him upset for long before he fell into sleep, only to be woken by a loud crash. He shot upright in alarm, reaching out instinctively for Benjamin, wanting them both to hide. This country allowed firearms, and he feared an attack had happened. But then he saw Benjamin lying on the floor beside a broken lamp. Benjamin braced himself with his arms, trying hard to get up, but even sitting upright was beyond him. He bit down hard, his face pale under the soft moonlight, as if pulled straight from the water. Oliver had never seen Benjamin cry before, but in that moment, he felt like he was seeing tears, the kind he would once imagined. "Brother Benjamin, what is wrong?" Oliver reached out to help but was stopped. "Do not come over, there are broken pieces on the floor." Benjamin took a deep breath, his hands and arms trembling uncontrollably. "Go to the other side of the bed, put on your shoes, turn on the light, then go next door and get my assistant, tell him." He turned to look at Oliver, his eyes filled with endless despair. "My legs will not work again." Chapter. Though standing in the suite's living area, Oliver's thoughts were entirely on the room. He stared at the closed door, replaying the scene and Benjamin's words over and over in his mind. What did "my legs will not work again" even mean? It has been years since the surgery. How could this happen now? "Mr. Oliver." Benjamin's assistant stepped out of the room and quietly closed the door behind him. Oliver caught only a brief glimpse through the crack. There lay Benjamin in bed, surrounded by medical staff who had just arrived late at night. That is when he realized the group of people carrying medical equipment he would seen earlier that day were actually there specifically to treat Mr. Benjamin. Oliver tried to go in but was stopped. "Mr. Oliver, Mr. Benjamin does not wish for you to come in." "Why, I am his boyfriend. We are about to get engaged. Do not I even have the right to see him?" The assistant looked uneasy. "Mr. Benjamin said he does not want you to see how he looks right now." Oliver fell silent at once. He understood what Benjamin was thinking, afraid of making Oliver worry, afraid of causing him distress. But waiting outside only made things worse. He squeezed his eyes shut, pushing back the lump in his throat, then finally said, "Is this trip abroad really not about work? Could you please tell me what is wrong with Benjamin's leg? How serious is it?" Afraid the assistant might still hold back, he added, "Even if you try to hide it now, I cannot be fooled anymore." Oliver did not understand medical terms, but he understood cause and effect. Benjamin's surgery years ago was an extremely risky procedure, almost like a gamble. The expert team had warned him of the dangers and advised against it, but Benjamin stood firm in his decision. And just the recovery afterward felt like surviving something close to death. But in the end, that gamble did not pay off. Early this year, signs of post-surgery complications began to appear and steadily grew worse. At first, the affected limb would occasionally go numb for a few seconds to several minutes, then gradually extended to 1 or 2 hours, even longer periods. In addition, there were signs of infection at the knee, unusual fever, persistent pain, and rapid weight loss. That is why Oliver happened to see those medical staff in the hotel. They had just drained fluid from Benjamin's knee to ensure he could still appear steady when facing him. But Mr. Benjamin's condition was too severe. Within just a few hours, it worsened again. Oliver collapsed upon hearing the assistant's words, nearly losing his balance. He could not hold himself upright and leaned heavily against the nearby wall to keep from falling. It had been over half a year since the beginning of the year, and he had not noticed anything at all, still complaining that Benjamin did not spend his birthday with him. Can he be cured, right? Oliver looked up, eyes reddened, his face showing clear signs of vulnerability, pleading, even desperation. With modern medicine so advanced, there must be a way to fix this. The assistant turned away, unable to meet Oliver's eyes. There is indeed a treatment plan, experts have provided one. Oliver was so desperate for answers that he reached out and gripped the assistant's arm in an unguarded gesture, his pupils wide. "What is it?" "Amputation." His white-knuckled grip slowly loosened. "With you by my side and healthy legs, I am probably the luckiest person in the world. God has been so kind to me." "Mr. Oliver, I hope you can persuade Mr. Benjamin. He is unwilling to accept the treatment plan himself. The doctor said if no surgery is done soon, there could be serious risks to his life." Oliver sat beside the bed, gently brushing a hand over Benjamin's face as he lay asleep from medication. When he was young, Oliver tried drawing angels. The book said they had the most beautiful faces and the gentlest hearts, always loving people and the world despite enduring great hardship. Oliver could not picture what an angel looked like. His brush hovered over the paper. Then his gaze suddenly fell on Benjamin quietly reading nearby. Back then, Benjamin sat by the window, his pale face carrying a soft sheen like silk, beneath which lay living flesh and a leg that seemed trapped in place, like it was fixed to his wheelchair. Since he was 11, Benjamin had been staying with others. No classmates, no gym class, no ordinary life shared by peers. Every day he stayed shut away in the small hall called Ingje Tang. Books and Oliver were his only companions during that time. Oliver had his own life and could not visit often, so Benjamin was left with nothing but books for company. He noticed Oliver's gaze and gently turned to face him. Sunlight streamed through the wooden latticed window, landing on his slender eyelashes, making them look almost golden. The face showed a very faint smile. "Oliver," he called out to him. Oliver's fingertips trembled. The tears he had held back in front of others now fell heavily, one after another down his cheeks and soaked into the bed sheet. He bit down hard on his lip until it ached, his teeth leaving marks of blood to keep himself from making a sound. Why did Benjamin have to go through all this? The kidnapping, the surgery, rehabilitation, each step was unbearable and filled with deep emotional pain. Why give him hope only to take it away again? And this time it felt even more cruel. Amputation. The leg that had already been injured in the kidnapping and underwent surgery now needed to be removed starting at the knee, or else his life could not be saved. Oliver. A soft call startled Oliver, who quickly wiped his tears before turning to look at the person in bed. Benjamin looked exhausted, his eyelids drooping slowly. He noticed Oliver's red-rimmed eyes and slowly lifted a hand from beside him, gently wiping away a tear on Oliver's chin. I am sorry I startled you. Oliver shook his head frantically, voice completely choked. And no, you do not have to apologize to me. Benjamin closed his eyes briefly, then slowly opened them again, the medicine making him drowsy. The sky had turned a soft gray. He saw the deep blue beyond the window and a free breeze passed through. Though wind has no legs, it could come from the sea, weave between skyscrapers, and travel across the plains. I am sorry, Oliver, I kept something from you again. Please do not be mad at me, okay? His hand, still wet from wiping tears, reached out and gently held Oliver's soft one. I thought this would be easy to fix, but... He paused for a few seconds, but it did not go well. Oliver gently squeezed Benjamin's hand, as if needing that touch to find courage. He was a coward, too afraid to speak the next words. He knew losing a limb would be devastating for Benjamin, but he just wanted him to live. Brother Benjamin, I cannot even speak clearly, Oliver choked up. Let's go through the procedure. Doctors say we cannot wait any longer. They also mentioned that with today's advanced technology, some artificial limbs can function almost like real ones once installed. He did not dare look into Benjamin's eyes, but forced himself to meet them anyway. He had to be stronger than Benjamin now. We will go abroad for the surgery. No one will know, not even my parents. Once you're better, we will get engaged. No, let's just get married straight away. The deep, lustrous eyes slowly dimmed. Oliver cut him off, reading the pain in his expression, then burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably like a child clinging to hope. Just do it for me, for my sake. I cannot live without you. Please, let's have the surgery. He took Benjamin's hand and gently pressed it against his face. Look at me, brother Benjamin. I cannot keep going without you. Benjamin stayed silent. As time passed, Oliver's eyes filled with a fierce, almost desperate determination. He spoke slowly and clearly. If you go, I will not stay alive either, I mean it. Oliver. It was the first time Benjamin had shouted his name like that. Oliver flinched instinctively, but quickly pushed himself to steady. He forced himself to look back into Benjamin's eyes. How broken must someone be to wear such a gaze? Those empty eyes were like mirrors with no soul inside. Come lie down with me for a bit, he said softly, worn out. Oliver wiped his tears with the back of his hand, still not enough. He could only whimper just a minute and get up to go to the bathroom. He would promise himself he would stay strong. He could not fall apart more than Benjamin did. He needed to be there for him, to give him something solid to hold on to. Oliver pressed his face into the cool sink and opened his eyes. Just in that moment, he saw Benjamin's gaze again, full of despair from when he would fallen. When they lay together before, as long as neither was asleep, they never ran out of things to say. Even in silence, they always held on tightly. This time they lay side by side, just their hands touching in complete stillness. The sky shifted from deep blue to a soft rose gold like in an oil painting. Benjamin's dark eyes reflected the light, his face pale and drawn from sleepless hours. My luck hasn't been great. I lost the bet. I know you are doing this for my sake, but I do not want to, Oliver. I really do not. I do not want to lose my leg. Chapter. Oliver met Benjamin's parents in a foreign country. After some polite greetings, he stepped away temporarily, leaving space for the family of three. He was not sure whether Uncle Levi and Amalaye could influence Benjamin, but when the door opened and he learned that they fully supported whatever decision Benjamin made, no matter what, he could not help feeling deeply disappointed, even angry. Amalaye's eyes were red, clearly having cried. Oliver, you have been through a lot lately taking care of Benjamin. We would love to stay, but her expression was heavy, her voice thin. Benjamin does not want us here, so we will be leaving on the earliest flight tomorrow morning. Let's have dinner together tonight. Oliver felt like he had been submerged in water for too long. His skin wrinkled, dirt and mud clogging his mouth and nose. I will stay with Benjamin, so I will not be joining you and Auntie and Uncle for dinner, he said in a stiff tone. Should we blame the Ayan family for not being more involved with Benjamin? It should have been obvious long ago. If they really cared, they would not have let Benjamin live with them all this time, only bringing him home once a year during the holidays. They do not treat Benjamin any more warmly than they do when talking to me. If you feel guilt, why not make up for it properly with your own son? So respect for choices means just watching Benjamin die. Amalaya hesitated, about to speak, when Uncle Levi beside her gently placed a hand on his wife's shoulder. Oliver, let's talk privately for a moment. Uncle Levi, what did you want to say? At this moment, Oliver could not stay calm, even though the man before him was Benjamin's father. Maybe it was precisely because of that. He wanted to ask them, do you really give up on your own son so easily? Do you truly love your son? Uncle Levi took out a cigarette pack. Mind if I smoke? Oliver shook his head. Benjamin resembled his father in about 7 out of 10 aspects. Even though Uncle Levi was well past 50, he still carried a graceful and dignified presence that stood out in any crowd. He lowered his gaze to light the cigarette but did not inhale. After learning about Benjamin's situation, Amalaya had not slept well. She even visited a therapist before coming here. I will not pretend it is easy to admit, but when we were younger, neither Amalaya nor I knew how to be good parents. By the time our child grew up and we wanted to try again, he was not listening anymore. After that kidnapping years ago, Benjamin did not speak for a long period. Among the few words he said, his first was asking me, Dad, can my leg be fixed? I did not want to lie to him, so I told him the truth. He did not say much after that, but later, during therapy and rehabilitation, he told me he would rather have died in the kidnapping. He only said it once, but I have remembered it clearly ever since. Now Benjamin is an adult. Even though Amalaya and I are his parents, we cannot step in to decide what he does anymore. Oliver, as a cousin, I am asking you, please help him. Help him stay alive for your sake. After finishing those words, Uncle Levi left with Amalaya. Oliver did not go to dinner and returned to the room, then walked over to Benjamin. Benjamin could get up today, but he still looked very weak. His wrist was bruised all over from frequent injections. When he saw Oliver, he whispered, "They are gone." Oliver nodded. He wrapped his arms around Benjamin's waist without saying a word, resting his face against the other man's neck. But after just holding on for a moment, tears slipped down. Realizing he could not hold back his emotions again, he let go and turned to leave to calm himself, but someone grabbed his wrist. "Oliver," the voice called from behind. Oliver stayed with his back turned. It took great effort to keep himself from breaking down in front of Benjamin, but he could not manage it. Just thinking about what would happen if surgery was not done. He could not live without Benjamin. He would give up anything just as long as Benjamin stayed alive. He did not care about any physical differences, because as long as it was Benjamin, everything felt right. Oliver looked up, his nose reddened as he let out a heavy breath. "I really cannot do this." He slowly turned back around. "I just cannot respect your choice. I only want you to live, Benjamin. I know you are in pain, but staying alive matters more, does not it? When someone's gone, there is nothing left, and would not you leave me behind? I could not bear that." Benjamin did not reply. He was overcome by another episode. This time, Oliver stayed instead of leaving as Benjamin had asked. He watched the entire treatment process and saw the leg affected by past complications. The knee was severely swollen, with a thin layer of skin stretched taut from fluid buildup, almost seeming to ripple underneath. The two legs were uneven in size. On the affected side, signs of muscle wasting had already appeared. Just one look was enough for Oliver. He turned away, his fingers clenched tightly, his face flushed from holding back tears. But then he walked toward the bedside and took Benjamin's hand. Benjamin saw Oliver and closed his eyes briefly. His voice was as gentle as he could make it. "Oliver, please go out now." "I am not leaving. I will stay right here with you." Oliver glanced at the needle the doctor had brought, his face pale. "We are partners. We will marry someday. No matter what you go through, I will be by your side forever. I love you." "There is so much more I want to tell you. Back when we first met as kids, I knew you were different from anyone else. Do you remember that fan? That was the first time I ever gave something to someone I would just met. When you confessed to me at 19, I said no because I thought of you like a brother. But later, I realized it was not true. That thing you heard in the cafe, the words I said out of jealousy without thinking. I never once felt you were worse than anyone else or unworthy of love. In my eyes, you have always been the best, no matter your circumstances, because of who you truly are. I know it sounds overly poetic, but honestly, your appearance has nothing to do with it. I love you for your soul, which is unlike anyone else. Even if you lost a leg, you would still be the one I hold closest in my heart, the best and irreplaceable person. I have heard people say finding someone worth spending your whole life with is incredibly rare. Now that we have found each other and are together, do not give up on us, please, Benjamin. I want to see you every day. When we are old, we will be two elderly men living on our island, watching the sunset side by side. Oliver's voice was soft, eyes glistening. No one has ever been kinder to me than you. Please do not leave me alone. His family loves him and treats him well, but that is just family love. He could not fill the emptiness of a romantic bond with anything else. He loved Benjamin and he needed him. Maybe it was Oliver's endless tears, maybe his heartfelt words, or perhaps something else entirely. Eventually, Benjamin agreed to the surgery. On the day of the operation, Oliver stayed outside the operating room the entire time. He could not drink a single sip of water. He could think of nothing but the person lying on the table inside. He feared even the smallest mistake. It might lead to serious consequences. He had read the pre-op consent form. Every section warned about potential risks. Yes, even routine dental treatments carry some danger, but this was Benjamin. So he had to stay anxious. After several hours of surgery, Oliver finally saw Benjamin's attending physician emerge. The doctor told him the procedure went smoothly, and since Benjamin was still under anesthesia, they would be bringing him out soon to meet them. Hearing those words, Oliver felt a little relief, but then he immediately thought about the leg Benjamin had lost. Doctor, when can we install the prosthetic, and should rehabilitation begin as soon as possible? We will wait for the post-op evaluation to see how well the wound is healing before deciding on the next steps. Do not worry, there will be an excellent rehab specialist coming in shortly. Oliver said thank you, then looked back at the operating room door, even though he could not see anything through it. Behind that door was Benjamin, without a leg and still asleep from anesthesia. It was not until evening that Benjamin was finally wheeled out of the operating room. He was awake but still drowsy. Oliver had been told not to let Benjamin sleep for too long afterward, in case vomiting could lead to breathing issues. So he stayed by the bedside, talking with him and asking how he was feeling, if he was in pain, and things like that. Benjamin answered each question, his voice weak, but his attitude and mood were unchanged from before. After a while, he spoke up on his own. Oliver, you should step outside for now. I want to see my leg myself. A section of the white blanket was sagging downward. Benjamin's eyes stayed fixed on that spot. Oliver's lips moved slightly, but he said nothing and simply stood up to leave the room. After staying in the hospital for a month, they returned home. Oliver bought a house locally, planning to stay until Benjamin adjusted to his prosthetic before going back. He did not tell his parents about Benjamin's illness, just said he was staying abroad for a longer period. They thought the surgery would be their biggest challenge, but in reality it had only just begun. Benjamin's wound did not heal well and kept getting infected repeatedly, causing high fevers that lasted for days, several times during the night. He needed doctors to come in and give him fever-reducing injections. The wound finally started healing, but a new challenge arose. Installing the prosthetic limb. The prosthetic was specially made and completed urgently in over a month, then delivered to them. Oliver tried to help Benjamin put it on but was turned down. During this time, Benjamin kept refusing to let Oliver see his injury, even sleeping separately at night. To make matters worse, Oliver ended up hiring a caregiver, though he truly wanted to care for Benjamin himself, to show that it did not matter to him. But Benjamin cared deeply. He would rather be attended by the caregiver than accept help from Oliver. Oliver could only comfort himself, thinking that a professional caregiver would surely do better. But now even putting on the prosthetic was something Benjamin would not let him assist with. Benjamin, let me help you, please. Oliver's voice was almost pleading. We are together, why would you rather have them assist you than let me? Now Benjamin moved around in a wheelchair, his legs covered by a thick blanket. His face remained pale and shadows had settled over his eyes. He looked like an entirely different person. His gaze used to be calm when looking at others, gently warm when he glanced at Oliver, but now his eyes were dark as ink, deep and still like a quiet pond. Not even a stone dropped in would stir any ripple. No one could guess what was going through his mind. "Let Leo help me instead," Benjamin said with a faint effort at a smile, referring to the caregiver they would hired. "Your design sketch is not finished yet, go ahead and work on it." Oliver was not imagining it. He felt that ever since the surgery, Benjamin had been pushing him away, both physically and emotionally. Benjamin would rather have that caregiver sit with him than be left alone with Oliver. Oliver was a real person, full of feelings. Being repeatedly turned down by the one he loved hurt deeply, but he did not want to show it, not when Benjamin already had so much hardship to bear. So he simply gathered himself and said calmly, "Okay, I will come back later." The studio was on the floor above, so Oliver could still look after Benjamin without worrying about making noise that might disturb him. In truth, he had no focus at all, yet he needed to find something to do just to keep up the sense of normalcy. They were still living as they always did. Nothing would change in the days ahead. Oliver worked on his design sketch absent-mindedly. Unable to wait until his usual time, he returned early and immediately turned into a protective guardian. "What are you doing?" Oliver rushed over, pushing Leo aside to help the fallen Benjamin. Benjamin's face was pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. When he saw Oliver, he pushed him away. Oliver fell to the ground and called out to Leo, "Leo, get a blanket quick." "Mr. Oliver, I am sorry, I was just on the phone for a bit, and I did not expect Benjamin to fall. I promise it will not happen again." The caregiver kept apologizing, but Oliver was at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally said quietly, "I should apologize too, I should not have pushed you." When he came in, he thought the caregiver was mistreating Benjamin. From that angle, it looked that way, so without thinking, all he wanted was to protect him. Oliver paused, then added, "You should go home tonight, there is no need for you here right now." After sending the caregiver away, he turned back to Benjamin's door. At that moment, the door was shut tight. Before he opened it, he had not even noticed Benjamin's leg. Instead, his gaze had been drawn down by what Benjamin said and how he moved, but only for a brief moment. Benjamin quickly covered his leg with the blanket. He must have been trying to put on a prosthetic limb by himself, without asking for help, and accidentally fell. This was the first time Oliver had seen Benjamin like this, and also the first time he had been treated so abruptly. After covering his leg, Benjamin turned to look at him, his face even paler than before. "Oliver, are you hurt?" "Not hurt, it is fine," Oliver said quickly. Benjamin's expression did not ease at all. He seemed to be holding on by sheer will, like a fragile white jade vase that had cracked and been painstakingly repaired, its inner damage showing through even the outside. After confirming Oliver was not injured, he wheeled himself back to his room and shut the door. Oliver understood what Benjamin was thinking. Benjamin did not want him to see the missing leg, but they were close companions. Benjamin should trust him. Maybe he should show Benjamin his determination. Thinking this, Oliver went to knock on Benjamin's door. "Brother Benjamin, may I come in?" After a while, he finally heard a voice from inside. "Come in." Benjamin's voice was low and quiet. When he opened the door, Benjamin was leaning back on the bed, a notebook resting beside his hand. During this time of recovery, Ian Group's business affairs were temporarily handled by Uncle Levi, but Benjamin had not completely stepped away from work. He was still keeping an eye on the progress of previous projects. Oliver wanted Benjamin to take proper rest and focus on getting better, yet he feared hurting him, afraid that if Benjamin had too much free time, he might start overthinking things, spiraling into worry. The two, who used to share everything openly, slowly found themselves unable to talk about certain matters, and even afraid to bring them up. Oliver sat down beside the bed, his gaze not avoiding Benjamin's leg as it had before. "Brother Benjamin," he said, "I have asked Leo to leave. If you need help tonight, I will be here, only me. You haven't showered yet, shall we go now?" Oliver, Benjamin's face showed a hint of discomfort. "I can manage on my own." Oliver knew that Benjamin usually did not need help with bathing. He only ever asked Leo to hand over clothes now and then. The bathroom in this room had been specially adapted for ease of access for those with mobility challenges. "I know you can do it yourself, but I want to bathe with you." Back then, Oliver would never have said something like that, but now he has no choice. He still has to spend the rest of his life with Benjamin. Oliver had thought time might help Benjamin feel a little better, but now things are getting worse. Even during the first days after surgery, Benjamin was not this way. He feels as though Benjamin is drifting further away from him. Oliver had to make sure Benjamin believed he did not care about the loss because he loved Benjamin as a person, and even if both of his legs were gone, that love would not change. With that thought in mind, Oliver gently pushed Benjamin into the bathroom. He still held onto a tie belonging to Benjamin. When Oliver was scared before, Benjamin used a cloth to cover his eyes and ease his anxiety. Now it was Oliver's turn to do the same. Oliver crouched down in front of Benjamin's wheelchair. "I am going to blindfold you now. Do not think about anything, leave everything to me. Benjamin, you know I love you, and you love me too. If it were me in your place, I would never doubt your feelings for me, so my feelings for you will never change either." As he finished speaking, he tied the black tie over Benjamin's eyes and held onto his hand as it reached up to pull it off. "Oliver, please take it off," Benjamin whispered. His skin had taken on a cool, pale tone like the statue Oliver once made. He shifted slightly, lifting his head. The straight bridge of his nose unexpectedly caught a drop of water. Oliver turned on the shower head. It was not even 2 minutes before both of them were soaked through. The damp tie clung tightly to Benjamin's pale face, droplets tracing down his chin. His hand resting on the wheelchair armrest subtly tensed. Every inch from fingertip to forearm was rigid, with blue veins rising like ancient dragons surfacing from a deep river, then sinking back into the water. Cut off from sight, he could only rely on touch and sound to sense Oliver's presence. With his legs unable to move and now in this state, Benjamin naturally exuded a fragile feeling, but he was also someone who had always been good at holding back. He called out to Oliver, but when there was no reply, he pressed his lips tightly together, as if that gesture alone could preserve the dignity he would always carried. But what Oliver truly wanted was trust. He needed Benjamin to believe in him, to feel safe letting go of control in his presence, just as Oliver had done when with Benjamin. "I love you," he whispered, leaning close to Benjamin's wet ear. Then he looked closely at Benjamin's leg. The leg that had been amputated just below the knee now only left a stump of thigh. The wound had healed but would always remain incomplete. Oliver held back his tears and gently touched Benjamin's leg, but the moment he did, Benjamin reacted strongly, pulling away abruptly. Oliver quickly wrapped his arms around him, his voice filled with concern. "Benjamin, it is me, your Oliver. Do not be afraid, everything will be all right. I am here for you, please trust me." When he was 16, his grandfather passed away, and unable to accept the loss, he often woke up crying in the middle of the night. At that time, Benjamin stayed with him, held him close, and comforted him again and again. In those quiet nighttime embraces, he gradually found a sense of peace. Now it was Benjamin who needed him. He did as Benjamin once had done, gently brushing his lips against the other's. They kissed in the water like two fish gliding together, their tears blending into the ripples around them. Oliver gently brushed his fingers across Benjamin's pale, damp face, tracing the tie, the strong bridge of his nose, and the lightly faded lips. He gave himself to Benjamin as if in offering. His black hair floated in the water, his pale and radiant face glowing like wild roses under a quiet light. Tiny bubbles escaped from his lips, like pearls from a mermaid's breath. After getting changed, Oliver was slightly worried about Benjamin possibly having a fever, so he did not hesitate despite the soreness in his body and went straight to get the thermometer. "Good news, no fever." After checking the temperature, without waiting for Benjamin to say a word, he climbed into bed as if nothing had happened, burying himself in the other's arms. It was just one leg. Even with a missing limb, Benjamin remained Benjamin, the one he loved. He would not feel disgust, only deeper care. He wished he could do even more for him. Suddenly, Oliver bit down gently on Benjamin's collar and then kissed his way up along the skin beneath it. Just before reaching his lips, he paused, staring at him with quiet determination. Perhaps seconds passed, or maybe minutes, but finally, he received the kiss that belonged to him. That night, Oliver slept in a long-awaited peaceful sleep, and even dreamed of Benjamin. In the dream, Benjamin stepped out from the shadows and began living a normal life. They ate together, slept side by side, traveled to new places, shared joyful moments, and held their wedding in a church where all their friends and family celebrated with them. The dream was so beautiful that when Oliver woke up, he felt a little regretful, But then, as soon as he opened his eyes and saw Benjamin looking down at him, he realized the present moment was even better. "Brother Benjamin," Oliver murmured, his voice thick with sleep. Just like before, he closed his eyes again and nuzzled against the other's chest for a moment before opening them once more. "I will make breakfast today, let Auntie have a break. What would you like, Chinese or Western style?" He spoke with cheerful enthusiasm, as if nothing had happened in the past few months. He spoke with such enthusiasm, as if nothing had happened in the past few months. Benjamin stared at the face so close to his and said slowly, "Either is fine." Then he added, "Do you need help?" "You can help me tie my apron," Oliver said with a smile, then gave Benjamin a quick kiss before getting out of bed. Since that night, things seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Although Benjamin still felt uneasy when Oliver looked at his leg, he was not reacting as strongly as before. Oliver gave Benjamin time to adjust, and every week on one designated day, he would cover Benjamin's eyes in the bathroom. He hoped that someday he would not need to rely on a tie anymore. Walking with a prosthetic limb was not easy, no matter how custom-made it was for Benjamin. Many times, Oliver stood outside the window, watching Benjamin in his rehabilitation session. His heart twisted each time. He worried about him falling, hurting himself, or giving up. Because he knew that no matter how much he loved Benjamin, he could never truly understand what it felt like from his perspective. He could not carry the burden for Benjamin. He could only be there by his side, watching and supporting. Fortunately, Benjamin kept going. Before they knew it, a year had passed while they were abroad. Oliver sent greetings to his family during the festival celebrations while planning their trip out in the coming days. During this time, Benjamin had mainly stayed home for rehabilitation and medical checkups, rarely leaving otherwise. Oliver thought that Benjamin was doing well enough with his prosthetic limb now, and perhaps it was time they tried walking outside together. Oliver brought up the idea carefully and said, "We could go out in the evening. There is a nearby lake with nice views." He was not sure if Benjamin would agree, so when he finally saw him nod, he froze for a moment. Then, once he realized it was real, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry. He felt like he might have truly witnessed a miracle. Oliver had never been to this lake before, and upon arriving, he felt a bit regretful because of the heavy foot traffic. "Brother Benjamin, should we go somewhere else?" he asked softly, glancing at the man beside him. Benjamin was wearing an outfit chosen by Oliver, a high-necked sweater paired with dress pants, layered with a camel-colored coat. From the outside, no one could tell there was anything wrong with his legs. Hearing Oliver's words, he shook his head slightly. "No need, this place is fine. There is a stall selling bread over there. We could buy some to feed the birds." "Well, right." After buying bread, they found an open spot. It did not take long before a group of birds gathered around. The setting sun glowed crimson, the sky shimmering like stained glass from a kaleidoscope. The orange glow spread across the lake's surface and rippled outward. Oliver's face was half lit by the dusk. He gently tossed pieces of bread toward a distant white bird, occasionally catching Benjamin's glance. Benjamin's eyes remained calm and distant, but when Oliver looked over, his lips would softly curve upward. Just as he was about to finish feeding the bread, an unexpected incident happened without warning. A group of children spotted the birds and rushed over with excited jumps. Several kids pushed and jostled each other, then froze in fear at close range and shrieked before fleeing, causing them to collide with Benjamin. It was not just one child, it was multiple children all running into him at once. Oliver's heart skipped a beat. He rushed to grab Benjamin, but it was already too late. Maybe they had not checked the prosthesis properly before leaving, or perhaps there was an issue with it. Benjamin fell down hard, and worse, his prosthetic leg slipped out of his pant leg. The children's sharp cries drew everyone's attention toward them. Oliver instantly positioned his body to shield Benjamin, quickly tucking the prosthetic back into place while shouting at the onlookers, "What are you staring at? What is so interesting?" Even so, the crowd did not thin out much, and their gathering only drew even more people. Someone asked if Oliver needed help. He clenched his teeth and firmly refused every offer, knowing Benjamin did not need strangers interfering at this moment. He pulled out his phone to call the driver, giving them their current location while holding Benjamin tightly and gently pressing Benjamin's face against his chest. People were taking photos and videos. By the time the driver arrived, several minutes had already passed. Back in the car, Oliver firmly held Benjamin's hand. Benjamin, it will be okay. I have sent someone to make sure those people delete all the photos and videos. After a long pause, Benjamin finally responded, I am fine. His gaze drifted softly, seeming to land on Oliver, yet not quite there. Oliver, thank you for everything. Oliver had a vague sense that something was off, and he quickly shook his head. It is not hard at all. I did not do anything special. If it were not for me suggesting we come out today, none of this would have happened. Benjamin, if you are upset, just tell me off, okay? Do not keep everything bottled up inside. I am not angry, I just... Benjamin paused, then lowered his eyes. A glimmer of tears seemed to flash briefly at the edge of his lashes. He repeated what he had said before, thank you, Oliver. The next day, Oliver was asked to end their relationship. We should break up, he heard Benjamin say. That year, Oliver was years old. Benjamin was 26. More than 21 years had passed since then. Now Oliver could barely recall the details of that day. It was mostly arguments, tears, and stubborn silence. But he never expected it would be their last conversation. Just thinking about that sent a sharp pain through Oliver's heart. It hurt so much he suddenly snapped awake. And as soon as his eyes opened, he heard a voice. Son, why were you asleep on the sofa? It is your birthday today. You should get ready and change into something nicer. There are lots of people waiting outside. Benjamin is here too. Oliver stared in shock at his mother, who had passed away years ago, speaking right before him. She was not just talking, she also pulled a child about 3 years old beside her. I met a young child who got separated from his parents outside. He could not remember his mom or dad's names, and with so many people here tonight, I did not want him to get lost. I decided to keep him close for now, but I have quite a few things to attend to. I need to greet your father's friends and their wives. Oliver, could you look after him for me? Come here, sweetie, this is my son. You can call him Oliver, brother. He will help you find your parents soon. Oliver followed her words and looked at the child by his mother's side. The little boy looked up at him, shy and hesitant. Mr. Oliver. Honey. Chapter. Oliver could not respond. He did not even glance at the child again. A sudden sharp pain shot through his head, forcing him to collapse back onto the sofa. In his ears, he heard Charlotte's voice one moment and Henry's the next. He heard Henry calling out to him, Oliver. No, that is not right. He was dead, had jumped from the upper floor. What is going on now? Oliver clenched his teeth against the pain and looked around. The room felt both familiar and strange. After a moment of recognition, he suddenly reached out and gripped Charlotte's arm. She was right there, showing care. Yeah, Mom. It had been years since he would called her that name. Charlotte passed away from pancreatic cancer. She was diagnosed too late and did not live even a full year after the diagnosis. Seeing his mother again, Oliver could not help but wonder if this was all just a dream, some kind of wishful illusion to ease the ache of his real-life loss. Charlotte sat down and gently wiped the light sweat from Oliver's face, her voice filled with concern. What is wrong? Did you have a bad dream, or are you not feeling well? If it is that, I will call Dr. Izeng right away. Dr. Izeng was the family doctor for the Chin household. Whenever Oliver had a minor illness like a fever or cold, it was always him who came to check on him. Oliver did not reply right away. He simply stared at Charlotte with unwavering focus, studying her face intently. After his mother's passing, he finally understood just how painful it was to grow up without a mother. After their marriage, during periods of silence between them, Oliver had called his mother several times, only to be met with the cold, automated voice of a recording instead of her warm and caring reply. Many times while sitting at the Shen family gathering, he felt a quiet envy toward Henry. There was one family dinner that Oliver remembered clearly. At the table, Henry had snapped at Sophia over something minor, really just a small thing. She would added fennel to his soup, which he did not like. When they reached the garage, after holding it in all evening, Oliver could not hold back. Next time, do not speak that way to Aunt Sophia. It hurts her feelings. She did not mean to forget you do not like fennel. How can someone forget their own son's taste? What else is she supposed to remember? Just let it go. I told her I would not drink it, but she kept pushing. It was really annoying. Oliver's fingers twitched slightly on his lap. Honestly, I kind of envy you. Your mom still bothers you about things like that. Henry glanced at Oliver as if just realizing something. His earlier irritation faded and he softened his tone. My mom's your mom too, just call her what you're used to. She really likes you. Did not you notice how she kept urging you to eat her favorite dish, and she told me not to pick on you at home? Do I ever treat you badly? Oliver pressed his lips together. She is only a little older than me. I do not feel right calling her that. And I do not want to either. I only have one mother. Just because we are married does not mean I become someone else's possession. Henry said nothing in response. I know a guy whose dad remarried this year, someone younger than him, and the boy still calls her mom. He looked at Oliver again, then gently pinched his cheek with a teasing touch. Of course, sweetheart, you do not have to call her if you do not want to. I will not force it. His hand shifted from the pinch to a gentle caress, his voice low and soft, eyes carrying a hint of amusement. After all, who else would I love but you? Oliver disliked this kind of behavior. It made him feel like a caged bird kept for show. He would seen similar attitudes before when hanging out with friends, where older men acted that way toward the younger people around them. He pulled his hand away. Let's just go, I am not feeling well. Henry slowly pulled his hand back and said, all right. What is wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Charlotte thought Oliver seemed a bit off after his nap, and she grew increasingly worried. She reached for her phone to call Dr. Izeng, but the signal in their room on the boat was poor, so she stepped outside to make the call. Before leaving, she left the young child behind in the room. Oliver watched his mother Charlotte leave without getting up, still unsure if he was dreaming. He stared at the closed door, motionless, until he felt a gentle tug on his clothes. It was the child. Looking up, the boy's expression seemed bolder than before. Oliver, brother, you're crying. He reached for his own tissue paper, trying to wipe Oliver's tears. Oliver only realized he had been crying after the fact, but his body reacted first. He pulled away from the child's gesture as if by instinct. Child, no, he should be called Henry. Without hesitation, he followed Oliver's spirit down the stairs and was reborn into his 2-year-old self. He had been devastated at first. He was only 2. What could a child like that possibly do? Watch his partner move on with her former lover, be betrayed in silence. He regretted not being reborn into his 19-year-old body, or even better, back to the time before his divorce. But since he was already reborn, Henry told himself he could not be too picky still. Being stuck in a 2-year-old body made everything terribly difficult. It took him an entire year to help his parents, who had little foresight, connect with the wealthy Chin family, eventually earning an invitation to Oliver's 19th birthday party on the cruise ship. Once aboard the cruise, he set his focus, Oliver's mother, Charlotte. Women often have a natural kindness. Seeing a lonely child, they usually step in to help. And since he had spent some time with Charlotte before, he knew a bit about her preferences and temperament. Charlotte was likely to assist him, about an 80% chance, and that meant he also had around the same odds of meeting Oliver again. The plan went smoothly, and Henry successfully met 19-year-old Oliver. Unlike the 47-year-old Oliver, and even different from when he was 26, 19-year-old Oliver still carried a hint of youthful innocence, his face soft and rosy, full of fresh vitality. Simply sitting there quietly shedding tears, he seemed like a painting straight out of an artist's brushwork, radiating a gentle, endearing charm. Henry paused to reconsider his plan, then reached for a tissue, preparing to gently wipe Oliver's tears. He had done some research earlier. Oliver had not yet begun anything with Benjamin at this point. He still had a chance. All he needed was for Oliver to wait for him to grow up, just 15 years away. 15 years, His attempt to wipe the tears came to nothing. He heard Oliver reply with quiet politeness, "Thank you, but no need." His eyes, unlike his soft appearance, lingered on Henry with a careful gaze. "What is your name?" "Zai." "Chapter." "Zai," Oliver repeated softly, the name stirring a memory of Henry. He found himself staring more closely at the child's face. "You." Before he could finish speaking, the child burst into tears. As soon as he cried, his features twisted up completely. "I miss my parents," the child sobbed, clearly overwhelmed and struggling to breathe between cries. Oliver did not have much experience with children. Being suddenly confronted by a crying kid left him momentarily stunned. Normally, he would try to comfort the child, but for some reason, he felt an odd resistance toward this one. This dream was truly strange. He dreamed of his late mother, and now a young boy who reminded him of Henry. Honestly, this dream felt real. Thinking that, Oliver reached out and gently pinched the crying child's cheek. He did not notice how the child stiffened at his touch, only marveled at how real it felt. Afterward, a trace of tear clung to his fingertip. Oliver frowned slightly, then stood up from the sofa and grabbed a tissue from the round table, wiping his finger clean. They say people replay their lives before they pass, but he died in sleep with no time to think. Only when he became a spirit falling from the building did memory surface. Was this dream now giving him one last chance to see his loved ones? Family and friends. He could see his mother still alive. Could he also find Benjamin if he is still here? Oliver unconsciously crumpled the paper in his hand, then kicked off toward the door. He walked quickly and urgently, though he heard someone calling out, "Oliver, brother," the voice faded away like a breeze. After leaving the room, he glanced left and right, then chose a direction down the corridor. The cruise ship's hallway was covered in thick red carpet, making almost no sound with each step. Oliver did not notice he was wearing a hotel robe, nor did he see that the door he shut behind him trapped a child inside. He was searching for someone. Someone he had not seen in nearly 20 years. At the spiral staircase, Oliver looked down toward the noisy first floor. Through the gaps between the steps, he caught a glimpse of a glittering scene, luxurious revelry and sparkling crowds. Just one look was enough. He turned away and walked straight up the stairs. This dream felt just like that night when he turned 19. There was also such a staircase. The upper part led to the ship's deck, where he had met Benjamin. But in this dream, when he reached the deck, there was no one there. Oliver stood alone as summer breeze brushed his face. He gazed out toward the distant sea, the deep blue water shimmering under moonlight like a mysterious mirror, and far away, a lighthouse that looked just as solitary as he felt. It turned out, even in dreams, he could not find Benjamin. Still, it made sense. So many people had left him behind, but Benjamin was different. He did not just vanish, he was shattered beyond dust, his bones dissolved completely, everything reduced to nothing. No trace remained. Oliver searched desperately. His fingers were caked with dirt and blood, yet not even a hint of Benjamin could be found. Oliver covered his face, trying hard to steady his breath. At this age, it was not right to cry in a dream like a child. Oliver. He thought he heard a voice in his ears, as if from a dream. Was he missing Benjamin so much that he was hearing things? A hand gently touched Oliver's shoulder from behind. "I just heard Charlotte say you were not feeling well. Where does it hurt? Why are you covering your face? Oliver, are you crying?" Oliver froze. Perhaps only a second passed, perhaps more, maybe 10 or 15. He turned around and saw the person behind him. Benjamin looked just as he remembered from long ago, in a white suit with a rose for a formal dinner tucked into his pocket, gazing at him with gentle concern. Oliver opened his mouth, but words seemed to block up his throat. Each one stuck behind the last until not a single word would come out. He stared hard at the face before him, and his eyes grew redder with each passing moment. Benjamin lowered his head slightly, frowning at Oliver's state. "Are you unwell or has someone hurt you? I am here now, do not be afraid. Whatever it is, you can tell me, okay?" Oliver took a deep breath, then turned away. He could not believe this dream was real. He was not supposed to see young Benjamin again. It just was not possible. He first met Benjamin when he was 9 years old. They parted ways when Oliver turned 26. Later, Benjamin died on a plane flying to the city where Oliver lived. That same year, Oliver was admitted to the hospital and stayed for 2 years. Often, Oliver could not help wondering, is this really how life goes? Maybe the first cry of a newborn already shows it. Everyone comes into this world facing hardship and loss, whether quietly or painfully, parting from family, from lovers, from friends, and eventually leaving alone. Back then, he would run through the hallway in a costume, racing like the wind, watching guests from the southern window. Those memories felt only just yesterday. Yet Benjamin had been gone for so long now, and Oliver himself had grown into someone others avoided, saying he smelled old. Oliver hunched over, his shoulders trembling, waiting to be pulled into that familiar embrace, the one he had not felt in so long. All the emotions from these years finally broke through. During those 2 years in the hospital, he often thought about leaving this world with Benjamin. He had actually been upset with Benjamin, annoyed that his pride was so strong. But he also blamed himself. If only he had not said those words back then. He is a cripple and you still like him. Benjamin probably would not have taken such a big risk for surgery. He loved Benjamin, so he wanted to protect his dignity. That is why he agreed to end the relationship. Benjamin loved him too, and believed giving him the best life meant letting him move on. So in his will, he left letters urging Oliver to forget him and find someone who truly cares for him, then live a good life. So he worked hard to heal from Benjamin's passing, rebuilt his social life, and began living again. Eventually, he met Henry and married him. He never expected to say yes to Henry's pursuit. Henry had been chasing him with such passion for months. Somehow, Henry learned Oliver loved Kunqua opera, so he went off on his own to study it for a few months. But Henry was naturally tone-deaf and stiff in movement, and struggled with every part of the performance. Still, he invited Oliver and all of Oliver's friends to watch the show. Oliver found himself surrounded in the center of a crowd, hearing laughter ripple around him. Unable to hold back any longer, he rushed onto the stage and pulled Henry away. Behind the stage was chaotic. They slipped through the throng and wandered down narrow alleys. Oliver still felt angry as they reached a flower wall, then let go of Henry's hand. "Are you really that clueless? Everyone's laughing at you." The tall young actor in makeup, with pale cheeks and rosy lips, his eyes slightly lifted under tight headwear, sparkled with a smile. "Are you feeling sorry for me?" Oliver paused. Suddenly he realized this was not the right place, too noisy yet too quiet. The noise came from faint voices of friends searching for them. The silence was just him and Henry alone together. Henry seemed to sense his hesitation. Instead of rushing in with a kiss like on their first meeting, he gently touched Oliver's fingertip. "Honestly, I am really happy learning things you once loved makes me feel closer to you. It is just that I am not good at it and people might laugh, but do not worry, I will keep going. If I cannot learn in one day, I will try 2. If not a year, then 2 years. I will not give up." The deeper meaning behind those words was not lost on Oliver. Without thinking, he took an involuntary step back. His whole body pressed nearly against the flower wall. The sweet scents of a cementhus and orchid wrapped around him, just turning his face slightly. He could brush against a dangling jasmine vine. He looked at the young man before him, the kind of passion that did not match their age. At this stage in life, people usually express feelings with care and subtlety, always mindful of grace and composure. Henry reminded Oliver so much of his younger self, back when he did not care about anything except having Benjamin. He would drag Benjamin into the sculpture room and pulled up his long robe without shame. Benjamin's shadow flickered again. Oliver shook his head, brushing it away, and then reached out to gently touch the young man's face. He thought maybe it was time for a second love story in life, just as Benjamin had hoped. "Oliver, what is going on?" The young man's voice whispered in his ear, and upon hearing it, Oliver found himself even more overwhelmed. Seeing someone from long ago in a dream filled his mind with so much, yet also felt strangely empty. Could this moment just go on forever? Let Benjamin hold him like this, let him sink into this dream, never having to wake up. Let go of each other. A sharp child's voice rang out. Chapter. Henry stared at the two embracing figures, too stunned to think of anything else. His mind was consumed by one burning thought. Break them apart. Henry had never seen Benjamin alive. In fact, photos of Benjamin were extremely rare. Though he led the Ion Group Corporation, he remained remarkably low-key, never giving interviews and never appearing online in any images. He had even hired detectives to search, but only managed to find one old photograph. It was from Oliver's graduation ceremony, a picture of Oliver in his academic gown holding flowers, standing beside Benjamin. The faded image showed the two close together. Henry had never seen Oliver smile so brightly before. Beside him, Benjamin wore a suit perfectly smooth from cuff to trouser hem, broad-shouldered and tall-limbed. His walking stick looked more like an elegant decorative piece than functional equipment. His lips curved in a quiet smile, calm and refined. Even if Henry refused to admit it, he had to acknowledge that the two men in the photo seemed quite well matched. Henry once believed he could ignore Oliver's past. After all, when he started pursuing him, Oliver was already, so of course there had been things before. But over time, the idea of those past experiences began to bother him more and more. Sometimes, as he looked down at Oliver beneath him, he could not help wondering how Oliver had felt under that man named Benjamin. Was it like that, shy and quiet? Did they ever use this position too? When he finally saw Benjamin in person, seeing him holding Oliver, who was only wearing a hotel robe, Henry felt his anger boiling over. He rushed forward, trying to pull them apart, but damn it! His current height was not even as tall as Benjamin's shorter frame, and after struggling hard, he could not budge them at all, only ended up exhausted. Earlier, he had been locked in the room for a long time before Charlotte returned with Dr. Zhang. He ran around searching for Oliver and found him already breathing heavily. Just as Henry was about to squeeze between them, a voice snapped him back to his senses. "Young man, who are you looking for?" He looked up, meeting Benjamin's gaze. The other man frowned slightly, one arm wrapped around Oliver while the other rested on a walking cane. Due to their height difference, his lowered glance carried an almost condescending tone. Henry clenched his hands tightly, once again cursing his current age. If only he were not this young, just one punch to Benjamin's face would have been enough instead of. "You are the bad one, you made Oliver's brother cry." Shouting, he pounded Benjamin's injured leg in frustration. Before he could finish, someone pushed him aside. Oliver turned just in time to see a child hitting Benjamin. Though still furious at the act, he kept his composure and restrained himself. "Who are you even? Whose kid are you? This has nothing to do with you." Henry stumbled back 2 steps, then heard Oliver's words. His fury was real and intense. His eyes flashed angrily at Oliver, and he deeply resented how Oliver defended Benjamin. That is just how it is whenever Benjamin is mentioned. Oliver always reacts strangely. He is just a person who is gone. Why should not a person who is past be mentioned? He did not know how kind Benjamin had been to Oliver, but he thought he had not treated Oliver badly either. Yet in Oliver's eyes, he was nothing more than a loyal servant, and Oliver himself had said so. Oliver gave the best years of his life to Benjamin, and still spends his days longing for him, something Henry found deeply unfair. What did he end up getting in return? Growing older every day, with Oliver always holding back affection. Especially after learning that once they divorced, Oliver casually let some stranger get close. Now it all felt even more absurd. For just a moment he looked fierce, but then Henry quickly put on a hurt expression. "I am sorry, I thought he was bothering you, Oliver brother. Please do not be upset with me." Oliver did not respond. He was starting to feel something was off. Reality and dreams were blurring. He could not tell if he was awake or still caught in a dream. In the midst of it all, his only thought was to hold tightly onto Benjamin's arm. He feared Benjamin might vanish. Just like long ago. The person whose arm he held seemed to sense his unease, gently patted his hand, then turned slightly to speak to the child. Oliver did not care. He did not want to care either. He had no energy left to focus on anything else right now. How he ended up in the room was not clear, but when his mind started to come back, he found himself already sitting beside Benjamin. Benjamin held one of Oliver's hands with one hand while speaking on the phone with the other. "Charlotte, Oliver is with me right now. He is not himself. It is all right. I will take care of it. Later, once he feels better, I will ask if he still wants to join the birthday party. But Charlotte, you should prepare for both possibilities and let tonight's guests know in advance." "Yes, okay." Benjamin noticed Oliver's gaze and gently tightened his hold on the hand he was holding. After hanging up, he reached for a towel and began wiping Oliver's face. "I haven't seen you cry like this in such a long time. Would you like to share what is on your mind?" His movements were gentle, and so was his expression. Oliver blinked in a daze, staring at him blankly for a moment before slowly reaching out with both hands to touch Benjamin's face. "Jie, you, brother." Just saying those 3 words made his voice crack. He had not spoken those 3 words in years. After Benjamin's passing, he had buried that name deep within himself, refusing to speak it aloud and not wanting anyone else to mention it either. "Yeah, Benjamin brother," Oliver said again, his eyes red and glistening with tears that trembled on the edge of spilling, filled with decades of longing. "Yeah," Benjamin replied once more. Oliver called out to him as many times as he needed, and each time Benjamin answered without hesitation. The way Benjamin looked at Oliver was like a vast silent sea. Any emotion Oliver carried could be safely poured into it. And when Oliver met that gaze, he could not help but feel as though time itself had shifted, like stepping back into another life. He traced every inch of Benjamin's face with his fingertips. The Benjamin before him now was young again, untouched by the frailty and shadows that came later. "Benjamin brother, I think I just had a dream." "What kind of dream?" "One without you," Oliver said softly, offering a faint smile. "Then I had another dream. I dreamed you stood before me. Did you come to take me away?" Benjamin's brow furrowed slightly, his voice now deeper and more serious. Oliver, did you have a nightmare earlier? We are not in a dream right now. Oliver nodded. I had a really frightening nightmare. I am so tired now, I just want to sleep. Benjamin, will you stay with me? He pulled Benjamin down to sit beside him on the bed. Since they were both in hotel robes, it was easy enough. But Benjamin was still wearing his suit. Watching him unbutton his jacket, Oliver suddenly smiled. It felt strange being old and dreaming of a former lover from youth, seeing that younger version of the person standing before you, undressing right in front of him. Benjamin lifted his eyes slightly, letting his gaze rest on Oliver's face for a second or two before looking away. He took off his jacket and then went to the bathroom to change. Oliver did not curl up against Benjamin like he used to when they were young. Instead, he lay sideways toward him, occasionally brushing his fingers lightly across Benjamin's cheek. He thought the dream would end soon. The next morning, Oliver was woken by the sound of waves. He stirred awake with a daze. The window was not fully closed. Just a small breeze slipped in along with a hint of daylight. Instinctively, he reached to shut it but then noticed his arm. His arms should not look like this. Oliver stared at his pale, smooth arms in silence, then turned his hand over to examine it closely. When he was 40, he accidentally cut his hand with a tool, leaving behind a scar that could not be removed. Back then, Henry had consulted doctors from both within and outside the country, but none could get rid of it. But now his hands were clean, completely smooth, with nothing at all. That was not right. He would turned into a spirit, had not he? His skin should have been pale and bluish. Click! A sound came from the door. Oliver turned around and saw Benjamin walking in through the doorway. Did you sleep well last night? Uncle Azeng is waiting in the dining area. I just told him your temperature is normal. He said he will come by soon to check on you. Benjamin walked to the bedside and bent down, placing his hand on Oliver's forehead. Still no fever, just a little swelling around the eyes. He pulled out a white napkin wrapped around an egg. Try using this to soothe them. Oliver stared blankly at the person before him. Seeing that Oliver did not move, Benjamin gently placed the egg over his eyes himself. Suddenly, he felt a tight embrace around his waist. Henry was especially frustrated. He had been taken away by Benjamin's people the night before and had not seen Oliver since. He did not know what the bodyguard had told his parents, but early that morning he overheard them talking. Let's enroll Henry in a kindergarten class. He is 3 years old this year. Yes, that is right. Before we came here, I told him again and again not to wander off or follow strangers. He still did not listen last night. Thankfully, a kind man had his guards ask everyone one by one until they found us and brought Henry back safely. At first, I worried he would be teased at school because of his age, but now it is better to get him there sooner so the teachers can help guide him. Honestly, we still do not know who that gentleman is, should really think. Kindergarten? How could he go to kindergarten? Last night, Oliver and Benjamin seemed off. Maybe the private detective's past research was wrong. By now, they were clearly closer than just brothers. He did not have time for kindergarten. He had to figure out how to move into the Chin family. He remembered Charlotte liked kids a lot. Henry set down his milk, climbed off the chair, and walked over to his parents with a dark expression. I am not going to kindergarten. The Shen family's parents looked at him simultaneously and said in unison, You must go. Chapter. Oliver pressed his face tightly against Benjamin's waist. It was not a dream from last night. He had not imagined seeing his mother and Benjamin. He had truly seen them again. He would return to his younger self. It was like waking up from a nightmare after struggling, suffering, and shedding every tear, only to open his eyes and realize it had all been just a dream. Relief followed instantly, as if he would survive something terrible. But this was not just relief from surviving a nightmare. He had not just had a dream that would fade with time. He would truly live through those moments, and the person he was holding now was someone he had not embraced in 20 years. Oliver's hands slowly uncurled and fell to his sides, but then his face was gently lifted. He met Benjamin's eye, so close that warm breath brushed against his skin. You have been off since last night. What happened? The long fingers holding Oliver's face gently brushed away a tear, and with his other hand, Benjamin briefly pressed an egg against Oliver's reddened eyelids before letting go. Oliver said nothing. He did not know what to say, only staring intently at Benjamin. at the face of someone he had not seen in over 20 years, still alive and vivid before him. For a moment, he almost asked Benjamin, "Does it hurt? Does your leg still ache after the amputation? Did it hurt during the crash?" But he could not ask. This Benjamin had never gone through the amputation, the crash, or heard the words Oliver regretted most. Knock knock. A knock came from the door. "Benjamin, Oliver, are you in there?" It was Dr. Ezeng's voice. Benjamin could not wait any longer. He told the doctor outside to hold on, quickly wiped Oliver's face with a towel, then reached into the closet for a set of clothes. This room was Benjamin's aboard the cruise ship, and it only held his own clothes. Benjamin was already 3 years older than Oliver, taller too, and Oliver had matured later, still growing during his 3rd year of college. Oliver was a bit dazed as his face was wiped, and when he realized Benjamin was about to help him get dressed, he felt awkward and uneasy. Back then, even if Benjamin had not helped, he would sometimes act spoiled or playful on purpose. But now, "I can do it myself." Oliver pulled back slightly, not daring to meet Benjamin's eyes, then took the clothes and headed straight for the bathroom. Standing inside the bathroom, he did not rush out right away. He took off his clothes and stared closely at his reflection in the mirror. This body was completely different from the one he had at 47. It looked fresh and untouched, no matter how harsh the light, no lines on the neck or around the eyes, not a single scar from toes to fingertips. Oliver raised his arm to his nose and tilted his head slightly as he inhaled. His eyes welled up again. Why keep bringing up the past? What was I like before and what am I now? Do not you know your body already has a certain smell, just like older people? Even though we are both grown-ups, I am still much younger than Mr. Oliver. I hope he does not think. Oliver laughed and cried at the same time in front of the mirror. What he was crying about or laughing about, even he could not tell. A life once filled with luxury and excess, then abandoned in later years, now he was back to being young again. That year, when the news of the accident came through, he ended up in the hospital. A Bible always stayed by his bedside. Sometimes he would go sit in a church for a while. The cathedral had an intricate domed roof and a ceiling that looked like emerald glass, with stained glass arch windows on either side. Oliver often stared at the glass, watching sunlight stream in as if holy light were falling over Jesus' outstretched hands behind him, a scene symbolizing paradise. He would also pray with the priest in that small prayer room. He asked the priest if he had done too much wrong to deserve such treatment from God. He could not quite remember exactly what the priest said. It was mostly about forgiving himself. But Oliver could not let go of his guilt. At times, he believed he would have been responsible for Benjamin's fate, for losing the one person he loved most in life. He knew deep down that Benjamin was proud by nature, yet still said things that cut too deep, leaving a wound in his heart. That is why Benjamin took the risky decision to undergo surgery and ultimately had to lose his leg. If Benjamin had not gone through the surgery, they would not have broken up, and Benjamin would not have become a guardian who quietly visited him each year, watching from afar as Oliver moved through grand, lavish gatherings, while he himself died in a plane crash on his way to visit him. In many late nights at the hospital, Oliver would suddenly wake up. The first part of his dream was him holding a glass of champagne, laughing with friends as they counted down the final 10 seconds to the new year. The second half was a sudden, loud explosion. Boom! Every time he woke up, he would bite his little finger until it bled, and when there was nowhere left to bite, he would turn to his wrist. Eventually, the medical staff noticed, and they began round-the-clock monitoring to prevent him from hurting himself. Oliver had gotten dressed, but Benjamin's clothes were too long for him. He had to roll up the pant legs before stepping out. Not only was Dr. Ezeng seated outside, but nearly all members of the Chin family were present except for grandfather, who had not boarded last night due to seasickness. From Oliver's father down to his several cousins, the room was completely filled. Hearing that Oliver had been unwell since last night through this morning, they would put all their own matters aside and rushed over. Oliver, lie down quickly, let Uncle Ezeng take a look at you. Charlotte spoke up first, her concern obvious as she reached to grab his hand. Then she turned to the eldest cousin. Has the ship started turning back? I think we really need to get him to a hospital. Do not worry, Auntie, I have already spoken with the captain. We will be docking by noon, the eldest cousin replied. The second cousin added, Uncle Auntie, I have already called our family's hospital. Their vehicle is on its way to the dock. Oliver, are you hungry? I brought breakfast for you. Should we wait until after the checkup to eat, or would you like something now? Said the third cousin. Oliver's mood had not fully lifted when he was gently guided onto the bed. Amid the circle of concerned faces from the Chin family, he caught sight of Benjamin standing at the back. Brother Benjamin, he suddenly could not help calling out to Benjamin. Mason glanced back. Benjamin, come over and stay with Oliver. This kid's been scared of his uncle doctor ever since he was little. One of Oliver's hands was held by Benjamin as he approached, while the other clung tightly to his mother. Dr. Chin was not unfamiliar with such scenes. He would long grown used to how deeply the Chin family cared for their youngest child. After the examination, he paused and then said quietly to the group of eyes watching him, "There is nothing serious, just mild dehydration. He should drink more water. If you're still worried, we can do a full checkup at the hospital once we dock. But Oliver was just checked last month, so everything looks fine. He is in good health. His blood sugar is slightly elevated though, so try cutting back on sweets and fresh fruit juice." Mason walked Dr. Zhang to the door while Charlotte dismissed the cousins. Seeing that this was a private moment between mother and son, Benjamin excused himself with a pretext. When only Charlotte and Oliver remained in the room, she gently touched her son's forehead and said softly, "Little one, what is really going on?" She used a name she had not called him since childhood. "You have been acting this way. Your parents are really worried. Your brothers are anxious too. Did something upsetting happen?" Oliver nodded, then shook his head, eyes red. "Mom, I missed you so much." Charlotte smiled gently. "That makes me happy. Last year you told me you were grown up now, that you did not need your mom around anymore." Those words brought tears to Oliver's eyes. He wept uncontrollably, just like the time he stood by Charlotte's grave. When young, he always longed to travel far and wide. Even when his parents called asking when he would visit home, he would come back but never stay for long. And even when at home, he had countless invitations, rarely enough time to sit with his parents and chat or watch a dull show together. Their time was slowly slipping away, but back then he did not understand. Only after both of them passed on did it finally hit him. He had lost everything. He no longer had his parents. Oliver thought maybe this second chance was meant for him to make up for past mistakes, to reclaim what he would lost. He lifted his face and turned tears into a smile. "I am hungry, Mom." But this new life quickly brought challenges. Oliver was not satisfied with his old clothes anymore. At that brief phase of college had shaped him, he was drawn to unusual styles, like a black long-sleeve shirt with a large skull on the front and pants so loose they covered his backside, made from flowing silk fabric. Fortunately, Oliver's good looks made those outfits work for him. He flipped the clothes over and over in his hands, then turned to Charlotte. "Mom, does Dad have any new clothes on board?" Chapter. Charlotte quickly dismissed the strange idea. "Why suddenly ask about your dad's clothes? Are you thinking of wearing them?" Charlotte laughed softly. She glanced at the clothes in Oliver's hands. "I have never been able to appreciate your outfits. They are kind of odd looking. And your father's clothes do not suit you either. If you wore them, they would be too big, not to mention the color is outdated." At that, Charlotte studied the outfit Oliver was wearing. "Is this Benjamin's clothes?" Oliver, caught off guard, looked down at himself. He ran his fingers over the fabric lightly before nodding slowly. "Looks nice, just a bit too big," Charlotte said softly. "Benjamin was here without his wheelchair for the first time at this kind of event yesterday. I meant to ask you to look out for him, but he ended up taking care of you all night instead." Oliver already knew when his rebirth happened, the very night of his 19th birthday. In his past life, that was exactly the night Benjamin confessed to him. But back then, Oliver only saw Benjamin as a brother and nervously turned him down before rushing away. Thinking about it, he suddenly asked Charlotte, "Mom, did Benjamin give me a gift last night? Where was it left?" "All your gifts from last night are kept in the largest room on the ground floor, Oliver." She had not even finished speaking before she was already gone. Oliver suddenly remembered something. In his past life, after being confessed to, he stayed hidden for a long time and never recalled what gift Benjamin had given him that night. He received plenty of gifts every year, so many that some never even got opened. Most of the unopened ones ended up being donated by Charlotte for charity. Oliver entered the room Charlotte had mentioned and began searching for Benjamin's gift. The presents were piled high, so he settled on the floor and started opening them one by one. After turning 40, something changed. He suddenly lost interest in birthdays. He noticed that most of his invited friends had changed drastically in appearance. They started talking about things he would never cared about before: international affairs, business deals, stocks and funds. Business cards fluttered like snow from hand to hand, turning every gathering into a place for transactions. Oliver did not like these topics. He tried bringing up things they used to talk about, but someone gave him a half smile and said, "Our Oliver still prefers the same old stuff, unchanged for decades." Oliver's different from us common folks. Even after 40, he hasn't changed at all. Back then, he had parents doting on him. Now he is with a young partner, no kids, just their own little world every day. It must be so happy. Exactly. Did you know? Once, Oliver just posted online that he was craving something to eat. His young partner ran out in a storm, did not even think twice. We are totally envious of that kind of devotion. Oliver, how is your studio doing these days? Are there a lot of projects every year? Should I introduce some clients to you? There is no need for you to introduce anyone. Oliver takes on jobs based on connection and feeling, not just because the pay is high. After the birthday party ended, Oliver thought deeply. He began to wonder if he had been living too long in an isolated world, focused only on beauty and romance, disconnected from real life. Then something happened that made him lose all interest in birthday parties. One of his friends openly brought along a romantic partner. Oliver felt deeply unsettled. He saw the act as an insult to both his friend's spouse and to himself, so he asked the friend to leave. That night, when he brought it up with Henry, Henry did not seem bothered at all. "Just that?" "What do you mean, just that?" Oliver snapped, glaring at Henry and even tossing his pillow in frustration. "It was my birthday party. He brought a lover. Even if it were not mine, he should not have done such a thing. If they are married, why not be loyal to their partner?" Henry rubbed his nose where the pillow had hit, then looked closely at Oliver's upset expression. His tone softened. "Honey, not everyone stays the same over time. Friends who were close in youth might drift apart later on. And as for lovers, there are far too many to keep track of. Can you really believe most of your friends are just married in name?" "I do not believe it. If that is true, why do not they just get divorced?" "Divorce comes with high costs, dividing assets, managing public image, and so on. Most of your friends come from family-run businesses that represent large corporations. If they divorce, the company's stock could drop sharply, and their shareholders would never accept that." But Oliver could not think of a response. After a long pause, he finally said, "Is marriage just about money? Is not it supposed to be based on love?" Henry's gaze flickered with shadow for a moment, then quickly turned into a smile. "Do you really think every couple is like us? That is not possible." Oliver found the gift Benjamin had given him, a box containing a custom-made watch with Oliver's Spanish name engraved, and also a pair of pearl and diamond buttons. Watches and buttons are usually meaningful gifts for adulthood, especially the buttons. When Oliver was young, he once lied about his age in front of Benjamin. By 12, Benjamin had already stood out for being unusually tall, while Oliver, though well-proportioned, developed later than most kids. He was afraid Benjamin would tease him about his height, so at 9 years old, he said he was only 8, though the lie was quickly exposed by the number on his birthday cake. Oliver put on the watch and carried the gift box with the buttons out, but as he stepped through the door, he unexpectedly ran into Benjamin. Benjamin noticed the gift box in Oliver's hand but did not mention it. He only asked, "Are not you still hungry?" Oliver slowly nodded. Benjamin reached out toward him. "Want to come with me to the dining hall?" Oliver stared at the hand for a long time. He should have taken it without hesitation. Perhaps it was the span of 20 years, or perhaps he was afraid of repeating the past and causing Benjamin harm again. He felt a quiet hesitation, much like someone returning to a hometown after a long absence. But the hand in front of him did not pull back because of his delay. "Do not be afraid. There is still a chance to make things right. Did not you already plan this? Just forget the old pain." Oliver took a deep breath, repeating the same reassurance in his mind over and over again. "It will be fine, since we know how things played out before. If Benjamin does not go through that surgery or get on that plane, they can keep going forward together." Oliver's gaze slipped to Benjamin's injured leg for a brief moment, his mind flashing with images of what came after the leg being removed from just below the knee, leaving behind smooth, pale flesh like white jade, skin red and irritated from wearing an artificial limb. the marks darkening over time into shades of purple. In that instant, he gently took hold of the outstretched hand. Yeah. When they reached the self-service dining hall, Oliver suddenly realized he had not changed clothes. He was still wearing Benjamin's shirt. He considered going back to switch it, but when he saw Benjamin already bringing breakfast over, he let it go. At that moment, the Shen family parents were leading Henry toward the dining hall. On the way, Henry was still muttering, "Hey Dad, Mom, did you hear me? I am not going to nursery school." Mr. and Mrs. Shen pretended not to hear, dragging him along all the way to the dining hall. Mr. Shen went to get food, while Sophia stayed behind, keeping a close eye on Henry's restless movements. She pulled out a packet of powdered milk, and a bottle of previous bottled milk had been tossed into the trash by this little troublemaker during an angry fit. She asked a waiter for hot water, just got it ready, when she noticed her son was gone. Turning around, she saw Henry had slipped over to another table of guests, without anyone noticing. Sophia had not met young Master Oliver from the Chin family in person, but she would seen his photo. After all, she attended his 19th birthday party last night. Sophia had never met young Master Oliver from the Chin family in person, but she would seen his photos. After all, she attended his 19th birthday celebration last night. She recognized the guests at the table and immediately stood up to follow after them. Henry was staring intently at Oliver, realizing that the clothes Oliver wore were not his own, then glancing over at Benjamin. "That outfit belongs to the one who did not make it, does not it? Same brand. What did those two do after he was forced to leave last night? Why is Oliver wearing Benjamin's clothes?" Henry felt angry, but unlike last night, he stayed calm. Instead of giving in to his emotions, he acted gently, calling out Oliver brother before reaching into his pocket to hand over the gift he had prepared. At his age, giving something too expensive would raise suspicion. Besides, Oliver had already seen every kind of luxury item, so all Henry could offer was something truly unique. Oliver loved flowers, he knew that much. Before he could pull out the handmade flower from his pocket, his shoulder was grabbed. "I am so sorry my son bothered you," Sophia said with a quick apology, worried that Henry might say something wrong and upset young Master Chin. She quickly pressed the bottle into his mouth. Henry was caught off guard and coughed up some milk in surprise. Chapter. If it were not for Sophia's presence, Oliver might not have recognized the boy, but as soon as he saw her, he immediately realized who this child was, barely 3 years old. It was Henry. Oliver's fingers tightened around the knife and fork. Even though Henry now looked only 3, he could not forget what Henry had done and said when he was a spirit. Oliver, a hand reached over from across the table and gently held his. Without thinking, Oliver turned toward the voice, locking eyes with a pair full of concern. Looking at Benjamin for just an instant, he felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow rise within him. But he could not say anything. If he told Benjamin he was reborn and shared everything he had gone through, Benjamin would hurt even more. Oliver quickly blinked twice, giving a slight shake of his head to signal that everything was fine. Sophia, standing nearby, had not expected such an awkward moment. She kept apologizing and hurriedly wiped the milk off Henry's mouth with her hand. "Here, use this," Benjamin said, passing over a clean napkin. "Okay, thank you," Sophia quickly replied, scooping Henry up and heading back to her seat. Only when she saw her husband did her nervousness ease a little. Just now Henry ran over to the young master of the Chin family. "I was worried he would cause trouble, and then he spit up milk all over his clothes," Sophia said, scolding lightly as she wiped at his shirt. Luckily, they did not seem bothered. She did not notice Henry's expression as she spoke. Henry clenched his small fists tightly, glaring at the bottle on the table and the napkin Sophia used to wipe him down with. The napkin had been handed by Benjamin. His mother even thanked Benjamin for it. Henry had never met Benjamin in his past life, but he would always compare himself to him. To him, Benjamin was a man with little fortune and a short life. Even though he was the only son of the Iron group, he had a limp. Though he had once been close to Oliver, someone Oliver could not forget, he never got to enjoy that good fortune. He died too soon. Though Henry's family background was not as strong as Benjamin's, he did not feel inferior in any other way. He was younger, tougher, built his own business empire from scratch, and even married the woman Benjamin had never been able to have. And since he was reborn with knowledge of what is to come, He naturally carried a sense of superiority whenever facing Benjamin. Even if Benjamin and Oliver were deeply close now, Henry knew he would die young. And this time around, he was not going to let Benjamin stay with Oliver for long. But now, one tiny bottle had ruined everything. He would lost face in front of both Oliver and Benjamin. Henry bit down hard on his 20 baby teeth, holding back the urge to tremble with anger or lose control right then. No one would like a child with a bad temperament. He had already seen Oliver's discomfort and distance when he last lashed out at Benjamin, only to be stopped by Oliver. On the other side, Oliver could not help but drift into thought, glancing repeatedly toward Henry. He did not recall ever meeting a child like him before in his previous life, only glimpses appearing at odd moments. Shen family. Did the Shen family attend his birthday party back then too? Oliver's annual birthday celebration was one of the largest events in town, yet he never paid attention to guest lists and often failed to recognize unfamiliar faces. Could this be the ripple effect from his rebirth? Or could there be another explanation? Was it the boy who appeared at the ship's front last night? Do you know him? Benjamin suddenly broke into Oliver's thoughts. Oliver turned back, his expression slightly awkward. I do not know him. A second later he added, he got separated from his parents last night and was brought to my room by my mother. I would not say we are acquainted. Benjamin studied Oliver's expression for a few seconds before nodding. Then let's continue eating. There is a doctor on board. I will have him check the boy later. You do not need to worry. Oliver wanted to say something, but held it back. Henry was only 3 years old now. He could not hold a grudge against a child like that. After disembarking, Oliver went in for a full medical checkup. Charlotte joined him at his insistence. Xu Yuan was exactly as Oliver remembered. After losing both his grandmother and mother in his previous life, he had sealed it off. Now returning to Xu Yuan and seeing his grandmother again brought mixed feelings. Welcome back, said his grandmother with a smile at the door. It is hot out, coming quickly. I have made some fresh mung bean soup. It is perfect to drink now. Oliver looked at his still healthy grandmother, warmth rising in his chest. He hurried forward and gently took her arm. Grandmother, I want 3 bowls. 5 would be fine, said his grandmother with a pat on Oliver's hand, then called out to Benjamin. Benjamin, come join us too. As they sipped the mung bean soup, his grandmother noticed the watch on Oliver's wrist, praising it at once and asking who gave it. Learning it was Benjamin, she said, Benjamin always has great taste. The watch looks quite elegant. These summer days are long, and even though it is already 5 of the clock, the sun is still blazing hot. Oliver gazed at his grandmother's face with quiet affection and replied, Brother Benjamin always has excellent taste. His grandmother turned to Benjamin and said, By the way, Benjamin, your parents called me today. They mentioned they will be visiting you in a couple of days. Oliver heard this and instinctively shifted his gaze toward Benjamin. Benjamin listened to the news about his parents' visit with remarkable calm, as if nothing stirred inside him. His fingers, which had been resting on the white porcelain bowl of mung bean soup, loosened as he reached for a napkin and handed it to Oliver while saying to his grandmother, I know, they told me too. Seeing the napkin offered, Oliver paused in surprise before realizing what was happening. It had been so long apart that he would forgotten a few old habits. Thanks, he said, taking the napkin and quickly wiping his lips. That simple thank you drew 2 pairs of eyes in his direction. His grandmother spoke first, saying, Funny thing, when did you start being so polite to Benjamin? Benjamin said nothing, just continued looking at Oliver. Oliver's motion of tossing the napkin paused mid-air. Then he raised his head and gave a casual reply, pretending to be completely unfazed. I am now, I should naturally know better than before. Of course you have grown up, she said. You will wash the dishes after this since Ming-ai is off today. No more calling on Benjamin to help you like you used to. With that, his grandmother stood up and left. Though she was older, her passion for Ikonkwa opera had not faded. She would recently started a small group with some longtime friends and met every day to practice. After marrying Henry in his previous life, Oliver learned how to handle household chores. Even though the house had part-time cleaners and maids, Henry loved the meals he prepared and preferred having no one else around. Washing a few dishes was nothing for Oliver now, he would long since become skilled at it. Without waiting for Benjamin to offer help, he swiftly placed both bowls into the dishwasher, set the cycle, sealed the leftover chilled mung bean soup, stored it in the fridge, and even remembered to replace the refrigerator's odor absorber. Only when he turned around did he meet Benjamin's gaze and suddenly realized something was off. Oliver unconsciously curled his fingers. In a moment, he calmly tossed the old odor absorber into the trash, but inside he felt frozen, almost tempted to bite his finger. He was afraid Benjamin would notice something off, that his soul was not truly 19. Having a 47-year-old mind and a 19-year-old body, it is a terrifying thought, is not it? Benjamin loved the Oliver who was 19, and the one who was 26, would he love the Oliver who is 47? Oliver knew he should not be overthinking, but he could not help it. After being reborn, he felt both grateful and guilty, like this life was borrowed. He would climb back from hell to heaven, and now feared that everything beautiful might vanish in an instant. He stared at Benjamin nervously, waiting for any possible questions. But nothing came. Benjamin simply said, "All set." Oliver nodded once, and in that moment a breath slipped out from deep within his chest. "Shall we head to sunny Noon Hall now?" Oliver thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I am kind of tired, I think I will lie down for a bit." He slipped into the window seat in his grandparents' room, the bed he used as a child, though after growing older it became too small, so he moved to the adjacent room. Though he called it sleep, he could not fall asleep right away. Oliver lay on his side, his face pressed into the soft pillow, eyes fixed on the view outside. The daylight slowly faded, and the fingers resting on the windowsill gradually turned from pale pink back to their usual tone. Even though he would have been given a second chance to be with Benjamin again, his emotions kept swinging, so confused that he even felt disgusted with himself. "Oliver, when did you become this afraid? Why are you so afraid now? Was it Benjamin's passing, that failed marriage, or just the age?" While in the kitchen earlier, he suddenly became aware of the marks time had left on him. Even if he were back in his 19-year-old body, there were still some habits he could not let go of. In subtle ways, time had shaped him into a different Oliver, one who would surely feel unfamiliar to the Benjamin of today. When he was young, he did not understand why the main characters in movies, though deeply in love, still ended up apart, nor could he grasp the idea of how things change over time, or see that love is both pure and complicated. Back then, he believed that as long as two people truly loved each other, they should naturally be together. He realized then that what had grown old was not just his body, but also his mindset. The window was suddenly tapped 5 times. Oliver froze, then quickly looked up. A tall, slender figure stood outside the window, blurred and hard to make out clearly. He realized who it was. The 5 knocks were a signal between him and Benjamin. He pushed himself up, then slowly opened the window. Outside was exactly who he had pictured. Night fell deeply. A pond echoed with cicadas and frogs. Blue tiles framed spring elms, shadows stretching in patches. Benjamin stood at the window, then brought his hand from behind him, revealing a lamp suddenly appearing before Oliver's eyes. A lamp made of a glass soda bottle. The yellow bulb looked like the tail of a firefly, quietly resting inside the blue soda bottle. Once during a citywide blackout, Oliver had to drag Benjamin with him just to go to the bathroom. Inside, he asked Benjamin to sing so he would know someone was still waiting at the door. After coming out, he said to Benjamin with a relieved tone, "Brother Benjamin, I am so glad you were there with me, otherwise, I would have been completely lost." Then he added quickly, not wanting Benjamin to think of him as timid, "But if there is a light, I can go to the bathroom alone. I would not be afraid even without anyone with me." Under the soft glow of the lamp, Benjamin's face looked peaceful and gentle. He placed the lamp gently by Oliver's pillow. "Your grandmother could not reach you on the phone. She said her room light is broken and someone will not be able to fix it until tomorrow. If you are staying here tonight, use this lamp. She will be sleeping at Aunt Xayufen's place." Oliver blurted out, "Thank you." Benjamin did not respond to the words "thank you," but said if Oliver needed anything else, he could call him. "Yeah, okay." Benjamin studied Oliver's face for a moment, then "I will go." He turned around and walked forward into the dark. After taking about 10 steps, as if sensing something, he suddenly looked back. The window with its wooden frame was still open, and a faint figure could be seen leaning out. Just like the time he had seen Oliver teetering on the edge of a tree years before, Benjamin ran back as fast as he could and pulled the stunned Oliver from the window. The porch was not as cool as the room, and the heat hung heavy. Just holding each other for short while made sweat gather at their ears and necks. Oliver did not know why he was trembling. Benjamin had not said anything, but now held him tightly, close in every way, their breaths almost blending. In the silence, Oliver finally spoke up, "Benjamin." He had barely gotten a few words out before his throat tightened. At that moment, Benjamin's voice came through the dim light, clear and steady. "After going through what I did with being kidnapped, I thought I would never care about anything again. But when you were 16 and nearly fell from a tree, just thinking about it now still gives me chills. I am afraid of you getting hurt, afraid of losing you. I do not know why, but these past few days looking at you, I have felt that same fear rising again. Oliver, there is something I actually wanted to tell you yesterday. I love you." Chapter. The marriage from last time was not actually so bad at the beginning. For the first few years after they married, most couples were probably happy, so were Henry and me. One late night, Oliver came out of the bathroom to find that Henry was no longer at home. That day, news about a typhoon had been on all channels in Southern City. The weather was extremely harsh, widespread power outages across the city, and poor signal strength. He tried calling Henry, but the phone would not connect. He reached out to the property management, who said they would see Henry drive off about an hour earlier. They had tried urging him to stay, but Henry insisted he had an urgent matter that required him to leave right away. With no way to reach him and no idea where he would gone, Oliver could only wait at home, waiting for over 2 hours. During those 2 hours, Oliver feared he might lose someone very important again, and disturbing images flashed through his mind, a tree lying across the road, Henry injured inside the car. These were just his imagination. And there were real memories too. He stood on a desolate hill, surrounded by sobbing voices, the cries of grieving families. What was he here for? Then it came to him, he had come to find Benjamin's remains. But no matter how hard he searched, his fingers were covered in blood and mud, yet still he could not find Benjamin. Everyone around him was weeping bitterly. They were all families of the victims. He was not a family member. He was barely more than a friend, a younger brother, or an ex-partner. Even mourning might not be his right, because Benjamin had taken that flight just to come see him. Before that, Benjamin had traveled between their 2 cities every year, each trip lasting over 10 hours, but Oliver had never known. Ding! The electronic lock clicked open. Oliver suddenly stood up. When he saw the person walking in, his tense emotions relaxed for a moment, then came a wave of anger. He wanted to ask Henry why he left without saying anything, especially in such dangerous weather. Did not he know how worried Oliver had been? He was scared, so scared. He could not bear losing anyone else he cared about. But before he could speak, Oliver noticed Henry pulling out a warm meal from his coat. The food was the one he had seen on TV earlier that day. At the time, he had quickly snapped a photo and posted it online with a note. "This looks really tasty, I want to try it." Turns out, just one such post was enough to make Henry go out. Henry returned on a stormy night, his clothes and shoes soaked through. Water droplets trickled down from his garments, pooling into a small puddle at his feet, making him look both worn out and somewhat foolish. Oliver's anger slowly shifted to resignation, then finally melted into a faint smile that slipped past his lips. Changes in married life are rarely dramatic, they happen subtly, day by day. At first, there were no small affectionate gestures. Then sharing a bed no longer included morning or evening kisses. Eventually, the desire for physical closeness faded away. Oliver noticed these subtle shifts and searched online for related information, coming across a statement. A simple kiss between middle-aged couples can lead to restless nights. Middle-aged couples. He and Henry might not even be that Henry was still quite young, while he was not anymore. Intimacy has always been a crucial part of married life, sometimes even shaping the foundation of a relationship. Oliver had lost it before and now treasured what he had. Facing Henry, he did not want to give up without trying. It turned out Henry had done many things for him too. Now it was just a matter of switching roles, nothing serious. Oliver quietly reassured himself. So one morning, he slipped into the bed. It was a deeply unpleasant experience. He would never liked it before. Even with Henry's gentle encouragement, he still could not bring himself to agree. This was his first time doing this for Henry. When the blanket was pulled back, tears had already welled up in his eyes. Oliver did not dare look at Henry's face. He raised a hand slightly to cover his eyes, embarrassed by how exposed he felt. "Wait a moment, I will be right back," he mumbled vaguely. Henry grabbed his arm, stopping him from lowering his head further. "No need," he said, then paused before adding, "I have got to go to work soon." And with that, he stood up and left right in front of him. Oliver, still sitting on the bed, felt his face flush with heat, especially when he caught a lingering scent in the bathroom Henry had just used. He would never felt so embarrassed before, so much so that he ended up hiding at the studio that day, making up an excuse about needing to work late. He did not dare call Henry, so he sent a message instead. About 2 hours later, a single word came back. "Yeah." Even after hearing the confession, Oliver could not stop trembling worse than before and instinctively lowered his head. He could not forget what happened in his past life. Benjamin had confessed to him at his 19th birthday party on a cruise ship, and he would turn him down. More accurately, he would fled in panic. Now Benjamin was confessing again. Benjamin naturally noticed how uneasy Oliver was. He gently tightened his grip on him, then slowly let go, saying this now might not be the best time. He said softly, "You do not have to feel any pressure, no need to answer right away. And it is perfectly okay to say no, you're free to choose." Oliver's hands slowly curled into fists, his fingers gripping Benjamin's sleeve. The quiet summer night slipped by in slow measure, the air thick and heavy with humidity. Benjamin looked down, eyes resting on the fine beads of sweat along Oliver's neck. Like tiny dewdrops on delicate pearls, soft and tempting to touch. But the next moment, those droplets were gently wiped away with a handkerchief. Benjamin leaned down slightly, wiping from his neck all the way to his jawline, then switched hands before guiding Oliver back inside. It was too hot outside. He did not want Oliver to suffer. The same person who had been trembling and unable to speak a word earlier suddenly threw himself into Benjamin's arms, wrapping around him completely. He heard the voice in his arms say, "Do not." Oliver said just one word, then shut his eyes tightly in retreat, his eyelashes fluttering but still held on fiercely. When he was suddenly lifted up, his arms instinctively tightened around Benjamin's neck. He was scared. After the rebirth, he would clung to Benjamin like this several times before. It felt as if only by holding on tightly could he be sure Benjamin would not vanish suddenly. For him, perhaps the true sanctuary in life was the warmth of Benjamin's arms, where every wound could fade and time itself seemed to pause. A few minutes passed before Oliver finally lifted his head, realizing Benjamin had carried him all the way toward Aingjai Hall. He wanted to ask about Benjamin's leg condition, but remembered what happened in a past life and swallowed the words. Benjamin had an old injury in his leg that became noticeable when he walked quickly. Normally, he used a cane to hide it. Noticing Oliver's glance, Benjamin's lips pressed slightly together. "Shall we go to my place? Is that all right?" Normally, such a question would not have needed so much hesitation, but tonight he had just confessed his feelings. Oliver noticed the faint reddish tint under Benjamin's eyes. Without thinking, he reached out to gently touch it, then quickly pulled back, silently adjusting his position to make it easier for Benjamin to carry him. He nodded softly. Aingjai Hall was exactly as Oliver remembered it: pale green dyed bamboo curtains, lilac-colored ceramic vases, light yellow cushions, and a peony red carpet. Benjamin never touched these things. He kept them because Oliver liked them. Stepping through the bead curtain into the room, he felt as if he were caught in a dream. He seemed to see his younger self and Benjamin, two young boys huddled close together. As children, they often talked about what the future might hold, how life would be when they grew up. "I hope when I grow up, nothing changes. I still want to stay with grandfather, grandmother, father, mother." Little Oliver listed off many names, then did not forget Benjamin. He leaned sideways and rested his head on Benjamin's shoulder. "And brother Benjamin too, we have to keep living together or I will be so sad. Sadder than being denied ice cream today, much, much sadder." Young Benjamin's lips turned up slightly, and after a pause he said softly, "All right." "All right," Oliver repeated across time. When he was a child, not getting ice cream, or even getting sick from eating it, would make him deeply upset. But as an adult, he learned there were so many things in life far more painful than missing out on ice cream. Like not having Benjamin by his side. From the age of 26 until Benjamin's passing, Oliver distracted himself with countless things, varied gatherings, rapidly changing friend circles, endless photos on social media, all to prove one thing. Without Benjamin, he could still live well. But now, looking back, he could not recall any memorable moments from those years. The memories were hazy. He could not even remember the face of a new friend he would share drinks and cigars with just the night before, no one at all. Only later did he truly understand. He simply could not live without Benjamin. Benjamin left him a letter, urging him to live well and cherish the rest of his life. Chapter. Oliver was gently placed onto the bed. This was Benjamin's usual sleeping place, though Oliver had often napped here as a child. After his grandfather passed away at 16, and during the time he lived in Suzhou Garden, he shared this bed with Benjamin for about 7 or 8 out of every 10 nights. He could not help but glance at the bed, then turn his gaze toward Benjamin. The walk from grandmother's courtyard to Aingju Hall was not short, and Oliver was still a grown man. Benjamin had carried him all the way, breathing slightly unevenly, his usually pale face now faintly flushed. "Are you tired, I guess?" Oliver looked down at himself. This version of him was a bit softer than usual, at least heavier than he had been in his 40s. Benjamin's eyes seemed to hold a hint of amusement. "Not tired," he said, pausing briefly. "Grandmother's room has no working light. There is a small one, but it is still inconvenient for sleeping at night." That explained why Benjamin had brought him here. There were also reasons he could not say aloud. Speaking of feelings in a senior's room always felt awkward. After that, there was a long silence. Then Benjamin spoke softly. "Oliver, did you just say yes?" Just then, Oliver had noticed his feet, smooth white toes resting on the gray-blue sheets. This was a 19-year-old body, not one from 47 years old. He was 19 now, not 47. After repeating it silently twice in his mind, he slowly reached out toward Benjamin. In a past life, he had followed Benjamin's advice and tried to keep living, but it had not worked out. He ended up dying alone far away from home, even having to arrange his own funeral through a hired companion. From the moment he died, became a spirit and returned again, he never got to see his own funeral. A person who did not even have a proper farewell. "Yeah, I said yes." He forced out a smile, just like a real 19-year-old would. "Benjamin, can you keep holding me for a while?" Oliver felt like a cracked bucket, each step causing water inside to slosh and spill. People brushed past him with mild annoyance when splashed, and he dreaded the day his bucket would run completely dry, just an old, forgotten thing left behind. The wish for a hug had been fulfilled. But Oliver still did not feel satisfied. He rested his chin on Benjamin's shoulder and asked, "I would really like to have some wine. Do you have brandy?" His first time drinking was brandy. He would taken it from his father and rushed straight to Benjamin's. That day, Benjamin had been out on errands. When he returned, Oliver was already unconscious in bed, face and neck flushed bright red. He was taken to the hospital that same day, then scolded by his entire family once he woke up. Oliver curled into Benjamin's arms and took a small sip of brandy. In his past life, he would drunk many times and often woke up with a hangover. Several times he could not remember anything, had no idea what he had done or even who he had been drinking with. He tried to recall, but his thoughts always returned to Benjamin. He thought of the island, remembered his second year studying abroad, and pictured the gift Benjamin had given him on his 25th birthday. It was a glass villa. Stepping onto the second floor made it hard not to feel dizzy. Though Oliver was not afraid of heights, he still did not quite adjust to the glass, often feeling like he would fall through at night. He lay on Benjamin's chest, eyes closed for a long time but could not sleep. Eventually, he sat up and started drinking again. Midway through, the kitchen light turned on, revealing Benjamin with slightly messy hair. Unlike his usual sharp suit and tie image during the day, Benjamin now had soft strands of hair falling over his forehead, wearing pajamas, looking more like a handsome older brother next door. When Oliver saw Benjamin suddenly appear, he instantly felt like a kid caught doing something wrong. His first move was to hide the bottle behind his back. But instead of scolding him, Benjamin sat cross-legged on the floor and joined in drinking with him. The alcohol began to numb his senses. In the second half, he felt dazed. The next morning, he woke up with sharp pain in his backside but could not remember anything clearly. Only a few scattered memories remained. For instance, he remembered kissing Benjamin on the floor, so deeply that it made his tongue tingle and buzz. And he recalled whimpering out the word, husband. He remembered Benjamin's intense gaze for a fleeting moment, and the sweat that dripped down. "Damn it," Oliver muttered, his face flushed. "Damn it," Oliver said again at 28, though he looked as if he might cry. He kept thinking about random things at the wrong times. Oliver shook his head hard, trying to push away memories from a past life, both sweet and painful. He did not want any of it anymore. He was drunk, his face glowing with a peach-like flush, lips slightly parted, breath carrying the scent of brandy. He felt his glass being taken away and reached out to grab it back, but only caught air. Dazed and groggy, he sat up slowly and locked eyes with a familiar young face. Oliver froze. He stared straight ahead, then slowly and gently pressed his lips against the others. Let him be selfish. Another lifetime without Benjamin was already behind him. He did not want to live without Benjamin again. Even if this was just a dream, he wanted to sink into it completely. As for the secret he carried, he did not want Benjamin to know about it. The next morning, Oliver was woken by bird calls. Every morning, many birds would fly to the ancient camphor tree in Ingjai Hall, as if holding a gathering there, chirping loudly until the sun grew high and then flying away. Things he would never paid attention to before, even things he used to dislike now seemed precious. Faintly, he could hear someone practicing vocal warm-ups, probably his grandmother. She always did her morning exercises. Oliver sat up slowly. The bed was empty except for him. His clothes had been changed, and there was no trace of alcohol now. He must have taken a bath last night. He had not worn shoes when he came over, but his slippers were neatly placed at the foot of the bed. Oliver stared at the slippers for a moment, then suddenly seemed to realize something and put them on before stepping outside. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Benjamin. The young man sat upright in the study across from him. The bamboo curtains on the round Chinese window were drawn aside, light spilling through like liquid, softly outlining his slender figure. He had not noticed Oliver was awake, his gaze fixed on the computer screen until Oliver reached the window. He gave Oliver a gentle smile and made a gesture, inviting him inside. After entering, Oliver glanced at the screen and saw what looked like a video meeting, so he stopped in place, but Benjamin took his hand and gently pulled him closer. "It is fine, no microphone is on, and the camera is not live." Then he handed Oliver one of the headphones. Oliver listened through the earpiece. "That is Uncle Levi. Is this a morning meeting?" "Yeah, the headquarters is holding a morning meeting. I'm just listening in. Mingya stopped by earlier and saw you sleeping, so she left first. She wanted to know what you would like for breakfast. Once you decide, give her a call." Oliver had woken up, but still did not feel much like himself. He lazily covered his mouth and yawned. "Whatever is fine." Mumbling the words, he could not help glancing at Benjamin beside him last night. Benjamin was mostly focused on the meeting. Oliver fell silent. Then Benjamin spoke again. "Today is our second day together. After breakfast, shall we go out on a date?" Oliver suddenly turned his head, staring at Benjamin's profile. Unsure what to say, his mind felt scattered. "You, me." Benjamin also turned toward him, removing the remaining earpiece with a serious tone. "Oliver, I asked you yesterday. I confessed. You said yes." A faint tension lingered in his dark brows and eyes, barely visible but clear in the subtle shift of his gaze. "Are you changing your mind now?" "No," Oliver answered instinctively. Benjamin gently smiled, lips pressed together. "Then let's go on a date today." He put the earpiece back in. Oliver did not look away. He kept staring at Benjamin's face, then suddenly asked, "Did I kiss you last night?" The person beside him suddenly coughed, though he had not taken a sip of water, and even his pale face turned slightly pink. Oliver did not think he needed an answer. He had definitely kissed Benjamin the day after his rebirth. He slowly lowered his head as fragments of memories from a past life began to surface again. "No, stop thinking about it, just forget it all." "I will go wash up," he said, standing and heading toward the door, unaware of Benjamin's lingering gaze following his movement. And the notification for a new email in the bottom right corner of the computer screen. Information about Henry's family. Chapter. Grandmother learned that Oliver and Benjamin were going out today, so she asked Ming Ai to fill a large bottle of homemade plum juice into a straw water bottle for each of them. Made at home, cleaner than any drink you would buy outside. Oliver looked at the cartoon straw water bottle in his arms and could not help but chuckle, saying, "Grandmother, We are not going on a school outing like kids. Is not it still just going out to have fun? Take it a long look, Benjamin's already brought his. Oliver turned toward the voice and saw Benjamin had already slung the cartoon water bottle over his shoulder. Combined with his white t-shirt and black sweatpants, he looked just like a high school student. Meeting Oliver's surprised stare for a brief moment, Benjamin hesitated slightly before saying, "Just bring it, outside is pretty hot." So Oliver ended up shouldering the cartoon water bottle, filled with grandmother's affection. Not far from Suzhou Garden was an obscure little ancient town, rarely known to tourists from outside the city, mostly visited by local residents of Nan City when they had a moment to relax. After boarding the reserved dragon boat, they drifted along ripples on emerald waters, winding through delicate river networks. On either side stood traditional gray tiled roofs and whitewashed walls, willow trees swaying gently toward the ground. Oliver rested his chin in his hand, quietly observing a hometown he had never truly paid attention to before. Though he grew up in Nan City and later settled there just like his parents, much of his life was spent traveling around the world. To him, Nan City was like family, so naively, he believed it would never change. But no hometown stays the same forever. With time passing, Nan City had transformed greatly. Lost in thought as he gazed at the scenery, a cool breeze brushed past. Oliver turned his head and met Benjamin's gaze. Without saying where it came from, Benjamin had pulled out a pair of ornamental fans and began fanning him gently. "Are you feeling hot?" Benjamin asked, gently fanning him. Oliver shook his head, "Not really." He then asked, "How about you?" "I am not hot either." After their exchange, both of them could not help but laugh. That conversation sounded kind of silly. Oliver was not just laughing, he felt something deeper. He was growing more aware that this Benjamin in front of him was different from the one he remembered from his past life. In his previous life, after losing a limb, Benjamin had never once smiled so naturally again. Actually, after their breakup in the last life, Oliver had seen Benjamin only once. It was at an airport in a country, a small and run-down one with no VIP lounge. He and his friends were waiting for a flight delayed by a snowstorm. By the time they were about to lose patience, Oliver spotted Benjamin. At first glance, Oliver almost did not recognize him. Benjamin looked nothing like how he remembered. Benjamin leaned on a pearl-handled cane with one hand, wearing a three-piece suit beneath a dark gray wool coat. His pale and handsome face was framed by gold-rimmed glasses. He moved quickly with a cold expression, surrounded by assistants and guards on both sides. He did not notice Oliver and disappeared into the crowd shortly after. Oliver stood up instinctively, nearly calling out "Brother Benjamin," but managed to hold it back at the last moment. After sitting down again, he quietly checked the latest news about Eun Group on his tablet. It turned out that Eun Group had recently invested in a major project in our country. No wonder Benjamin was here at such a small airport. Oliver silently locked his tablet and glanced again toward where Benjamin had gone, wondering if the man had been eating properly, and why he looked even thinner than during his recovery period. And why was he still using that cane? He could walk just fine with a prosthetic limb. There was no visible sign of difficulty anymore. Oliver, lost in memories, suddenly reached out and grabbed Benjamin's hand. When he noticed Benjamin looking at him with quiet curiosity, he quickly added, I just wanted to hold hands." Benjamin said nothing, but his lips lifted slightly, then gently squeezed Oliver's hand. Soon their fingers intertwined. The boat reached the shore and Benjamin stepped off first. As he did, Oliver watched his leg closely, breathing a sigh of relief only when he saw no stumble. This was the second time this life that Benjamin had come out using a cane instead of a wheelchair. The bank was lined with shops. Their first stop was a fish shop, where stepping inside felt like entering a small underwater world. Walls full of tanks in all sizes, their cool blue waters filled with colorful koi. Oliver examined each tank carefully. Pointing at one, he said, "Brother Benjamin, let's get those two kissing fish." Benjamin walked over and bent down beside Oliver, just like him. The soft light from the sky lit up both their faces at once, just as the two pale pink fish in the tank pressed close together, nearly touching mouths. Oliver glanced quickly at Benjamin's lips when he saw the fish so close. Unexpectedly, Benjamin turned to look at him too. Their eyes met unexpectedly. Half of Benjamin's face was in the light, his nose straight and sharp, making his eye sockets appear deep. In a past life, Oliver had often touched Benjamin's eyelashes, trying to count them but never managed before being caught and kissed instead. Oliver quickly straightened up and turned toward the counter. "I will take those 2 fish," he said. By mid-afternoon, Oliver had finished the sour plum drink in his bottle. Walking around playfully, he actually felt a bit like youth had returned to him. He knew, deep down, that much of this feeling came from his current body being so young. His past life had not been healthy, strong drink habits, a love for cigars, and a sweet tooth. He only started taking care of himself after turning 40. But this body, he would even had a hangover last night, but aside from mild unease in the morning, his body felt completely fine today. In the afternoon, they rented out an old theater to watch a play. The first performance was the well-known Wajayapo. After it ended, the next cast appeared in modern clothing. Oliver slowly felt that something about the acting seemed familiar. A few minutes later, when he saw a child in traditional costume handing an incense fan to another child sitting in a wheelchair, his gaze instinctively turned to Benjamin. Benjamin's eyes remained fixed on the stage. He seemed distant, almost as if remembering something or fully drawn into the performance. Only when Oliver called out did he slowly turn his head and say, "What is it?" "When did you have them rehearse?" Oliver asked. In his previous life, he had not accepted Benjamin's confession, nor had he seen this performance. Several months ago, Benjamin gave a soft smile. "I have always wanted to bring you here, but I never found the right moment." As he said that, he opened the water flask in front of him and offered it to Oliver. Oliver quietly lowered his head to drink the plum juice. Knowing why Benjamin suddenly opened the flask, he must have noticed the moisture in his eyes. The play, based on Oliver and Benjamin's lives, continued all the way through old age. Seeing 2 elderly men walking shakily side by side, Oliver felt both moved and amused, leaning close to Benjamin's ear to whisper, "Your beard came off, did you notice?" He was referring to the actor portraying Benjamin. Benjamin chuckled softly, "I did." The actor tried several times to reattach the beard, but failed each time. The gray half hung crookedly, quite noticeable. After leaving the theater, Oliver paused for a moment, then playfully reached out and touched Benjamin's upper lip. "Maybe you should skip growing a beard, do not you think you look better clean-shaven?" Benjamin's eyes softened slightly as he took Oliver's hand, saying, "All right." After saying that, he did not let go but simply started walking, while holding on. Oliver's cartoon water bottle had now been replaced with Benjamin's, and the empty one was slung over Benjamin's shoulder. As they walked, Oliver drank from his flask, unable to stop glancing at Benjamin. How much did he miss out on in his past life? If he had said yes to Benjamin's confession back then, at 19, would some of the later events have never happened? "Want to try a lotus seed pod?" Benjamin looked back. Oliver pushed down the tightness in his eyes and said yes. Besides buying lotus seeds, they also picked a single lotus flower. Oliver cradled it gently in his arms as he boarded the black painted boat again to return to Xuyuan, but suddenly, heavy rain poured down during dusk. They hastily docked and found shelter under eaves, but both still ended up soaked. Oliver had just been focused on protecting the lotus flower and the goldfish, so his hair got wet too. Rain poured down from the dark eaves in steady drops, splashing loudly onto the stone pavement, blurring the view with mist and sending ripples across the canal surface. Oliver glanced at the rain, then turned to look at Benjamin beside him. Benjamin's hair and clothes were soaked, droplets sliding down his pale face, making his eyebrows and eyes appear deeper. His damp shirt clung tightly to his waist and torso, hinting at the shape beneath. The shelter under the eaves was narrow, forcing them to stand close together. He still held onto Oliver's hand, even though their palms were full of water. As if sensing Oliver's gaze, Benjamin turned his eyes toward him. His dark pupils shifted slightly, taking in Oliver's rain-dampened eyelashes. His throat moved faintly as he slowly leaned forward. The lotus flower blocked Benjamin from touching Oliver's lips. Oliver's hands trembled as he held the lotus. He was 19, not 47. He was 19, not 47. No, he was 47-year-old Oliver. His hand clutching the lotus suddenly felt another grip, and he startled upward, meeting Benjamin's face, which wore a hint of regret. "Did I go too fast? Sorry, I got carried away." "No, you were not rushing, you are not the one." Oliver paused. Benjamin picked up where he left off. Oliver noticed Benjamin's earlobe growing faintly red and heard him whisper softly, "Then could you kiss my cheek instead?" He turned his face slightly, offering his side to Oliver. Chapter. The sky quickly grew dark, and damp water rose between the wet stone tiles. Frost-colored lotuses were soaked in the misty rain, just like the face before him. Oliver stared at Benjamin's profile, his palms slick not only from the rain, but perhaps also from a light sweat. Time passed slowly, and he knew the best thing to do was not hesitate. He should just lean in slightly and press his lips gently against Benjamin's cheek. "But..." "Sorry," Oliver said, turning to run away. But before he took a step beyond the eaves, he was pulled back. "Oliver!" Thud! The lotus and the fish fell to the ground. The bag holding the fish split open, water spilling out steadily. Two kissing fish struggled weakly in the shrinking pool. For a moment, both of them were silent. Oliver's hand, still held tightly, trembled slightly. He did not know what to say. Benjamin gave Oliver a long look and said, "Wait here." Then he stepped out into the heavy rain and hurried off. He went to find a nearby shop to buy water, transferred the fish inside, and ended up soaked through. On their way back, neither of them spoke. The rain had eased. Gentle drizzle and soft wind brushed against their faces. Oliver sat in a corner of the black-walled boat, still holding the bottle of water. He was not sure if it was his imagination. Those two kissing fish seemed less lively than before. The atmosphere felt heavy. Oliver quietly glanced at Benjamin's side. His head was slightly lowered, long lashes casting soft shadows over his eyes. The red lantern on the boat's closed door cast a faint glow across half his face, making him look different from usual. Oliver silently bit down on his lip. When they reached the area near Issue Garden, Oliver spoke first. "I am not staying at Issue Garden tonight. I will go back to school." Without waiting for Benjamin's reply, he rushed to stop a passing car and jumped inside. Only after the car had started moving did he dare turn around. In the back window, a tall, slender figure could barely be seen in the distance. He did not turn back until he could no longer see Benjamin's figure at all. Oliver lowered his head and stared at the kiss fish in his hands, thinking he would ruin everything. His first date with Benjamin was completely gone. "Oliver, you really are a terrible person." When he reached the dormitory at school, Oliver took out a basin to hold the fish. Instead of rushing to shower or change clothes, he sat on the floor and stared at the two fish in the water. A sudden phone ring broke the silence. "Oliver, where are you right now?" It was Elijah on the phone. In a past life after leaving the military, Elijah returned to Southern City to take over the family business. Later, he married through an arranged union, and his wife did not like Oliver. Combined with Henry's strong dislike of Elijah, the two gradually drifted apart. "I am at school," Oliver said without much energy. "How about going out to hang out? I missed you completely during your birthday 2 days ago. Let's meet up and catch up." "No, I do not feel like going out today." "I haven't seen you in so long. Do not be so cold. Come on, let me pick you up. Just come downstairs and send me your address." Maybe he really did not want to stay alone in the empty room. Or perhaps it had just been too long since he had seen Elijah. Eventually Oliver gave in. But he never expected that Elijah would take him to a bar. "My friend owns it. He just opened, so I am supposed to bring people in to help warm up the place," Elijah said while glancing at Oliver's expression. From the moment Oliver got into the car, he sensed something was off. Normally, he would have made fun of Oliver's newly dyed hair or complained about the strong scent in the car. He paused for a second, then added, "Oliver, do not worry, there is no one shady inside, just people I know." Oliver calmly glanced at the bar glowing with colorful lights, opened the car door and stepped out. Elijah, about to say more, froze for a moment before quickly rushing after him. Even though Elijah said everyone inside was someone he knew, there were still many faces Oliver did not recognize. After entering, he found a quiet corner to sit in, did not drink anything, just ordered a soft drink. At first Elijah kept an eye on Oliver, but soon got caught up in the fun and dashed down to the main floor to dance. Midway through, he waved toward the transparent glass of the private room upstairs, signaling for Oliver to come join him downstairs. Oliver was not trying to ruin Elijah's fun. He just truly did not feel like dancing or drinking. He stayed seated here because the crowd made him feel less alone. The house had been so quiet before, quiet enough that he kept thinking about Benjamin on the black-sailed boat. "Hey!" A greeting made Oliver look up. Suddenly, a young man stood before him, fair-looking, but with deep shadows under his eyes. When he saw Oliver looking up, he raised an eyebrow and slid into the seat beside him. Oliver. "Yeah, Oliver said. The young man smiled. "Just got back from overseas. I am a high school friend of Elijah's sister. Maybe you have heard of me. I am Michael." Oliver shook his head, then turned away without interest, choosing instead to stare at the energetic crowd below. But this guy named Michael was persistent, keeping up a steady stream of talk right next to him. "I have been watching you all evening. You haven't spoken to anyone or played any games. Feeling down? Come on, cannot you be a bit friendlier? Just try making a connection." "Oliver, can you smell anything?" Oliver abruptly turned to Michael. "What?" Michael seemed quite pleased with himself, tilting his head slightly. "I am asking if you can smell anything." "What kind of smell?" Even Oliver did not notice that his hand, resting at his side, had unconsciously gripped his clothes. "The scent of spring." Oliver could no longer bear it. He stood up and headed for the door, but Michael followed right after. Hey, do not get upset. I was just joking." "Oliver, slow down a bit. Give me a chance to apologize, okay? Come on, you really act like a spoiled young master, 1 minute calm, next minute storming off." His shoulder was suddenly seized, the unfamiliar touch spreading across his body. In that instant, Oliver felt deep discomfort from within. "Do not touch me," he nearly shouted, then grabbed something nearby and hurled it at Michael. "Leave." "It is fine. I sent someone with Michael to the hospital. He just got a small cut on his forehead, nothing serious," Elijah said from the doorway, calming Oliver. "Go inside now, take a shower and get some sleep. Do not overthink it." Oliver's lips moved for a while before he finally spoke. "Thank you, Elijah." "Thanks for what? What are we even to each other? That Michael was rude and had no right to touch you. Deserved it, really. Just go to bed now." Elijah turned and walked a few steps, then glanced back at Oliver with a wave. "Close the door, sleep." After Elijah left, Oliver did not go to sleep. He sank into the bathtub instead. Through the water, he watched the strange and shifting world above. It was his first time ever acting out like that. He suddenly felt unfamiliar with himself. Was he reacting too strongly because of something from a past life? Or had Michael really gone too far? Oliver opened his mouth, bubbles escaping involuntarily as the warm yellow light bathed the room in soft glow, dreamlike and quiet. After a few seconds, he gripped the edge of the tub with sudden force and surged out of the water, droplets sliding down like silk. He grabbed the nearby bottle and took a deep pull. "Why cannot I let it go? It is already a new life. Why am I still trapped by the past?" "Oliver, are you useless?" "You are. Someone like you would not be liked by Benjamin Brother, even if he tried. Today's date was proof enough. Benjamin Brother got upset with me." Oliver held the bottle and carefully scratched Benjamin onto the bathroom wall, one letter at a time. Time passed without notice. He thought he would heard the doorbell, but figured it was just his imagination. He ignored it until the bathroom door creaked open, then slowly turned his head in shock. The wall was now covered with multiple Benjamin S. Brother Benjamin. Was he imagining things? Why would Benjamin appear at a time like this? Oliver looked up, watching the young man step slowly toward him from the bathroom doorway. When his bottle was taken, he struggled slightly. "I haven't finished yet," he whispered softly. But the bottle was still taken away. "Do not drink so much while soaking in the bath. It is not good for your health," Benjamin said after taking the bottle, then tried to lift Oliver out. But as he bent down, he was not careful and ended up having half his body pulled into the water by Oliver. Before Benjamin could speak, the person in the tub reached out weakly and wrapped their arms around his neck, limp like they had no strength. "I am sorry. I did not mean to reject you. Oliver, I am not angry with you. You do not need to apologize. It is okay, just relax." Benjamin gently patted Oliver's back with one hand, trying once more to get him out, but the position made it hard and the floor was slippery. Then the person holding his neck started unbuttoning Benjamin's clothes. "Benjamin, brother, can we do this?" His hands and feet were pale from being in water, soft like thick cream, fingertips even wrinkled, yet his face was flushed with a radiant glow. Oliver trembled as he pressed himself closer into Benjamin's arms. "Benjamin, brother, I have washed clean. I do not have any smell left. I will do this for you." He was desperate to have Benjamin leave a mark on him, as if only a new one could erase the memories of what came before. Chapter. Oliver, Oliver, Benjamin tightened his grip slightly, steadying the one who kept trying to bury his face. No need to apologize. No need for any of this. I am not angry. You do not have to do anything like that. Oliver, look at me. He gently cupped Oliver's wet, pale face, tinged with a delicate warmth. Oliver, listen to me. You haven't done anything wrong. You do not need to apologize to me, not here, not ever, and you do not have to do things like this either. I want to kiss you, to be close in ways that matter, but not because you feel guilty or think you owe me something. Or because you believe this kind of act can fix anything. You do not owe me a thing. Oliver was still trembling, but much less than before. He looked at Benjamin's face and whispered weakly, "But what?" His voice trailed off. He could not find the words. "Do not be afraid. It is okay. Trust me," Benjamin murmured gently. Seeing that Oliver was calmer now, he lifted him out of the tub and quickly grabbed a nearby robe to wrap around him. He carried Oliver into the bedroom. His hair was still damp, so Benjamin touched it gently before heading to get the dryer. But as he stood up, Oliver, who had been placed on the bed, moved right after him without a word, simply following. Benjamin's expression flickered with mixed emotions. He gently took Oliver's hand at first, then tightened his grip, leading him to get the hair before returning. Oliver stayed quiet while drying his hair, so still it could almost be described as well-behaved. He kept his head down, motionless and patient as Benjamin ran the dryer over him, only lifting his gaze sharply when he saw Benjamin start to stand up again. "I am just going to take a quick shower. I will be back soon. You stay under the blanket for me, okay?" Benjamin gently held down Oliver's hand as it reached for the edge of the blanket, speaking softly in reassurance. He waited patiently until Oliver gave a barely noticeable nod before leaving the room. The house only had one bathroom, and when Benjamin stepped inside, damp spots on the tiles had not fully dried, exposing the names etched into the wall directly across from the bathtub. He stared at the existing names, then bent down and carefully added Oliver in neat letters beside them. Since Oliver started university, they had not shared a bed much. The main reason was that Oliver spent less time returning to Xuyuan. In a past life, Oliver had developed an unpleasant habit, liking to lie on top of someone. After Benjamin passed away, he slowly stopped doing it. Tonight, he once again rested against Benjamin's chest, unlike last night. Though they would both had a drink, Oliver had not consumed much and the alcohol was not strong enough to make him pass out completely. The spot where his cheek rested was near Benjamin's neck, the pulse point. With every heartbeat, he could feel the rhythm through that vein. "Brother Benjamin?" Oliver's lashes trembled like reeds in a quiet lake. Beneath their gentle sway lay deep, still waters hiding secrets he could not bring himself to speak. If I were not the person you imagined me to be, if I could never truly return to who I was before, if I kept struggling with doubts, became more cautious, less easygoing, and sometimes sank into difficult feelings, would you still want to stay by my side?" After speaking, he closed his eyes tightly, too afraid to look at Benjamin's reaction. Benjamin continued, gently patting Oliver's back without pause. "No matter what you become in my heart, you will always be Oliver." Those words carried a hidden meaning that made Oliver snap upright. He hesitated before saying, "What if I am not well, say I were in my 40s or 50s, would you still love me? My skin would not look like it does now. There would be wrinkles, maybe age spots on my face. You might find me unattractive someday, maybe even." Oliver, Benjamin did not answer right away but instead asked back, "What do you think love is?" The question caught Oliver off guard. He realized he would never truly thought about it before about love. He seemed to have always followed instinct, doing what felt right without questioning why. "Honestly," he said slowly, "I think love is instinct." Benjamin heard the answer and gently brushed a hand through Oliver's hair. The freshly styled strands were soft and dry, and the scent of shampoo wafted up to his nose, subtly tingling his fingertips. There are countless people in this world, and everyone has their own answer to what love means. Some fall for someone because of appearance, others for money, or because they click well together, share similar interests, or simply feel lonely. Then there are those who love just because that person is who they are no matter what they look like. Do you remember the TV show we used to watch as kids? The female lead got turned into an old woman by a spell, but the male character still recognized her and kept loving her anyway. Of course, that is fiction and might be exaggerated, but in my heart, you are exactly what I just described. No matter who you become, you will always be my Oliver, unchanged forever. My feelings for you are like that too. Oliver slowly lowered his head in silence, nestling back into Benjamin's embrace as if he were a large creature resting on a warm shore. He controlled his breathing carefully to keep tears from falling. Yeah, he thought of what Benjamin had said and swallowed the words, "I am sorry," before they could escape. He should not have doubted Benjamin so lightly. Benjamin was not Henry, no one else was like him. Benjamin loved him deeply and truly. As Oliver struggled to hold back his emotions, he felt Benjamin gently kiss the top of his head. "If you are tired, go ahead and sleep. We will go somewhere tomorrow." It was as if he would return to a past life, back to days when he was with Benjamin. When they were together, Oliver did not have to worry about anything. Benjamin always took care of things ahead of time. Back then, he felt like the luckiest person in the world, living each day like it was inside a jar of honey. Returning to Benjamin's arms once more, listening to his steady heartbeat, this was Oliver's most peaceful day since being reborn. It gave him courage to face the painful memories of before. After a moment, he lifted his head again and under Benjamin's gaze, pressed a soft kiss onto the cheek he would miss that afternoon. His gentle lips met the cool skin of the cheek. "Good night," he said to Benjamin. Benjamin's lips could not help but curve into a smile. He whispered good night in return and pulled the still rosy-cheeked young man close, holding him like a ripe, juicy peach. The next morning, Oliver did not find Benjamin in bed. Benjamin was already busy in the kitchen. When he turned and saw Oliver walking over, he calmly tossed the burnt bread and overcooked eggs into the trash. "I ordered food, it should be here soon. After we eat, I will take you to school. There is a class on Tuesday morning, right? You are probably getting close to finals." Oliver suddenly remembered his current identity was still that of a student. Schedule. Final exams. There was not time to say anything. He turned and rushed to the study, searching for his class schedule. He remembered that when he was in college, he always printed out his timetable and kept it under the glass on his desk. No classes on Monday. Tuesday has 6 classes. Oliver saw the course he disliked the most, public ideological and political education. The class is always large, with hundreds of students packed into a tiered classroom. His art school, known as a century-old institution, has an old-fashioned architectural style. During the time he attended university, there were hardly any air conditioners or even electric fans. The political instructor was strict. Though not every class required attendance, they would randomly call on students to answer questions. Skipping just once and getting caught would mean failing the course. Just before entering school, Oliver could not help but ask Benjamin beside him, "You said last night you would take me somewhere. Was it this campus?" Benjamin chuckled. "I did not mean your university. I will come pick you up after class. Let's head to school now." After seeing Oliver safely into the campus, Benjamin got into the car. "Benjamin," the driver spoke, "Mr. Benjamin is already at the company." "All right, drive to the company," Benjamin said quietly, his hand gently brushing the pearl on his walking cane. Benjamin met his father in his own office. Levi stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city center of Nancity. When he saw his son enter, he first quietly took in Benjamin's appearance before asking, "Did you have breakfast?" "Yes." "I haven't eaten yet. I just passed by a cafe that looked decent on the way here. Want to come sit with me?" Levi said. "The cafe?" Levi took a sip of coffee, then turned his eyes to the view outside. "It is different from last time. I see quite a few new shops opening up." His gaze shifted to his son. "Why are not you using your wheelchair today?" Benjamin replied calmly, "I just do not feel like it." Because of Oliver, Levi had not expected a response. He continued on his own. "Earlier, I told you not to use the wheelchair. Your mother also urged you. Neither of us could get through to you. I never thought someone could change your mind, except maybe Oliver from the Chin family." Benjamin neither confirmed nor denied it. For a moment, both father and son were at a loss for words, falling into silence. After a long pause, Levi spoke again. "I came here this time to talk about going back home, but it seems like you are not willing to agree." "I do not have any plans to return for now. If you really need me later, I will come back." As Benjamin was speaking, a new customer walked into the coffee shop. "You are such a handful. What is wrong with that summer care class? The teacher is so kind, everyone else is learning there happily, and even a little kid who is only a month younger than you goes to school without crying or fussing." Sophia held Henry's hand tightly as they walked toward the counter. She had been rushing all morning getting Henry to his summer care class, ever since he started acting up at home, and then complained about feeling dizzy during the ride, even saying he might be sick, leaving her with no time for breakfast. Hello. A voice made her turn around. Sophia suddenly recognized the man in front of her. Her eyes briefly lingered on his strikingly handsome features before she remembered who he was. Oh, it is you, thank goodness it is you, kind sir. Sophia realized that someone who could sit alone with the young master of the Qin family could not possibly be just an ordinary person. Her nerves flared up. Is there something I can help you with? Benjamin spoke gently. Nothing much, I just saw you two and wanted to say hello. His gaze dropped down to Henry standing beside Sophia. Henry had been staring at Benjamin since before. When he noticed the man looking back, he did not look away. His eyes stayed locked on him. Hearing this, Sophia bent down slightly. Henry, say hello quickly, called him brother. I am much older than he is. I think you should call me uncle, Benjamin said as he crouched down. He handed Henry a piece of candy. You are Henry, right? Henry was not foolish. He did not believe there was anything about himself or his mother that could catch Benjamin's attention. If we are talking about kindness, would an heir from the Eun group really go out of their way to greet someone and hand over candy just for fun? Or could Benjamin have noticed something unusual? No way, few people believe in ghosts or spirits, let alone stories of rebirth. Benjamin had never interacted with him before. He could not possibly have seen anything wrong. Not even Henry's own parents noticed anything odd. Henry thought about this and reached out to take the candy from Benjamin's hand. Thank you, uncle. I will make sure to eat your candy properly. The emphasis landed on the words properly, carrying a subtle, sarcastic edge. Benjamin did not seem to catch the tone and stood back up. You are welcome, take care. The last two words were meant for Sophia. Levi was surprised to see his son suddenly greeting someone else. Though he was not close with Benjamin, he knew his son's quiet nature. He rarely initiated contact with others. Is someone you know? He asked. Benjamin said, we have met briefly before. Levi remembered how Benjamin had knelt to talk with the child earlier. If you like kids, adopting one could be a good idea. Since you're with Oliver, you will not have children of your own. Henry, who had been sneaking over to eavesdrop, caught every word. Chapter. Henry barely had time to react to the first part before his focus locked onto the second. You and Oliver are together, so you will never have children of your own. Is Oliver already with Benjamin? That could not be right. Oliver was not even together with him in the past life at this point. Just as Henry was caught off guard, a small white duck-shaped bib suddenly fell from above and wrapped around his neck. Henry, why do you always run off like this? Sophia said with concern, gently pulling him back. She then nodded politely to the Eun group's father and son at the nearby table. Benjamin glanced at Henry for just a moment, expression calm, then gave Sophia a polite nod in return. Henry grew angry and gripped the bib around his neck. He was certain that the short-lived one had noticed it, definitely had. What was that expression supposed to mean? Why did he nod like that? Was he making fun of me? He was about to rip it off when a hand gently tapped his wrist. I just adjusted it for you, do not pull at it, Sophia said, lifting Henry up and carrying him back to her seat. Meanwhile, Benjamin replied to Levi, I personally do not have any plans to take on a son, but I will discuss your suggestion with Oliver and think it over. Levi gave a quiet hum. Try calling your mom more often, she really misses you. I will, Benjamin said quietly. Not far away, Henry sipped his milk with a tight jaw, frustrated and simmering inside. He could not let things stay like this. He had to find a way to get close to the Qin family as soon as possible, ideally near Oliver. In this new life, Oliver belonged to him, and so did the first time. Around 4 in the afternoon, Oliver spotted Benjamin's car at the art school entrance. After saying goodbye to his classmates, he walked straight toward it. Though the afternoon class was still dull, he truly felt the spirit of youth. The breeze outside, clouds soft like cream, students playing basketball on the small court, and the old ceiling fan creaking overhead. No one said youth out loud, but it was everywhere around him. That feeling had him buzzing with excitement as he got into the car, like he would turn back time a little. Brother Benjamin. Benjamin calmly moved the files from his lap and handed Oliver a damp towel. Was class tiring? Oliver looked down at the towel, remembering how Benjamin used to bring one when picking him up after school in another life. His lips curved upward without him realizing it. Not tired at all. After wiping his hands, Benjamin passed him a bottle of water pulled from the car's cooler. If you're worn out, take a short break. It will be about half an hour before we get there. Where are we going? Oliver asked curiously. But Benjamin just smiled and said, you will find out soon enough. It was not until they were nearly there that Oliver realized where Benjamin was taking him, the school he once attended. When they arrived, most of the students had already left for home, and the campus was peaceful and quiet. Oliver had not been back to his elementary school in years, and suddenly it felt like he would flung open the door to childhood memories. The place had changed little from what he remembered, just as he found a photo of himself on the honor board, still proudly displayed. This is me. He had not expected his photo from a primary school performance, dancing in a talent show, to still be hanging on the honor board right in a prominent spot. Benjamin followed Oliver's gaze upward. In the photo, young Oliver had rosy cheeks painted on and wore a white form-fitting Latin dance outfit. He could not help it. Unexpectedly, he let out a soft chuckle. The laughter instantly drew a sharp glance from the person in the photo. Are you making fun of me? No, I just think it is really cute. Oliver gave a skeptical huff and pulled Benjamin away from the honor board. That photo was pure embarrassment, definitely not something he wanted to look at anymore. Brother Benjamin, why suddenly brought me here? Oliver asked as they reached the artificial lake. The summer evening sun was dappled and radiant, like fine oil paint splashed across the world, turning everything into shades of rose gold. They sat on a bench by the lakeside, facing a shimmering water surface where light danced like scattered coins, while willow branches hung down like soft curtains. The evening glow settled in Benjamin's eyes. I actually wanted to see the school you often talked about. I remember how every day after school you would tell me about your experiences at school. Oliver vaguely recalled that. As a young student, he used to share countless little things with Benjamin, like someone secretly slipping snacks into his desk drawer, or how their class won first place in the sports day, or older students trying to claim their playground even though there were several available courts. Besides those, he would also talk about the swans at school and random frogs they came across. Back then, these small moments felt big enough to share over and over again. When he was in primary school, he always wished for adulthood, admiring those older than him who seemed free to do whatever they wanted. Unlike poor little students who had to follow rules all the time, write daily journals, and hand them in to be graded by teachers. But once he grew up, he realized how simple and genuine happiness used to be in childhood. Oliver began to understand why Benjamin had brought him here. Life was actually quite simple, just live in the present moment. Now that he had a second chance, it was already more than lucky. It felt like pure fortune. Thinking this, Oliver leaned in close to Benjamin's ear, whispering as if sharing a secret, "Let's get engaged." There was one thing he regretted deeply from his past life, never getting engaged with Benjamin. He would study the wedding suit design drafts many times, but in the end, he never wore the final version. He still remembered when a classmate sent him photos of the finished suit. It was late at night on his side due to time differences. He could almost see his friend's excited face through the screen, saying it turned out beautifully, maybe his best design in 5 years. When the classmate learned about the engagement being cancelled, they said how sorry they were. After the screen went dark, he thought he saw a tearful face reflected in its surface. Benjamin turned his head, unsure whether his ears had reddened from Oliver's warm breath or from the word engagement. "Yeah, engagement." As he spoke, a sudden impulse surged through Oliver. It made him stand up. He could not bear losing Benjamin again or wasting another moment. But Benjamin seemed to sense what he was about to do and reached out first to grab his hand. "Oliver," Benjamin said, gazing into Oliver's eyes that shimmered with the light of a sunset, gentle, accepting. "Since you have already spoken up, it should be my turn now." He stood up and slowly knelt down before Oliver. The reddish light bathed Benjamin, who spoke softly. "Mr. Oliver, would you be willing to become engaged to Mr. Benjamin? We do not have flowers or a ring right now, and you are still under the legal age for marriage, and this is not exactly a romantic spot, just an elementary schoolyard, but I mean every word. Of course, if your earlier words were just a joke, then what I have said is still sincere," he said. Chapter. For a moment, Oliver could not find his voice. Staring at Benjamin on one knee, he nearly lost composure and started crying right there. Flustered, he turned away slightly, murmuring, "Why did you have to say something so touching?" Before he could finish, he reached out and pulled Benjamin up, then rushed into his arms. He tucked his suddenly blushing eyes into the curve of Benjamin's neck. Benjamin had always been like this. He would do anything for what he wanted, giving Oliver nearly no boundaries at all. There were only two things Benjamin had ever stood firm on. First, agreeing with Oliver's parents about sending him abroad to study. In his first year overseas, he underwent a high-risk surgery for it. The second was ending their relationship. It had been 4 days since Oliver returned. His timing was too late to change everything. If only he would come back as a child, maybe he could have saved Benjamin then. At this moment, as joy washed over him, Oliver realized that Benjamin's inner struggle about his leg still lingered between them, like an unseen bomb waiting to go off. Benjamin had given him so much love, helping rebuild his confidence. Now it was Oliver's turn. He would not let Benjamin repeat the painful ending of last time. "Mr. Benjamin," Oliver said clearly, "Mr. Oliver says he would be very happy to become engaged to you." After speaking, he wiped his face, stepped back from the embrace, and sat up straight. The next words came out only after a deep breath and his lips pressed together. "We can kiss now." But the kiss landed on his forehead. Benjamin kissed the forehead and explained, "There are cameras around." Oliver quickly glanced around. He would have been worried students might climb over the railing to play by the artificial lake. Several camera units had been set up along the edge. He did not remember seeing them when he was in elementary school. "Why did not you warn me?" Oliver thought about the moment being recorded and felt awkward. He worried some old staff or teachers might recognize him. Benjamin chuckled, "I will have someone take care of it, do not worry. No one will find out we agreed to get engaged at your elementary school and shared a moment like that." Benjamin could be playful too, just like this, teasing him on purpose. And Oliver was not the same Oliver from before who would flare up at a joke. He nodded seriously and said, "If we get those recordings back, I will watch them every day. Better yet, I will print your proposal moment and frame it, hang it right in the living room so everyone visiting can see it at once." He said it without pausing, not noticing Benjamin's reaction when he heard the words "our home." For Benjamin, there was no real home. His parents were too ashamed to face him, their bond growing distant over time. Today's meeting ended with just a few polite exchanges before silence fell between them. He would lived under others' roofs for years. Even though Oliver's family treated him well, they were not truly his own. Oliver had been responding to Benjamin's teasing until he found himself lost in the other man's gaze. It felt like lying on a soft cloud of springtime cream or soaking in a warm bath on a winter day. From how Benjamin looked at him, Oliver could feel love flooding through, so strong it nearly overwhelmed him. Oliver was not joking about the engagement. He planned to tell his grandmother first, then let her speak with Charlotte. When he stepped inside, his grandmother was listening to Kunqua opera, an interest she would held for life and never tired of. "Grandmother," Oliver said as he walked in. Seeing Oliver, she lowered the radio's volume. "Why are not you heading to bed yet?" Even though the sound was soft, the lyrics still floated out in a melodic hum. Joyful moments, two hearts silently pondering, parting sorrow, holding back anger, forming 1 inch of frown, fragrance lingering on the green bedsheet. "I have something I want to share with you, grandmother," Oliver said, sitting beside her. Before speaking, he noticed a photo on the opposite cabinet, his grandmother and grandfather in their younger days. Gazing at it, his words shifted. "Grandmother, do you miss grandfather?" She smiled faintly, lips curving gently. "Can you tell what the radio is playing?" "You know it." The Peony Pavilion is a famous piece even people who do not enjoy a Kunqua opera are familiar with. Hearing this, her smile widened gently. "Your grandfather was a garden architect. When he was young, the entire issue garden was his design. He did not understand Kunqua at all, not even the basics, but there was one piece he knew by heart, the Peony Pavilion. Whenever he had free time, he would sit with me and listen." Oliver had never heard a love story between elders before. "So how did you end up marrying your grandfather?" After all, grandmother was deeply passionate about a Kunqua. She would dedicated nearly her whole life to it. He remembered that when she was very old, students still came asking her to return and help stage new performances. When asked, grandmother flashed a playful expression. In an instant, Oliver no longer saw the gentle elder. He felt like he was sitting across from a lively, radiant young woman. "Back then, I fell for your grandfather at first sight. He was tall and fair-skinned, handsomer than any man I would ever seen. At that time, men and women could not speak freely. Even sitting together would make people whisper. But when I saw him, I thought to myself, if I did not try to meet him, I would regret it for the rest of my life. So I wrote down my theater's name on a handkerchief with lipstick and slipped it to him when no one was looking." Her eyes softened with memory, as if drifting back into the past. The next day he came to listen at the theater but fell asleep halfway through. I was so upset, I would given it my all on stage just to catch his attention. Later I found out he had stayed up all night finishing a major project, working non-stop just to make time to come see me. After speaking, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled gently at Oliver. These are all old stories, should not really be telling you such things. You asked so casually whether I miss your grandfather. Is there something special on your mind? Oliver listened to the music from the radio, the incense burning softly at the table, its white smoke drifting gently in the air. Through the haze, he said quietly, I want to make an engagement promise with Benjamin. Hearing this, grandmother looked surprised and lightly tapped Oliver's forehead. You have finally come around. I thought Benjamin would have to wait a few more years at least. Oliver suddenly realized how slow he had been in his past life. Grandmother had clearly seen it all along. His voice was soft but firm. This time I will not let him wait. The next day, grandmother called her daughter Charlotte over. Within 2 days, the entire Chin family knew about the engagement. Oliver's distant uncle even phoned to confirm it was real. There Oliver was getting engaged so quickly. Everyone else seemed fine. They would all grown up with Benjamin, knew his character inside out, trusted him completely, and had always seen how carefully he looked after Oliver. The Chin and Eun families have been close for generations. This engagement was truly a match made in heaven. Most important of all, Oliver himself wanted it. He truly wished to make that promise with Benjamin. Only Charlotte felt uneasy. She thought it was too fast. If they were getting engaged now, would not marriage come soon after? Maybe Oliver would be preparing for the wedding right after graduation. She just could not bear to let go. But no matter how reluctant she was, Charlotte could not stop her son once he had made up his mind. She had to start preparing for the engagement celebration, and naturally she would not let it be anything less than perfect. The news of Oliver's engagement quickly spread throughout South City, and the Shen family learned about it as well. That day, Daniel and Sophia were sitting together discussing what gift to give when their son burst out from his bedroom. What did you just say? Engagement? Who is getting engaged? Daniel glanced at Henry's bare feet and his expression darkened. Put your shoes on. Henry did not care about shoes. Like a whirlwind, he rushed to stand in front of his parents. What were you just talking about? Who is getting engaged? Your brother from the birthday party. You remember him, the one who is getting engaged. What do you care, little kid? It is not your business, Sophia said. It is getting late. You should go to bed soon or you might not grow tall. No one knew why their son was so obsessed with height. Every day he drank lots of milk, and they were worried it might be too much. His first routine in the morning was measuring his height, and he did it again before going to sleep at night. Thinking aloud, Sophia suddenly said, the little master from the Chin family's wedding celebration will probably need flower boys. If our Henry could be one, maybe in the future the Chin family would take us into account more when doing business. Before she even finished speaking, she nearly jumped from her seat at her son's loud shriek. Be a flower boy, they do not deserve it. Henry was furious. He could not help blurting out angry words and grabbed the water glass on the table, slamming it hard onto the floor. Daniel saw this and nearly lost his temper. You little rascal, what are you doing? Are you rebelling? Sophia quickly grabbed her husband's arm. He is only 3, he does not understand. Maybe he thinks being a flower boy is something bad. Do not get so angry. Kids take after their parents. Daniel was still fuming. I never acted like this when I was his age, and I do not know who taught him those words. Maybe we should just pick any summer camp for him and not keep overthinking it. Henry ignored what Daniel and Sophia said. He turned around, his round eyes already red with tears, and wiped them fiercely. He really hated this body now. He was stuck in a smaller frame, and emotions were being pulled by physical changes. Right now, he did not want to cry at all. He just felt rage, anger toward Oliver's betrayal. Flower boy! Flower boy! He stomped the ground fiercely, his face twisted with anger. Chapter. Oliver has been swamped lately. First, he is tied up with school matters. His university is approaching final exams after more than 20 years, and some of these subjects have slipped his mind entirely. Second, there is the engagement preparations. Though Charlotte is handling most of it, Oliver still needs to pitch in on certain details, like taking measurements so the wedding outfits can be tailored. Speaking of the wedding attire, he tried reaching out to a classmate from his previous life, study abroad days. But he only remembers which country the person was from and their name, no current contact information. So he gave up. Busy as he is, Oliver hasn't seen Benjamin in nearly 2 weeks, and there is another reason behind it. Charlotte feels that since Benjamin used to live at Shoe Garden, and now the two young men are getting engaged, it would be better not to live together before the engagement is official. She thinks they should keep their interactions minimal. In his previous life, this rule was not brought up at all, so Oliver found it odd. He asked Charlotte about it and was surprised to receive a sharp look in return. Once you are officially engaged, I will not stop you from living together every day. But before that, just follow my rules, otherwise do not call me Mom, Charlotte said, marking a check on the catalog she was flipping through as she chose wine for the engagement banquet. Oliver stared at Charlotte for a moment, then suddenly said, "Mom, are you jealous?" Before she could reply, he could not help but chuckle and added, "You know, that kind of attitude's not very nice. Sounds just like what people call a strict mother-in-law." Charlotte set her pen down with a huff. "A strict mother-in-law, thanks for not making me into a bad-in-law," she sighed. "It is just that it all feels too fast. Neither of you had a real relationship before suddenly announcing the engagement when you came home. Did you secretly date behind my back? I hope not. I know Benjamin is a good kid, but Oliver, are you really sure he's your future partner this early in life? You are only just turning 19. If Oliver did not have memories from his past life, he might have hesitated. But now, with full certainty, he said firmly, "Yes, I am certain it is him. Mom, trust me, I am truly happy being with Benjamin." He reached for the catalog again. "Mom, let me pick the wine, take a break," he said. But as soon as he marked 2 choices for appetizer wines, the book was taken from his hands. "Go focus on your finals, I will handle this. You are my only son, I am only doing this once," Charlotte said. This engagement celebration will be held not just in the southern city, but also at Benjamin's parents' home. Charlotte and Benjamin's mother used to be close friends back when they studied abroad together during a summer program. Back then, they were 2 of the top students in their camp. Now that Charlotte is organizing Oliver and Benjamin's engagement celebration, there is a little friendly rivalry lingering beneath the surface. Oliver wanted to offer some suggestions. After all, he had hosted many parties in his previous life and knew more about wine than Charlotte might. But she would not let him get involved, instead sending him upstairs. Back in his room, too restless to study, Oliver quietly turned on his computer and clicked Benjamin's profile icon. "Benjamin, are you there?" Benjamin has been busy too lately. Seems like he is tied up with work. A few minutes later, he received Benjamin's reply. "Here. Do you mind a video call?" A video request popped up immediately on his end, and Oliver accepted it. The screen flickered at first before slowly clearing to show Benjamin's face. He noticed right away that this was not the issue garden, so he asked, "Benjamin, brother, where are you exactly?" Benjamin glanced behind him and said, "Out here." Oliver sighed slightly. "I know you're outside, but this place is completely unfamiliar. I have never seen it before." The video feed was dimly lit. Oliver could only make out Benjamin's face and a few outlines, maybe a chair in the background and something that looked like a ladder. He was not sure as the lighting was too dark. Benjamin let out a soft chuckle. "I cannot tell you yet. I want to save a little surprise for you later." Those words made Oliver freeze. In his past life, when Benjamin had surgery, he would once found him missing from the office and called back then. The reply was almost identical. Oliver suddenly felt as if he were lying in a warm bed, only to be doused all at once with icy water. The cold seeped through his soft down blanket, spreading slowly up his body. He tried to pull the covers off, but they felt heavier than ever. He could not budge them. The weight turned into a mountain pressing down on him, bringing an ache deep in his bones. Oliver, Oliver, what is wrong?" On the other side of the video, Benjamin noticed something was off. Oliver's face had gone pale in an instant, his eyes wide with deep fear, like he had reacted strongly to a painful memory. Before Benjamin could react further, Oliver suddenly leaned close to the camera. "I do not want any surprise, I really do not. Benjamin, brother, where are you? I need to see you now, right this second." When he finally saw Benjamin in person, Oliver realized he would overthought everything. Benjamin's surprise was just a house. Since deciding to get engaged, Benjamin had moved out of Issue Garden and used his own savings from years outside the family business to buy a new property. He started investing in the stock market at 15 or 16, just testing the waters, using money to gain experience. After making some profits, he began expanding into other investments. Even if he never took over the Iron Group, the wealth he would build was more than enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Benjamin's new home was an old-style Western villa. Oliver had passed by it every day when he was in middle school, but never imagined one day he would be its owner. Stepping through the iron gate, Oliver immediately noticed the lush plane tree in the courtyard, its branches stretching all the way to the balcony outside the arched window. Wisteria climbed over the walls, and at the center of the green lawn stood a fountain spout shaped like a bronze horse. The red brick Georgian-style mansion looked like a beauty preserved in an old photograph, time-worn yet breathtakingly beautiful, evoking both admiration and a quiet sorrow for how fleeting such elegance truly is. Benjamin did not bring Oliver inside the mansion, as it had not been lived in for years and needed repairs. Instead, he showed him the greenhouse. The nearly square-meter greenhouse had already begun construction. This was where Benjamin had been on video calls before. He would planned a surprise for Oliver, so he turned off the lights. But instead of delighting him, his words ended up startling Oliver. "Time's tight, so it will have to do for now. It should be fully finished before the engagement." Benjamin brushed aside a trailing white jade butterfly. With no air conditioning in the greenhouse, the summer night was stifling, so even someone not easily affected by heat began to sweat. He had been focused on the greenhouse project non-stop. He would come straight from work and stayed long after the workers left, rolling up his sleeves and doing everything himself. His expensive handcrafted shirt and tailored suit were ruined in no time. Oliver gently ran a finger along the nearest white gardenia, then suddenly turned toward Benjamin, stared intently into his eyes, rose slightly on tiptoes, and leaned in to kiss him. He caught a flash of surprise in Benjamin's dark, lustrous eyes but did not pull back, instead deepening the kiss. He gently parted Benjamin's lips, but barely a second passed before he was taken over completely. Dazed and disoriented, Oliver thought he would ended up sitting on the flower rack, until the sound of a pot shattering on the ground snapped both of them back to reality. Benjamin's hand braced against the flower rack, knuckles white with strain, the other still held Oliver tightly around the waist. When he tried to straighten up, his breath coming in uneven bursts, the person he had been holding suddenly wrapped around him like a vine. "I want this," Oliver whispered, firm and clear, then gently traced his tongue along Benjamin's earlobe. After that, he seemed to remember something and hurriedly added, "But you will have to hurry, I snuck out without telling my mom." Cicadas hummed through the summer night, moonlight spilled softly into corners, barely reaching beyond the glow of a handheld kerosene lamp. The air was thick with the rich scent of blooming flowers. Chapter. Charlotte woke up in the middle of the night for a drink, hearing a faint noise downstairs. She stepped onto the balcony and suddenly saw a shadow below, nearly gasped out loud before recognizing it was her son under the moonlight. "Oliver, what are you doing out here so late?" Oliver quietly lifted his foot, having accidentally stepped on a garden hose left behind by the day's gardener. He looked up toward the balcony and whispered softly, "I have been having trouble sleeping. I just came out to clear my head." In reality, he had only just gotten back. Without waiting for Charlotte to ask more, he turned and walked toward the house. "I am going straight to bed now." Charlotte's sudden appearance still startled Oliver like a memory from childhood. He remembered sneaking out to read comics, only for her to catch him when she passed by his room and saw light seeping under the door, then naking to ask what he was doing. Back then, his heart had pounded so hard it felt like it might burst, and even now, the echo of that moment lingered. He felt his heart was about to burst, and it took a long time for his racing heartbeat to calm down. At that moment, he shut the door behind him, did not head straight for the bathroom, but pressed his back against it instead, then slowly looked at his leg. His fingers moved to touch it unconsciously, then pulled back quickly as if burned. A flash of memory passed before his eyes. A lush greenhouse, jasmine petals nearly within reach as he leaned toward them, and a pale leg whiter than moonlight flickering in view. Oliver let out a long breath, straightened up, and stepped into the bathroom. He splashed cold water on his face several times, but the tangled thoughts in his mind did not clear at all. When Benjamin had held him down earlier, he would asked why Oliver was so tense. Was something wrong? He did not know how to respond. If he said he would had a dream and treated past events like just a dream, rewriting the truth as he spoke, Benjamin was smart enough that such a weak lie would be obvious. Besides, bringing up his leg surgery out of nowhere might only make Benjamin pay more attention to it. Oliver turned off the tap and leaned both hands on the sink. For a moment, he felt as though he had been pulled back into that greenhouse, his back facing Benjamin, yet unable to stop turning when the other man touched him. Trembling, he reached out and gripped Benjamin's hand. "I want to see your face." Only by seeing the face could he be sure it was not someone else behind him, and only then would fear fade. The next day, Oliver wore a pair of unusually loose and soft pants. It was the first day of his final exams. While eating breakfast, he received a message from Benjamin saying he was now just over 200 meters away and wanted to drive him to school, asking if it would be convenient. "Wait for me," Oliver replied, then took a sharp bite out of his sandwich. He had not eaten breakfast in such a rush for a long time, quickly finished a few bites, drank down a large gulp of milk, and headed out, calling to his parents at the table. "Dad, Mom, I have got my exam today. I need to get to school early." "Why are you in such a hurry? Let Uncle Yuo drive you. You will not be late." Charlotte had not even finished speaking when Oliver was already gone. She stood frozen, wide-eyed, then her husband calmly sipped his coffee and turned the page of his newspaper. "Probably someone else is taking him. Did you know your son climbed over the wall last night?" Charlotte's lips twitched, then she snatched the coffee from Mason's hand. "You drink coffee this early, do not you know your heart is not strong?" Oliver spotted Benjamin's car from afar and walked over. When he reached it, he noticed there was no driver. Benjamin himself was behind the wheel. He got into the car from the passenger side before saying a word, and a small box was handed to him first. "What is this?" Oliver took it and opened it, finding it contained ointment. After reading the label, he paused briefly, then quietly closed the box. Benjamin glanced at Oliver and explained, "I was worried there might be a minor irritation, so I bought some ointment." As he spoke, he noticed the state of Oliver's pants. Oliver tucked it away before saying, "No irritation at all, just drive." His eyes drifted toward the window. Discussing something like this in broad daylight still made him feel uneasy. When the car pulled up at the school gate, Oliver did not rush to get out. He unfastened his siatabelta, leaned over, and kissed Benjamin's lips. "Thanks for driving me." He was about to step out when he was suddenly pulled back. "If it is uncomfortable, you should still apply the ointment. Do not be shy," Benjamin said, pulling Oliver closer and returning the kiss. His lips brushed Oliver's forehead, then his cheeks, before finally meeting his own. "I am flying out this afternoon and probably will not return for over a week. By then your exams will be nearly done. Be good at school and at home while I am gone. I will bring you something when I come back." It was not the first time Oliver had heard Benjamin speak like this, but there was a subtle difference now, something new. It was not just about being older brother or boyfriend. It was that he knew deep down his heart and mind were not those of a teenager anymore. Oliver's face flushed slightly as he mumbled, "I got it." He quickly stepped out of the car, waved at Benjamin, then turned and walked into school. But after only a few steps, he paused and glanced back. Benjamin's car was still there. During Benjamin's trip away, Oliver successfully made it through finals week and welcomed summer break. Usually at this time of year, he would plan where to go traveling, but not this year. Now he was preparing for the engagement. Besides that, Oliver knew he carried a deep worry, one rooted in his past life's failed marriage and being judged for his age, as well as Benjamin's leg and what happened to him before. The plane crashed. There was no way he would let that happen again. He could prevent the flight from taking off and save everyone on board, but Benjamin's leg, that weighed more heavily on him than anything else. He was deeply afraid Benjamin might consider surgery this time around. And the biggest challenge, how to help Benjamin let go of his own concerns about his leg. As for the hurtful words he once said in a past life, he would not say even one word like that this time around. He would keep them buried with him. When Charlotte was overwhelmed by wedding preparations, she turned and saw Oliver walking with a slight limp. Her expression immediately changed as she hurried over. "Did you hurt your leg? Is it serious? Why are you walking like that?" "No, Mom, my leg is not injured," Oliver said quickly to ease her worry, straightened up at once, and even took a few normal steps in front of her. Charlotte frowned. "You are not hurt. Why are you walking like that for no reason?" When asked that question, Oliver's expression briefly fell. I just wanted to experience Benjamin's world." Charlotte sighed quietly. "Why do you want to experience it? Are you uncomfortable with his leg?" "I do not mind," Oliver answered quickly, but the next part came out strained. "But I am afraid he might feel self-conscious and then not want to be with me anymore." Most people say true empathy is impossible, so Oliver wanted to try experiencing Benjamin's world firsthand. He wondered what it truly felt like to have difficulty walking. He tried walking unevenly outdoors and naturally drew a lot of attention. No one looked down on him, but Oliver thought even sympathetic or curious glances might not feel good. Charlotte finally understood. She shook her head and gently pulled Oliver to sit beside her. "Did Benjamin talk to you about his leg, or is this just your own concern?" Me, Oliver said firmly, pressing his lips together tightly. I am afraid Benjamin might never let go of the pain from his injury. It could become something he carries with him emotionally. I want him to find peace, but I know it is not easy. Mom, can you understand what I am thinking? I hope Benjamin can move past the trauma from that kidnapping and stop worrying about his leg, no matter how it is. I love him just the same. Charlotte said, you want to help Benjamin? Yes. Has Benjamin ever mentioned his leg to you? Or has he brought up the kidnapping incident himself? Oliver paused for a moment, then shook his head. No matter in his past life or this one, Benjamin had never spoken about it, except once after surgery, when they were on that island. So how do you plan to help Benjamin? Charlotte asked again. After Benjamin passed away in his previous life, Oliver donated to a rehabilitation center for children with physical disabilities. He had assumed these children would not be happy, but when he visited, he found them playing soccer. Some kids did not have legs at all, using their arms instead, but they were still smiling brightly. That moment shocked him. He turned to the center's director and asked, why are they so happy? At the time, Oliver was not only supporting the rehabilitation center, he also helped another children's facility. But those kids were not nearly as cheerful. When strangers arrived, they either stared nervously or hid far away. The director's smile was faintly bittersweet, because these children are still young and surrounded by others like them. Once they grow up and face the outside world, it will not be the same. All we can do is give them a healthy, joyful childhood and teach them how to survive in life, how to earn their own living. Oliver looks down. I do not know. Charlotte gently placed her hand on Oliver's, saying, I can tell a lot about Benjamin's nature. He has always been someone who keeps things hidden, ever since he was young. Since you are so close to him and he hasn't mentioned the kidnapping case at all, that means it is something he really does not want to talk about. If you suddenly step in to help, it might not be helpful. It could even make things worse. Oliver understood these points clearly. Mom, Charlotte asked, why did you suddenly bring up the kidnapping case and Benjamin's leg? Oliver's face turned pale in an instant. He hesitated before saying, I saw a news report about someone who took a big risk to have surgery. And then, his voice trailed off. Charlotte said, are you worried Benjamin might try that kind of surgery too, just for his leg? Oliver suddenly looked up. Mom, please do not tell a single word to Benjamin. I mean it. He absolutely must not find out. Okay, I will not say anything. Promise, do not panic. Oliver, let me ask you a few more things. Has Benjamin ever cried in front of you, and have you ever cried in front of him? Oliver shook his head at first, then slowly nodded. Why did you cry in front of Benjamin? Think carefully about that. Oliver was taken aback by the question. He realized he would never truly thought about it before. Why had he cried when Benjamin was around? Because. Is it because you trust him? Charlotte gently revealed the truth. It is like how children cry in front of someone they care about. They know the person will comfort them. You cry around Benjamin because you truly trust him. If a stranger were there and your emotions overwhelmed you, you would probably turn away to hide your tears, would not you? Oliver, if you really want to help Benjamin, maybe the best thing you can do is help him learn to trust you. Oliver repeated softly, trust. Charlotte gave a gentle nod. Yes, trust. Some people carry wounds they will never speak about, not even to their closest loved ones. But what you can do is help him trust you, trust that you love him, and trust that you are someone who can accept everything, including his past pain. Oliver, love has the power to heal more than we realize. Even if it does not heal everything, at least when he makes important choices, he will think about talking to you first. That way, you will not have to worry about him making dangerous decisions alone. He will come to you for advice and support because you are the one he trusts most. For example, when you were young, our family business went through a major crisis. At that time, your grandfather had already stepped back from day-to-day affairs. Your father was worried about his health and did not dare tell him. But he came to me instead. He did not really ask for my advice. He just wanted someone who could give him emotional support and reassurance. As Charlotte spoke, Oliver did not look particularly relieved. In his past life, he had shown how deeply he cared for Benjamin. He was not bothered by the fact that Benjamin lost a leg, but Benjamin still turned him away. Can love really heal everything? Maybe it can make people afraid instead. Thank you, Mom. Oliver did not want to keep talking about this topic, but Charlotte called out to him. Oliver, what do you think Benjamin is missing? Oliver turned around. Charlotte was sitting on the sofa, her expression gentle and warm. Materially, he has never lacked anything. Spiritually, he already has you as his partner. But perhaps what he still needs is a family member, one who can help him let go of his guard, someone he feels safe enough to show his most vulnerable side to. I believe you can be that person, someone mature and loving, both a partner and family. And I will not stop you two from meeting anymore. Next time, please do not climb over the wall, it is risky. Call him instead right now if you want. If you're ready to meet, go ahead and do it. Tell him how much you miss him or that you love him. Do not keep those feelings locked inside. Hey, Benjamin, where are you? Chapter. As soon as he stepped out of the airport, Benjamin spotted Oliver standing in the crowd. He already stood out, his features sharp and refined. Holding a bouquet of flowers made him even more noticeable. You did not need to come pick me up, Benjamin said as he approached, followed by his assistant and colleague from the business trip. Oliver nodded politely at both of them before gently taking Benjamin's arm. I just wanted to see you sooner. Do you like the flowers I bought? Benjamin's lips curved into a soft smile. They are beautiful. Should I leave them in your office later? Find a vase to put them in. Oliver not only brought flowers, but also made 2 small handmade ornaments, a pair of zodiac figurines representing him and Benjamin, the dragon and the sheep. They could double as paperweights. Benjamin could not go home right after returning from his business trip. He still had to stop by the company first, something he would already mentioned over the phone with Oliver earlier. Once inside the car and the privacy partition was raised, their linked arms turned into interlocked fingers. Benjamin lowered his voice. Did you wait long? Oliver shook his head. The words Charlotte had said echoed in his mind, building trust. That is right, any real relationship needs trust, not just pretending to do what is best for the other person while hiding things. He wanted to become someone Benjamin could truly rely on. But he still could not tell Benjamin about his secret of being reborn, certainly not yet. Oliver exhaled unconsciously, then said to the man beside him, Not long at all, your flight was right on time. Are we starting with a meeting once we get there? He rested his chin gently against Benjamin's shoulder. Benjamin gave a quiet nod. So should you head home first? The meeting might take some time. I will probably be tied up for a while. Or maybe I can come by your place after I am done here. I am off summer break now, so I have got plenty of time. I can stay with you longer. My parents found out about me sneaking to meet you. Mom said we can see each other openly from now on. She is okay with us meeting before our engagement. His voice dropped to a whisper at the end, afraid someone ahead might hear. The moment he finished speaking, he noticed Benjamin's expression changed. His eyes turned serious. You climbed over the wall that night. Oliver rarely saw Benjamin look so intense, but he knew his worry came from care, and since Benjamin never scolded him harshly anyway, Oliver was not really afraid. He stayed in the same position. Do not worry, I did not fall or hurt myself. I know what I am doing, you even saw for yourself. Nothing happened to me. He cut himself off mid-sentence and sat up straight at her. Honestly, it felt like being a reckless kid, climbing out of the house through a window, kind of like reliving youth. I have seen movies where that is exactly how young love starts. Benjamin did not seem to notice Oliver had stopped speaking. His brow furrowed deeply, and he called out softly, Oliver. No more times, Oliver promised. That answer eased the tension in Benjamin's forehead. He pulled Oliver's hand closer, then brought it to his lips and kissed it gently. Afterward, he placed it back on his lap and locked their fingers together tightly. A few seconds later, he leaned in close to Oliver's ear. You are fine now, but no more of that. Oliver's ears turned even redder. In his past life, Oliver rarely came to Benjamin's workplace. When he did, it was usually to surprise him. Only now did he slowly realize how little he would ever been involved in Benjamin's professional life, not just work, but everything. Benjamin had always shared the good news and kept the hard parts hidden. No matter what difficult situations arose, Benjamin never told him about them. And if Oliver caught even a hint of something wrong, Benjamin would dismiss it as unimportant. Then Oliver believed him without question. In recent days, Oliver had been thinking deeply. He thought about how Benjamin had been kidnapped before his 12th birthday and then lived at Yuyuan after recovering. Growing up without close family guidance, he must have pushed himself to grow stronger and more capable, so much so that even in love, he kept this habit. He wanted to protect the people he cared about, just as he would once protected himself. Oliver believed Benjamin was not distrustful of him. He simply did not trust himself. He could not believe anyone would care for someone weak like him. Oliver wondered, when Benjamin was only 12 and sent far away to Yuyuan by his parents, did he feel abandoned, left behind? Maybe that is when the seed took root in Benjamin's heart. Only strength made someone worthy of being loved. In his past life, Oliver knew Benjamin had an unshakable sense of pride, so strong he would rather end their relationship than admit to needing help. So strong that every year he secretly flew to Oliver's city but never dared show up in person. He stayed hidden even when they were so close, but Oliver never truly dug into why it was like that. When they broke up, Oliver had resented Benjamin for holding on to such a strong sense of pride even in front of someone who loved him. Later, when love surpassed hatred, he did not want to see Benjamin suffer in his presence. So he chose to protect Benjamin's dignity by not reaching out, just hoping that Benjamin would be happy. When news of Benjamin's passing arrived, Oliver spent 2 years recovering in the hospital. At that time, all he had left was regret for himself, deep affection for Benjamin, and an overwhelming desire to follow him into death. He finally realized he truly loved Benjamin, but he had never understood the core of Benjamin's pain. But it is not too late now. Benjamin is only 22, and Oliver himself is just 19. Life has barely begun. This time, no matter what, he will make sure to hold Benjamin's hand tightly. Benjamin, there was a letter for you 2 days ago. The sender wrote their name as Alexander. One of Benjamin's assistants came in with coffee and also brought a letter. Benjamin was talking to Oliver at the time, preparing to head to a meeting. He turned slightly and said, "Put it on the table." After the assistant left, he slowly walked over using his cane. His eyes lingered briefly on the unfamiliar envelope before picking up a letter opener to carefully open it. Oliver was unwrapping flower packaging when he noticed Benjamin had been staring at the letter for longer than usual. He looked up and asked, "Young Master Benjamin." Benjamin seemed to snap back to awareness. He set the letter down and said, "Who sent it? Why were you looking at it so long?" Oliver felt something was off. He stood up and started walking toward the desk, but before he could get close, Benjamin spoke first. "It is from a business partner," Benjamin said, sliding the letter into a file folder. "I have to go to my meeting now. If you are tired, there is a quiet room where you can rest." Oliver stared at Benjamin for a few seconds. "All right." When Benjamin left, he took the file with the letter and did not leave behind even the envelope. During the meeting, as Benjamin listened to the report, he quietly pulled out the letter again from the folder. It was a printed note, typed, not handwritten, with just a few lines of text. "Benjamin, how dare you even think about getting engaged to Oliver when you are so clearly disabled? At your engagement ceremony, everyone saw you limping awkwardly across the stage, tapping that cane against the floor. Tell me, would not Oliver feel embarrassed standing beside you? Would not he see your wedding day as a joke? He might hate you deep down, but still has to pretend to go along with it, just because you have used your long friendship to force the situation. Oh, and by the way, can your legs even hold up under pressure? You are useless. If I were you, I would be dead already. Living must feel like a disgrace, do not you think?" Chapter. Left alone in the office, Oliver returned to the sofa, trimmed the flower stems, and arranged them into a ceramic vase. But his mind remained unsettled. He kept replaying Benjamin's reaction earlier. Something just did not feel right. Still uneasy, he got up and went to find the assistant who had delivered the letter earlier. "Hi, I would like to ask, do you know who sent that letter you just brought in?" The assistant replied, "It was only signed as Alexander on the envelope. I cannot be sure if I recognize the name." "Does your company have any partners with the last name Song?" "Yes, we do." "Do you remember the sender's address?" The assistant gave a faint smile and shook his head. "Sorry, I cannot recall it exactly. All I know is that it was from within the same city. If you want to learn more, maybe you should ask Benjamin." With no further leads, Oliver thanked the assistant and returned to his office. He took out the handmade crafts he had made and placed them on Benjamin's desk. These zodiac figurines would be a constant reminder for Benjamin. When he used them to hold down papers or files, it would be hard not to think of him. He had planned to wait until the meeting ended before heading out for dinner. But suddenly Oliver received a call from Charlotte. "Son, are you free tonight?" Charlotte was attending a charity gala tonight. Mason had originally been her escort, but he could not make it due to an urgent work matter. So she called to ask if her son could join her instead. Oliver hesitated for a moment. "Mom, I will call you back later." After hanging up, he sent Benjamin a message to let him know. Benjamin responded almost instantly. "Got it." Oliver stared at the message, his unease growing stronger. After a pause, he sent another one. "The event should not last too late. Can you come pick me up?" "All right, I will have Xiao Lai Yu take you there. He is already waiting in the basement garage. Just eat something before leaving. Do not go hungry. See you later." That evening's charity gala attracted many guests. Oliver stayed by Charlotte's side, helping her greet people, smiling and sipping drinks, then sitting down to bid on a few items. Charlotte's donated jewelry was definitely going to be bid back, and he remembered it had been a gift from his father to his mother. If it was not retrieved, Charlotte would likely feel deeply upset behind the scenes. Charity auctions often follow an unspoken rule. Donated items are typically reclaimed by their owners. Wealthy individuals usually do not want their personal belongings leaving their hands, and the event organizers still benefit, receiving auction proceeds for charity. Moreover, when donors bid on their own items at high prices, it is not just about showing off wealth. It also signals that the donated pieces are truly valuable. For example, one of Oliver's childhood paintings had been auctioned before. The buyer was his older cousin, who spent $2 million on it, clearly sending the message that his younger brother's artwork was worth that much. This unwritten rule is generally followed by everyone, unless someone is new to the scene and unaware of how things work. Today, something unexpected happened. Oliver raised his paddle a few times, only to be matched each time by the same person. He followed the voice and realized it was not a stranger, it was Henry's parents. In that instant, his blood felt like it froze, because of the thought of Henry. He could see Henry's features in his parents' faces. Henry's height and facial structure came from his father, while his face shape and skin tone matched his mother's. But just seeing the Shen family's parents was not enough to cause such a reaction. There was something deeper at play. In a past life, he would attended one of these charity galas before, and Henry had been the one bidding against him then. Back then, they were not married, only engaged. A major argument broke out between them over some issues, to the point where Oliver did not want to see Henry anymore, refused his calls, and even started questioning whether Henry was truly right for him. And at that moment, Henry showed up at the very gala Oliver was attending, publicly competing with him over every item on auction. No matter which piece Oliver signaled interest in, Henry would raise his paddle right after. That behavior left Oliver furious. He finally could not take it anymore, stood up and walked away, only to find Henry following him out. "Why are you following me?" Oliver had left his coat in the warm room. Now he only wore a thin snow-colored shirt, and the cold autumn air of Southern City made his breath visible in misty puffs. The tall man in front of him simply grinned with that careless look. "Who says I am following you? Does this garden have your name written on it, Mr. Oliver?" Oliver's anger only grew worse. He did not want to speak another word to Henry, not even a single syllable. He stepped around the man, heading back toward the main hall to grab his coat and leave. But as he passed by, Henry suddenly grabbed his arm, pulling him into a tight embrace. "All right, stop being mad at me," Henry's deep voice murmured near his ear. "All the items I just bid on were registered under your address. Go ask the organizers if you do not believe me." Then a weight settled on Oliver's shoulders as Henry handed him his coat. "If you are still upset, then I will have to beg on my knees. Please, sweetheart, forgive me this time. I really want to sleep peacefully again. These past few days without your favor have kept me wide awake, Iams." Because of that momentary distraction, Charlotte's donated jewelry did not get auctioned back. Oliver pulled his gaze away, his face paler than before. "I am sorry, Mom, It is all right, not getting it back is not a big deal. I still have plenty more. But why do you look so unwell all of a sudden?" Charlotte looked at Oliver with concern. Oliver pressed his lips tightly together and clenched his fingers. "Maybe I ate something that did not agree with me. I will go to the restroom." Since he had started focusing on wellness, he had been cutting back on cigars. But today, he desperately needed one to calm down. So instead of heading to the restroom as he told Charlotte, he went straight to an empty cigar lounge. He curled up on the deep green sofa, lit a cigar, and took a shaky breath through his reddened lips. Only then did it feel like blood began flowing through him again. It was probably just coincidence. South City was not that big or small. Running into Henry's parents was not all that surprising. Oliver pinched a wisp of cigar smoke between his fingers, forcing himself not to let his mind wander. But after he finished the cigar and stepped out, that explanation no longer held any weight. He saw Henry's parents seated beside Charlotte, and there was 3-year-old Henry too. "Oliver, you're back just in time. Come here, meet them. These are the parents of that little boy from before. How lucky we all ran into each other here." "Oliver, brother." A soft, childish voice rang out. Oliver watched his past husband toddle toward him on tiny legs, while memories of the grown Henry flashed through his mind. His expression dark and tense, he said to the older man, Theodai, I want him no matter what, even if he is a ghost, he must stay with me. You have to know how to make that happen, do not you? Without thinking, Oliver shoved the approaching child hard. Henry tumbled to the ground with a heavy thud. Pushing down a child in public was not something anyone could easily explain. Oliver sat quietly in the back garden, waiting for Charlotte to come out. He looked down at his hands, as if still feeling the pressure from pushing someone. "You brother Oliver." He suddenly turned his head. From amidst the thick cluster of flowers, a small dark figure emerged, and the pale moonlight gradually revealed the face. Carefully examined, it already bore traces of an adult's features. Henry stepped forward slowly, looking up with a child's voice. "You are also a reincarnated one, right?" He did not seem to need Oliver's reply and continued immediately. "That explains it. Unless you were reborn, why would you rush into an engagement with that person, huh? My dear, I am giving you a chance to reconsider. Break off your bond with Benjamin. Wait until I grow up, then we can marry. Otherwise." A faint smile spread across Henry's youthful face. "Otherwise, your secret will not stay hidden. Do not forget your real age is 47, and you have been married to me for years. Benjamin certainly does not know about this, does he? If he finds out, will he still love you?" Chapter. The garden fell silent for a moment. Seeing Oliver remain quiet, Henry's brows furrowed slightly as he stepped forward another pace. Having been married to Oliver for years, he knew his personality well, basically just a pampered young master who would never face hardship. Someone who appreciated art and enjoyed leisure time, rarely said harsh words, could not stand the sight of blood, aged in years but not in wisdom. In short, delicate and easily influenced. So as long as he made his words sound serious enough, he had no doubt Oliver would comply. After all, the Oliver reborn was not going to be as easy to reach as he would originally thought. But before he could even touch him, Oliver spoke up. "I will not break off my engagement with Benjamin." Oliver's face was pale, almost devoid of color, shadows gathering faintly in the corners of his eyes under the night air. His clenched fist slowly relaxed as he lifted his gaze and stared steadily at Henry ahead. "Go ahead and threaten me, I will tell him about your secret myself." Hearing those words, Henry barely suppressed his anger. "Not breaking the engagement, then what exactly do you plan to tell him? That you married me just a few years after he passed away. Tell him about our marriage details and talk about your affair with that man." Mentioning the man, Henry's tone grew even sharper. "Oliver, I truly never thought you would sink so low. A stray dog, you really let one on your bed?" Oliver's fingers tightened again. Antona's incident had happened during a moment of weakness, but regardless, they were already divorced at that time. "It has nothing to do with you," he said through gritted teeth. Henry seemed to suddenly remember something. "You saw everything, did not you? It was me who brought you back from overseas. Oliver, the cherished jewel of the Chin family, yet in the end, only I cared for you. You say it is none of my business, or are you just having too much fun with that man and think I am interfering?" He paused, voice laced with mockery. "How long had you known each other before jumping into bed? Honestly, I feel like a fool. I spent so much time chasing you." Enough, Oliver trembled from the barrage of insults, his eyes reflecting shattered moonlight trying to piece itself back together. "I never asked you to take care of me. You were the one who filed for divorce. As for my relationship with Antona, it has nothing to do with you. If you do not understand, I can say it again. And let's be clear, back then, I did not beg you to pursue me. Every word you're saying now makes me feel sick about our past marriage. I regret ever marrying you." Henry's mocking expression vanished instantly, as if he could not believe what he had just heard. "What did you say?" Oliver did not repeat himself. He had no desire to keep talking, just being near Henry made him feel worse, and he was already hurting enough. But Henry blocked his path with his tiny arms and legs now. "Say it again. What is wrong with our marriage? Oliver, do you always think that poor soul was better than me?" When Oliver heard Henry refer to Benjamin as poor soul, his emotions snapped completely. He would have done something if the other person were not stuck in a 3-year-old's body. "No comparison. You will never be worthy of standing beside brother Benjamin." He spoke slowly and clearly, then turned and walked away swiftly. Footsteps followed from behind, and suddenly his leg was wrapped in a tight hold. "Oliver, sweetheart, do not be mad. I lost my mind, I really did. I know I filed for divorce, but back then I was jealous of you and Benjamin. I acted out, went insane, let my emotions take over. After what happened to you, I regretted it deeply, but I refused to admit fault because I was too proud. Sweetheart, only I can accept you no matter who you are. Even when you were like a monster, I was not afraid. I even jumped from the building with you." The strength of a 3-year-old was stronger than Oliver had expected. He tried lifting his legs several times, but could not move. He finally had to look down at the person who would change so suddenly. Henry looked at him with puppy dog eyes, whispering sweetheart when he saw Oliver lower his head. I truly realize I was wrong. If it means dying, I will never divorce you again. I promise to treat you better than ever before. Give me a chance. Oliver blinked wearily. He had heard Henry call him sweetheart many times before. At first, he did not like the nickname. Both of them were men. They should have called each other honey or used names or some other affectionate term. Why always sweetheart? But Henry said he called him that because he loved him, because sweethearts were meant to be cherished. If it were not for you, I would not have gone through all of this. I would not have become what I was. I would not have had to jump from that window. He pulled hard away from Henry and immediately climbed over the garden railing. The charity gala was being held at a villa on the hillside. Oliver walked down the dark road, his formal dress wrinkled and messy, like a peacock whose feathers had been soaked in rain. The once glorious tail hung limp and dragged behind him. Even small stones along the path could scratch and wear it further. When the blinding headlights flashed toward him, he instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Click! The sound of a car door opening. Oliver felt someone approaching and lowered his hand to get a better look. Brother Benjamin. Chapter. The day Oliver learned about Benjamin's accident in his previous life, he had just finished a long overnight project and finally fell asleep at dawn. During this period, his sleep quality had been poor, sleeping for short bursts then waking up again. To help himself stay asleep, he turned off his phone, so he did not see the news right away or receive any calls. When he finally woke up, social media was flooded with news of a plane crash, some offering prayers, others asking questions, and many sharing their sadness openly. The moment Oliver saw the flight details, his heart clenched unexpectedly, as if he would swallowed sharp chunks of ice. The jagged edges scraped against his throat, sending a deep chill down through his chest and into every part of him. To his shock, the flight was coming from China to his current city. At the same time, his phone showed several missed calls. They were from family members and some friends. Oliver called Charlotte back. While waiting for the call to connect, he opened his social feed. Someone had posted that they almost bought a ticket on that flight and felt lucky they did not. Seeing the post, he did not like it. Instead, he closed the app and searched online for more details about the crashed plane. There was no need to search hard. Information had already spread everywhere. How many crew members and passengers were on board, how long the aircraft had been in service, where it lost contact with air traffic control, and even people sharing stories about friends who had been on that flight. Oliver. After calling twice, Charlotte finally answered. Her voice was hoarse, as if she had been crying. A deep sense of unease crept over him like a slow-moving creature crawling across his bare skin. Every inch of his body tensed, and Oliver gripped his phone tightly. Mom. Charlotte was crying on the line, and just a few seconds later, Oliver's father Mason took over. His voice was heavier than ever. Oliver, where are you right now? Oliver gave the name of his apartment, then paused. Is something wrong? Just stay in your apartment. Do not go out for anything. Do not wander around. I am sending Samuel to come find you. Mason referred to Samuel as Oliver's youngest cousin, who was currently in the same country. Hearing those instructions made Oliver even more uneasy. Dad, what is going on? Why does little cousin Samuel need to come find me? But Mason refused to say anything directly over the phone until Samuel arrived at Oliver's apartment. Many stories love painting dramatic scenes with thunderstorms, lightning flashing, rain pouring down. But that day was unusually clear and bright, something Oliver remembered clearly. When he opened the door, sunlight poured in from outside like molten lava flowing through. His cousin said a long string of words, but Oliver only caught one sentence. Benjamin was on the plane mentioned in the news. There is still no word from him. It felt like lava reached his feet, melting everything in its path until nothing remained. Oliver could not remember much after hearing those words. He must have lost control when he came to. He was already lying in a hospital bed. Later, the news of Benjamin's passing caused deep emotional distress. Oliver struggled to live normally and ended up receiving treatment at a medical facility. Besides reading the Bible, he found solace in writing poems, copying each one carefully onto blank pages, planning to burn them as offerings to the memory of his lost cousin. I miss someone far away. I carry a feeling deep inside my heart. Oliver's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he looked toward the young man approaching from the light, murmuring the name softly, Brother Benjamin. Benjamin stepped closer and stopped. His brows were slightly drawn together as he took in Oliver's state, gently smoothing out the creases on Oliver's clothes while speaking softly. How did you get down here? Where is Charlotte? Oliver said nothing at first. His eyelashes fluttered, then his teeth began to chatter, and soon his whole body was shaking. Though it was summer, he felt as though he were standing in a freezing winter. His bare skin seemed cracked and numb, like icy wind turning into knives that scraped away the flesh. Benjamin's frown deepened. He stopped asking questions and instead took Oliver by the hand, guiding him gently to the car. Not long after they got in, Benjamin heard Oliver's phone ring. He glanced down at the trembling figure beside him, but Oliver's eyes were blank and distant. Seeing that, he softened his voice. Let me check who is calling, okay? It might be Charlotte. Benjamin was right. The call came from Charlotte, who had noticed Oliver was missing. Hearing that Oliver was now with Benjamin brought her some relief. Charlotte had intended to speak with Oliver briefly and ask about his situation, but seeing how distracted he was, Benjamin quickly made up an excuse to gently deflect the call. After the call ended, he looked back at Oliver. Oliver, do you want to go home? He asked a few times before Oliver finally responded. Oliver lifted his head, first glancing around before turning his gaze to Benjamin, and spoke slowly, Brother Benjamin, can I stay at your place for a bit? Since moving out of Suzhou Garden, Benjamin had lived in a house provided by the company. Its style was as uniform and impersonal as a showroom. Oliver had visited this apartment before in his past life. Back then, he would joke that Benjamin never changed the decor. It felt too cold and lifeless. But later he realized to Benjamin, this place was just a quiet retreat between workdays, not truly home. Now standing again in the apartment's entrance hall, Oliver did not wait for Benjamin to hand him new slippers before speaking. I have something important I need to tell you. Benjamin kept bending down to pick up the shoes, placing them neatly in front of Oliver before straightening up. Mohum, he said, go ahead, I am listening. Oliver's eyes shimmered like tiny pearls as he studied Benjamin's face with deep focus, almost longing, perhaps even nostalgic. There are 4 rooms in this apartment. The main bedroom curtains are off-white, the nightstand is natural wood, and the bathroom mirror is oval-shaped. If I remember right, there is a daisy painting in the corner of your study. It was just placed there casually at first, but you liked how it looked, so you left it as decoration. The person he was watching began to change expression. Oliver, you. You are wondering why I know all this, are not you? Because I have been here before in my past life. The pearls in his eyes glistened under the warm light as Oliver unconsciously bit his thumb. I have a secret I have never told you actually. I am someone who has come back from death. Do you know what that means? I was already gone, but when I opened my eyes again, time had reset. I woke up in my 19-year-old body, but I would lived 47 years already, after dying. Finally, having spoken the truth aloud, Oliver felt an unexpected sense of relief, like he stood in a courtroom waiting for his verdict. After coming back, he would carry a heavy burden. Just as he started to set it down, he met Henry. Unlike him, Henry had returned too. His half-unloaded load suddenly turned into an enormous mountain that pressed heavily on his chest, making each breath hard. Oliver had not forced a smile this difficult since he could remember. His gaze never left Benjamin's face, tracing the sharpness of his brows, the smooth line from cheek to jawline. A short silence stretched between them before he heard Benjamin speak. What happened to you? Was it illness, Oliver? He still called him by name, Oliver. Chapter. Oliver had imagined what Benjamin might say or ask after he confessed, but he never expected the first thing Benjamin would say to be this. In that instant, it felt as if he was no longer in the courtroom. He was being led out by Benjamin opening the door. Oliver took a deep breath and pressed his lips tighter together, the ache in his eyes overwhelming. Not an illness, I accidentally took my blood pressure medication as supplements and ended up consuming too much, so. He paused, noticing Benjamin's serious expression. To be honest, I did not feel any pain at all. Benjamin's face darkened when he heard it was due to medication, his brows drawn tight. How could it be me? Was not I supposed to have watched your medicine more carefully in the past life? Oliver lost control completely. He turned away and clenched his teeth, breathing hard to steady himself, but his shoulders still trembled, along with his whole body and fingertips. How could he tell Benjamin that by then he was already gone? But Benjamin was surprisingly perceptive. Seeing Oliver's back, he seemed to sense something. Did I pass away earlier than you thought? Oliver, you just said reunited with me. Oliver could not speak, he felt frozen, as if trapped in silence, until he sensed the familiar embrace wrapping around him. Oliver, relax, relax, it is okay. You do not have to say anything if you are not ready. You have come back now, there is no need to be afraid. The icy weight in his throat finally melted away. Brother Benjamin, Oliver's eyes filled with tears, I was really miserable back then. I missed you so much, but I could not find you anywhere. Everyone told me you were gone, but I just could not believe it. How could they say you are dead when there was not even a trace left? I kept wondering if I had been on that plane too, maybe I would have been with you. After years of pain and longing, he finally found someone to share his truth with. He turned around, gripping Benjamin's clothes tightly, afraid the moment might slip away again. I went to the place where the plane crash happened. I could not find anything, nothing at all. My parents said you were gone. Friends told me the same. Even doctors and nurses said it, urging me to listen, to move on, even asking me to live well just like you did. But I missed you so much. I wished I had been on that plane too. Emotion mixed with confusion, and Oliver seemed to see the church again. He sat in the prayer room, asking the priest if he was truly unworthy, if heaven punished him this way. Love could not be shared, only solitude remained. For a moment, it felt like he was back in the hospital, the restraints on his arms and legs, turning to watch the fluid slowly moving through the tube into his vein, spreading throughout his body. He paused for a moment, then turned toward his parents. Charlotte was holding her husband's hand, whispering softly as she cried. After thinking quietly, he asked in a soft voice, Mom, why did not Benjamin come to see me when I was sick? Benjamin held Oliver tightly without a word, each of his words and every tear feeling like a knife in his heart. Yet this deep pain was only just beginning. From Oliver's broken state, he learned about their past romance and its painful end, the unhappy marriage that followed, and the tragic passing far from home. His arms tightened around Oliver until his veins stood out like chains, binding him in place. The ink pearls sank into water as his eyes turned crimson with sorrow. He lowered his head slightly, raising a trembling hand to gently touch Oliver's face, his usual calm expression now twisted with a mix of grief and anger, hatred toward everyone who had hurt Oliver, including himself. Oliver, just rest for now. I will stay by your side, no need to fear anymore. This time I will not leave, I promise. Late at night, Benjamin quietly left the room where he had been watching over Oliver. He never contacted his staff after work hours, let alone in the middle of the night. But tonight, there was something he absolutely had to do. He made his second call to his father. Dad, I need to tell you something ahead of time, no matter what your answer is. Henry's family background had been thoroughly researched long ago. Benjamin had always appeared before as a kind-hearted stranger. But this time, he became someone willing to do anything to acquire the Shen family company. The Eun group wanted to take down a small business that was only doing moderately well in South City, about as easy as an elephant crushing a tiny ant. Within just a few months, Benjamin appeared at the Shen family company's shareholders' meeting. Under Daniel's watchful gaze, he leaned on his pearl-handled cane and walked slowly to take the seat of honor. After the meeting ended, he called out to Daniel, Henry, may I meet your son? Daniel had just finished the meeting content and naturally despised Benjamin. Hearing this, his anger flared even more. My son is only 3 years old, what deep grudge does Mr. Benjamin hold against our Shen family that he will not spare even a child? Benjamin calmly placed a letter and several photos in front of Daniel. You might want to take a look at this. This is a message sent by your so-called 3-year-old son to me. Though he was careful avoiding surveillance cameras, it just happened that a backpacker found him standing on tiptoe to slip the note into a mailbox, and thought the scene was adorable enough to snap a few pictures. His expression remained gentle but without warmth. Henry, please arrange this quickly. Try to have everything settled before heading to South Sudan. After all, there will not be another chance to meet. Chapter. Henry entered the meeting room with a red handprint on his face, still clutching a toy, now completely torn apart. The knight's nose and eyes had been dug out, leaving hollow sockets behind. This was their fourth meeting, but truly the first time they were face to face. Henry first heard Benjamin's name in a local entertainment gossip magazine. That year he was in middle school, and after a basketball game, he returned to find several girls gathered around a magazine, talking excitedly. He did not pay attention at first, until he heard the name Oliver. Ever since he saw Oliver when he was 10 years old, he would kept that name in his mind, though even now he could not explain why it stayed there. What are you talking about? By middle school, Henry had grown quite tall. He stood with the basketball in his arms, facing the girls, his dark lashes hanging low, giving off an air of maturity beyond his years. The girls pointed at the magazine on the table with their fingers. This article claims that one of the victims in the recent plane crash was the president of Eun Group, who used to be involved with young Master Oliver from the Chin family. You know Eun Group, right? The Chengsing Mall we visited last week is owned by them. I have seen photos of young Master Oliver. He looks even better than movie stars. Honestly, I wonder what the CEO looked like. It is so sad his ex-boyfriend died in the plane crash. Ever since the news came out, Oliver. Without waiting for the girls to finish speaking, Henry quickly snatched the magazine from their hands. It was a local gossip magazine known for exaggerating stories just to get attention, and this issue was no exception. Broken gems, lost love, once intimate partners now separated by death. Young Master Oliver from the Chin family has reportedly fallen seriously ill. Nonsense, Henry snapped as soon as he read the headline. His sharp outburst drew startled looks from the girls, but he did not care. He tore out the page mentioning Oliver and Benjamin, crumpled it into a ball, and said, "Do you actually believe this kind of stuff? How boring." But when school was over and he was alone in the classroom, he quietly uncrumpled the wrinkled paper. The article's writer seemed to be spying on Oliver and Benjamin from beneath their biet, writing details with unnecessary intensity, saying how deeply in love they were when no one else was around, yet so cold and distant after breaking up that they barely spoke again. One left for a faraway country overseas, the other stayed behind in the southern city. But this time, with the president of Eun Group involved in the accident, Oliver has become severely unwell. According to someone close to him, he's been rushed to the hospital for urgent treatment, specifically admitted to a psychiatric unit. Experts from both home and abroad have tried their best, but they have been unable to help ease his emotional distress. Henry did not know what exactly drove him, but the article made him furious. He called the hotline to report the magazine's false claims. On the very day he filed the complaint, the tabloid magazine ceased publication entirely, and the current issue was pulled from all sales channels. But Henry knew it was not due to his report. Official responses did not come that fast. Someone from the Chin family must have seen the false article and took action against the offensive magazine themselves. Yet the name Benjamin still left a deep impression in his mind, growing stronger over time, especially during his marriage with Oliver, so much so that hearing it triggered an instinctive reaction, like nails scraping across a chalkboard, each time making him feel nauseous. Who was Benjamin? Why should he still be remembered by Oliver for so long, even after death? Every year on Benjamin's Memorial Day, Oliver would go to pay his respects with flowers without fail, and never allowed Henry to come along. Henry looked up at Benjamin seated behind the desk, expression sharp and unreadable. He was not truly a child, he simply had the body of one, while his mind belonged to a man in his early 30s. The way he stared at Benjamin revealed an ageless maturity far beyond his physical form. "He told you everything, did not he?" he asked. No answer came. Henry looked down at the toy in his hand, the absurd little child's plaything. Is this about showing off how you destroy my family through underhanded methods? Or are you just jealous of me, jealous that I have been married to Oliver for so long? With a sharp twist, the knight's leg snapped off. Benjamin, let's be honest, I am not afraid of you at all. If you have got the guts, go ahead and kill me, but if not, just wait and see what happens next. Benjamin remained distant toward anyone other than Oliver, though his coldness was always wrapped in proper decorum. He rose slowly from his seat and approached Henry step by step. Due to the height difference, he looked down at the child before him. Facing the gaze descending from above, Henry's anger boiled over uncontrollably. He hated Benjamin since long before this life began. He resented how even after death, the man still held a place in Oliver's heart. He despised his fake kindness, the pretense of gentleness. He envied that Benjamin had been born years earlier, and if only he would grown up with Oliver instead, or if he would come from a background as powerful as Eun Group's. But on the surface, he let his lips curl into a smirk. What, want to hit me? Go ahead, hit me, it will not change anything. How deeply in love Oliver and I once were, he told you every detail, did not he? No matter how important or precious Oliver is to you, even you could not keep him from being mine. The walking stick suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, forcing him to his knees. Being forced to kneel before an enemy was unbearable humiliation. Henry's face turned crimson as he let out a fierce growl, struggling desperately to rise. But now, he had no strength to match that of a grown man. Henry, he heard a voice above, cold and devoid of warmth. Do you feel pain now? But to me, it is still not enough. Your parents may be innocent, dragged into this because of you, your hard-earned life's work shattered. Yet you hurt my beloved, the one I cherished more than anything else. You had the chance to treat him with care and respect, but you cast him aside without a second thought. Benjamin's eyes flashed with genuine hostility, his neck veins standing out. A gentleman turned his walking cane into a weapon. You should be grateful to the law it protected you. And now shut your mouth. If I hear one more word against Oliver, Asher and his wife will face consequences for failing to raise you properly. Do not believe me, feel free to test it. The cane slowly withdrew. Benjamin placed the pearl-handled walking stick back on the ground, his gaze fixed beyond the glass window, hundreds of meters up in the sky. He no longer paid attention to Henry and walked out without a word. With every step forward, images of Oliver's past life flickered before his eyes, the one glimpsed only through words spoken long ago. His cherished one had endured so much sorrow after he passed in a previous lifetime, abandoned, dismissed, mistreated. Benjamin's expression was rigid. The gentle of a refined man was torn away. His bare hand, not holding the cane, bore deep marks from his own restrained grip. He longed to kill that despicable man with every cruel punishment he could imagine. Benjamin, who do you think you are? Who exactly are you? You are threatening me. Do you really believe you are better than I am? If you were so good, why did you break up with him in the first place? Benjamin's footsteps froze. Henry climbed to his feet, letting out a low laugh. His eyes burned with open hatred as he looked at Benjamin. Sorry, I forgot you do not remember the past life. Only Oliver and I do, but it does not matter, let me tell you this clearly. You left Oliver behind, ended things with him, then boarded a plane and died in a crash. Oliver spent 2 years in the hospital because of your death. Do you know that? 2 full years. I did not let him suffer so much he needed therapy. After you abandoned him, it was me who married Oliver. He never wanted to meet my friends. Fine, we avoided them. He refused to call my parents mom and dad. I accepted that too. Year after year, I stayed by his side like a loyal dog, always waiting. But what about him? He still thinks of you as the one who mattered, the ghost of someone dead. He secretly believes I am not good enough, but why? How can a living person be worse than a man long gone? You were with him for years. I have been by his side just as long. If he could not forget you, then why did he agree to marry me in the first place? Henry roared as if his body were strong enough now. He might have already thrown a punch at Benjamin. Benjamin, you are pretending to be some kind of noble hero now. Sure, you have the right. What with being kidnapped as a child, so everyone had to coddle your fragile heart. Then you lost a limb and survived another plane crash. Poor fate has treated you cruelly. You are clearly the tragic soul. You broke up with Oliver, yet he never hated you. I divorced him and he resents me. Now the great hero Benjamin wants to punish me. What about you? Are not you going to deal with yourself? Chapter. Benjamin stood facing Henry, listening to every word without a reply, then turned and walked out of the meeting room in silence. Henry had not expected such silence. It was as if he had been shouting at empty air, one side screaming, the other completely indifferent. His anger deepened more than hatred. It was the pain of being ignored. Back then, when he first pursued Oliver, it was always like this. He would be overlooked, ignored by Oliver, ignored by his friends around him. Henry stormed after him, but before he could even step out of the meeting room, he was stopped by Benjamin's assistant. After seeing the Shen family members off, the assistant went to knock on the CEO's office door. Hearing a come-in, he pushed it open and entered. Benjamin, the Shen family has left, the assistant said, noticing at the same time that their boss was holding a piece of craftsmanship. He recognized the craft item. It was the one Mr. Oliver had given to Benjamin on his visit that day. Benjamin had found the pair of decorative items on his desk after a meeting that same day and stood there in silence for a long while. In recent times, he often saw Benjamin holding or gazing at the set. Sometimes he was not even playing with it, just staring at it quietly for extended periods. Benjamin gently set down the zodiac figurine, gave a soft nod, and said, "Have the car ready, I am heading out." Beside him lay a share transfer document. Soon, he would transfer 30% of his shares in Eun Group to Oliver, 15% immediately, and another 15% to be transferred after his passing. Even if the Chin family were to decline in influence, those 15% of Eun Group shares would still secure a comfortable life for Oliver. The remaining 15% would take effect after Benjamin's death and be passed on to him as well. Charlotte had just finished talking with her friend when she saw Benjamin walking in. "Benjamin, you're here. Oliver is down in the basement studio." "Charlotte," Benjamin said, handing over a gift bag. Charlotte stared at the bag for a moment, then gasped softly when she opened it and saw the jewelry inside. This is not. It is the set you donated earlier. I heard Oliver say it was a birthday gift from Uncle Chin, so I knew how meaningful it must be to you. So I took the liberty of buying it back from that buyer. Hope you do not mind me not asking your permission first. Charlotte had actually felt reluctant to part with the jewelry, but since Oliver did not like the son from that family during the auction night, she refused to take it back even when they offered. Now that Benjamin had bought it again, she was genuinely happy. I could never be upset about this. I should thank you for being so thoughtful. The aunt will send over some small cakes soon. She made them herself. Do try one and see how they taste. If you like them, we can have a few at your engagement party too. After saying that, he sent someone to escort Benjamin downstairs. When Benjamin entered the studio, he did not see Oliver at first. After walking a few steps, he noticed something on the sofa facing away from him, just a delicate pale hand resting on the armrest, with fingertips gently exposed. Oliver was fast asleep on the couch, his loose work clothes pushed up slightly, revealing a slender leg with a soft, pearl-like sheen. Unaware of anyone entering, he lay peacefully, long eyelashes resting softly against his cheeks, while one hand still held onto a tool. Benjamin paused to look at Oliver's peaceful expression before reaching for a blanket from the other sofa. He bent down gently, covering Oliver with it, then carefully removed the tool he was holding. After finishing that, he straightened up and turned to face the sculpture behind him. Blood-red wings emerged from within the skin, each inch of it made of shattered pieces like broken porcelain. The heart was shaped like a pearl, glowing softly from within. Where once there were cracks, now light poured through, no longer flaws but lanterns. The sculpture held a staff planted into the ground, beneath which tangled roots spread deep and wide, constantly feeding life upward. Oliver had been working on this sculpture for some time, but Benjamin only now saw its full form. As he studied the fragmented pieces, a word came to mind. Broken all over. People often say art reflects the creator's inner state. Could this be Oliver's soul? Benjamin stared at the sculpture for a long time until his phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at it, then looked back at Oliver still asleep, and quietly walked toward the courtyard to answer. Dad. Oliver woke up to find a blanket draped over him. He paused, then sat up slowly. The blanket slid down naturally, one half still on him, the other falling onto the cool floor. A faint flush remained on his face from sleep. His gaze swept the room until he spotted a shadowy figure in the courtyard. He reached for the blanket and set it aside before getting up and heading over. Through the large, smooth glass door, he saw Benjamin standing with his back turned, talking on the phone. Benjamin seemed to hear footsteps and turned around just seconds later. Seeing it was Oliver, he said something silently. Oliver stepped forward, pushed open the glass door, and as he drew nearer, he caught what Benjamin had been saying. Okay, I understand. The call ended. Oliver tilted his head slightly. Before he could ask, Benjamin answered first. It was my parents. They arrived in South City earlier than expected. The wedding is set for half a month from now. We would plan for them to arrive 2 or 3 days before, but they came much sooner than we thought. Hearing it was Benjamin's parents, Oliver said, they are already in South City, then let's go pick them up. Not yet, just arrived at the boarding time. You do not need to come. I can handle it alone. Benjamin lifted his hand as if to touch Oliver's face, paused slightly, then let it fall. He spoke gently. Did I wake you? Go back to your room and rest a bit more. Oliver shook his head. I woke up naturally, just meant to take a quick nap, but ended up sleeping much longer than expected. Guess older people do not need as many naps, but now that my body feels younger, I am getting more sleep than before. Since opening up to Benjamin, he no longer avoided discussing age in front of him. He was doing self-exposure therapy, gradually learning not to shy away and instead facing it head-on. That night's confession left him emotionally overwhelmed toward the end. He could not clearly recall what he would said, but he could guess. He likely shared things that should have stayed hidden, words that would have deeply hurt Benjamin. He had a general sense of Benjamin's recent actions. Benjamin was targeting the Shen family. He would never seen Benjamin like this before. In his mind, Benjamin had always been the gentle older brother figure, but now he was using forceful measures, determined to bring down the Shen family completely. Not just bankrupting them, but making sure no one from the family could stay in Nancheng or even across the country. All of this was for him. Benjamin had learned about his failed marriage and Henry's threats, so he was determined to erase that nightmare from his life at all costs. After everything Benjamin had done for him, how could he still hide away in his own world like a coward? I will go with you, I will tell my mom first. Wait here, Benjamin, brother. Without waiting for a refusal, Oliver turned and headed back to the room. When Charlotte heard the Eun family's parents were arriving in Nancheng, she immediately offered to welcome them with a proper gathering. She called Mason right away, asking him to finish work early that day. Charlotte, really, there's no need to go through all this trouble. My parents will probably head straight to a hotel when they arrive, Benjamin said. Benjamin, back then when your parents came to Nancheng, we were still good friends. We could just meet up for dinner or skip it if things got busy. But this year's different. Now that I am practically family with them, I cannot be casual about it. Go ahead and leave with Oliver. Once you have picked them up, come straight home. Benjamin's brow furrowed slightly, as if wanting to politely decline, but right beside him, Oliver had already slipped his arm around Benjamin's. Benjamin, brother, we will be late for traffic. Benjamin glanced at Oliver. The faint ripple in his brow slowly smoothed out. He pressed his lips together lightly and finally gave in. All right then, let's go. Charlotte, we are leaving now. Go on, be careful on the road. Tell the driver not to speed. Once in the car, Oliver reached out and gently held Benjamin's hand. He was not blind to what Benjamin was thinking. Benjamin did not want him along. It had been like that before too. Benjamin always kept him from spending much time with Uncle Levi and Amalaye. Oliver had not understood at first, but after Benjamin's surgery, and after everything he had gone through, he gradually came to realize why. Benjamin's relationship with Uncle Levi and Amalaye was distant, hardly resembling that of family at all, more like longtime acquaintances who had not seen each other in years. For a household, such an atmosphere felt deeply heavy, and Oliver did not want him to feel that same strain. But Oliver believed Benjamin had done so much for him already, and he wanted to protect Benjamin in return, not just legally, but emotionally as well. He wanted to become Benjamin's partner and family member in every way. Just like his mother said, work on building trust with Benjamin, heal the wounds hidden deep within him, so he would not have to fear that Benjamin would ever leave again. Love is not just about protector and protected, it is walking side by side through life. Benjamin quickly returned Oliver's grip, his gaze shifting toward him. You spent the whole day doing sculpture, are not you tired from coming with me to the airport? What about you? Oliver asked. Are you tired? You worked a full day, delivered jewelry to my mom, came to see me, and now you're heading to the airport to meet Uncle Levi and Amalaye. Are not you tired? Benjamin's lips curled slightly. Now that you mention it, maybe I am a little worn out. Then lean on me for a bit, Oliver said, gently guiding Benjamin's head toward his shoulder. The partition between the front and back seats was raised, so he was not worried about the driver overhearing anything private or seeing something inappropriate. He let Benjamin rest against his shoulder, then tilted his head slightly to gently brush his fingers over the area beneath Benjamin's eyes. It was clear he had not been sleeping well lately. The faint shadows under his eyes told the story. He accidentally brushed against long eyelashes. The person touched naturally closed their eyes. Benjamin's lashes were unusually thick and long. Oliver once saw a musk butterfly. Its deep blue wings spread slowly, drifting like the flutter of lashes, or like black silk gently falling. Oliver curled his fingers slightly, still carrying the warmth of touch. Close your eyes and rest for a little while, just sleep for a bit. I will wake you when we reach the airport. Noticing Benjamin trying to open his eyes again, he placed his hand gently over the top. Good boy. They would known each other for years. Benjamin had started as a brother figure in Oliver's life and later became his lover. But one thing never changed. Benjamin had always been his protector. No matter what happened, Benjamin stood by him without hesitation. Whenever trouble came, Benjamin always found a way to help, though in reality, he was only 3 years older than Oliver. Now that he had lived through another life, Oliver felt like he would gained over 20 years of experience compared to Benjamin. Thinking about this, Oliver leaned down and softly kissed the center of Benjamin's forehead. The touch was as light as a feather, enough to make eyes snap open instantly. Even pretending to doze off became impossible. Benjamin's pale earlobes turned suddenly rosy, as if touched by fire. He sounded slightly helpless, murmuring Oliver's name in a quiet voice. Oliver felt a bit shy too. After all, he had never kissed anyone's forehead before, but it just happened naturally in the moment. Go back to sleep, he said, trying to gently guide Benjamin's head toward his shoulder. But this time he was the one pulled into a hug first. The embrace in the car was not easy to adjust, and he nearly ended up on top of the other person. Benjamin closed his eyes again, for the first time burying his face into Oliver's neck. Without even trying, he could sense the gentle fragrance coming from Oliver's skin like layers of flowers blooming softly from within. Oliver was a little different from most boys. He had a boy's frame but carried a slight softness that was not obvious when dressed, only noticeable once embraced. Holding him felt warm and comforting, making it hard to let go. The embrace lasted nearly a minute before Benjamin lifted his head and gently released Oliver. "I have rested enough," he said, then reached for the tablet beside him. Though he never made his teamwork late, he often stayed behind to handle business matters himself. Oliver was briefly stunned by the sudden embrace. He glanced at Benjamin a few times and saw that he was fully focused on his work, so he did not want to disturb him. They arrived at the airport well before the plane landed, waiting about 20 minutes until they met Uncle Levi and Amalaye. Just as Oliver had expected, the three of them acted like long-lost friends, maybe even more than that. After a few casual exchanges, conversation ran dry. Seeing this, Oliver stepped in. "Uncle Levi, Amalaye, Benjamin, and not engagement outfits should arrive tomorrow. Could you two help us check them over? Oh, and my mom said she would love to wear the same color as you on our big day, kind of like a stylish pair for the occasion." Benjamin's mother, Amalaye, was a gentle woman who spoke softly even to her husband. Hearing Oliver's words, her eyes softened slightly. "That sounds lovely. I haven't seen your mom in ages. How is she doing?" "Very well," Oliver replied. "She was thrilled to hear you were coming and said she would prepare dinner herself." As he spoke, he reached for Benjamin's hand. Uncle Levi and Amalaye both noticed the small gesture. Though they were not close with their son, they still remembered that Benjamin had lived with them for 11 years, enough to understand his quiet nature. Benjamin rarely showed physical affection toward others, let alone in such a public setting. They exchanged glances without speaking, their eyes meeting briefly before parting. Amalaye's expression softened further, and her look at Oliver grew even kinder. "Then my husband and I are in for a treat." The welcome dinner was held at the Chin family residence. To honor their future relatives, Charlotte even cooked personally, serving steamed crabs and desserts. After finishing the meal, Mason invited the Ayan family father and son to the cigar room to continue discussing unfinished business from the table. Meanwhile, Charlotte asked Amalaye to join her in the living room to talk about wedding plans. Whenever Charlotte sat in the living room, Oliver, reborn and back in his family home, would always stay by her side if he was around and had nothing else to do. That night was no different. Charlotte spoke while casually peeling an orange for Oliver. Since Oliver had eaten a bit too much at dinner, he split the orange in half and handed the other half to Charlotte. They shared the orange and finished it together. Amalaye, watching from nearby, could not hide a quiet longing in her eyes. Earlier at dinner, she had served Benjamin a dish. He accepted it politely and responded with thanks, using respectful language like you. Unlike Charlotte and Oliver, who clearly shared a close bond. Half an hour later, Benjamin came down the stairs. Seeing the group in the living room, he walked over but took a seat beside Oliver instead. Charlotte and Amalaye had moved on from discussing the wedding plans to another topic. Amalaye, a university professor, began talking about a female student she had mentored the previous year, someone who came from modest means but was incredibly diligent and well-behaved, having already published papers in notable academic journals during her undergraduate years. While speaking to a son who barely said a word, she spoke with warmth and ease about another girl, her eyes filled with care, pride, and affection for the student. Oliver watched silently, feeling something unfamiliar and urged to interrupt an elder's words for the first time. He would long felt that Uncle Levi and Amalaye had not shown enough care toward Benjamin, but he never imagined they would shift their attention, so deeply focused on their own son, to someone else entirely. It was not fair at all. He glanced at the person beside him. Benjamin seemed used to such moments, his expression unchanged. Only when he noticed Oliver's gaze did he slightly turn his head, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Oliver had once hoped to help Benjamin and his family rebuild their relationship, creating the kind of close, true family connection that felt real. But now he did not want to anymore. A happy reunion was not the only way to find peace. Sometimes letting go was also a form of healing. "Mom, Amalaye, Benjamin, and I would like to go for a walk outside, can we?" Oliver suddenly said. After receiving approval from both elders, he led Benjamin toward the garage. Mason was not interested in much beyond collecting cars, true to his passion as a devoted car enthusiast. The two-story garage held nearly 30 vehicles. Oliver walked up to a sleek black motorcycle, turned sideways toward Benjamin, and casually flicked the keys with a white finger. "Benjamin, want to go for a ride with me?" After parting ways with Benjamin in a past life, Oliver learned how to ride a motorcycle. He would often take long rides alone through the city at night, feeling the wind rush past his ears. Back then, he thought the wind was calm, and so was he. Chapter. He started learning to ride a motorcycle after watching a movie, hoping to be like the main character, recklessly chasing freedom with someone he loved, speeding through the night city and passing under one neon light after another. But the movie did not end well, and neither did his own story. After marrying Henry, he once secretly rode out on a motorcycle, winding up along mountain roads to wait for sunrise at the peak, but never saw it, as he had to leave early due to constant phone calls. As he got older, he noticed most people in the motorcycle community were much younger than him. Some were even teenagers, more than a generation apart. When Henry saw that, he let out an unkind laugh. "Already told you this kind of bike is not for someone your age. It is just something young people enjoy." Oliver was not convinced. He brought up examples of famous figures from both home and abroad, many of whom were still riding motorcycles well into their 60s. Henry snorted, "Those people are just trying to build a public image, showing off, pretending to be cool so fans think they are amazing at 60. Do they really not fear the wind breaking their bones? Still, I care about you. It is dangerous, you could get hurt, and what would I do then?" Sometimes Oliver felt it was not fair. Why does everything seem full of energy when young people do it? It is okay to make mistakes. Young people have room to learn, and they are allowed to stumble. For instance, when young, being unsure about the adult world is seen as innocent and charming. But when older people act that way, it is called foolishness. The grown-up world feels like a jungle where everyone wears formal clothes. Everyone hides their true nature, clinging to the image of being steady and mature. But when he thought about it more carefully, he realized it actually made sense. Everyone was young once. The truth is, no matter how much you do not want to grow up, you have to. There is no staying in the world of youth forever. Oliver left the group and put his motorcycle at the back of the garage, never riding it again. Henry gave him a new car instead, saying he would finally come to his senses. The new vehicle was exactly Henry's style. When they tested it out, the giver seemed happier than the receiver. After getting off, Henry wrapped an arm around Oliver's waist and said, "How does it feel? Is not this way better than your old bike? I got it for just $1,000,000. Does that show how much I love you?" Oliver gave a small smile, one that reached his lips but not his eyes. Up until tonight, Oliver never thought he would one day ride a motorcycle with Benjamin for a joyride. When Benjamin received the invitation, he did not say much, just put on his helmet and asked, "Where to?" as he climbed onto the bike. "Are you busy tomorrow?" Oliver looked back at the person behind him, seated in front of the motorcycle. Benjamin put on his helmet, leaving only his eyes, deep and calm like a still lake, visible. His eyelashes fluttered like underwater plants. With one hand wrapped around Oliver's waist, he used the other to lower the visor. "We can skip work in the morning." Hearing that, Oliver said, "Hold on tight," then pressed down on the throttle. The motorcycle shot out of the garage, weaving past crowded city streets and heading toward the suburbs along a quiet highway. Tall buildings on either side quickly faded into the distance, becoming distant silhouettes. He thought he would long forgotten how to ride, but as soon as his hands touched the handlebars, everything came back. With Benjamin behind him, it felt almost like being in a movie, like he was fleeing with someone dear, escaping a world full of rigid rules and restrictions. Exposing himself fully to the wind raised his adrenaline, making his blood rush. Some people love extreme sports, not because they crave danger, but because there is something thrilling in that moment when your heart races and time seems to pause. Oliver crossed through time and found himself once again on the mountain, where he would missed watching sunrise all those years ago. As soon as he stopped, Oliver turned to check on Benjamin behind him. "Benjamin, are you all right?" Benjamin took off his helmet and gazed at the view below, a sea of city lights shimmering like golden ripples. Then he turned to look at Oliver. "Why did we come here?" "I wanted to see sunrise with you," Oliver said, taking off his own helmet and brushing a hand through his hair. "I have been wanting this for a long time." Hearing that, Benjamin stepped down from the bike, leaving his pearl-handled cane behind in the garage. He took a few unsteady steps forward. In southern cities late autumn, temperatures shifted dramatically. Days still carried traces of summer heat, but nights brought a sudden chill with cool evening breezes. After a while, he turned halfway, his face half hidden in the glow of distant light, blurred by shadows and the quiet mystery of night. His long, pale hand reached out toward Oliver. Without hesitation, Oliver took that hand and their fingers intertwined. He heard Benjamin ask softly, "Did you learn to ride in a past life?" "Well, your driving skills seem decent. I did not see any signs of nausea." Benjamin's eyes softened with a smile. "Pretty good." After a pause, he added, "Thank you, Oliver." Oliver tilted his head slightly to look at the man beside him. Standing sideways in moonlight, Benjamin's fair and striking face was wrapped in gentle light, calm, serene, and quietly beautiful. He thought for a moment, then used his free hand to pull Benjamin into a hug. "You have done so much for me, and I never properly thanked you. Honestly, tonight was selfish. I wanted to bring you here." Watching the sunrise he never got to see in his past life. Benjamin responded by wrapping his arms around Oliver, pulling him close, one hand holding on while the other remained linked. For a long moment neither spoke, just sharing a quiet, peaceful silence, standing together without words or discomfort. After what felt like an endless stretch of time, Oliver opened his eyes. "It cannot just be my imagination. You've been upset today, not because of Uncle Levi and Amalia, right? Was there something else?" He added quickly, "Do not lie to me." Benjamin's hold on Oliver seemed to tighten slightly, though it might have just been his imagination. He stayed silent for a long while, so long that Oliver almost gave up hope he would speak. "I did not protect you well enough, if my past self had." He stopped mid-sentence. Those words made Oliver snap his head up. When their eyes met, he saw the deep sorrow hidden in Benjamin's gaze, like clear water turning into a dark swamp, trapping him completely. He quickly ran through everything in his mind from that night at the charity gala all the way to tonight. He would always assumed Benjamin's mood had been sour because of Uncle Levi and Amalia, but something still felt off. What could it be? A possibility suddenly came to Oliver's mind. "Did Henry say something?" Oliver asked, watching Benjamin's expression closely, afraid to miss any tiny shift. He knew well enough, someone like Henry was a snake in disguise, and he must have said something unsettling to Benjamin. Benjamin lowered his long lashes slightly, shielding his eyes. Instead of answering, he asked the one holding him, "Oliver, do you hate me?" For a brief moment, Oliver's expression froze. He held back the urge to bite his lip and spoke softly. "If you mean our past life, I did hate you once, but not just you. I hated myself too. I hated how cruel I was to you. I hated my own blindness, how I did not see your struggles even though you were right there with me, and I regret blaming you for missing my birthday." Benjamin cut him off sharply. "Oliver, we are not talking about this anymore. I am sorry, I should not have brought it up." Oliver took a deep breath and then shook his head. "Let me finish. Maybe tomorrow I will not have the courage to say these things. After all, when I woke up with my memories back, I thought about staying away from you. If it had not been for me, you would not have boarded that flight, or died, or even needed that surgery at all. But I love you. I am selfishly unwilling to let go. Just the thought of having to part from you again in this life makes me feel as if I have died once more." After their breakup in the past life, he returned to the same place, going back to the lakeside at the exact moment of sunset. He sat on a bench, studying every passerby's face, hoping that maybe the next person could be Benjamin. He stayed there from sunset until deep into the night. Benjamin never showed up. At that time, he truly hated Benjamin, but then he thought, if Benjamin appeared just 1 second later, he would not hate him anymore. He would make up for all the lost time and stay with Benjamin properly. Love was hidden beneath the surface of hatred all along. "If it were not for you, I would probably be in more pain now. It is because of you that I have found the courage to face everything that happened. After my marriage to Henry ended, I did not even have the strength to stay in my home country. I went overseas, saying I was taking a break, but really it was not just about rest. I was afraid people would talk about me like, look, he got divorced after all. Old Oliver has no one left." Oliver looked straight into Benjamin's eyes and said slowly and clearly, "I used to avoid facing my real age. I hated every sign of aging on my body. I could not stand wrinkles. I hid my blood pressure medication, afraid someone would find out. But now I can face it, because I know that even if I suddenly aged into an old man overnight, Benjamin still would not change his feelings for me. Is not that protection?" Chapter. The mountain wind gently stirred Oliver's hair, like scattered blue shiprasa pushed aside to reveal a rare white base. He would almost set everything he wanted naked and open before Benjamin, just like a newborn. Then, his shoulder was grasped, and then he was pulled forward with a firm tug, returning him into Benjamin's arms. Caught off guard, his lips accidentally brushed against the other man's throat before he could react. Then his face was gently lifted. Oliver suddenly remembered that kiss from their past life, the one in the closet. He had been crying silently, stammering apologies, but then received a surprise kiss instead. Benjamin's kiss was as gentle as he was, his lips were gently held, and Oliver found it nearly impossible to resist. Or perhaps he never even considered resisting. That has always been the case when he was with Benjamin. His tongue slipped in like a guest visiting for the first time, careful and respectful at every touch. It felt less like passion, more like an instinctive connection between souls. Oliver's nose began to feel tight with emotion. He sensed himself being held tighter and tighter, and heard Benjamin whisper softly in his ear, "Baby, I love you." There were some things Benjamin never wanted to talk about, things he refused to bring up. What happened to him during the kidnapping? How the kidnappers repeatedly injured his leg to record videos for sending to his parents in exchange for money. He thought he might die in that dark, foul-smelling abandoned building. It was a structure slated for demolition, with every building within 10 miles marked with the word demolition, residents gone, turning it into an isolated island in the city. The kidnappers used a thick, rusted iron chain to lock around his neck, like chaining a dog, then covered his head with a black cloth. They took turns guarding Benjamin, but did not really fear he would escape. Just a wealthy young master after all. He was simply quiet, unlike other kids who would cry out at the slightest pain. During their free time, several kidnappers chatted while smoking. One suddenly said, "This kid really holds it in. I checked his leg today, it is quite damaged, yet he did not make a sound." Another kidnapper flicked the cigarette butt to the ground and crushed it hard, saying, "We are not at fault, blame his parents for not gathering enough money. He is their only child, yet they will not spend what it takes. Remember to take a photo of his leg and send it to his wealthy family." When taking the picture, one kidnapper thought it was not dramatic enough. He wanted the final image to be so shocking that the Ayan family would feel deep anguish at first sight. So they struck him with another blow. The impact sent the quiet young master into violent shudders, as if on the verge of death, a faint whimper escaping his throat. Could he have died? Give him medicine. Among the kidnappers was someone with basic medical knowledge. They did not want their valuable hostage to die, no money if you were gone, and when things looked bad, they injected adrenaline. Needle after needle was pushed in. When Benjamin was rescued, both of his forearm backs were bruised purple. But the ordeal was not over. Instead, he faced a long recovery. Doctors said it was fortunate enough that they could save his leg at all. The North City kidnapping case caused nationwide attention. Even though his father tried everything to suppress the news, details still leaked out through media reports. Combined with Benjamin suddenly leaving school without explanation, more and more people began to learn that he was the one who had been taken. Under these circumstances, Benjamin was sent to Southern City. Before that, he stayed at home, refusing to attend school, refusing to speak with others, and stubbornly insisting on staying in a wheelchair. Using the wheelchair meant he did not have to walk in front of others with his injured leg. For Benjamin, Nan City was a completely unfamiliar environment. Around him remained the caretaker, tutor, and bodyguards who had stayed by his side since his recovery period. His father, who brought him here, needed to return to Biishai to continue building his business empire. When Benjamin arrived in Nan City, he met Oliver, a child whose personality was completely different from his own. He could not understand how Oliver managed to have so much to say every day, chattering like a brown-faced wren. He was very affectionate. If Benjamin ignored him, Oliver would always come close and ask why he was not paying attention. Sometimes Oliver would be quiet too, deep in whatever interested him, like lying on the carpet reading his fairy tale book, or lounging with his feet up while eating an ice cream. Benjamin was someone confined within the house, while Oliver was a bird nesting at his window. Chapter. He began to develop feelings for the bird outside his window, and those emotions grew stronger day after day in the endless routine. From an early stage, Benjamin's life had consisted only of work and Oliver. Without Oliver around, there was nothing but work. He kept to his own boundaries, never stepping beyond them, and the boldest thing he ever did was confessing his feelings to Oliver. The moment that led to his confession had actually been something very small, something Oliver might not even remember. It was when Oliver first started university. On a weekend break, he returned to Xiuyuan and went into the kitchen for a snack, the phone left on the table. Benjamin sat nearby and suddenly heard a ringtone. He instinctively turned toward it, seeing that Oliver's phone was ringing, and the words flashing on the screen were, "Husband." At that moment, he gripped his own hand tightly, so hard the fingertips turned red, before managing to hold himself back from answering the call. He waited until Oliver returned and then casually said, "Oliver, someone just called you." "Yo." Oliver placed the frozen chocolate on the table, took a spoonful and popped it into his mouth while checking his phone. He did not notice how intently Benjamin was watching the phone. Seeing the caller he flashed a look that seemed mildly annoyed yet also amused, then called back and said straight away, "When did you change my contact name?" The voice on the other end was young, and Benjamin could not make out what they were saying. But he could tell Oliver had a close relationship with him. After just a few words, his expression softened, and they began discussing plans for where to go tomorrow. As they talked, Oliver suddenly glanced toward Benjamin. He caught that Benjamin had not yet looked away, yet he did not notice anything unusual and said into the phone, "Wait, tomorrow I cannot go with you. I just remembered I have something to do." He pressed the phone against his chest and lowered his voice, "Brother Benjamin, was the art exhibition you mentioned yesterday supposed to be tomorrow?" It was actually the day after tomorrow, but Benjamin lied. Having heard the falsehood, Oliver did not suspect a thing. After turning down the young boy's invitation, he tossed the phone back onto the table and went back to eating chocolate. Benjamin watched the scene unfold. After waiting a few minutes, he could not help but ask, "Is he a classmate?" Oliver turned toward him and gave a slight nod. Benjamin's expression remained calm as he looked away, pouring himself a cup of tea to ease the sweetness. Then casually saying, "You said he changed your phone contact name earlier, why not fix it now? If grandmother or others saw it, they might think you're seeing someone outside." Upon hearing that, Oliver quickly restored the contact to a normal name, and at Benjamin's suggestion, double-checked all his contacts. Benjamin saw his own nickname in Oliver's phone, Brother Benjamin. That night, he could not sleep, because he realized the possessiveness he would develop toward Oliver. Even if it was just a joke, he did not want Oliver calling anyone else that way. But his legs. Benjamin looked down at his legs. Only he knew how many surgeries he would undergo and the long recovery process. Even now, he still had regular hospital visits. Despite that, he would never walk like an ordinary person. Was it right to confess his feeling so selfishly? But he still wanted to try. He was not the 11-year-old Benjamin anymore. He now had the strength to protect Oliver, and he could give him happiness. He would give confessing a chance. Even if it was rejected, he could just keep playing the role of brother. He would put away those unwarranted desires. With that thought in mind, he boarded the cruise ship. Benjamin pulled Oliver into his arms and regretted his earlier hesitation. How could he have started doubting himself over someone else's words? That was truly foolish. On the other side, Oliver felt his cheeks flush at the nickname baby, even though he usually had a thick skin. Even if Benjamin accepted his age and he was gradually coming to terms with aging, it still felt awkwardly sweet, being called baby by someone in his early 20s when he himself was well into his 40s. The night grew darker little by little, and it was still too early for sunrise. Worried Oliver might get cold, Benjamin found a sheltered spot and gently pulled him close in his arms. Oliver's face was half hidden inside Benjamin's coat, only his bright eyes visible. He caught the familiar scent on him, same cedar-tinged cologne, a light woody fruit fragrance for men. Benjamin seemed to stay loyal to many things, like this perfume. Just catching its trace made his mind immediately recall Benjamin. He vaguely remembered that in a past life, this fragrance had been nearly discontinued due to poor sales, until Benjamin bought up the entire batch. Digging deeper into his memory, Oliver suddenly sat up straight. "Benjamin, is this the same perfume I gave you?" Back when Benjamin turned 18, he thought he would give him a fragrance as a gift, something he picked out with Charlotte during a shopping trip, along with a leather belt. The one being asked pulled him back into his arms again, as if to shield him from the chill, then replied softly with a quiet yes. Oliver blinked, unsure what to say. He just held Benjamin tighter. Then it came back to him Benjamin had used his perfume the very next day and said it was wonderful, never imagining he would kept using it ever since. By around 3 or 4 in the morning, Oliver could barely hold on anymore. He drifted off to sleep without noticing. Oliver, time to wake up, it is sunrise, came a familiar gentle voice beside him. He realized something and struggled to open his eyes. The horizon showed a long streak of coral red, with mist drifting like an ocean under the pale blue sky. Clouds slowly parted as the sun rose higher, pushing back the dark shadows. Bright sunlight made Oliver instinctively close his eyes, but he opened them again quickly and turned to kiss Benjamin. They shared a kiss at sunrise, making a quiet promise to stay together for life. They did not ride back on the motorcycle. While Oliver slept, Benjamin had already arranged for someone to pick them up. After watching the sunrise, they got into the car that arrived. Since it was still early and returning to the Chin residence might disturb others, they headed instead to Benjamin's home. Oliver asked Benjamin to go take a shower first, then went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. "Should I help you?" Benjamin asked before heading into the bathroom. "No, I can manage on my own," Oliver said, tying on an apron. He had never cooked a meal for Benjamin before. Usually it was the other way around. Henry was always particular about food, and now that Oliver himself enjoyed experimenting in the kitchen, preparing breakfast felt like second nature to him. After a long night, it was best to keep things light for breakfast. He planned to make fresh shrimp congee, cheese egg pancakes, steamed corn, and serve it with milk. As soon as he finished mixing the batter, Oliver sensed someone watching. Turning around, he saw Benjamin standing in the kitchen doorway. His hair was still damp. He must have rushed straight from the bathroom without drying it, and had been there for who knows how long. Seeing this, Oliver set down what he was holding, walked over, and gently brushed a drop of water off Benjamin's hair. "Are you trying to catch a cold? It is autumn, should not you dry your hair?" His hand was caught, and Benjamin wiped the moisture from his fingers. "Let me handle the pancakes later, I do not want you to get hurt. You are still working on your project after all. If your hands were injured by hot oil, you would not be able to keep going." For a brief moment, Oliver's voice faltered. Benjamin always cared so deeply about everything he did, even something as simple as making breakfast. He worried about him getting hurt. He steadied his emotions. "It will be fine, I will not get hurt. Go dry your hair first. Then come help me heat the milk and I can go take a shower." After some persuasion, Oliver finally managed to get Benjamin out of the kitchen. As he poured oil into the pan, memories surfaced, those early days when he would first learn to cook. He often got splashed with hot oil, and once even ended up with a blister. Back then, Henry had driven him frantically to the hospital, almost ran a red light, and later called in top specialists, burn care, dermatology, and cosmetic doctors, all to examine that small blister. Now, looking back, Oliver realized Henry had been so anxious, not because he cared about the pain, but simply because he did not want any scar left behind. This was Oliver's first time making breakfast for Benjamin. He tasted it himself in the kitchen, still a little unsure, and only after Benjamin took a bite did he ask, "How does it taste?" Benjamin's warm gaze settled on him. "It is delicious." Hearing that, Oliver could not help but feel a surge of joy, especially when he realized Benjamin was not just being polite, he truly meant it. Benjamin really loved the cheese egg pancake. After finishing it, his ears turned slightly red as he quietly asked if there was any more. "Let me make another next time, today we are out of ingredients," Oliver said, glancing at the clock. It was already past 9 in the morning. He remembered Benjamin had worked later that afternoon and gently guided him toward the bedroom. "The dishes will be cleaned by the housekeeper later." It was not the first time he would stayed over with Benjamin, but this time felt unusually peaceful. Soon after, he fell asleep in Benjamin's arms and slept straight through until afternoon. When he woke up, the room was still completely dark, with the curtains tightly closed. Benjamin had already left the room. Oliver did not know when he would gotten up. He turned over and burrowed into the soft blanket, lingering in bed for a few more minutes before finally getting up. He was wearing the pajamas Benjamin had bought for him, even underwear included. The last time he had stayed over and had no clothes of his own, Benjamin had stocked a whole wardrobe with everything from socks to winter coats. A glass of water sat on the nightstand. It was clearly left by Benjamin. Oliver picked it up, took a sip while walking out, and soon realized Benjamin was home. Benjamin wore the same matching pajamas as him and stood in front of the fish tank, carefully rearranging the underwater scenery. The two kissing fish that were bought in the old town were now being cared for by Benjamin. Oliver did not have a fixed home. He stayed at his school apartment sometimes, lived at Chin Estate other times, and occasionally returned to Xuyuan to visit his grandmother. That is why Benjamin had taken the fish in. Oliver watched as Benjamin patiently built rock formations and tiny houses for the fish, then quietly walked over and rested his chin on the other man's shoulder. The two pale white kissing fish looked well cared for, shimmering under the light, noticeably bigger than when they were first bought, and now swam calmly in the water. "Did you sleep well?" The young man slightly turned his head as Oliver rested on his shoulder. Oliver gave a soft hum. "Did not go to work this afternoon. Father said the office, so I took the day off. Since you're awake now, let's get ready. Your engagement outfit has arrived." Benjamin picked up a clean towel and wiped his damp hands. When they got to Chin Estate, members of the Chin family and Benjamin's parents were already there. They seemed to have discussed something beforehand. No one mentioned where Oliver and Benjamin had been last night, only urging them to quickly change into their engagement outfits. The Chin family placed great importance on Oliver's engagement celebration. The wedding attire was designed by an internationally renowned bridal designer, taking several months to complete 2 sets. Oliver had already changed into his outfit and stepped out of the dressing room when he saw Benjamin fastening his cufflinks. He walked over, picked up the tie beside him, and began to help put it on. As he adjusted the tie, his fingers brushed against Benjamin's neck. His throat moved slightly at the touch. Oliver acted as if he had not noticed, adjusted the tie carefully after placing it on, stepped back to examine his work, a soft curve appearing at the corner of his lips before he looked up at Benjamin's face, momentarily lost in thought. Not being able to marry Benjamin in a past life had been a deep regret, but now it was made whole. Henry would not cause any trouble this time either, and he would share his most important secret with Benjamin. There would be no more obstacles between them from here on. After finishing the tie, Benjamin bent down to help him fasten the cufflinks. The cufflinks were a matching set, made of gemstones in the same color palette, each engraved with unique patterns on the inside. His pair featured a tiny goldfish, while Benjamin's had pearls, reflecting their names. The bubbles the goldfish blew looked like little pearls when seen through water. Once everything was in place, both of them instinctively turned toward the full-length mirror. Oliver recalled when he was 9 years old back then, they were still very young, and how he had never imagined one day he would be engaged to the person beside him. Looking back now, it seemed their story might have begun with that sandalwood fan. From their very first meeting, he had given Benjamin a sandalwood fan decorated with mandarin duck patterns. Later, his grandmother scolded him gently, saying it was not right to give someone a fan on their first meeting, especially not one with such romantic motifs. But he had his own reason. "I liked that older brother. I naturally wanted to give him my most treasured thing." His grandmother laughed softly, gently tapping the tip of his nose. "Only met once and already say you like him. He did not even speak much with you today. What if he does not feel the same?" Young Oliver curled up beside his grandmother, still holding a washed peach in his hand. He took a bite and mumbled, "No way, he is all going to like me." Back then, he did not know that fans had long been symbols of affection in old times, nor did he realize that even today, a fan can carry the meaning of romantic interest. The word for fan also sounds like to scatter, hinting at letting go. But they would not be able to have children together. Thinking about that, Oliver turned his face slightly. "Benjamin, did you keep the fan I gave you as a child?" "Yes. I would like to bring it out for the wedding display. What do you think?" Benjamin still stared at the mirror, as if trying to imprint their image onto his memory. He immediately agreed with Oliver's idea, and a moment later, he brought up something on his own. "Oliver, do you have plans for traveling after the wedding?" "Traveling? Where to?" Oliver suddenly remembered the island Benjamin had given him. On that island, he spent his most joyful 22nd birthday. At the time, it was just the two of them. Every morning when he woke up, he could see Benjamin right there beside him. Sometimes if he woke earlier, he would deliberately use a feather from an ink pen to tickle Benjamin's face. Once awake, he would laugh and leap off the bed, racing toward the door. If he moved too slowly, Benjamin would wrap his arms around him like a steel clamp. The morning wake-up Benjamin was not wearing his usual composed demeanor. He would kiss him firmly and gently stroke his ankle. He lived a carefree time there, and in his heart, that was the place where he and Benjamin first shared something meaningful. It was also where Benjamin first opened up to him about his deepest thoughts. "Yes," Oliver said, naming the island. "Is it still under your name?" Benjamin furrowed his brow in thought. "It should be. I remember I own an island, though I do not quite recall the name. Was not that where we went in a past life?" He was too sharp. Right away, he pieced together part of the truth. "You gave me my 22nd birthday there," Oliver whispered, leaning close to Benjamin's ear. His gaze softened as warm breath brushed against the other man's earlobe. "That was also where we—" He spoke the last few words so softly they nearly vanished, then straightened up as if nothing had happened, quietly adjusting his sleeve. A soft chuckle seemed to rise from above, and just then Charlotte's voice called out from outside. "Oliver, Benjamin, have you finished changing yet?" The moment passed. Oliver replied with a quick yes, and after giving each other one last glance to adjust their clothes, they stepped out of the room. As soon as he left the room, he saw Charlotte's eyes had reddened almost instantly. She pressed a hand over her lips and took quick, uneven breaths, clearly struggling to stay composed. "Mom," Oliver called out involuntarily. He rarely saw Charlotte with red eyes, not even when the late-stage pancreatic cancer diagnosis came. Back then, he was more shaken than she was, insisting it must be a mistake and vowing to take her abroad for another checkup. But Charlotte remained calm, gently holding his hand. "We have already checked overseas, same result. I did not tell you sooner because I did not want to see you cry. Now come on, we are grown up, we should not be blubbering in front of Mom. Your dad would tease us forever." "Mom," Oliver could not help but call out to Charlotte. "Oliver, do not cry. Mom has something important to say. After your grandmother and grandfather passed away, you two became the only things I truly worry about. When I am gone, your dad will have no one but you. Promise me you will stay by his side and take care of him. Do not grieve too much, just think of me once in a while. Your father is hurting too, so you must be strong for him." Oliver's eyes inherited Charlotte's beauty, especially when he cried, each tear falling like a tiny pearl rolling down his cheek. Charlotte smiled faintly at her son despite the pain. "I am fine, do not be sad." Hearing Oliver call her Mom made Charlotte's eyes well up even more. She turned away and rested her face against her husband's shoulder. Mason gently wrapped an arm around her, saying, "Why are you sad today? The boy looks so handsome." Oliver and Benjamin were dressed in plain white tuxedos, pure as snow, soft as cream. Their Windsor knots added elegance without being flashy. Tailored to perfection, the suits followed every curve of their bodies. The matching vests defined their waists, paired with sleek, straight-legged trousers. No one could doubt they belonged. Charlotte dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief and playfully tapped Mason's arm, teasing, "What do you mean, sad? I am happy that Oliver has grown up so fast." Beside them, Benjamin's mother Amalia quietly blinked back tears. She could not tear her eyes away from him, studying his face again and again, whispering softly, "Benjamin, come here, let me really see you." Just then, Amalia's phone rang sharply. She glanced at the screen, her expression flickered with hesitation, but finally said to Benjamin, "Benjamin, I have got an urgent matter. I need to take this call." She quickly answered and walked toward the terrace. Benjamin pulled his foot back. Oliver, who had sharp hearing, caught the name she said. "Luna." Luna was Amalia's student. Oliver had heard her praising her just yesterday. Chapter. Oliver instinctively reached for Benjamin's hand. Still staring at the direction Amalia had gone, he only seemed to come back to himself when touched. "Brother Benjamin," he said softly. Benjamin's expression was colder than before, a rare look he seldom wore. When his gaze met Oliver's worried eyes, it softened slightly, gradually returning to his usual demeanor. "I am fine," he said, pausing for a second before adding quietly, "I have gotten used to it." Got used to it? It makes sense, really. Parents who left their sick son far away in the southern city, only visiting a few times a year. Their concern for him likely does not even compare to how much they care about business or their students. Even though their own son was right there, when the call came from one of their students, they would put aside their son's matters without hesitation and answer it instead. What is worse is that they know full well how unusual their relationship with their son truly is. Even though Benjamin said he was used to it, Oliver could not stand it. He really could not bear it. So after dinner, he slipped away alone to find Amalia. "Amalia," he said gently, "can I talk to you for a moment?" Amalia turned around and, surprised to see him, still nodded, "Sure." They went out to the back garden. Oliver took a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking slowly. Amalaye, some things I am about to say might not be right for someone my age to bring up, but I still feel like I need to ask, do you and Uncle Levi truly love Benjamin? Amalaye's expression froze for a few seconds. She adjusted her hair awkwardly. Why are you asking this? Benjamin is our son, we naturally care about him. But I do not feel that love from you or Uncle Levi. Maybe you do care for Benjamin, but do not you think your affection has shifted too much toward your student? Benjamin is your real son, Luna is not, she is just a student, yet you would leave Benjamin behind over a single call from her. Oliver pressed his lips together tightly to keep his tone under control. You both arrived in the southern city 2 weeks early. Was not that meant as a kind gesture for Benjamin? Then why, when you finally met him, did Uncle Levi only focus on business and you only think about your student? Oliver could not understand this at all. In his own family, everyone valued family deeply, his mother Charlotte, his father, his grandfather, even his grandmother. Even his uncle, who is always working far away, is incredibly busy. But just now, when he tried on his wedding outfit, he insisted on a video call to check how it looked and asked his cousin to send over some photos. To him, this was what a normal family should be, full of care and love. Amalaye grew pale from the barrage of words. She stayed silent for a long while before finally saying, I want to be good to Benjamin, but he... Oliver remembered how Benjamin had looked just moments ago, though he claimed to be used to it. His eyes kept searching for Amalaye's figure until she disappeared from view. I will tell you a secret, Oliver said. When Benjamin was young, he kept waiting for you and Uncle Levi to come pick him up, but you never came. Even when you did visit, it was only for a few days during holidays, then back to North City. Oliver was not lying. He would actually seen Benjamin waiting for Uncle Levi and Amalaye. He remembered Benjamin's first birthday at Suzhou Garden. Even with his grandfather, grandmother, and Oliver all there to celebrate, he still sensed something was off. Benjamin seemed unhappy. He kept glancing toward the door, but no one came. Then, around noon, the phone rang. Benjamin kept glancing toward the door, but there was nothing there. By noon, the phone at Issue Garden rang insistently. After grandmother answered the call, her expression shifted slightly, and she spoke to Benjamin in a softer tone than usual. Benjamin, it is your father on the line. Benjamin wheeled himself over and picked up the receiver. Hello, father. Oliver did not know what was said on the other end, but after the call ended, Benjamin stopped looking toward the door. Later, he learned from grandmother that Uncle Levi and the others had planned to come to South City to spend time with Benjamin that day, but something came up, so they did not show up. The next year's birthday, Benjamin waited again. But there was still only a phone call. This time it was Amalaye calling. Oliver continued, why did not you pay more attention to Benjamin when he was young, and instead wait until he grew up before trying to rebuild your bond? I know it is not right for a younger person like me to say this, but let me tell you something. Going forward, I will become part of Benjamin's family. You and Uncle Levi can rest easy now. You focus on your students, and Uncle Levi can take care of his business. After finishing his words, Oliver felt he would said enough. He did not really have the right to speak so boldly about Amalaye. After all, he was not Benjamin. But he truly felt heartache for him. He bowed slightly to Amalaye as a gesture of apology and then turned sharply, walking away quickly. Not even 10 steps had passed when he unexpectedly saw Benjamin standing near the pink hibiscus flowers. His feet froze in place. Benjamin must have been there for a while. The soft glow of night and the delicate petals of the hibiscus made his features appear even sharper and more elegant. He stood silently, watching Oliver, then slowly approached with his cane. Oliver froze entirely, staring without moving as Benjamin walked closer. Amalaye, who had followed after him, whispered softly, Benjamin. But Benjamin did not look at her once. He gently placed his arm around Oliver's shoulder and said warmly, why are not you wearing a coat? Are not you cold? Let's go back to the room. Then he glanced toward Amalaye behind him and added quietly, Mother, Oliver and I are leaving now. Tears welled up in Amalaye's eyes as she tried to speak. Benjamin, just now I was called because Luna had an urgent issue with her paper. That is why I answered. I am sorry. Mom will not do it again next time. Her words were cut off. Benjamin spoke politely but distantly. There is no need to apologize, Mother. I understand. Right now, I would like to take Oliver back to the room. Amalaye froze, staring at Benjamin, who had grown so tall without her noticing, and suddenly realized she had lost her son long ago, perhaps even over a decade before. She nodded slowly through tears, watching as Benjamin showed no hesitation at all, then walked away with Oliver by his side. Once they were brought to the room, Oliver finally dared to look at Benjamin's expression. It was unusually calm, far from angry, and then Benjamin went to the closet and fetched a jacket for him. "Brother Benjamin, you heard everything just now, right?" Oliver asked, watching as Benjamin helped him put on his coat. Benjamin's lashes dipped slightly. "I did." "Are you upset? I spoke to Amalaye without asking your permission." Actually, Oliver had planned to talk to Uncle Levi too, but never found the chance. Uncle Levi is always with his father. Benjamin gave him a curious glance. "Why would I be upset?" Oliver opened his mouth. "I might have sounded harsh back then, Amalaye. All I heard was you saying you want to be my family. That does not sound harsh at all." Benjamin gently touched Oliver's cheek, his gaze growing deep and sincere. "Thank you, Oliver." 3 seconds later, just as he used to when he was younger, Oliver turned his face slightly and rubbed it against Benjamin's palm, then reached out to hug him. Just like he would told Amalaye, he was ready to become Benjamin's family. Even if neither Amalaye nor Uncle Levi cared for Benjamin, it did not matter. At least he would stay by Benjamin's side forever. This time, they truly could make it through life together. On the day of the engagement celebration in the southern city, the weather was perfect, with gentle breezes and clear skies. Though the Chin family is well known throughout the southern city, they preferred to keep the engagement event intimate, so they only displayed heartfelt messages for the couple on the largest LED screen in town. No wedding-related photos were shown, and media presence was strictly forbidden. Security was extremely tight. No stray cat could slip past unnoticed. Of course, to celebrate the Chin family's beloved son, Oliver's engagement, their retail stores across the city offered a % discount on that day. It was said the malls were packed with people. And as the main figure of the event, Oliver woke up early that morning. The engagement ceremony took place at a seaside hotel, attended only by family friends from both the Chin and Eun clans. No business associates were invited. Mason said he did not need to use Oliver's engagement as an excuse for social obligations. Oliver had been engaged before in his previous life, and he still remembered a few things. That time he was 35 years old, and Charlotte was already gone. Since Henry also came from the southern city, the engagement celebration was held just once. Even though they checked the weather in advance, conditions suddenly worsened halfway through the event, forcing the outdoor ceremony to be moved indoors quickly. His wedding attire had been accidentally stained by a server with spilled drinks, forcing him to return to the dressing room for cleanup. Elijah was beside him at the time, casually remarking, "Well, this wedding's not exactly blessed by the weather." Then he added, "Oliver, are you really sure about him, even if Benjamin is not around anymore?" Oliver's gaze cut off his words mid-sentence. Oliver glanced at Elijah, then went back to wiping the sleeve with a damp cloth. "Henry's really good. You just haven't spent enough time with him. He has his own strengths." Elijah watched Oliver in the mirror and suddenly said, "I am worried you will end up regretting this." Oliver paused for a moment, then gently shook his head. "I am not sorry." This time, Elijah was invited to the wedding event, and he could not understand Oliver's decision at all. He kept insisting, "What are you thinking? At 19, you are rushing straight into marriage." "Elijah, I haven't married yet. I am just getting engaged," Oliver explained patiently. "What is the real difference between engagement and marriage? Are you really going to call off things with Benjamin later on?" Without hesitation, Oliver replied, "Never." Hearing that, Elijah rolled his eyes. "Then it is clear there is no way I can understand you guys. Why rush into this so early? You are tying your whole life to someone else. And Oliver, do not you want to date a few people first? You have never dated anyone before, not girls, not boys, and how do you even know he is the one? Could it be that you are mixing family feelings with love, Benjamin?" Elijah suddenly straightened up, pulling his hand back from Oliver's chair. Benjamin gave a slight nod in reply, then stepped forward, leaned down to whisper something quietly to Oliver, and left again afterward. Seeing that, Elijah tried hard to hold back, but could not resist his curiosity. "What did Benjamin just say to you?" "He said the outside matters are not urgent," Oliver replied, picking up a small piece of cake and taking a bite. "I should eat something first." He was a bit hungry after waking up so early. Elijah made a soft sound. "All right then, I wish you both the best." Oliver picked up another small cake and pressed it into Elijah's hand. "Thank you for your good wishes, Elijah, and I hope you find someone you truly love to share your life with." Elijah smiled without saying anything, then quickly swallowed the cake. The overwhelming sense of dreamlike beauty made Oliver momentarily lost in thought while standing on the wedding stage. He looked around. The guests below were his family and close friends, his caring parents by his side, and beside him stood his partner Benjamin. Oliver turned to the person beside him, and Benjamin, sensing his gaze, quickly looked over and gently squeezed his hand, as if offering comfort. He felt the warmth lingering on his skin, then turned back and could not resist using his nail to press hard into his palm. Only when he felt the sting did he let out a soft smile. It was not a dream. He was really getting engaged to Benjamin. Late in the night after the ceremony, Oliver was utterly exhausted. But when he simply lay on the large bed, able to sense Benjamin's presence beside him without having to move or turn his head, a rare sense of peace slowly filled his heart. He had finally made it, getting engaged to Benjamin, and the tiredness in his body seemed to wash away completely. They would both had a few drinks that day, and no one could remember who suggested it, but somehow, under the influence of wine, they ended up returning to the wedding hall downstairs at the hotel, where everything was still untouched. They placed the engagement ring back into its box and walked slowly through the door. Entering under only a few soft blue lights there, they recited their vows, exchanged rings, and kissed. As they held each other close, Oliver hummed a short melody from a song he once sung in another life, pairing together love so deep. Their eyes met. This kiss felt far more truly there than the one they shared under everyone's watchful gaze. Lips gently touching, their bodies trembled slightly. In the quiet stillness of night, they were like a pair of mandarin ducks on an incense fan, entwined and close, like two mermaids returning to the deep sea. Oliver slowly brushed his tongue across Benjamin's lips. His already bright face glowed even more under the wine, like a pearl rinsed clean and placed on soft silk, bathed in gentle moonlight and warm artificial light that overlapped above him. "Benjamin, did you hear it? They all said we are perfect together, meant to be by fate." His movements were slow, his voice soft. Oliver did not realize how he was feeling now. He had stood on a scale before, and now he stood upon it once more. One side held the innocence of youth, the other the depth of an older soul. Blue light fell upon them. The vast hall now held only the two of them. Beneath their feet, fragrant roses had been scattered, flowing like a carpet across the glass platform. Benjamin lowered his head, gazing at Oliver just inches away. He seemed unable to hold back and gently cupped his face before kissing him deeply, sending shivers through Oliver's body and making the one in his arms arch their long, pale necks slightly as they whispered, "Oliver, teach me how to dance." At that moment, Oliver needed to grip Benjamin's hand tightly just to stay steady. Upon hearing those words, his already radiant eyes seemed even brighter. "Sure," he said, repeating the word twice. He turned to look around, then faced back and suggested, "Let's go to the beach." At night, the seaside was much quieter than during the day, with only the gentle sound of waves rolling onto the shore. Oliver had barely walked a few steps before he took off his shoes and encouraged Benjamin to do the same, barefoot on the sand, letting tiny grains gently brush against their feet. He brought out the radio, inserted a cassette he really liked, then stepped forward and stood in front of Benjamin. With a face radiant with sincerity, he reached out his hand and said, "Benjamin, may I invite you to dance?" At all the previous parties, Oliver had never danced with Benjamin. At every gathering Oliver attended, he was always the center of attention. So many people asked him to dance that he sometimes felt overwhelmed and would quietly slip away. Benjamin, on the other hand, had always been a silent observer. He would stay in the shadows, watching his Oliver dance with others under soft music, moving gracefully from one partner to another. He once ran toward Oliver without hesitation, leaving his wheelchair behind. Now he tried something new, setting aside his cane in front of Oliver, showing his limitations, and awkwardly dragging his leg as he began to dance. Would his Oliver think less of him? Benjamin watched the half-dazed man, who kept swaying and eventually curled into his arms like a cat seeking warmth. In that moment, he already knew the answer. Under the soft moonlight, their dance was accompanied by the sound of waves. Their gazes slowly met. Whether it started with Benjamin or Oliver, it did not matter. Only when a cool wave rushed up to their ankles did they both come back to themselves. When getting dressed, they even put things on backward. Oliver was surprised to see Benjamin fumbling with his clothes for the first time, and could not help but laugh, not just at him but also at himself, since he would accidentally worn his pants inside out. Benjamin heard the laughter, turned to look at Oliver, and within seconds he smiled too. After struggling for a while, they gave up, deciding to wait until their heads were clearer before heading back. They lay side by side on the sand, gazing up at stars as bright as powdered sugar. Back then, they had once watched the stars together in just this way. On a summer night, when Oliver overheard adults talking about the Andromeda Nebula, he quietly climbed out of bed to find Benjamin and asked him to look up at the sky too. He knelt on the windowsill beside the still sleepy Benjamin, who had just been woken and gently settled back into his wheelchair. They stared at the sky for a long time but could not spot anything like the Andromeda Nebula. Finally, Oliver reached out and tugged at Benjamin's sleeve. "Benjamin, can you help me find it? Where exactly is this Andromeda thing they are talking about?" Though Benjamin did not have to go to school, his studies were no lighter. On the contrary, they were even more demanding than those of a regular student. After a full day of learning, he was exhausted, yet still he stayed awake and joined Oliver in searching. Unfortunately, neither of them recognized the Andromeda Nebula. They spent most of the night watching stars, until drowsiness finally pulled them into a shared sleep on one bed. Thinking back to those days, Oliver could not help but smile slightly. He slowly turned his head toward the person beside him, only to realize that Benjamin had been silently watching him all along. He felt a little shy and gently pressed his lips together, then allowed his Yankee to draw near for a sweet goodnight kiss. After the 2 wedding ceremonies in the north and south were complete, Oliver and Benjamin flew off to a small island for their engagement getaway. This time, they had worked together to decorate the tower house. The first floor was filled with the flowers they both loved. The second floor held their engagement gifts for each other, given according to the recipient's age, packed tightly and neatly across the entire floor, waiting to be opened together. The third floor displayed photos of them from childhood all the way up to their engagement. The fourth floor featured their favorite foods, games, and clothing brands they usually wore, and the fifth floor was their new bedroom. Oliver hung 2 tiny figurine wind chimes by the window, handmade by him, shaped just like himself and Benjamin. He leaned forward as if from a past life, gazing across the entire island, from the lush green grasslands to the rugged cliffs, all the way to the endless sea beyond. Back in their youthful days, with their long-lost love by his side, even nightmares had vanished far away. There was nothing left he could wish for. Even as time passed and years slipped by, there would always be someone who loved him just as deeply, with a bond that lasted forever. Oliver whispered to the breeze, "I love you, Benjamin." The wind carried back a soft reply, "And I love you too, my Oliver."